Today when we play Complexity Black, we're basically fighting for third place in the relegation.
Today against Curse Academy, we're going to try to obviously beat him. And we have a pretty good record versus Curse Academy, so we're not too afraid.
I think the biggest threat on Complexity Black is probably Broken Shard. If I survive his ganks, then it's pretty much over.
I think that we outmatch them on every role, and the only roles that come closer are AD carries, because Robert and Mashmi are somewhat identical in skill level and experience, but I think that we outclass them across the board.
To beat Complexity Black, we probably need to have me rolling.
The best player on Curse Academy is Don't Mash Me, 100%. It just has to be Mash Me.
We can tell that they're still a strong team, and they gave Cloud9 a run for their money, but we definitely have the potential to beat them.
Today, third place is pretty much like our last thing, our last eyes on the prize, so we gotta really go for that.
If we win in the relegations, my entire life will change, go from school to League of Legends.
Today, pretty much it's make or break. We have to win.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2014 North America Challenger Series playoffs, brought to you thanks in part by our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm Rivington Bisson III. Alongside me for the first half of today's big show is Aiden, Zyrie, and Moon. How you been feeling, Aiden?
I've been feeling really well, and these guys have a lot on the line today. It's going to be exciting, action-packed best of 5 coming up.
It's that going for broke day, and both teams got to lay it all out on the Rift. Today, we are closing out the North American Challenger Spring Series. The festivities begin with the best of 5 match for third place between Complexity Black and Curse Academy. The winner of this series will not only finish in the medals, but they'll lock in the last challenger spot in the LCS Summer Promotion Tournament.
And then, immediately following those games, it's time for some history, as LMQ and Cloud9 Tempest battle to become the first ever North American Challenger Series champions.
All the team names are in place in the challenger bracket, so let's take a look at where they stand. The top 2 teams are already packed and headed to the Summer Promotion Tournament.
And the bottom 2 spots are brawling for that last one, and simple as that.
So now if you want to see that bracket one more time, then head over to lolesports.com.
There you'll find stats, scores, schedules, and more under the Leagues and Tournaments tab near the top of the page.
And now let's get to the games. The first of today's best of 5 doubleheaders. It's the fight for third place between Complexity Black and Curse Academy. The LCS dream is still alive for these two teams. There's only 1 seat left on the train to the Summer Promotion Tournament, and one of these squads will punch their ticket with a victory today.
And even though they were the lower seed, Complexity Black were the favorites going into yesterday's matchup versus Cloud9 Tempest. And like we heard, they gave them a run for their money, and they had a dominant first series run, going 6-0 on the road to the finals, finishing second only to LMQ in points. And those points got them here where they are today in the playoffs, where they demolished their sister team Complexity Red 2-0 in the quarterfinals. They even had an exceptional game with 0 deaths, bringing out that buddy system. It was actually adopted by LMQ a little bit that I saw. And they rode that momentum into yesterday's semifinals, but they got stopped and dropped by Cloud9 Tempest in a close matchup where they went 3 games. Westrice really struggled. Probably he got shut down, but the absence of their go-to AD carry, Robert X. Lee, was the most notable part of that matchup. And his normally killer stat line was severely weakened in the semifinals. And Robert X. Lee is going to have to shake off yesterday's performance because he's got his work cut out for him against Curse Academy and their AD carry Mash. But you may remember him as Don't Mash Me.
Right, and like we saw in the intro video, Complexity Black considers Mash to be the best player on Curse's roster. And like we also saw in the video, so does Mash. And why not? Yesterday he was the brightest spot in, unfortunately, their loss to LMQ.
Yeah, not many players can say they had good games against LMQ, but Mash Me is one of the few who can. Even though they didn't come up with the W yesterday, Mash stacked on a 7.0 KDA in a very tight second game where Curse Academy had LMQ up against the ropes for a bit. And Curse Academy will need another performance like that from the former LCS Pro today if they want a shot at becoming LCS Pros themselves.
And as the teams get ready to jump into the lobby, let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Complexity Black. Westrice in that top lane, Broken Shard with the ganks from the jungle, Prolly in mid, Robert X. Lee at AD carry, and Bubba Dub on support.
And on the red side, it's Curse Academy. Top is Rux, jungle is Pat, mid is Duosec, AD carry Mash Me, and support K1 Pro.
And I'm really interested to see this game come down to the AD carries because so often now we've seen the mid do a lot of roaming. A few LCS games ago, I believe it was Wiz Fusion against I'm a Cutie Pie. They both had something like 12, 13 kills, and I loved it. Reminded me of the old seasons. So a good old AD carry matchup would be absolutely stellar here. It's something that we don't see very much, but the kite and fight is a fantastic game style to see.
And that's really what Curse Academy have to rely on here. And Broken Shard said that they think they have everybody outmatched Prolly versus Duosec, they give themselves a little bit of an edge there. Broken Shard versus Kez in the jungle, not Kez in the jungle, versus Pat in the jungle.
Yep.
And up top, it's Westerice versus Rux. Now that one, I'm not so sure about. They've met previously, and it's kind of like...
I feel like that's a super toss-up as well. The
Rux.
champion pools, what the players like to do individually. You know, Westerice, everybody always says he likes to do new things per tournament, this and that. Is it really just that? Is he doing it because the team needs something in that ace in the hole card? So we'll have to see, because Westerice and both Rux love to play champions that will help to carry the game for their team.
And sometimes they play champions that they just want to play. We've seen Westerice break out
That's
the
the other
Garen,
half of it.
and then we've seen him break out the Warwick yesterday. And the success of those champions are always kind of just big toss-ups, like you said, just wild cards. You don't know if they're going to succeed, fall flat on their face, or if they're going to dominate the game because you don't know how to play against them.
And sometimes that can actually put the team into kind of a pigeonhole, because then you look at it and you say, well, look back at MLG. He played Rengar after Rengar after Rengar. So they know they can pinpoint that, and then they can just kind of focus out and say, if he's going to do that, we'll make sure we can counter it right from the get-go, and then let him play a champion that he's comfortable on. We'll just not go near him.
Yeah, and down in the bottom lane, we talked about it previously, Mashme alongside Bubba Dub. Bubba Dub's loving that Lulu support. He got a little bit of that yesterday. Don't give it to the mid lane too much, to Duosec. So up against Robert Exley, who has some LCS experience this split, playing for EG, and he was one of the better performing members on that team when he was on it, alongside K1 Pro, who's a new support for the most part.
Right.
And we're going to have to see how that lines up for them. Actually, swap it around. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. My head is, like, not in the right place right now. So, lineups. It's K1 Pro alongside Mashme, and then Complexity Black. It's Robert and Bubba Dub.
And Robert's been loving Caitlyn. We see Mashme kind of hovering back to Sivir and Vayne a little bit. The comps are kind of fizzling out a little bit with the amount of Stampede. A lot more kiting is going on. We've seen with Nidalee picks that Curse has absolutely loved. I was looking back at Curse's games, whether it was against VVV or LMQ. They did not like playing against Nidalee, and whenever they could, they'd kind of take that composition and at least try one poke at least. So Nidalee is definitely a big thing coming in the mid lane for Curse Academy here. It could be banned out one game. Also could be something they look for if they want to keep it safe play.
Yeah, and Prolly, he really likes Ziggs, so I think that'll be a priority ban here.
Right.
And especially if they want to pick up Nidalee, because Ziggs has some great counter sieging, gets rid of minion waves very quickly, can poke back. And man, they just keep swapping out supports here. I talked about it yesterday, where Mashme has played pretty much with a different support every game. From Zekint, Cabagon, back to K1 Pro twice now. So
it's kind of, I think Curse just breeds that. But then again, you look at actually the people or the players that have come from Curse. A lot of LCS has filtered through that. They'll pick off of Curse Academy because that team has seen strength. We've seen Quas playing on that team as well.
Sheep.
Like a lot of people. Sheep, Sheep was playing like Quas. Thank you very much. Sheep was playing on that team previously, and they still filled that position with quite a strong support. So they're just still able to cycle that strength in there. It's about having it come together for the win in the end. And that's something that can falter a lot when you do have that cycle of people all the time. The end finish doesn't get there.
Yeah, it's kind of a placeholder with talent. And instead of making them a whole unit, you're kind of like, oh, take this piece, it's really good. Take that piece, it's really good. And then you just leave it with bare bones. You have to fill it up again. So finding the right support for Mashme is a project they've been working on. But he's had success regardless of what support he plays with. Like we saw it yesterday, even against LMQ. 7.0 KDA. I think that's probably one of the highest KDAs that anybody's ever had coming off of an LMQ game. Because I'm just going to flat out say it. Getting kills against them is very hard.
Yes. I would not doubt that in the least. We see that they just continuously dive at level 1s, but get out with slivers of health because they just know the limits of their champions to such an extent that you're like pulling your hair out every time you try to engage it because you tunnel a little bit more and you flash for it and you do everything for it and you just don't get it.
My head's going straight to that Renekton dive in the top when he went middle underneath the turret. It's like, he's gone! No way, he's still alive!
He's still alive!
Got like 10 HP!
I don't know why he changed his name from Godlike. All right, going into this game here, Complexity Black versus Curse Academy. You can see Complexity Black is on the blue side first. A lot of colors to be working here with. But they are starting off. First pick for them after these bans come out could help solidify a composition that they want to take down Curse Academy with. We could see if they use it strong or if they are, as people have been at Curse Academy, focusing the jungle out with a few of their bans, making sure that Pat cannot help the lanes, and then most teams think they have an advantage in the lanes, as Broken Sarge said they did.
Yeah, and since Complexity Black have first pick right now, I would not be surprised to see a ban on something like a Lucian and then picking up Caitlyn for themselves so that Robert Exley has a comfort champion, and that forces Mashmi onto something else that he's uncomfortable on. Because we saw it yesterday where exactly that happened with LMQ, and then Mashmi played Graves and didn't have a great showing on that. So he's going to have to come out big with something that he's comfortable on. And they said that they think he's the strongest member. So targeting him would definitely be beneficial for Complexity Black.
Duosec did bring out that Soraka. Nobody wants to be dealing with it right now. A little annoying in the mid lane. Could definitely provide a lot of pressure and hold you down to that lane for as long as possible. So we see the Eve being picked up with actually no jungle focus coming from Complexity Black. Seeing Curse's previous games, whoever they played against their opponent would ban towards the jungle at least once. So we'll see if Pat really excels on these. And they leave the picks up for top and support coming from Curse Academy first after the Eve.
Curse Academy more focus in their bans on the jungle, which prompts Complexity Black to immediately pick up the jungler so that they lower that champion pool even more for when Pat has to pick his own. So it's a good strategy by them. The first pick, Eve, coming out very quickly.
Might play into the hands of Complexity.
Yeah, exactly. Right into their hands. But then Curse Academy, they get Rux's favorite champion in the top lane right now, Renekton.
Right.
He's so good on that champion that when he has a plethora of gold, he's like, I'll get a phage. And just snowball, and then he actually finishes Trinity Force sometimes. That's just his style, is to just get rolling with it. And that's what you have to do with Renekton, too. Get early lead, push it all the way through.
He played against it, up against Ackerman in the top lane. Didn't like it too much. We saw him playing Ryze twice yesterday. To great effect in the second game, but still with the loss, unfortunately. That's banned out, like you said, to the Renekton. It's going to be big. Mashmi picking up Twitch, played it in his first LCS game. Said he does not like losing on this champion, whether it's in solo queue or in competition. But he does get his Twitch. We've actually seen a lot of it wreaking havoc in solo queue, to the LCS, to everywhere.
Twitch is just a new champion that's coming out for people. Just bringing him back. Korea had it. KT Arrows played it against SK Telecom 2 times in a row, and Arrow was just like, all right, that's it. 2-0 for the win. And people are like, wow, Twitch is still really good. And it's basically signature champions. Like, go back to your roots, go back to what you're great at. And we see it in the LCS with Wiz Fusion. He's like, I'm going to play Varus because I'm really good at that champion. Even if it's not in the meta, I'm still very good at it. So just going back to your roots, going to what you are good at. Thankfully for Rux, you know, Renekton's right up his alley, and Ryze is banned out, so there's no real hard counter to that in the top lane available. Pick up the Lee Sin just to have that mobility to go for more jungle invades and keep tabs on Evelynn would be great.
It would be great indeed. We'll see Broken Shard, like you said, really a gank-focused jungler. Loves to be in your face, and that's what we heard Curse talking about, is if we can avoid these ganks, then we'll be off. Because Broken Shard will still try to go for those ganks, even if you miss the first one, so you can kind of get under his skin that way. If you can keep playing very strong and draw that pressure, dodge the ganks, he will keep trying. So Curse Academy could get a little upper hand on that situation, but we see a lot of protect and shield game now coming from Complexity Black, along with the Kayle coming out. Maybe in the jungle as well. We've seen Crumbs do this, but Lee Sin is already on there, so he'll be flopped up into the jungle himself.
I'm looking around here, trying to piece together all this. Westrice went with Jax in the top lane up against Renekton. Ruthless Predator will still stun you if you have your counter-strike on.
Yes, ability.
So you can go ahead and slice out of there and avoid it, or you could actually dice back in afterwards. So that matchup is a little bit in favor of Renekton early game, but Jax definitely outscales it. And Westrice, he has that aggressive style. He's always played things in Akali. That's what he's really known for in the top lane, is that Akali, just bringing that out, being hyper-aggressive in your face. Jax right up there too. So looking at the all-around here, you can have a submarine engage here. Orianna Ball on the Evelynn from behind. Come straight into that, have Morgana follow up. And then the composition here over for Curse Academy is a little more early game focused. And the fact that they also have that mid laner that came out, it was, oh, jog my memory real quick. Oh, help me out here. It was Orianna on this side.
Now you're going to confuse me.
Oh, no. It's Kayle. That's right. That's right. It was Kayle. So the early game there coming out with the shove, and then being able to intervention, the Twitch is really big because the spray and pray is just so much team fight damage, and then the expunge afterwards. The team fight here, I give it a little bit in favor of Curse Academy, whereas Complexity Black have more of the late game focus here on this team.
And are we going to see now, obviously we have an Eve in the game, the 2v1, keeps tabs on Eve, also a Caitlyn versus a Twitch, although Twitch can kind of harass with his expunge and throwing out the cask, or the flask, or whatever you want to call it. Are we going to see the 2v1? Would it be more beneficial for that Twitch lane?
Here's the thing too, is that Evelyn finishes the jungle very quickly, especially if there's something on the other team like an Elise. She'll finish it like 20 seconds before Elise. It's really quick. Up against a Lee Sin, it's a little more even, and Lee Sin can invade and keep tabs on her, which is what he wants to do. But Complexity Black has been doing this buddy system thing lately, where the top laner will follow around the jungler, and I think they might do it here because Westerice has TP and Rux does not. You can pull off this sneaky move and get to the lane before him.
And definite damage coming into the lanes with the Doran's Blades for both of the top laners. We see that Spell Thieves coming out for Bubba Dub, as would on Morgana, but we are on to the Rift. The third place match begins, a best of 5 here to be played out from Complexity Black and Curse Academy. Both teams with LCS experienced players on them. They know what it means to play in the best of series. They also know what it means to only have one game to play. So they're obviously, with that mentality, playing to win each one.
Yes.
You can't just say we can lose one and win the next. You got to go in strong.
Yeah, it's a best of 5, and you want to start it off on the right foot.
Yep.
Get that momentum for yourselves, especially if you're Curse Academy, because then you get blue side second time, and you get to dictate a little bit of the picks and ban phase more.
Yeah.
And then the
That game of chess. That's so it goes.
all those tactics, people don't really think about it too much, but Champions Select has a whole lot to do with the way the game pans out. A whole lot.
So it looks like Westerice does hover the bottom here, but like you said, the teleport on, this leaves it up for any options after he gets himself engaged or just hanging out in the bush here for the rest of the time being. Top lane looks like Rux is going to hold it, so we'll see a regular strategy coming from Curse Academy. I'm really interested to see what Duosec does on Kale here in the mid lane. I haven't seen Kale too much coming out, and people usually forget about little things of timing on the intervention and how hard you want to go in a fight, forgetting that's up.
And little bit of just random info here. Last time I checked, Kale was actually #1 win rate in solo queue right now, which is big. It's like something like 56%. But in competitive play, you need somebody to use intervention on, and a hyper carry like Mash Me
That's true.
on that Twitch is really big.
Allowing you to get in some sticky situations and get a very nice spray and pray off. Starting in the game,
Yeah.
3 in the mid lane to start this off, and it looks like Complexity Black is actually going to quickly shift that once they figure out what's going on, but it's only going to be for quick pressure control on the buffs. See how they work this.
So what they ended up doing is they put a fast push in the mid lane with 3 so that they waited for Curse Academy to show their cards who's in the top lane, who's in the bottom lane, so that they can go the opposite direction. It's the same distance from mid lane to top or bottom. Now they're going to be able to invade, have a 4v2 at best here because Rux is in the bottom lane, and they're doing the buddy system to split up the EXP. Then they're going to fast push bottom with 4 members.
All right, so we're going to get the push on. They do go for the 2v1. Nothing has been happening in the top lane for either Mash Me or Pro, so they're just going to straight push to the turret. Pat goes over to the blue buff. Looks like he's going to be able to grab this for himself as his was stolen. So everything as it's unorthodox is actually happening orthodox, as it should for a 2v1.
Yeah, in Complexity Black, they really pioneered this strategy. The Jax has a passive where he increases his attack speed every time he attacks. So he's got a lot of base attack speed at the start of the game, and the fact that they're on the bottom turret, which doesn't have the bonus to its defenses before 8 minutes.
Champion auto attack.
Yeah, where top lane does, they're going to get that turret very quickly. This one's at half HP. They're going to rush this down. It's 4v3 in terms of lane splitting. Rux doesn't know what to do with himself, level down, trying to farm the jungle and get what he can, and they're going to lose 2 turrets before they even get 1. This is the buddy system.
And this is a much fast push, or more fast, I should say, push indeed here coming from Caitlyn. Robert X. Lee can just throw out Peacemakers. We saw Curse Academy wasn't really even to the turret with their minion wave because of the lack of push in the lane. Very hard times right now. Complexity Black picking up a lot of gold for the team because everybody was still surrounding that turret to get the assist gold as well. And that's one big thing you got to factor in too, is that it's not so much global anymore. It's who's chilling by it.
And now they're trying to get control of the jungle and rotate around. 4 men now going strong into the mid lane. No backs here for Complexity Black.
Very close, trying to get another re-engage, or not another re-engage, but something to put themselves a little bit closer to where Complexity Black has found. A very nice lead in the beginning of the game with 4 mid now. They're actually going to allow the top turret to still be pushed, seeing that Twitch is there. They have clear and easy pressure with Robert X. Lee pushing with Caitlyn in the backside, and with Bubba Dub hitting nice bindings. There's nothing they can do to get to the back line. Just like that.
Out of there.
Still getting good pressure, though, Aiden. There's not much that they can do. And I believe that Jack's able to hold this Westrice in the top lane. Mashmi's just going to kind of have to filter back with the team, and it's going to be chaos for Curse now.
Yeah, a lot of pressure in that bottom lane. Dragon, a lot of control for Complexity Black because of those 2 turrets. Now, if a fight breaks out, they can chase them really far and try to outduel them, try to just win the team fight. And now, who's going to go for the Dragon first is really the question. Because if Curse Academy take it off the map, it's really good because it frees up that area. There's nothing going to be happening around there, and also the fact that they would even up the gold.
So we see Broken Shard finally getting the clear on. That's going to be about a 10-minute and 25 seconds respawn on the buff. That's also not timed by Curse Academy, so if they can start getting that back to Prolly, he can also be the player he usually is for the team. We haven't talked about him too much. A very diverse champion pool, somebody that can easily carry the game if he gets the chance. Playing a little game of protection here, but like you said, the submarine composition with the E may allow them to get the initiations with the ball that they want.
And now there's 4 men strong in the bottom lane here. Westrice is up, farming top lane. He does have teleport available to him, and there's a ward for him to TP to.
Well, Curse Academy shows they can be just
here comes the TP.
Strong in the initiations. Right behind, it's Westrice coming in, throws on a counter
strike.
The flash leap into the fight. He's going to only get 1 stun, forcing the flash onto Rux. Broken Shard should be able to finish him off. A quick stun, and it looks like he dashes over the wall.
The Dragon!
Any damage on the Dragon, and he does actually hit that. The slice and dice hit Dragon for aggro. Broken Shard getting a little too far out here. Gets slowed on that, breaks the slow with W. Complexity Black quickly going for position and jockeying here with Curse on Dragon, but I think they're going to be able to get it.
Oh, he gets it onto it.
It's going to be up. No! It's going to be Curse Academy. Pat coming in with the smite. Is anybody there for the safeguard out? A beautiful move by Duosec to slight himself in.
Robert have the range.
A few more shots. The flash headshot from Robert X. Lee, and the just pursuit of each team, bar none. Super good in that fight.
So they overextend, they drag them backwards. I thought he was going to TP to the ward. He TPs to the cannon minion. Trying to get multiple people with his stun. He will flash, try to get onto Rux. Only gets 1 there. Stuns it, but it forces the flash out of Rux over the wall. And then he's just chased down by Broken Shard. And then they end up getting him over the wall. But over here, K1 Pro, he gets hit with the Dark Binding, and they just collapse all over him. 2, 3 kills coming up for them back-to-back. But they give up the Dragon to Pat, who actually got a great Sonic Wave, just threading the needle on that one. Between 2, straight to the Dragon.
Little plays like that have to happen if you're going to stay in this game, especially with the way Complexity Black is moving. Curse, they answered immediately on what just happened, sending everybody bottom knowing that it would be a great attempt at Dragon. They were able to get Dragon, but they still lost a few in the process. See if they can still recover from this. About 2,000 gold down. A lot of Complexity Black. Very comfortable with their movements around the map right now. They're not really worried about pushing too much. They can just get back to lane and soak things up. This becomes kind of that relax moment where you don't want to relax too much, but you know you're in the lead, so you don't have to push yourself in any crazy positions.
Exactly. And typically when we see 2v1s, or I guess 4v1s now, things get pretty calm, but not when it's Complexity Black. I've seen them taking 4-minute and 22-second inhibitor turrets. They just don't let up. If they see some structures they can go after, they will go after them.
Oh, Bubba Dub didn't think he had to throw on the shield, and he didn't. Playing that one calm, cool, and collected. A good amount of vision. Wouldn't really see Pat coming all the way up, but I don't think it'd make a difference anyways. The rest of Complexity Black there, the 2 wards providing enough, even if 3 members came up. So we can see Pat on his roam. Mashmi goes invisible. They may get a little bit of behavior reaction off of this, seeing that it's aggression.
Oh.
He gets the shield. Westrice gets hit up, and this almost worked out perfectly for Complexity Black. But in the bottom lane, Broken Shard finds himself in a real bad situation, and Rux understands how far he can go in that one.
So Rux, despite being in that horrible situation, has so much CS from freezing the lane at the tier 2 turret, farming it up. He's level 7 already against Broken Shard, who wasn't even 6. So no ultimate available to slow him down and give himself that extra shield. So the dueling power was definitely in favor of Rux, who isn't afraid to turret dive and build damage early on Renekton.
And he's building super damage too. He just went for the pickaxe. Nobody's harassing him. He's just soaking up his health with Call of the Meek. Doesn't have to go for pretty much anything else. And that damage pays off big time. That's their first kill, and a little bit of control over a lane that now Westrice has to pay attention to. Now Curse is going to focus on the mid lane. Once they get a kill somewhere, they're going to go somewhere else. Is it enough for Prolly, though? Has a good amount of shield for himself. gets that leveled up, actually leveling up the dissonance as well. So that burst power back kind of changed their minds about the whole game.
Yeah, intervention was used there. Flash still available for Duosec, so was in a pretty decent situation.
Should have got that kill.
Yeah.
2v1, you should be grabbing a kill.
He got a lot of aggression onto him.
Yep.
And forces Pat back. But here's the thing. Gold is even now between them. Dragon went over to Curse Academy. They just got a kill for themselves, just got a turret. And the level advantage is actually in favor of Curse Academy too, because they haven't been splitting experience as much as Complexity Black has.
Yeah.
You can see Rux was level 7 when Westrise was level 5. He's just now hitting 6. Broken Shard also just now hitting 6. Mashme is level 6, but Robert X. Lee just now hitting it. So the experience in the overall is in favor of Curse Academy.
Transfer over to Prolly. That just spawned for them. Very nicely done, so they did keep the timer on it, as they should. We'll see how Prolly now goes up against Duosec. He should be able to just quickly ball move and push Duosec out if he stays in range. We've seen Duosec playing it really well in the mid lane at 78 to 63. See if Prolly can take advantage there. Building up the Nashor's Tooth already, or trying to get the Nashor's Tooth, I should say, with the Stinger
Oh,
ready.
he gets him.
This little jump, leap strike, counter strike, gets it off. A lot of
strikes.
action around the map.
Here comes Mashme.
A going for broke moment here for Robert X. Lee. 90 caliber net. Beautiful dark binding from Bubba Dub. Gets the skyhook in there over the wall. And K1 Pro also being a bro.
Oh, here's
Broken
Broken
Shard's
Shard.
going to make himself present in a 1v1 situation. Now 2v2
but Pat-
as the junglers come out of nowhere from both sides. Rux very low, flashes out of this. Broken Shard tries to follow. Should get the kill. Safeguard is able to save him, but only for a moment. Broken Shard may
has no
fall
energy.
on this one. He does not have energy, but he does have that bit of attack speed coming in from the passive. It's going to help him kick him in the jaw just enough times.
And Eve is not a great duelist, whereas Lee Sin, complete polar opposite of
Yeah.
that. Very good at taking somebody on in a 1v1 situation. And Evelyn, a lot of her abilities are lower in terms of damage because she has so much map roaming and pressure. So she could just show up on top of you, like we saw Mash do up top, just right on top of Robert X. Lee. The heals actually haven't had to come out too often for these AD carries. Not a lot of pressure on them, and when there is, they have a lot of escapes built into their kit.
So Complexity Black focusing on quite a bit of kills as they're getting their lanes pushed, and it's working in favor of Curse Academy because these pushes and fights are coming as Curse has the lane quite pushed. See in the bottom lane there, Rux just about able to get out of a fight. Overall, going in favor of Curse Academy as Pat comes out on top, and we just see Westrise back down in the bottom lane. Broken Shard has kind of been roaming a little too much, not really providing a lot of presence. With the level down, it's really slowed Complexity Black.
Yeah, and the fact that we haven't seen any Feral Flares in this first matchup means that there isn't a lot of counter jungling or emphasis on just stealing raids.
Right.
But now we see Westrise teleporting to the top lane. Even though Dragon is being done by Curse Academy, they want this top turret.
They definitely need to get pressure on the map. A very right idea by Complexity Black. The mid turret could be their next one to look at since everything on the outer horns are down. They're going to keep pushing on this one a little bit. If they have the wards, they may be able to stay safe. Mashme, needs to be careful though. That would not be a fun fight for him for the first empowered smack.
And here's the thing too, once you take those outer turrets, you have to gain control of the jungle. You have to ward deeper. But if Curse Academy stays even in gold, there's a lot more potential gold on the map for them to take if they win a fight. They have turrets that are just right for the taking. If they even up the turrets right now, they would be ahead in gold.
Right.
Because they're taking every dragon. So Complexity Black, they need to start warding up. They need to start pushing and securing the dragon as an objective. Because there's equal turrets on the map, but if you're getting that dragon, it means the other team isn't. So you're just making the gold swing even more. Oh, gets it when they have smiked.
I'm going to say little things like that really affect the game, but it didn't last too long. Rux was in and out, and so was Complexity Black, so not too much time wasted. Westrise was still farming in the bottom. They're keeping everything in mind as Curse Academy is making Complexity Black pretty much multitask right now. Complexity seems to have a bit in order, so they're going to start pushing in this mid lane. Robert should be able to take out the turret with the team, and this is exactly what Complexity Black needs right now because they've been sliding on their advantage early game.
Pat on the side. So here's the thing too, is both the top laners and junglers are the only people who have died in this game. Supports mid laner, AD carry, they're doing their own thing. Prolly's been keeping Duosec busy as much as he can, just playing that CS game so when they show up to fights, they will be the most powerful member of the team just based on farm and levels.
A little bit of damage coming out of Prolly. You can see him focusing out the Athene's Unholy Grail. Very, very risky Mashme play here. Seems Curse Academy knows the power of 4 without Mash Me is a bit strong enough, and he needs to get more items before he gets into the fight to spray and pray. Surprised they're still not trying to make some early plays or objective plays with the intervention on him yet.
Yeah,
Still
he's
needs
just
that
he's looking to
damage.
farm up
Yeah.
so that he's that late game threat. Because if you're going up against a Caitlyn who has superior range to you, unless you have spray and pray on, down bottom, it's a Tiamat versus a Phage. And if Westrice actually wants to go for this, he's level down.
Oh. He's like sliced out as soon as he attacked. Very nice timing. Complexity Black gaining a little bit of gold there with the turret push they had in the top lane, making sure their jungle is clean. 3 defensive pink wards. Make sure that nothing is going to happen without their knowledge, and that's exactly where they need to be looking and doing right now to keep themselves safe. Probably to clear this out and go back, so we can see the rest of the team is going to probably not try and fight. Bottom lane is being covered by Westrice. His teleport was used recently, actually, too. So
Yeah, he used
no
to
big
go up
engagements
top
from that. Yep.
and get that top turret, so they're up 1. And this is that calm moment where not a whole lot is going on. People are trying to duel each other, just getting CS. This is what usually happens in the decelerated game after the hyper-accelerated early game.
Very good play. Ruck's probably calling. He
Hats
knows
off on the side.
Westrice would not, or could actually take him down. He wouldn't back down from the fight, is what I was trying to say. But he does now, knowing that instead of going in, Rux was more farming and said, I'm not going to slice and dice. I want to bait you into this fight. Very good read by Westrice, and he holds off the farm a little bit farther back. The pink wards are probably going to reveal these guys in the jungle. As Complexity back, still playing pretty defensive after getting the top turret. A lot of damage has been done in the mid here on Curse Academy. We'll see if they can get it anytime soon. They don't want to get themselves in a bad spot. The game could be, right now, tilted either way. It's going to mean big goal.
And where the gold would come from is probably a team fight plus dragon.
Yeah.
I don't see anything erupting except for maybe just a little duel down bottom and a gank. Otherwise, oh no, he's getting caught!
What in the world? Robert actually getting a little too close for comfort on that one. Thought the Caliber net was going to be enough. I gotta say, Duosec did flash over the wall. He probably wasn't expecting the Kale to come flying in there, but very, very risky play for an 80 carry, especially 17 minutes in a complete mid-oriented situation.
Really far up there, probably was off in the back. He had a heal to speed him up too. We're gonna have to see.
Ooh. Wow.
Yeah, Robert blew all his summoners to get out of there. The exhaust was blown on him by Pro.
Mm-hmm.
But now they're just going to go siege up the mid lane. They saw Mash Me top.
All right. Bubba Dub on the outside trying to get some wards in. Pat still trying to go around and get that pink ward out for himself.
Yeah,
Robert X.
side.
Lee still a little too close for comfort. Doesn't have the summoners he did last time. He's taken out. Broken Shard's going to be hooked in next. The death sentence is real. The box goes down. The chase cannot happen. And Rux, just a little too late to the party, but more than happy to be a part of it.
So Mash Me completes Blade of the Ruined King, comes in from the side. They know that Robert X. Lee does not have his flash or heal available, so they immediately target him down, and they'll hook in onto Broken Shard. Eve has no escape to Cypher's flash, which he doesn't even get to use. And now they're rewarded with the turret.
That was really playing inside of Robert's head. That's twice now in the past 2 minutes. He was just too far ahead, and they said if he wants to get a little bit more, because he can, we'll get a lot.
Slow onto Robert, the Black Shield a little late.
Yeah.
So he eats it, and he's got no escapes after that.
That auto attack on K1 Pro, too strong. Global taunt, and then they get Broken Shard. Very nice strat.
Yeah, and then the Dragon's Rage came in from Pat as well, just to lock it up and put Broken Shard right in the middle of the box.
Oh, the fight does go one way, but Complexity Black had enough members survive that one and just played a bit of the timing in their favor. They're able to take down mid turret after losing theirs. But now 4-5 here. We have a 200, 300 gold lead. Actually, it's just fluctuating back and forth. So the gold lead is pretty much no one's right now because the dragon is very much alive and it is very much about to be fought over.
Yeah, it is a very highly contested dragon right now. This will be one of the tipping points for the game. Westrice has TP. Don't know if he'll use it though.
So much for being fought over.
Nope.
Just take it out.
The wards were fought over though.
Indeed.
That was about it. Dragon falls right into Curse Academy's hands.
As always.
Complexity Black, just 400 gold behind now.
I like this. It's not a both teams playing not to lose. They are definitely putting things on the line. They're trying to engage in fights. Westrice has been in 1v1s with Rux. We've seen the mid lane going quite hard. And just recently seeing Robert X. Lee get a little too antsy. So we're going to have to pull it back a little bit for the AD carries here. Mashmi's farming away, and with his farming away, still tied in 140 to 138 there. So with Robert X. Lee kind of soaking up mid lane and top lane, helping push with the rest of the team, he's staying on par.
We're going to have to see what he does. He's going for the Bloodthirster into an attack speed item. Not looking for the big ace in the holes. Up against Mashmi, who is just known for his late game hyper carry.
Yeah.
And it's great because Curse Academy always had this really good early game, and then their late game was suffering. They didn't have like the right calls or the right amount of pressure. But it's great that they have a Renekton who can win the early game in bully lane and then transition that into some turrets, and now they have the Twitch plus Kale, a devastating combination.
Robert, the Sub-Zero freeze in the bottom lane. He's just dancing around it so it does not die or go anywhere towards the turret. So that in the bottom lane is probably going to pull Rux in a little bit. We'll see where the pressure from Curse Academy comes now. Haven't really seen them doing too much. It's been the mistake of what Robert did, or just a few engagements that everybody was able to get out of or trade 1-for-1, but they haven't been the one necessarily to engage these fights.
Yeah, Curse Academy, they really have a lot of the engage potential here with the Twitch just showing up right on top of somebody, and then everybody will focus him, and you'll get a lot out of the intervention from Kale.
Right.
You'll get a lot out of that. So people start blowing abilities on him. And the hard CC here for Complexity Black is really Counter-Strike, which is dodgeable from Jax. Morgana Binding, Twitch can still attack, and with Spray and Pray's range, almost nobody will be out of his range. He'll always be attacking. You can maybe get a Shockwave to try and move him around. That's still dodgeable too. It's not a point-and-click type CC.
It's quite a hard team to Shockwave. You got Slice and Dice to deal with, and a few
Robert,
others. It's so hard to farm down by those turrets.
Just comes right behind you.
Hard times indeed.
But this is the type of vision control that I was saying Complexity Black needed 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago.
Yeah.
When they had pushed up, just you need wards in your jungle to continue these pushes and to have those safe type of ganks so that you can get a turret for it.
Right.
Pat does exactly that. Now Westrice is split pushing top, has TP available to him, Rux backs. So now it would be a 4-on-4 if he TPs to the bot lane.
Well, we've seen the Rux Westrice right now, and he can stun him out of that. Very big grab from K1 Pro coming in. A beautiful job. Looks like it's going to be Pat to execute that one off for the rest of the team. And it's 7-4. Curse Academy is now trying to take a staple lead in this one. It's not much gold, but the map pressure being received here could be worth it. Westrice is trying to negate that on the top side.
Oh,
he
Robert
did grab the turret. I gotta say, Complexity Black is playing this one out very well. They're the ones to grab the turret. Westrice now teleporting in, and it's gonna be a chase on. Pat's gonna be able to safeguard a little bit more, but really the diagonal close on that distance with the flash is able to lock him in. One more and Power Shot can be enough. A nice slow coming in from Duosec. Locks it down, forces the flash. Bubba coming in just to the left side as Duosec saves himself. Flaps his wings just as much as he can, and it looks like he will be able to get the safety of a few more heals. One more Counter-Strike to come in and lock him down. Duosec has to head to the right. Broken Shard able to catch up as well. It was a valiant run. Rux not being able to get much out of top, but no, he will staying on this top turret, so he's going to be able to get a bit of damage. How much focus of Complexity Black here is going to be used for Curse's advantage.
And Rux, he was chasing down Westrice for a very long time from the top turret, ends up giving up the charge to go ahead and try and farm the minion wave and push it out. Immediately, Westrice teleports bottom to that ward right above that tier 2 turret. Comes into the fight, Leap Strike is maxed out already, so he just has it on a very low cooldown being level 13, just keeps jumping and jumping and jumping and closing that distance. Nobody can escape from him. Even the Lee Sin with Safeguard, even the Kale with the speed up from his Divine Blessing.
Fights like that just kind of blow your mind when you're like, you got 4 guys guarding the turret, and the turret's taking damage and you lose 1. And then the fight's better for you. It's like your team got a red card and you're playing a man down and everybody plays stronger. And then the 3 guys started to push out Curse Academy. Then the teleport comes in. They need the synergy when all 4 of them are there. They can't get antsy and keep stepping out in front to get grabbed by these hooks, because they got the advantage out of that fight overall. The turret was theirs in the top lane. Just looked a little sloppy.
Yeah, and the numbers advantage too, like
yeah,
we're talking about.
Absolutely.
It's just, it'll boggle your mind. You're like, how did that happen? They were down a man.
Yeah.
And now Westrice fighting Rux right now. Ultimates are on.
Uh-oh. Pat's on the outside. Wants to try to get him before using a Safeguard or Sonic Wave, but it looks like they're just going to chase him out for the pressure. A lot of love going towards the blue buff, though, on Curse Academy's side. Complexity Black looks like they will gain full control of the jungle here. Ooh, and they are going to start fighting back a little bit. All those wards have finally been swept out of Complexity Black side. You can see it's now only theirs, so they should start as they are, placing them on Curse's side.
Dragon is up in 20 seconds. Westrice will not have his teleport. He was keeping tabs on Pat, who was up in the top lane. He saw him there. He was trying to at least put some pressure on and keep him there, but it doesn't look like it's going to last for long. Pat roaming around the jungle with Mash, but they're on the opposite side of the Dragon. Red buff for Dragon, I don't think that's an even trade.
Probably not. We'll see if the rotation comes in quite quick. Teleport's still down, but Westrice more than happy to stay in the top lane and create all that pressure. They're going to start Curse thinking twice. 2,000 gold lead, pretty much the most we've seen so far. Zyrene, that gets extended just a little bit over 2,000 with that kill of the Dragon. Looking at the CS leads. Look at these lanes. So even across the board.
So a lot of this pressure that Complexity Black have been able to create is because of the teleport and the fact that Rux doesn't have one himself. He has Ignite, he's going to win the lane, but he didn't really have a lane for the first parts of the game.
Right.
And right now, his lane is always pushed in on him, but that's where Teleport is one of the best summoner spells at your disposal.
Yeah.
Dueling a Jax, he does need the Ignite to at least duel him, or else Westrice would just go all over him, trample him down, be like, all right, now your turret's in my sight. So it's kind of a really difficult situation when you're up against this Jax who's already completed 2 items and has the mobility summoner spell and map pressure.
A lot of possibilities for both teams that hit hooks or dark bindings that's going to initiate the right fight. There's 1 and 2. Just missed it off the side. So not the right fight just yet. We're 26 minutes in, and it's definitely getting tense for both teams. The Lichbane, along with the Nashers, finished out for Duosec. He's going to start hurting champions as well as the turrets. We haven't really seen Curse Academy approach objectives, not objectives, but the turrets anytime soon. They're going to start going down real quick.
Yeah, and it's a complete bloodbath. Everybody's going for these kills. They're even, nobody giving the other one really any wiggle room either. And you're seeing how hard these guys want to be an LCS qualifier.
Deja vu.
But here comes Broken Shard to the top lane. If that Q lands.
Oh, it did. I don't think he wanted it to land either after he saw what was on the other side. Both guys back out, knowing it probably would have just been an elongated fight with everybody walking out bleeding, and then nobody would be able to push. And they want to push. People want pressure right now.
You still get some things off of an elongated fight where you get people low. Like if they had gotten Broken Shard very low, they could possibly contest the Baron, make him back, make Westrice back. He does have TP now. And Mash Me, he's sneaking around.
Very interesting. Both the ADs going for the static shiv this game.
Oh, that was cute. He threw a cask in there, and then he saw it from his own pink ward.
I think he plays Twitch.
Yeah. Well, there's a pink ward in there, so he was like, all right, let's just throw it at it and go after it.
Locking it down.
It's right there.
7 to 7 are the kills. 2.3 thousand gold. In the lead is Complexity Black, but it is really not showing anywhere. Map control is the name of the game right now. Complexity Black is trying to dictate that to the mid lane. Not too many forward wards for themselves to get into dangerous positions. Curse is making sure that nothing goes past the river. I don't know how often these minion waves just keep resetting in the mid lane. Top lane about to have that same thing happen. Pat gets a good push on it. But mid lane is the focus, Zyrene. Second tier turrets have to go down sometime.
Yeah, and I was looking at the gold generation items here. We see the Talisman of Ascension was actually very recently picked up and has only earned 60 gold for Bubba Dub, whereas there isn't any type of gold generation item on K1 Pro.
And he was already cashing in on the spell thieves before that.
Exactly. So he was swapping it over immediately. So some of this gold is actually from the Spell Thief's Edge that Bubba Dub was having. And then he doesn't want the Frost Queen's claim. He says, I don't need that. We need the engage. We need the movement here. Positioning. Because K1 Pro doesn't have an item like that at his disposal, the mobility advantage once again goes to Complexity Black.
I think it's an all-out fight, pretty much. The Frost Queen's claim is not... It's going to be used, and everybody's going to stay in the fight. Rux is getting chased out here. A little bit of a Blade of the Rune King to keep himself safe.
Westrice dragged 2 to him,
he did.
Which means that it's 3v4 in the mid, but Pat's off on the side. Can he come around and get a good kick into something? Broken Shard's on duty, though.
Kick of the century. If he can get around, he gets himself a nice... Oh, he kicked the shield! Robert X. Lee takes it fully, but he still gets the kill going in onto Bubbadup. A good fight so far coming in for Curse Academy. Westrice on the backside, and they are getting good heals over to everybody. And Mikhail's quickly saving one. Pat That threaded the needle, but he was able to flex enough to get himself to safety. A great grab out of Probably.
but
He's
so much
gonna get
damage.
blocked. Westrice tries to go back in as well as they go a retribution kill on each other. One
Oh
more
my
kick.
God.
Westrice is just playing hopscotch on people's heads
here's
right
Mashmi.
now.
He's got
he
the poison
could
on
die
the
to the
Westrice.
passive. Oh my God, so close.
Oh,
Robert
he gets them
actually
both.
gets hit down, and the expunge is able to cancel out both on either side of him.
And he's looking for more. He's so fast, though. We're looking at it again. He ends up kicking Robert, who's immune. Could have gone way worse. And the shockwave hits 3. Who's really good there with the Agony's Embrace on top. Westrice is off on the side. He's waiting. Jumps in, dunks Duosec. Pat flashes straight onto a trap. He gets Mikhail's out of it. But then he threads the needle on, so he's just low enough that Westrice says, all right, he has to back off. Now K1 Pro is my target. Goes straight after him, dunks him. But meanwhile, Probably gets taken out by Rux, and here comes Mashmi. They don't recognize the damage that he's doing when Westrice jumps back in. He picks up the kill for himself, but look at this. He swaps it over to Robert, who has turret aggro. He takes another shot, and boom. Double kill from his poison.
Great job by Westrice. In that fight, always being a constant pressure on the backside. It's like the team could have turned on him in 1 second. But overall, Mashmi really kind of winning out there in the end. I'm sure he's quite happy with what just happened.
Both teams played that extraordinarily well.
Yeah.
The black shield onto the kick, it would have been a great kick. Black
I'm
shield
sure how the
fumbles
turret
that.
is still up.
Yeah.
That's a little weird.
That too. And also at the same time, the shockwave from Probably hitting 3 was really good, considering he only could have possibly locked up 4 targets in that because Pat was nowhere near it. And now the Dragon's up, and they are going to have to contest this. Ultimates are up. It's time to rumble.
I like it. This is like the hard mode fight. Summoners are down, but all the ultimates and abilities are up, so you're really testing who's can put it on the line right now. Going for broke at the Dragon fight is going to mean a lot. 31 minutes into the game, a lockdown onto Rux. Big damage onto the Dragon. They're able to slay that one. More gold in the favor of Curse Academy as they are only 600 gold in the lead, which means this fight is neck
waiting for it.
neck. Westrice jumps in
right
once
on
again in the team. Mashmi goes down instantly, pulls him in with Command Shockwave to give Westrice another one. Probably's going to be on the backside, shielding himself from Twitch's passive poison. Gives it back as well for another dissonance, and Westrice is still going to town. K1 Pro and Duosec on the outside trying to assess the rest of the fight, but they have 3 members lost to just Robert X. Lee, and Westrice is still hungry.
Pat gave it away. Pat gave away the location of Mashmi. Watch this. Westrice, he's like, I'm going to go after Pat. I'm going to go after Pat. Watch this.
He's still invisible.
Safeguards to Mashmi.
Yeah.
And he jumps right on him. He gave it away. Mashmi was looking for the lockup there, and then immediately the shockwave on top of that. Probably he's going to go down here, but boom, shield right to himself. And they end up picking up Rux here too, just re-engage the fight. And then Brokenshard looked like he wanted more, but he was full.
There's such a return on gold in that too, because Mashmi just got himself a bunch of kills. Not what they needed to have happen. Dragon did go down to Pat. They're able to still control that, the map control, somewhat in their favor. After that fight, we're still going to have to see how it pans out. But it's 13-12. As bloody as everything looks, it's only about a 1.3 thousand gold lead.
Oh,
still
Mashmi.
5-4 in turrets. And he is playing with fire right now. Tries to go for it. The expunge cannot be canceled out. The rest of the team was there. He knew the capabilities of the rest of the team and how far they had to gap close. Bubadub's going to be going down on this one. The red buff continuously hitting up on him. A 1-2-3, and the soul shackles won't even matter as they send him to the other side. And the turret in the mid going down. After all that, Curse's second tier mid still stands.
And now they're up 600 gold. They could possibly go for a Baron here, but Broken Shard's still up. Westrice, a huge threat, still trying to split push, but Mashmi, he will decimate it. He has a Blade of the Ruined King, and he's Twitch. He's got a lot of innate attack speed. Westrice, he says, you know what, I want that tier 2.
Yeah, it doesn't still stand.
At the very least.
Making moves they need to make. The team's going to be pinching in
This
here
is a
onto
desperate
the
move here.
Baron
Broken Shard.
Green. Agony's Embrace goes down. They throw into Westrice, trying to get the stun up, but they're trying to also
Oh, but
separate
Mashmi's out on
themselves
the
from Baron.
outside.
Kill going down onto Broken Shard. That's going to be Westrice down as well. A nice shot from Probably on the outside is able to take down Mashmi, but he's not necessary for this Baron takedown, and he's not necessary to be up either with the amount of strength their team has now in those stats.
Mashmi's such a high priority target that as soon as he showed himself, everybody swapped. And the Shockwave could be in a great position here at the very start, but Mashmi's not in there. Watch how Probably holds on to it forever. He's like, I'm not going to Shockwave unless I get Mashmi. So then he throws it over to him to use it now. Because it looked like he could have gotten 3 there, right? And a lot of damage.
He waited on it too.
Yeah,
He knew there was no movement.
He only wanted to use it on Mash.
Yep.
That's the priority target here. And Mashme doesn't get Baron buff, so maybe they're saying worth, but at the same time, everybody else has it now.
I can't believe how ridiculously close this game is. I mean, look at the CS. Look at the kills. 2-2 and 8 to a 2-2 and 7. Like, that's crazy. Especially the CS. The gold, the kills, the turrets. This game is outrageous. The third place match is real, and it's coming in strong for the first game of the day. This is a best of 5, and I expect it to go to 9.
And look at how strong West Rice is. He's 1,300 gold.
Wow.
Sorry, 1,400 gold.
Yeah.
Mashme's 1,300. Those are the two people here that are linchpins for either of these teams.
Yep.
If West Rice can make it onto Mashme without anybody helping him, like when Pat safeguarded to it, it was just a dead giveaway. You do not want to do that. So if Mashme can position himself like he did that last fight, completely out of the team, and make Prawley second guess his shockwaves, that's exactly what he needs to do.
West Rice, definitely a heavyweight coming in for Complexity Black right now. He has been dictating how these fights work all throughout with his positioning. Let's see what they can do. Complexity Black had quite a rough early game throughout 5 to 7 minutes. Seemed like they were a bit lackadaisical with the warding in their jungle. They had perfect warding, but weren't pressuring.
So here's the thing. They're giving up the turret, but West Rice, he's pushing. Rux is trying to back, and Complexity Black, they aren't going to try to stop it, but now it's that situation where if West Rice can get away from Rux, he can TP in and they can fight. If they go for it. But it looks like Complexity Black have other plans.
The Infinity Edge has just been completed for MASH. It's going to be huge, too, if Rux can get himself to these fights. The Black Cleaver, if he slice and dices the team, just shredding Cole the Meek, spray and pray after that, see you later. That's going to be so much damage these guys have. Like you said before, the safety coming from Duosec on that's going to be able to help. Curse Academy has their fight set in order to make this happen, but we've seen what West Rice can do. We've seen what happens if Complexity Black kind of plays the fight a little wrong and things go wrong. They still come out on top. They'll take either a turret in the end or they'll make sure it's a 1-for-2 takedown, and they only lost Robert X. Lee because there was just too much focus on him. It's a crazy game right now. Curse Academy has the fights. Complexity's been winning them, but now nobody's got past the front of the base.
Yeah, it's all these just inhibitor turrets up here for both sides. 6 turrets to 6 turrets.
Yeah.
And now the pressure's on. You have to get the warding that you want. You have to get the objectives that you want. Curse Academy still has the Baron for a little bit longer. Dragon up in 15, and now they're sieging with West Rice in the bottom lane.
This is big. Should be able to hold. Not too much of a problem here. The Peacemakers into the dissonance, being able to clear out the waves. You can still see Rux getting himself a little bit ahead. Very cheeky plays coming in.
Oh, they're going after West Rice.
Yeah, he teleported in and they saw it right away.
Oh!
It's going to be the engage. Bubba Dub very low. Gets hit up by Mashme right on the backside. Spray and pray. He's in the perfect choke point to keep shredding the team.
But Duosec
with a beautiful flash in the save. There's, oh my God, I don't even know how that saved him just now. 18 to 14, 38 minutes on the clock, and Mashme's got his eyes on the inhibitor turret.
Oh, but they're going after him right now. He's trying to get out of this. It's so close. He wants to stealth.
He thought he was the winner in the game of cat and mouse, and nobody saw him over there, but the entire team had eyes on him. It was a little too much focus, though. The tunnel to mid leaves the top open, and Curse Academy is still wreaking havoc after a chaotic fight that went from mid back to the top lane, and now it looks like we might get a breather.
And now, trying to chase him down. Inhibitor goes down as well. He's trying to re-engage.
Oh, Pat, very, very risky move here.
Kicks Robert in.
Get Duosec on the backside close enough. Yes, Robert a little too close with the kick in. Finds himself at the wrong place at the wrong time due to the hands of Pat.
Now, that mid lane turret has some damage on it. Curse Academy up. And now we're going to take another look at this. Rux gets caught, but West Rice, he's trying to pincer. He's on the wrong side of this fight. They disengage, start collapsing on him. Then, boom. He gets locked up, boxes there, he gets kicked over it, exhausted, and then he's like, I should go for Mashme. Tries to go for it, but Bubba Dub is down. And he's like, all right, I better disengage. Now the shockwave comes out, doesn't even hit Mashme. Duosec gets very low, heals himself, and Rux also very low. He gets Mikhail's off on the side, and here it goes, right into it. He almost dodged it, but it was for the shield to go ahead and give it to Duosec. So the shield would have saved him regardless.
Pretty sweet indeed, but it lived through the whole entire thing. Still looks good. 2 thumbs up. 19-15 on the scoreboard, and I think that was our big tilt there, Zyrene.
Yeah.
4,000 gold lead now coming in strong for Curse Academy. They are using it well with just a few hundred gold in the lead. Now that's going to be a lot of completed items that are required. Duosec has double invincibility for himself now with Zanya's and the intervention to come out. Randuins upon Randuins to continue the fight from both teams. So we're going to get a long one. And it's still a kind of, I feel like it's a toss-up depending on how the crowd control is used on Complexity's side here. That was a perfect fight in the choke point they gave MASH. They can't do that.
Peeling for MASH, having the intervention for him just in case somebody gets on him, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. MASH has such great positioning, and the fact that he's done so well this game in terms of farm and just keeping up with that, he has one of Twitch's core items done, Blade of the Ruined King from very beginning. Now he's just snowballed that into an Infinity Edge, and he is good to go. He has distortion, so he can flash more often, and it'll give him a little bit of a movement speed bonus for about a couple seconds. So he is good to go, and the fact that he will have heal too for another movement speed bonus.
It's a dangerous game for the AD carries too, Zyrene.
Yeah.
Because you see that they are saying, well, you're building damage, I gotta build damage. They are not... you're playing against the Kale now who's up Void Staff, Zanya's Lichbane. That's two, 3 shots. Maybe I'm giving you credit on 3.5.
Yeah.
But these guys are playing with death right in front of them every time. So even their positioning is going to have to be crazy here. Those choices for the AD carry is pretty crazy.
Now going for the Baron here from Curse Academy. No answer from Complexity Black because the inhibitor is down. They have to defend from the super minions. So uncontested Baron falling right into CA's hands. 7k up, 10k up in combat stats currently. Just from that. Westrice has his Guardian Angel. Not sure how much good that's going to do him because he's been split pushing, teleporting into fights, and trying to pincer people off. Like that last fight was started off the back of Westrice, and then Bubba Dub was just in range of the spray and pray. That range is very deceptive. You think that he's just sitting over there on the left of those trees and spraying, praying.
It was past the
over the turret.
Yeah.
To Bubba Dub is just a huge amount of range on that.
Had his positioning quite well. Mashmi was giving credit in the intro video, both Broken Shard and the rest of the team. And as we said, he himself thinks that he's the one that needs to get going. At 5, 3, and 7, picked himself up. Nice few double kills in the game on some odd plays, we gotta say, but he still got it to happen. Bringing himself up very nicely in the laning phase. We saw the 2v1 game going on here that Curse Academy didn't have half a good a push that Complexity did. They definitely had to scrape back a little bit in the early game there to make sure this was what happened. A lot of pressure now to the mid turret, Zyrene. It's going to have to be an engage. What are we looking for from Complexity Black? Who are they going to put the ball on? Who are they trying to shock with?
It's going to be Westrice. He has to get on top of Mashmi, throw the ball onto him like that, and see if he can actually get the Shockwave in position. Because that's what Prawley's saving that baby for. He's like, I need to Shockwave Mash Me. If I don't Shockwave Mash Me, we're going to lose the fight. And Mash Me has a GA now. He's full build. He's done. He's not going to get any stronger.
Such a scary engage now. You have Pat and both Rux. Rux even easier, can slice that first person, get a safeguard, dice on through, and Pat's ready to follow with the Sonic Wave. So much gap close right now. You can see Complexity Black very weary of putting themselves in range other than Oriana's ball that probably keeps throwing out for that zoning.
Trying to zone them.
Yeah.
But there's the lockup on the Rux. Trying to get some good damage. Inhibitor still not down just yet. Mashmi is cloaked. He's off on the side.
Yeah.
He's trying to come in. There he is!
Locking him down. This is going to be great. Westrice could not have asked for more right now. K1 Pro's in. Rux very
Mashmi's
low.
going down.
It's Dualsec on the outside, not really being hit up right now. Mashmi and both Robert actually are on the ground right now, and the teams have to fend
There's
for
Westrice
themselves.
going on Rux.
Westrice onto Rux over the wall. The slice is there. Gets himself out. I believe he was able to quickly dice as well. 2 minutes on drag, but both teams are focusing on what push they can get after this fight just happened. For Curse Academy to not really have that one altogether, Complexity Black can easily gain some ground here.
So all that credit I was giving Mashmi for his positioning, kind of opposite right there. Look at that. Shockwave right onto him. Gone. He's in GA state right now. Westrice is all on top of this, trying to do what he can. Mashmi comes back up. They try to heal him. He's gone. Robert X. Lee, he's out of the fight too, and they just chase it down. Bubba Dub trying to come up big here, but they disengage it, and Westrice, he wanted some of that Rux, but he slice and dices his way right out of there. So the positioning there, you look at it, Mash didn't get to use his heal or his flash.
No.
Just locked up in it. His GA is now just stats on him for the defense. Does no longer have that revive available. And the fact he positioned himself so far forward, he almost ate the Dark Binding too to start the fight off.
Whoa. Rux is like, all right, let's make this happen.
He's like, I've got a Thorn Mail. I'm ready to rock. Robert can go ahead and kill himself against my body.
Curse Academy is definitely just kind of, oh.
Whoa.
Could have autoed him and then kept him there, but wind up time, gets him go home. You saw how much Curse was just kind of walking onto the steps and off to the steps. West Rice was like a pixel within range, but they will not engage unless they see Mash Me. It's kind of like Blitzcrank having the hookup. Until he uses it, nobody wants to do anything. But if, like you said, once they saw Mash Me, it was over. So that ace in the hole, that card that they have to keep playing on the side of Curse Academy. Very nice push here.
Hit nobody with the Shockwave. That is not good for Complexity Black, but that's really good for Curse Academy. They can start sieging this up even harder without that fear in the back of their minds. Look at that. They don't care anymore. They're like, it's gone.
This is the lockdown. They need to fight with the turret up right now. They try to go in. It is just going to be a decimation of the turret quickly. Curse has enough time and HP to focus on the structure while taking all of these abilities right now. They kind of think it's a good time to get out. Now being reinitiated on. K1 Pro taking a nice ace.
Oh, the binding.
Flashes it as well. And Complexity Black with Curse standing still for that amount of time. Couldn't take one down.
And they end up losing their inhibitor just from brute force. Now 2 of them down on opposite sides. They have to spread themselves thin. And now the middle turret will be the next objective here after the Dragon for Curse Academy, who've just been on point in terms of control of Dragon and Baron all game long.
Yep. Very strong play coming from Curse Academy. They may not have had the early game upper hand with how the 2v1 swap went. As I said before, they weren't even able to grab the top tier turret when their second tier or 2 were dropped in the bottom lane. So that's still a lot to come back from in itself. That pros say they're doing that now because it's working with that early game gold and how the map is opened up. And Curse didn't get that early game gold. They kind of struggled there to come back, but they did a damn good job at it. Now 46-46 into our 3rd place match. It's the first game in a best of 5. It's one hell of a game so far.
Oh yeah, and a lot of people are expecting Complexity Black to come up big in this series. But Curse Academy, they're definitely showing that they are high contenders for this spot and putting a lot on the line. Former LCS pro, Don't Mash Me, pulling his weight hardcore on this. He's a big target and he's got one on his back. We saw it in the intro video. Complexity Black, we think he's the most threatening member, and they focus him every time. If he's in the back line, they still just run past everybody and try to get to him.
They said if we can avoid Broken Shard's ganks in the early game, the game will be all right for us. And Broken Shard was 2 to 3 levels behind at one point because of, you know, how Complexity Black reacted to their own turret push. Kind of leaves Eve out in the wild. We'll see how Mash Me, a little close here.
Going for it again.
Broken Shard gets hit up, but he knows the Dark Binding isn't there this time. The crowd control isn't there. Still with the hard hat on, a little crazy. 48 minutes on the clock. This one's going for the long haul. 20 seconds on to Baron. Whatever happens after this fight could mean a lot. And right now, the inhibitor in the eyes of Curse Academy.
Some damage onto Pat, but there's so much armor here that Robert X. Lee almost does nothing to these members. 2 Thorn Mails, 1 on Rux, 1 on Pat. They just bruiser their way in there, and then they're like, all right, we're going to go get Baron now. See you guys.
One of those times when they need to just push in. This is only providing more chances, more 50-50s for the other team to get a chance to make something happen for themselves. Mash Me makes another mistake like that. You saw it. It was a pretty good fight coming in for Complexity Black. Doesn't look like the Barons can actually have anything on it. So that just kind of goes with the Curse Academy flow, rather. 8 to 6 in turrets. 3 more left on the map for them to take down. With that Baron being grabbed, no contest. I actually don't think Complexity can really do much here, but we'll have to see.
A lot of combat stats for Curse Academy. Coming up big on this one so far. You look at Robert X. Lee, he's 2, 7, and 10. He's just been focused down, and they get to him a lot easier than Complexity Black gets to Mash Me. It's very slippery. They don't even need the Talisman of Ascension. They opt for the Frozen Heart instead. They are just countering Robert X. Lee and stopping him from carrying this game. So it's all on West Rice, who at the same time is getting shut down by a lot of those items too. He does some magic damage, but not the same.
Frozen Heart's still going to make a Jax pretty sad.
Oh yeah, that and the Thorn Mails too, on Cat and
double
Rux.
Thorn. You can see just toying with them. But look at where Westrice thinks he is as well. He wants to be the one to go out and clear. He's trying to get wards out. He does not have a sweeper right now. He's got the upgraded ward. So it looks like he's trying to get trinkets out for the team, make engagements that he can be balled in and maybe hop over the wall. A very nice 3-man shockwave there. Duosec low, uses the intervention, locking the Iron Solari, also goes out.
Curse
Academy
gone.
definitely worried about this fight. This is what I was talking about, Complexity with their own engagement. Rux can't afford to go in it as well. We see that the inhibitor might be going down, but Complexity has to get Curse off their front doorstep.
And now that bottom inhibitor just going to be dropped. Trying to defend it is just not enough. They already had super minions, double super minions just buffing each other, re-getting that inhibitor. Now they're just holding on for dear life. They're going to need multiple fights going in their favor, or if they can push out of their base, go for just one death blow if Complexity Black want to get back into this. But Curse Academy, they can go for the slow, methodical way and mash me GA up. Very, very strong. He's just doing so much work for his team, and his positioning, like 9 out of 10 times, is perfect. We're going to look at that again here. We see the Shockwave. Duosec looks like he's going to go down here, and Broken Shard tries to go in and tries to get in on them, but he can't. And now Bubba Dub gets locked up and just dropped. Now Westrice comes in from the side. He runs into the box, so he decides I have to pull off and go after Rux now. He's the closest member, and he gets picked up with Ace of the Hole.
Really great positioning from Robert X lead that fight. Curse Academy knew, though, they had such a wave pressure on the bottom lane that we might lose a few here. But Complexity is not going to be coming up without one of our turrets or anything after this. The push is just too good, and with those both being down in the side lanes, that's inevitably the mid lane falling down.
Yeah, they're just going to have to siege up, and Complexity Black, their options are very limited against Curse Academy, considering that Twitch coming back into play, back into favor, warrants a different type of play style. And really, Mash Me, if he just doesn't mess up his positioning, or mash his positioning, mash himself into that fight, he'll be good. He will be really good. All he has to do is just stay in that outer range. The hard engage here is really just Westrice and a pinch from Broken Shard, but if you keep him in the base, he's never going to come from behind you.
I like how he's picked up the orb as well, making sure he can kind of figure out where any of that crowd control will be coming from, if anybody is hanging off on the side. You always see Mash Me going in by himself, which is a little scary.
Yeah, he's using the spray and pray just to get the extra range to hit the turret.
Yep. This is, I was going to say, sometimes you get in your own head and you want something to happen. Using that ultimate there, it does come up quite quickly, but that almost got them caught. The Banshee's Veil keeping them safe from the initial burst of Duosec, so he's also has to look for a different target to start his Q on now if it can't be broken. A lot of little things are being mitigated here that are going to throw the fight in different ways. It'll be interesting how the teams accept that. Westrice, he's on cleanup duty right now. We got super minions coming in from both the bottom side. Top side has been thwarted by the inhibitor spawning. But we're 53 minutes in, and it's going to start be 6 items for everybody around the map.
Except for Westrice, who's sitting on a Fortitude Potion.
He is, yep.
Hasn't chugged it yet. Hasn't even built another item. Just wanting to have that little burst HP in a team fight. We'll have to see how it works out for him. But still, 3-7 for Robert X. Lee. Even in items, though, so he's just as strong as Mash Me in terms of build, but coming up on Champion Select here, it's definitely the Twitch who has that late game advantage with Kale in the back pocket for the intervention. Ooh. Once again, going after this up inhibitor in the top lane. Middle turret very low. All inhibitors are about to be open. Mash is going for it again, they catch him.
Oh my gosh, he gets the intervention right away. This is going to be the go for broke fight. Westrice very low. It's going to go down. The Guardian Angel proccing for him. It's now onto Broken Shard. He goes down in the fight and will not be back to participate. Curse Academy pushing their way in. Babadub with only a few shots left. They may have found the fight they finally need, and it's not even when they have Baron. It was just about the multitasking and giving Complexity Black too much to work with. They take down the middle inhibitor. They're going to take down the top one as well. They're going to grab everything they can. A 54-minute game as they make what should be the final push.
They're going for it here. Westrice back up. He's full HP. He's coming in this. He's trying to do what he can against Mash, but his GA isn't even popped.
This is going to be bad for West Royce if he tries to go in anymore. Rux, so much damage coming in with the rest of the team. Dualsec helping to crush down the HP bars, and Complexity not having enough damage to take down Rux. K1 Pro, Mash Me now up off the Guardian Angel, and that is going to
probably
be
gets one.
enough damage most likely coming in for game one. Mash Me very afraid of what can happen. Probably trying to make the dance happen. Saves himself. Too many minions onto the Nexus. K1 Pro trying to get the hits in. The spawns are coming up in 13 seconds for Broken Shard, but that's too long at 55 minutes. Game one going over to Curse Academy, and what a game.
And Complexity Black said in the intro video, Mash Me is the guy they want to look out for. And even if they're looking at him all game long, he's still coming up big. So I don't know how they're going to shut him down further. They may ban out the Twitch, but from start to finish, objective control for Curse Academy. Most of the Dragons, early game falling over to them. Turrets went to Complexity Black, but they always stayed just one step ahead on Curse Academy. All the Barons were theirs. Even that Dragon that Pat secured through 2 members, flying all the way to it, picking it up for himself. It wasn't an equal trade, but still, have another Dragon to their name. And that's what they did from start to finish. It's Curse Academy.
That was quite big, and a lot of the fights were going in Complexity's favor after that. We saw the bottom fight where Curse picked up 2 or 3 kills, but it was Westrice that had taken the top turret there, trying to keep giving them map pressure. And then Complexity Black's map pressure fell off a little bit, and Curse Academy then started to take over.
The teleport looked like it was going to come up big for them.
Right.
But then they just pushed in on them over and over again, and Westrice was then always in the fight, always clearing a super minion wave after the inhibitor went down, and that was what his duty was from then on. He wasn't able to make it past tier 1 turrets at that point.
All right, let's bring up a replay from the game as well. It's the Curse Academy Baron fight. We all remember this one. Such a huge play, but Complexity Black is kind of a have to.
And Mash Me, he's off on the bottom side here and probably hasn't shockwaved yet, even though he could have gotten 3 there. Throws it on a Mash and picks him up, but just barely.
Yeah.
And they gave a lot for that. They were already down 2 members going into that fight, so it was a 3-on-5 in favor of Curse Academy. Right. And that first Baron going over to them was huge.
And really strong play as well coming from the jungle and the lanes of Curse Academy. After all that were to happen, we saw Rux 1v1ing Broken Shard on the bottom lane and a quick, what was it, a 6 to level 4, I think, because of how quickly they took advantage of Complexity Black trying to get their advantage off the quick 2v1 in the bottom lane 2 turret push.
Yeah, Rux pushing that advantage of being Renekton in the early game against just a jungler Eve who has almost no combat stats at the beginning.
Right.
Like, I've got a Spirit Stone and a Longsword, it's about it. Up against a Pickaxe, which he came up with. Just big for his team.
Those little things in every lane, leading Curse Academy to the first win in this best of 5. So with our first playoff game all wrapped up, we need to take a quick break. But when we come back, it's game 2 between Curse Academy and Complexity Black. Plus, I will dominate from that other Curse team. Will be joining us here in the studio. Stick around. There's more Challenger action coming your way. Yeah, he teleported in and they saw it right away. Oh! It's going to be the engage. Bubba Dub very low. Gets hit up by Mash Me right on the backside. Spray and pray. He's in the perfect choke point to keep shredding the team. But Dualsec with a beautiful flash in the save. There's, oh my God, I don't even know how that saved him just now. 18 to 14, 38 minutes on the clock, and Mash Me's got his eyes on the inhibitor turret.
no signal to unlimited. Roam, flip to iPhone, earpiece to Bluetooth. Everything advanced is the new truth. Look, I went from the Air Force Ones to, well, I still rock the Air Force Ones. Cross colors to Jabot to the Rocker. Well, right there, now the Sean John gotcha. Went from Coleco up to Nintendo, to the Xbox, to the PS3 show. Floor model televisions to the flat screens. Went from pro sports to the rap dreams. Big bodies to the drops, to the coops, to the low cuts, the fades, to the braids like Snoop. It all moving too fast, bringing the future to life through the past. Come on.
Yeah, y'all feeling this.
O to the new.
Yeah, you see how real it is.
O to the new.
And you know we killing this.
O to the new.
And my life really is.
O to the new.
Took this back to gear.
O to the new.
Flipped up rocks for this.
O to the new.
Now we on track for this.
O to the new.
And y'all keep practicing.
O to the new. Went from the
Get himself to safety. A great grab out of Brawley.
but
He's
so much
gonna get
damage.
blocked. Westrice tries to go back in as well as they go a retribution kill on each other. One
Oh
more
my
kick.
God.
Westrice is just playing hopscotch on people's heads
here's
right
Mashpee.
now.
He's got
he
the points on the
gets down to the
Westrice.
passive. Oh my God, so close.
Oh,
Robert
he gets them
actually
both.
gets hit down, and the expunge is able to cancel out both on either side of him. Welcome back to the Challenger Series third place matchup. We're heading into game 2 right now between Curse Academy and Complexity Black. But before we get into the matchup, I'd like to welcome Team Curse. Jungler, I will dominate. What's going on, man? Welcome to the studio. Thanks for joining us.
Yep, it's awesome to be here. I'm enjoying these games.
Awesome. So coming into that first game, as a jungler yourself, looking at 2v1s, because we had one, how chaotic does that make your life?
It makes it a little bit chaotic, but at this point, it's kind of like standardized what happens. Like you go bot, you push a tower, the enemy team pushes the tower, and you kind of both just keep going until one team just like chickens out. And it's normally the team pushing topside because of like the armor on the turret. They're a little bit slower and they don't want to give away the dragon, so they normally rotate back over, and then you kind of just play like a standard game from there.
And what's your take on the splitting of the experience where they go 2 and 2 with top laner and jungler instead of the jungler being level 3? Because it did cost Rux a little. It gave Rux a kill.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily like the split of the experience. Personally, as a jungler, I want to have most of the experience. But I understand it when you have a Jax on your team. You want to get him out of that early game. If he's getting 2v1, it's going to be rough, and you want him to hit that beast late game. And the way you're going to get there is by like helping him out a little bit early when he needs it.
So what were some things that you kind of saw in the game that stood out to you?
Well, I definitely thought that the main thing that came into play this game was teleport. When Call Black was allowed to split out their teleport and have him TP in at unopportune times for Curse Academy, they were able to capitalize, get kills. They had that early 3 kills that they got Dragon stolen, but they had like control of Dragon off that. And later when they were able to do that again, they were able to get another 3 kill stretch, and they were able to progress the game. But the one time where they had the TP up and they sent 4 people mid and Jax bot, that's when they lost the game right there, because they needed to have their people on Baron. They needed to be able to vision control that area and force Curse Academy to make a bad decision. They need to either have to chase the Jax around, which is extremely difficult once he's got a blue buff. He has his leap strike every couple seconds. He's got a Blade of the Ruined King. He's so hard to kill. And then you have the Baron pressure on the other side that you're forced to check into a team with an Eve. You don't know where she is. So if they were able to vision control there and they're able to TP in the Jax and force Curse Academy to make a bad decision, they probably would have won that game.
What are some things that kind of gets a team into that position when they had a bit of a lead? They'd pink warded their entire jungle. What kind of leads you into that false safety that you might think you have?
It's just kind of the emotion coming into it. You know that this game means a lot. You know that you need to win this game to be able to make it into the LCS. And instead of like thinking globally what's the best move, you just kind of want to fight. You're like, oh, we want to dive this mid. And in reality, you don't want the game to come down to a 5 versus 5 turret dive on mid lane when you're winning the game. You want the other team to come into Baron, face check one at a time. You get picks after picks, and suddenly you have Baron, and then you're splitting again. And then what does the enemy team do? You want to be able to dictate the pace of the game, and they weren't necessarily able to do that. It kind of ended up as a 5v5 standoff game, which wasn't ideal if you have the advantage.
Yeah. And when there's a Twitch on the enemy team, how does that affect your jungle style? Are you looking gank him, shut him down early, or is it the vision control in the late game?
It's vision control in the late game, and then you just need to be able to keep your eyes out for flanks. A couple times in this game, you saw Twitch come from the side, and they assumed that he was farming top. And it's kind of hard to deal with, because you see Twitch in the top lane, and you think he's farming, and every 30 seconds he disappears. You assume that he's just farming the wave, and then he's just going back, maybe doing his doubles. But that time where he went back top, he pushed out a wave, and then he rotates mid invisible. Then you suddenly get flanked, and you're in this situation where your carries are in front. They're dying one at a time, and that's really what snowballed the game. The flanks and then the inability to use TP from Call Black.
So looking at how Complexity Black played this game, now being on the purple side for the next game, they kind of don't get maybe what they want for the starting composition. What can they focus on? What kind of allows you to regroup as a team and go in? What could be the easy comfort strat?
I think that they go for more comfort picks. In this game, it seemed like Curse Academy had all the comfort picks. You have Mash Me on Twitch, great Twitch player. Duosec, when he first hit high yellow, when he first got a challenger, he was mainly just Kale every single game. K1 Pro, he's new in here. His main is Thresh. They had all the champions they were comfortable on, and while I think Call Black had a better comp for at least the mid game and the early game, Curse Academy was able to fall back on that comfort. They were able to pick fights that they want, and they had really good idea of what their champions did. And I think that if Call Black goes back to comfort picks, they'll probably have a better showing in this game.
All right, final question. Who do you feel Complexity Black needs to get around to get these wins going?
I think they definitely need to make sure that Prolly gets going. If Prolly gets big, he's able to carry those team fights late game. He can land the big shockwaves. If Prolly's like in the game and he's a big factor, I think that they'll have a good chance of winning.
All right, Dominic, thank you very much. We'll be sure to touch back with you after every game today, and we are about to head into our next game. It's a best-of-5 series, Curse Academy versus Complexity Black, and our first game I think everybody still remembers. If you missed it, you might want to go back and scrub it real quick. It won't do it any justice, but you'll get an idea of just how good these teams are playing right now.
That game was so recent, if you forgot it, you probably had to get yourself checked out, too.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
So that's probably forgetting the game is the least of your worries at that point. Oh, so, yeah, I loved having him here because it's great insight, right?
So good.
All around all of that, and the Twitch disappearing, coming into lane. Might be a ban here. And the fact that Duosec loves that Kale, and they can mash that up with MashMe's Twitch pick in the late game, wasn't meaning to do that. But if they mash that up with it, it's just such a great combo. Even if you get on Twitch, he's 3 seconds more durable than he normally is.
Played out well for him last game. We saw him getting himself into some very sour situations. He was able to squeeze himself out of with a little bit of life left. The intervention definitely keeping his tail clean. We'll see Kha'Zix, Xin Zhao, a lot of the bans coming out here towards the jungler. They want to make sure Broken Shard does not have a good game. They probably felt the chaos in the laning phase there for Complexity, with Broken Shard not really being able to be as present as usual.
These are the exact same bans as game 1. And we're going to have to see if that last one comes in and it's exactly the same. Because they took away Ziggs, took away Xin Zhao, took away Kha'Zix. Broken Shard probably makes sure he doesn't get going. Then the Rise, which means that they probably want to first pick a Renekton here for Rux. Just take that away, because if it ends up... Nope. Okay. So K1 Pro, he's actually going to get his baby, again, the Thresh. Wow. So they might pick Renekton for themselves now for Complexity Black. That's always the thing. You have to be like, what's my tier list? What's my #1 pick? And then is that what we're going to form the team composition around, or do we not want to show too much at once? So now it's Complexity Black's turn to pick that up, and I didn't know that K1 Pro was just a Thresh main.
Enough to take it first and say we're not showing you what we have right now for anything. Keeping your hands that clean coming into game 2 is actually, I think, a really nice thing to have, because then the other team's wondering, they say, well, if we go too far one way, Thresh can be in a composition that does whatever they want. They can go shields, they can't go Nidalee, I guess. But they can still go a little bit of poke with what they find. So there's Academy.
There's like a thread every day about how powerful Thresh is just because of his innate kit, and people always say if he did no damage he would still be a top support just because his kit has so much pressure, CC, hard, soft, and displacement. So.
I was actually going to say maybe Duosec will take LeBlanc. He did previously, games versus LMQ, he's played that, but Westerice grabbing that up right there for Prolly. Definitely a champion that Prolly can carry on, as Dominate was saying. Kind of needs to be the guy to really get going. We saw Westerice have a great game on Jax. He was dictating. He was taking top turrets by himself, but wasn't a big enough player to snowball the game all by himself. So hopefully Prolly can get in that position.
And they picked the LeBlanc and the Morgana. Morgana is regarded as one of the hardest counters to Thresh because all of his moves are very telegraphed.
Yeah.
You see the hook wind up. You're like, I'm in range of Flay, Black Shield myself. Box comes down, you go walk through multiple walls and you'll be fine. Doesn't slow you, doesn't do anything to you. Just race right through it.
Just knocking down doors.
Yeah, he did it before too, but not to the same effect.
The house wrecker counter.
All of those hooks from K1 Pro were right on target, and the Black Shields were not from Bubba Dub. So we're going to have to see if he can step up his game and actually lock them up. But now, the Renekton and the Lee Sin, once again, both go over to Curse Academy. This is the same composition here from Curse Academy. Same bands, same comp. Might be a repeat in terms of picks, just swapping sides.
Right. We see that Elise coming out as well instead of the Eve this time. It'll be very interesting to see if Complexity Black gets everything they had. Kale's being taken out by Duosec once again. So, tried and true, they're running it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I guess so.
That's exactly what they're doing right now. They're saying, well, it worked last game, and we did so well. And Mash, hovering over the Vayne.
Oh, man.
We've seen him play Vayne before. He's a very good player in terms of mechanics. He's very mechanically sound. He loves Vayne. He loves those late game carries because he can deliver consistently. He will consistently farm well regardless of the range on his champion. He will be left the farm in a split push lane. We saw it with him on the Twitch. And if he's Vayne, he can do that again and be like, if anybody comes up to me, that's fine. But he goes with the Caitlyn instead. And that's the only swap here from Curse Academy's team composition.
Kind of like the pickup as well.
It works well against Lucian.
To spray and pray against this team in general, they're all just going to kind of dash out of it during the fight. It's going to be hard to keep track of any whole line of people looking at what you have right here. So I like the Caitlyn pickup. Also takes that. Robert actually is playing Lucian, but still Robert actually is not playing on his most comfortable AD carry right there. So, although Lucian is probably like that far behind.
Yeah, it's
Caitlyn,
right behind it.
It's a little bit.
And
That's the thing they were talking about though. All the comfort. If you can get all the comfort, then they're going to be better off. And Curse Academy is just out of Twitch this game. That's it. And it was their choice.
Yeah, that's the only difference here for them. They go with the Caitlyn for the range and to stay even with Lucian in lane.
Right.
Because they may get the 2v2, they may get the 2v1, but they're preparing for it either way. So now they're probably just going to send Caitlyn bottom because she does really well in 2v2. She does really well in 2v1s. And if Complexity Black want to be the ones to initiate on the turret top that has that extra bonus against auto attacks, then Curse Academy's fine with that. That's what that's telling me right there. Because Caitlyn means I look to lane. I'm not looking to split push.
Right.
Because the Twitch is like, that means I want a 2v1. Because Lucian versus Twitch is not a good matchup for Twitch. Lucian versus Vayne
Kind of hurts.
Still not a good matchup. You can tumble out of Piercing Lights, but that's not the most part. That's not the most of his damage in the early game anyway.
I mean, Lucian versus Caitlyn is still like an okay. Yeah. It's still annoying.
They're both lane bullies.
So annoying to play against. All the Qs just flying over.
And Vayne is one of the champions in the game that only has single target abilities. You cannot push a wave. None of her abilities are AoE.
That's true.
I think it's like her, Poppy, and that's it.
We could buy a team out of Poppy.
Yeah. That's an item though. You could buy, you know.
Can't buy a team out on Vayne.
You buy Runaan's though. You buy Hurricane.
Knocking things down.
Static Shiv, that's fine.
This is true, you can.
Static Shiv is actually a viable build on her, though. Don't build Runeance on her.
Why not? The money sink of
That'd be great if it could put silver bolts on 3 people.
Yeah.
It'd be ridiculous.
That would be pretty nice. So we'll see this game coming in. Curse Academy looks to grab the second game in the best of 5 series. Complexity Black looking top shape as well. That game went really to the top.
Yeah,
the bar was reached by both teams, and then finally Curse Academy kind of just stretched out and was able to get the strip of the last first place. So we'll see what they can get now coming into the second game. It's still the comfort picks for both teams, I would say. Complexity Black looks like they got what they want. They were just hovering on things, taking their time, making sure they're realizing what happened last game. Because in a best-of-3 series, you definitely have to go competition brain and say, that game's over. Let's just go to the next game, whatever. They're each a best-of-1. Let's win. Let's just win.
Yeah.
Because that can really help sometimes, especially in these tense moments. It's going to have to be for both of these teams right now. Curse Academy seeming to prevail a little bit in that structure in the first game. We'll see what Complexity Black did in the team powwow here over the break.
And now, we already touched on what Curse Academy's team composition does in game 1. So I don't really want to touch on it too much here because it's just Caitlyn that's being subbed in.
Yep, right.
And Complexity Black, they're probably going to do the buddy system again. They have the teleport advantage on West Rice. Also, Elise pushes turrets really well with Skittering Frenzy and Spiderlings. And the fact that they have a Lucian, who's really good at pushing turrets. If you use an ability, he'll just double shot it. It's fine. Probably, on the other hand, this is a skill matchup. Kale, it starts with a K sound. Kale versus LeBlanc is basically, can LeBlanc silence me and burst me before I'm able to use intervention and then turn it around? Because LeBlanc will try to poke you, dibble you down to about 30%, 40%, and then try to burst you. And if he's successful with that, then it'll be in Crawley's favor. But if Duosec can turn it around, which we know Kale's his little baby, tip that lane.
That's only a little helpful for Pat that Broken Shard walked back into the team with vision. It's like, wait a minute. Oh, sorry, guys. Everybody's here. So they have a little bit of knowledge, but 3 members only tips off what they're going to be starting on. It doesn't really say that anybody else is diving in somewhere else.
Well, it does signal that he is adamant on starting at his red buff, which means he'll go red-blue bottom lane.
Right.
Which sets him up to go straight there. Jax is with him, and now they're going to put the AD carry and the support in the mid lane again and see where they go. But here, all 5 of them grouped up here. Rux is nowhere in the vicinity, but there are pings from Duosec, and they see it.
Duosec just sees the conga line coming in. Peacemaker going over about 200 damage. They're getting some nice hits in here, peppering down the health bars of Complexity Black, which they are forced to walk out on. Bub-Dub with the Tormented Soil of Forever. Can he steal it? I don't know if he's really going to try this. This would be crazy. What is he doing? Did he take Dark Binding? Oh, the Tormented Soil?
He hasn't taken anything just yet.
He hasn't taken anything. Yeah, looking at the bottom. He's just hovering.
So Rux is free farming. He's pushing that all the way to the turret as fast as he can, so even if he does get 2v1, then he's got experience. He'll be level 2. And that doesn't set them up for a great situation, but they want to go for the 2-on-2 in the top lane. That's the Lucian pick coming up. You want to be a lane bully.
Ooh.
And Morgana does really well versus Thresh in lane.
And we just saw Rux hit level 2 in the bottom. West Rice gonna have a little bit of trouble until he's pushed back to his turret. Then he'll be eating out the slice and dice. Broken Shard getting his red just now. That was actually quite a long time. He's going to be heading down with the blue on, or rather with the ward on his blue. He'll be able to get that quite safely. And like you said, we'll be in the bottom lane. But both junglers could match up on this Cyrene. Could get pretty bloody early.
And Renekton has that early game advantage versus Jax. He's trying to play it safe. He's down 8 CS. Just trying to get himself back up. Broken Shard will take this and start getting that mana back. And then we'll have to see where it goes from there. Because Lise versus Lee Sin, it's kind of like, if he Qs a Spiderling, then you're good. If he Qs you, then you're most likely going to lose the trade.
Pushing Robert actually back to the turret. Very nice grab by K1 Pro. Just missing a few CS. He's able to grab those. Very nice CSing, actually. Keeping it consistent. He is down, though. So this push from Mashme and K1 Pro.
Oh, he had turret aggro there.
Yeah.
For just a second.
Yeah. That was very close. Bub-Dub is trying to play that edge of life and love. And there's a little bit of love with that one as well. Oh.
Up, just off the over the shoulder.
Everybody's dodging, just hitting, just missing. Looks like we could actually get a good 2v2 here. Pat looking to get around the Spiderlings. Just missing the Sonic Wave. Spiderlings cutting off the pie, so he couldn't hit Prolly either. Really back and forth right here. So knowledge of the jungler is going to slow things down a little bit unless they make the crazy move to go in for the jungle hit once again. But Prolly, very nice consistent damage staying just out of range of the turret.
Didn't use his W there, his distortion.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's a heal available for both of them.
Robert, don't run in.
Oh, they're going for Broken Shard.
Oh, Broken Shard comes out of nowhere. Robert still taking a little bit of damage. They throw down the summoner heal that he gets himself in a range with. Another Peacemaker brings him an inch from death again, but he lives it out, and it's going to be Mash that goes down first. Valiant attempt coming in for Curse Academy. Now Westrice on the bottom side finds Pat as he tries to get some gold on the other side of the map for the team. Westrice is going to leap away from that one, and Rux, good guy, tanking the turret out so Pat can get the safety.
Oh, he
just whiffed it in front of Westrice, so close to hitting that one.
All of these Sonic Waves are so close to hitting. Just barely. And then the top lane gank tipped off that Pat needs to go bottom now.
Yeah.
Goes for it. He doesn't get rewarded for his efforts. Just a little bit of CS here for Rux. So he's winning the lane in the overall, but in the top, not so lucky for Mashme this game. They're trying to shut him down.
Rux with the same exact build coming in, but first a pink ward for himself instantly as he goes down to the bottom lane. Feels like he can control that quite a bit, so why not buy a pink if it's going to be there for a while?
Prolly.
Man, a 1-2
He doesn't have his W. Again.
That's all right. That was a good dodge.
It was a dodge.
Probably read that. Left. Right when you're on the edge of that and you're going to start running parallel along it is usually when somebody will attack, so you just kind of stutter step. It's almost always readable. They can't do anything else because they're going to be under the turret, so Prolly's got it. Yeah. Keeps it in mind.
I like the angle of the Sonic Wave too.
Yeah.
Because if he had just gone straight, there's nowhere for him to dodge.
Exactly.
It's between him and the wall.
That's always a scary thing. When you're running from skill shots, stay away from a wall because it makes it that much easier to hit.
Unless you're going to go over it. That's about it.
Then you're free and clear.
Oh, 4 men strong again.
Very strong in the bottom lane here for Complexity Black. They're trying to dictate the turret takedown, and they're going to get this quite nicely. Like you said, with that Frenzy, instead of having the Evelyn, and now they're on the unarmored champion damage turret. So,
yep,
very
and
nice.
it's still 6 minutes, so that top lane has that buff still.
Well, not unarmored, sorry, champion reduction.
Yeah, it's just a flat amount.
Easy to just say incorrectly every time.
It's got extra defenses.
We'll see now, Complexity Black. This is what Dominate said. It's really who wants to pull back off of the turret. And right now, looks like nobody is catering to that. They're going to go ahead and take the second one. Top lane still being pushed in. They have the Caitlyn. That's going to be nice for the pushes. Both sides on Lucian as well. So there should be too bad on this one, but look how much more they have to go. This is time that is going to be bought for Broken Shard to clear out the jungle. Dragon now to get pressure with vision. These guys can do anything they want with all the vision they have of Curse Academy in the top lane.
And the reason that Westrice doesn't TP up to the top is because they think that he can get there in time, but he can't. And now he has TP available for the Dragon fight, and there's 2 members up top from Curse Academy, so this is most likely an uncontested Dragon. Save for a Pat Q.
Yes, save for Pat Q. We saw this last time. Robert X. Lee playing human
Now he's
field.
got a body block this time.
It's just like, no. Sonic Wave, no.
No.
He's trying to thread it. He's trying to thread it.
No!
Hits
He can
a
still
Bubba
safeguard. He
Dub.
can still safeguard to it.
Can he? Oh, they stopped attack.
Oh!
Smart play from Complexity Black to completely turn the
Oh, wait, he smited it early!
He gets it! Broken Shard smited early. Pat's going to get hipped up by the Dark Binding, but still a valiant attempt and a double thumbs up coming from his team on another Dragon Steel. Deja vu.
I'm still processing that.
Man.
Because he used his Q. Maybe he's just not used to the Elise, the new damage on it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's kind of a force of habit. You're like, all right, it's at this HP. My smite does this much.
Yeah.
Go ahead and use my bite. But no, was just short of it. And Pat just looks back, goes, oh, it's in smite range. Takes it for himself.
And this is, you know, a little bit of what happened last game. Complexity Black with an early lead. The first dragon was stolen away.
Oh, he right to the hook!
Academy. Ooh, that was big. Very, very close.
If the hook had landed long enough for his W to his distortion, the origin point to fade away, he would have been done for. Would have had to flash, and Rux, he's taking a lot of damage.
Should be all right. Throws on that Dominus. He does have the stun up. He's trying to bait it in. He's saying, yeah, fight me. He did just use his Ignite, though, so they went hard in this fight. But he still feels like his Call of the Meek is going to give him enough back, and then he'll be able to stun him up. Now the fight to the mid lane.
Got himself back up.
Yeah.
Now they're just pushing. It's 4 men strong from Curse Academy in the mid lane. Oh, no black shield for that.
That is a dead Bubba Dub. Probably tries to go in and get the same amount of damage, but he comes up just short, unfortunately. Duosec able to get that heal and speed steroid in. Robert X. Lee could get a nice side strafe culling, but it's going to be too little, too late. Cannot get any damage onto the team.
Yeah. It's unfortunate the levels here for him, too. Just sitting at 5.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no culling. Good call.
Yeah, there's no ace in the hole either. It's like you feel like it would be everybody would be 6 by now.
Absolutely.
But it's just this hyper-accelerated game where everybody's like, we're not going to stay in lane for a long time. Because you see turrets drop and you're like, oh, it's mid-game. Yeah, that's what my brain does.
That's what Complexity Black versus Red was, though. It was like 4-minute mid-game. These guys had inhibitor turrets naked by that 5-minute mark, so I wouldn't be surprised.
And I was like, all right.
Just wanted to break lane.
Everybody's level 13, right? No, that's 4 minutes in. It's 4:22.
So probably cleaning up the mid lane here, has the blue buff, and he fights to break out. He will be more than happy to continue distorting on people's faces. 10.5 minutes into this one, K1 Pro trying to grab back a little bit of the jungle and goes ahead, he just waltzes by a pink ward. Why not? Yeah.
And
smells like roses, keep it there.
It's just a little flower for everybody. And on the point that it's a low experience game,
yeah,
because it's a low CS game too. Nobody's broken 70. Very
like
close for MASH too. Yeah, almost 11 minutes here. Where typically you'll see some people around the 80 mark, depending on how well they've been doing. But it's just been lane, just running around the map, testing Dragon very early, pushing up waves. And at that point, you don't really care about your CS and CSing under the turret. You care about getting the turret down. You don't care if the minions kill it, because you want it as fast as possible.
Right, you want the same influx of gold as everybody else is getting.
Yeah.
If you fall behind, then things get a little sticky. Right now, 200 gold, not too bad. That was actually about 300 or 400 quickly for Complexity Black, but Curse able to stave that off. Like we said, another Dragon steal. Not another one in this game, but just one after the other from first game to the second one. Pat has been on point. Probably gets a nice chain down, should be able to get some follow-up damage.
Oh,
the rest of the team, how many flashes there were just used to get in? Okay, so it's just Broken Shard and then flashy moves from everybody else.
Intervention used to absorb a lot of damage. A lot of the burst came down at that moment.
Yeah.
They thought they had him locked up. They held off on it for a second, but K1 Pro, here comes Probably.
Whoa, very nicely played. Broken Shard saying, we'll do this, I'll repel the aggro. And Probably coming up with a very nice kill for himself. K1 Pro and Pat now to stand tall at the middle turret. Ooh, they were already able to drop Complexity
Oh,
Black.
West Rice.
Oh dear. He's just out of the
He has his ward available. He has his ward available.
Chugging the potions. Whew. I like it, because
Yeah.
you're going to cut the Fog of War off as well with that jump just around the corner.
Dice. Nope.
Not enough. The minion wave, when just you think it can help you, it's going to be the thing that kills you.
Especially if he's against Renekton and Yasuo.
Yeah, right.
Like, I'm safe. Nope. Goes all the way through it.
Oh! Getting the flash out. A lot of plays trying to be made right now, Zyrene. A lot of plays. Oh, the clone takes the damage, but it's not going to be enough. Rux has even more. Throws down the Tiamat damage as well as the NACS Slice and Dice Culling. Man, a lot is being put onto these pursuits here for each champion. Probably getting taken down there. West Rice just had a coast-to-coast fight with Rux. Different game here. Everybody's kind of finding their own 1v1 fight around the map, or 2v2.
And the hook coming in onto West Rice. These black shields are late.
Or a 5v1, but West Rice, can't say it right, with a nice jump. And they're able to get out safely there. Pat getting a shot onto Bubba Dub. Doesn't decide to follow that in, but you can see Bubba Dub as well, trying to support like heck, has just used flash.
Oh, here comes Robert
and Soul
from the
Shackle.
front.
This is what he wanted last time. There's the culling, but he realizes that the train is not stopping as it comes down the tracks. Tries to reposition himself. Broken Shard, not the right spot. Mashme can't get the last shot off. And
He's in range of Mash. What are you doing?
Walked back in right to the auto attack, and it looks like Mash feels he can take a little bit of an assertive approach here. Puts himself up in the front of the fight with Duosec. Duo's like, I don't have much mana. Be careful what you do. Let's just clear the wave and take a breather.
I'm baffled at a lot of the play here from Complexity Black. The Morgana shields are very late. There was the point where Bubba Dove flashed. I don't know if it was up or not for himself, but at that point it's kind of like just Black Shield the hook is why you pick Morgana into Thresh. And right there, Broken Shard overextended. They had a ward. They saw Mashme go down, and they knew that Mashme could see him too.
Yeah.
The 650 range of Caitlyn is nothing to toy around with, and the fact that he also had Ace in the Hole available, I'm not sure.
Trying to go for those outplay moments, and you really just get in your own head, trying to make
Outplay
it happen.
yourself.
Sometimes being that low health bait can win your team the fight.
That's
When
true.
But Curse isn't having any of that. They're not tunneling on these fights. They know what needs to be done. Albeit, it's great to try and get these cheeky moves in, but not when it starts to cost you. Now a 2,000 gold lead quickly being picked up here by Curse Academy with that dragon. They stay on top of the objective. West Rice trying to do what he can to return that gold in the top lane.
That's exactly what he needs to do. The 2K gold lead here. The Dragons falling into Curse Academy all game long. They've gotten both. You would think that Complexity Black got that first one, but no, the Smite was not on point. But Pat was.
Yeah.
All game long. Game 1, too. He's also been just in the right place at the right time, making the right moves. We're going to have to see if Mashme... Now, I don't know if he's going to be the carry this game that he was last game.
Right.
But, man, is all of Curse Academy doing well.
Playing very well and avoiding what they said they wanted to avoid. Broken Shard himself said, I will be looking for Mashme. I know he can carry the team. With the way the lanes have gone, you don't get a chance to gank the AD carry. You don't get a chance to gank Mashme as much as you want. He's in safety right after the lanes are broken. So with what they want to do, they got to kind of change the direction they're going for. Because it's not going to happen like it regularly does out of the laning phase. Finding Mashme is going to be hard. Still picking up CS for themselves in their own jungle. Both teams actually trying to soak up what's left and get the last bit of levels and items they can before they meet face to face for another fight. Nasher's finished up onto Duosec. Deathfire Grasp as well on the other side. There's definitely a chance for Prolly to zero somebody out before intervention can be used.
Yeah, the DFG hopefully coming to a big for him.
Yeah.
We'll see what he adds on the back of that. But the Gnasher's Tooth, just the sustained damage from Duosec. The fact that it has some CDR too is going to be great for his intervention. But now Rux, he's looking for Westrice again. It's that level 10 point.
Walking into the brush, that was Westrice getting the upper hand on damage. You see Westrice loving this fight so far. Dives back in. Rux very low on this one, but he gets the ignite
there's
down.
Pat.
Pat is coming down from the end, and even without a ward there, Rux's positioning and behavior in the fight is going to
Ace
be
in the
big.
hole.
There's a jump to the minions again. No,
Oh,
the minions.
so close.
Almost killing him again. Westrice gets to safety. Very, very coast-to-coast fights like we've been saying. Curse Academy, but with that focus, doesn't put themselves in a bad spot. They get a minion wave right where they want it. And they also have vision on Prolly. Wherever Curse Academy comes from, they leave a trail of wards for safety.
And Broken Shard and Prolly both went to that bottom lane area, were cut off and left Robert and Bubba to deal with Duosec, but his wave clear was just too strong and they couldn't even make it to this middle turret. Giving up 1 for nothing on that in terms of turrets.
Still a very close game in CS. Both mids sitting at 106 right now, but those 2 kills for Prolly, we know that Prolly can be the one to carry, and he's going to be looking to do so. With the team right now playing the buddy system. Looks like they're trying to get a few Fog of War picks here for themselves. Pink wards. Ooh, if he knew. If he knew, I think he would have tried it. But he didn't.
Yeah, they sweep it out, but they don't do anything with it.
Yeah.
Had an itching that probably was in that bush. And now Westrice with the TP hasn't been able to make too much use of it this game. They've been shutting him down, going for him, the source of the teleport, as opposed to the rest of the team, and then just leaving Duosec to clean the wave out, and it's been working for them too.
Very good wave for Robert. You can see a full push on this. No freezing for him, but that also means that Complexity Black, with knowledge, the Curse is in farm mode right now, and if Curse wants to try and get a fight, they know Complexity's without that DPS of Robert. So far, has the Bloodthirster. Looks like he's actually focusing straight into a Last Whisper instead of getting that Triforce in there. Maybe he, just with the Goldie backed at around 800, was able to buy the pickaxe and still go for the Sheen next.
And even with the Lichbane taking a little bit of a hit in terms of late game,
yeah,
it's still pretty good early.
See it 2 games.
It's better early now because it's based off of your percent of your base. So buying it early is more effective.
Yep.
Doesn't just scale as much. So he'll be good at taking turrets. He'll be good at dealing out the damage, doing what Kale does. And now Mash Me doing what he does too. Coming up the mid, but Prolly's on the side.
Very close. Probably not hitting what he wanted to here. Complexity Black reeling from that last game, a very, very close game, and they don't want to suffer the same result here. Curse Academy, though, is definitely putting up a good fight for it to happen again. The 3rd place match here is into the 2nd of the best of 5, and Curse Academy riding the wave of a Game 1 win here. Brings it to an early lead, 20 minutes into this 2nd game. Sitting at 3-4, so you can see Complexity Black has been able to come up with a few more kills in the fights that Curse has been pushing to get their advantages. But Complexity can't move after those kills. They're kind of stuck in their own means on their side of the map. Now we can see even more backing here. Wards. This is what it looked like last game as well for Curse Academy. Those pink wards all across the map and now offensively on Complexity's side.
Yeah, absolute ward control here for Curse Academy. Like 70% of the map is there.
Yeah.
For Curse Academy, sorry.
Right.
Complexity Black.
Yes.
I know, it's the C names. Complexity, Curse. Yeah, Curse have ward vision about 70% of the map. The other 30% is on the Dragon here for Complexity Black.
You can see just the map. Kind of tells a story about that. Top half of Curse's jungle is dark. Nobody's
they're waiting for it pro.
This is where the fights are going to be happening. And it's going to be a choose your own adventure. Depending on what happens, Bubba Dub chooses safety. Chapter 9 backs out. Curse Academy looking to go back to it, though. They want to revisit this, and it looks like it's going to be the
Westrice is TPing in.
That pink
Turn to
ward
page
can't
35.
be taken down. What a place. They can't get the 5 shots in. A great teleport in from Westrice, and he is going to start going hard on this one, using the lamppost to the best of its ability. Robert actually coming in with probably from the right side, and Complexity turns the positioning of Curse Academy on top of their own head.
And they end up picking up the smite, so Broken Shard doesn't have to worry about that this time. He's going to pick up this dragon, like, save for a miracle.
Boom.
And they get it.
Very good plays. That's exactly what Complexity Black needed to happen. We were saying a little bit that the teleport's going a little underused this game.
Yeah, right on top of the dragon.
They were just waiting.
Oh, yeah.
I love the pink ward, too, not having enough shots to take it out, because you could see how frantically a few of them hit it right away, and then they're like, well, we're in the fight now.
5 HP is a lot. It's about 5 seconds of just one person hitting it.
Yeah.
Most people have like 1.0 attack speed.
Fights don't usually last that.
Yeah.
At least this early. We'll see what both teams can get out of that. Obviously, Complexity feeling very good there. It seems like they're going to go ahead and get the 5 hits they do need to take out that pink ward. See some of the items coming out here in the inventory. Westrice rocking out a Triforce, got that build for himself. Regular builds coming in through the jungle. Pretty quick Aegis, actually, for Pat with his Sightstone coming in. He's kind of just old utility descent.
He did that last game, too, is where he built up an early Aegis and then turned that into a Locket. And Robert is having a much better game than he did last time.
Yeah.
2-0-3. He could still go 2-7, but at this point in the game, don't think that's going to happen. He's off to a great start. He's got his first item down. He's got the Sheen, and then he immediately goes for a pickaxe. So instead of completing the Trinity Force, he's going to stack on some Last Whisper damage here so that he can get through the armor that's being stacked by Rux. And he knows that Pat's going to do it too because he did it last game.
Yeah, it didn't come to the complete value that I thought it would with both 80 carries carrying the game. But I like the fact that they both went super hardcore damage until they had to build something because they were getting zeroed out with those Guardian Angels not on. We'll see if it happens again. Like you said, it looks like it. Just pure damage to start it off. Probably not finding really what he wants here. Even with the blue buff, he's able to waste that out onto Rux in the bottom lane and have almost no mana. Rux is a pretty big boy right now. He's got another Giant's Belt for that Randuin's on top of his Sunfire Cape. So he's kind of negating any burst damage that would hit him at the moment without having to have that magic resist.
Yeah, Westrice is split pushing despite not having TP up. And there's the binding landing. Well, there's a hook onto Robert.
Intervention went down. Pat took a lot of damage out of that, so this is all damage that's going to stick now. Duosec cannot heal K1 Pro or give him that speed up.
He's got the red.
Oh, no! It's clicking. There's the Ardent Blaze. They are going to be able to pick up the kill onto that one. It looks like they may get a very nice pinch in. Mashme needs to have that peel for Rux coming in.
Oh, they're coming all around him right now.
Sorry, Rux needs to have that peel for
There's
Mashme.
a surprise.
Not going to happen. Nobody's peeling for nobody. No Caliber nets or swinging. But they are going to say, Rux, you're going to leave Mash to die, but you're going to go push mid.
Now Duosec and Rux are here. No inside track for Complexity Black just yet. They're going to actually pings the Baron. So they might head straight there. Pat is up, so the smite is available. Mashme's the only person off the field. This is risky.
This is a very risky play, especially with the 2 pink wards being down. They're just saying we need to clear it because that's 10 hits they need to go through, and that would be enough time for a little bit of chaos Curse to create. Robert actually safely farming here, dodging out a nice Ooh.
Look at that chunk that Prawley took too on his way back. Just Duosec handing him one for the trip.
You're not going to get out clean, that's for sure.
All that ward control is now in favor of Complexity Black. Pink wards all throughout that Baron pit area.
Yep.
Leave nothing at the Dragon. You got 1 or 2. It's not up for a very long time. Pink ward will still sit.
Super textbook. Keep it clean.
But now that those 3 minutes, Curse Academy's wards all throughout the jungle have expired.
Yeah.
Flipped over now. Gold, only 900 in favor of Complexity Black, just neck and neck all game long. Nobody can get an advantage over the other. This is basically game 1 over again, save for a hyper carry.
Kind of like, so Dragon's good to go for, but it's almost not slowing the game down. But we saw Curse have all those wards in the top half of the jungle, pushing on the 2nd tier turret, and then the inhibitor. But Dragon came up, and then everybody was so dead after it that nobody could push anything. And now Complexity Black, they have found the vision control on the map.
Oh, stopping him from getting to the lantern. They're locking him up.
Oh, no, sir. You will not take the lantern and pass go. And it will be Robert X. Lee giving everybody a calling to the face here as they start to push the mid turret. Complexity coming up very big on their own without even a dragon to pressure. Taking out Pat at Wolves. They're able to grab the 2nd tier turret and answer back now, giving themselves a 3,000 gold lead, something we did not see last game until 45 minutes in.
And the stacking of CC there to keep Pat locked up was perfect. The Dark Binding into the root, into the cocoon, just back to back. And now they're trying to go after Robert.
Oh dear. They ran straight for Baron, but we're
they can't get to him.
Absolutely looking for a fight. living for just a few more seconds. Broken Shard also goes down, so they lose one on each side.
Mashme's exhausted.
Soul Shackle's able to lock down K1 Pro. Mashme getting the intervention, but he walks straight into the rest of the fight, trying to get the kill for himself. And
Westrice has the dueling power.
This is going to be big. Westrice throwing down the lamp power, probably on the backside.
Oh, here's Pat.
Oh my
He's
God,
back.
Pat coming in from nowhere. He's not going to be able to hit the right minion. It's going to have to be a flash attack. No, he has the ward necessary from his Sightstone pickup. Gets the Dragon Rage kicked down, and now he's on the chase with the Magician, just missing off on the Sonic Wave. Gonna have another ward right quick, but I don't think he will be in range for the Tempest Cripple.
The Tipple, yeah,
The
just
Tipple.
combine them both. But here's Robert back. He's pulling a Pat on Pat.
Too bad, so sad. Trying to get the kill for himself, goes down. And like I said, these fights are kind of going coast to coast.
They're going back and forth here. Robert actually eats the ace in the hole very early on and gets low. And then Rux decides, I'm going to face check this, pops his dominance to try and get to him, gets him out of the fight. But then at the bottom, after Rux gets taken out, Broken Sharp's eating a lot of damage that entire time. Mashme, he's just off on the side. He gets exhausted, but he gets out of the tether, and then he tries to turn it around. He gets the intervention, and that's enough for him to get onto Robert Exley. And now, here's the Baron for Complexity Black. Pat's down. There's no smite for them.
Rux just walks on in. They're not going to be able to grab that with the smite. Pat not in range. And it looks like it's going to be Complexity Black with a lot of stats here, trying to push the advantage of Baron. Spider's going to be taken out. Not able to help on that one. Broken Shard couldn't get close enough for the Cocoon.
The flay backwards by K1 Pro that kept him out.
Very big. 12-6 here. Complexity Black really starting to make moves. They're able to pepper these turrets as well as crush down Curse Academy every time. And this is really the first time we've seen the team submit to their own turrets. There's always been a fight, but this is such a lead that Complexity Black knows what they can push and with how much.
There's a really safe Baron there too. Pat was dead, no smite available. They pick it up with some contest from Curse Academy, but Complexity Black were in good shape. Pick it up for themselves. 3K gold advantage now that the Dragon has gone over to Curse Academy. Evening it up just a little bit.
Yeah.
Trying to get back to that even spot, but the kills. These team fights, back to back, been going in Complexity Black's favor.
It's been such a game of controlling objectives. You see where the waves are right now. There were gigantic waves crushing into Complexity Black's base. Now able to clean up. It's almost like here's a cherry on top of everything you just got. You can soak this up. Their control over the game has really left them to lose out on nothing. They've been able to pick up all the resources with the amount of focus they put over towards Curse Academy, and we see how much it's proving to be in their favor this game. A much better game overall. Same somewhat start. We didn't have the 2v1, but we had the dual lanes going topside, and that kind of left Rux and Westrice to be 1v1ing each other a little bit more because of Dragon pressure to come up.
Yeah, and last game, it was Mashme who had the edge over Robert Exley. Now it's completely inversed. 5-0-4 for Robert.
Right,
They can't
right.
get to him.
Yeah.
Mashme on Caitlyn, 2-3-1. He's getting shut down fairly easily right now. And they're putting a lot on the shoulders of K1 Pro as the support. He's the best scorer on his team right now. Duosec, he's trying to come up big, but he's paling in comparison to the 2-1-7 that Prawley has. Top lane's winning, mid lane's winning, bottom lane is winning for Complexity Black. CS kills everything across the board. And also the fact they have a Talisman of Ascension, they have the go power now. Whereas K1 Pro, lacking that item, is fine with just the disengage or the engagement of Rux and Pat.
Yeah, the Mikhail's Crucible, definitely there for MASH. A little bit more help. So much crowd control you can find with the gap closers. Robert Exley very close. The Black Shield, however, turning the tide of that fight very fast, and the damage actually goes on to Curse Academy. Only a little bit taken by Robert Exley that he is more than happy to soak back up off the minions. Ooh,
so a lot of these Black
close.
Shields are a little late, but I'm thinking about it now, and it could possibly be a bait by Bubba Dub.
Right, that
saying,
almost looked like
"Come
a
in."
coordinated
That one looked
kind
like
of
it.
oopsie.
That one looked like
If
a
you
bait.
will.
A lot of the other ones, I'm not so sure about. Or maybe he's going for the bait. It's just a very risky play if you do, because the person can get blown up with physical damage that'll go through the shield.
Right. Well, I don't know how coordinated it was. Seeing that Robert X
It looked good.
flashes down makes it a little bit scarier. Maybe with that up, they'll try once again. But the Black Shield is down. Pink wards, you can just see on the outside. So Complexity Black can keep themselves safe. There's a 1-2, not much going down.
Westrice is getting one.
Forces the flash out of him, but it looks like, oh, this could be bad for Westrice. He should not make it out of this. The rest of the team is actually going to help engage on this one. A few more shots. Duosec says, heck no, you are not making it out alive. They are not able to turn around for damage either. The focus from Complexity Black quickly goes on to Duosec, but what for? Can they still kill the rest of Curse Academy? Broken Shard gets hooked out on the side. The Peacemaker hits. He's still alive.
He's out of there.
He flashes into the cocoon. An amazing save that Broken Shard sets up for himself with the rest of the team on the backside as the cavalry. And they continue now to reposition and jockey for the aggression right in front of the base of Curse Academy. Probably taking a little long way around on that one. And Pat does not go with the Lee Syndrome.
If he did, he may have come up with something.
Maybe.
Didn't have the
that was a pretty split team.
Though. Yeah. It's possible, but you can never know. If you don't know where they are, you have to assume they're everywhere. Watch this. Westrice is 1v1ing Rux. He's fine with it. He flashes, but he doesn't have Leap Strike for another second, and Pat comes in, kicks him back. He leaps over the box, but he gets hit by the wall, gets Mikhail, so it's not going to slow him. Then Duosec says, I have to get this. We put too much into him. He puts the invulnerability on himself, but boom, here comes Prawley with the burst. DFG, bam, he's out of there. Broken Shard actually juked our cameraman on the first part here. He goes up, back to the minion wave, then he flashes into K1 Pro's hook. There's a good lineup there by K1, but the flash in, no auto attack, he's stunned up. Just the disengage is too strong.
The millisecond.
Yeah, could have just had an auto and would have completed.
Whoa, whoa.
3v1, Westrice, go!
Westrice loving it, going for broke on this one, knowing the team is real close. Oh,
it's a lot of damage.
Nice little two-man kick there. Pat coming up with the disengage, but you look at Complexity Black, they are just ravaging the jungle right now. A mid lane to push, so even with all this crazy aggression going on, now the minions are in their favor. Everything is going to start tacking on to Curse Academy, and they're going to have to decide what to multitask first. Where is that first priority?
Yeah, right now, it looks like it's just going to be try to get the dragons, hold off for a minute. Baron will be up too, so going back and forth, you're just going to have to see what they go for, because both objectives will be up at the same time.
Well, right now, Complexity Black with the count. 4 regular, 2 vision, just around the Baron area. Hashtag no fog, working with that. So we'll see what they can utilize.
We're going to have to see when the Dragon's up in 28 seconds, who goes for it. The vision is Baron. As in B-A-R-R-E-N. I was like, that
the vision is not there.
The vision is Baron.
No, but it is.
It could be both.
5,000 gold lead. Complexity Black has been able to stretch this very confidently. It hasn't been really a slow increase in gold. Once they had it, they've been able to stretch it. It has not wavered back in the favor of Curse Academy. Curse definitely showing a bit of a struggle when they've been behind in the game. The early part of last game is kind of where they figured out we need to take advantage now, and then they held it. When they can't hold it in the game, we get this result right now. Complexity Black has, since 25 minutes been on this side of the map and in Curse's face.
And we see Westrice has teleport available to him. The Baron is being started up right now, and they have both Bubba Dub and Prawley on zone duty. They're two-manning this.
There's a shot. Something we haven't seen quite too often within this game is those ace in the holes to Prawley. People trying to give that LeBlanc a bit of damage.
They're going to get it before
sustain it.
Yeah. All right.
There's the stats once again. Curse Academy not able to control the Baron this time. Complexity is going to be the one with that duty. Now to push down the mid lane, it's going to be Westrice giving a little bit of harass down to the bottom, but it's Rux that always has to be there, which means the teleport can always come in to surprise the fight.
And Rux has to keep tabs on Westrice. Wherever he goes, he has to answer.
Yep.
Or he has to engage the fight before Westrice gets there and blow somebody up.
Intervention being scared out of Duosec. Already ultimates being used in defense.
And now Dragon's up, but they want to pressure this mid lane. And we saw it earlier, Westrice can 1v1 Rux underneath a turret.
Ooh. Just the quick shots.
It's because he hasn't built any magic resistance.
No.
The Empower is just going to smack him for a lot alongside the Leap Strike and his Grandmaster.
Actually going up quite a bit of ability power to just be grabbing up that Negatron cloak now. You can see a level 17 Westrice, not too worried about the 14s, 15s, and 16s in front of him. He's even going to give him something what for before he backs off a little bit. The Pink Ward still hold outside of the base. Complexity Black looking to come up very strong here in game 2.
He's going after Duosec.
That, no intervention there. Probably just wore that off, and he's going to go back for a second treatment. The turret goes down. Complexity Black putting up a very good fight in this game and definitely making a name for themselves. Pat gets caught up. Will they be able to finish him off? The 1-2-3 from the rest of the team as everybody gets a piece of that one. We're 36 minutes in on this one. It looks like whatever time Complexity had in between games was just enough to work out what they needed for a win.
And just coming over the wall from Prawley, doing as much damage as he can, going back, then doing it again. Because the cooldown on Mimic is lower than Intervention, he'll be able to burst between them and have it be unnegated damage. So Duosec was no longer available to defend the turret or clear the waves. And now, we're after this bottom one in Rux.
Pure control being shown right now by Complexity. We just saw Robert take a few turret shots. Curse can't even really get themselves to get an advantage off of that.
Oh, he gets out of it.
The heal, getting everything, the Mikhail's Crucible, and getting a summoner heal from Robert X. Lee. CLB keeps himself alive to fight another day and to possibly take another inhibitor.
It's a new patch, and Jat always talked about how there's so many heals now. There's so many shields in the game that when you think you have somebody, you really don't. Mikhail's comes in, it's like, oh, there's 300 HP to you. Here's heal.
There's a locket.
500 HP. Just ridiculous amounts to save somebody. That wasn't there before, so you have to have that adjustment period.
Yep, absolutely. Curse Academy now trying to clean out a bit of their jungle, gain back what is rightfully theirs. And right now they're doing a good job, at least getting the minions pushed out. It's going to be work for Complexity Black to get themselves back to the front door. So a little bit of time Curse buys for themselves. Not so many items are really going to come into play here. It's going to have to be a catch on Robert. Maybe something, maybe like you said, one of the, not misses on the Black Shield, but if they can get in between that timing where Bubba Dub has missed a few, they're going to be able to rock it and lock it down. 319 to 296, 240 to 203 in the mid lane. And the AD carries was just previously, so we're definitely getting up there in CS almost to the full items as we were last game. Still got a few to go for each inventory.
Yeah, and Robert's really close. He's 6-0-5, highest CS in the game, most kill participation, and he's just rocking it right now. Complete turnaround from last game where he had the most deaths on his team and in the game by a long shot.
Nashmi again going for Orb as well.
Yeah, he wants that vision. That's usually how he does things. It also helps on Caitlyn because you can always ace in the hole somebody if you don't have vision of them anyway.
That is super
Set
great.
yourself up for it, yeah, if they get out.
Nope.
Also, they need this vision that can't be swept out on the sides because they are on their back foot. And now, once again, they're trying to do this game, trying to get this inhibitor.
Yeah, these are also going to go down very fast. Mashmi, 90 caliber net to, I wouldn't call it safety, but he's alive for now.
Westrice, once again, he's going to be dueling Rux in that top lane. Just split pushing, it's that imminent threat, and here goes this inhibitor.
And it's so strong as well. You got a Triforce on both sides, Irene. So once Westrice does get to that, they're taking it down just as fast as these guys in the bottom lane. Westrice, a little back and forth, hasn't done too much damage to Rux, if any, but the team will start to rotate. They're going to start taking down everything and anything before they win this second game. Culling coming out, giving everybody a little bit of breathing room and making sure Mashmi can't heal up too much HP, but he's got the Bloodthirster. It's no worry for him, and he's got super minions to get that HP back from. Getting close, Irene. One last engage. If Curse Academy can find a good in, what are they looking for?
They're looking for an engagement. They're looking, like you said, to get between the Black Shields with a hook and start the fight off and possibly have Duosec blow somebody up and use his intervention on the target that is being focused down by LeBlanc. That'll be their key in. It's going to have to be a very close play because Westrice is not with the team. He's never going to be with the team. He's going to keep split pushing until there's a great opening for him to do so. And he can just duel Rux one-on-one. So there's that imminent threat. So they have to win a 4-on-4 without Rux.
Remember, coming into this game, Curse Academy playing a very similar composition to Game 1. The only change here is from Twitch to Caitlyn. And it doesn't seem like the composition is working out as well. That pressure that Twitch put on the fight with the intervention, there it is being used onto Duosec. just not coming together as rich as it did last time. Another kill coming in. Robert X. Lee having a very good game for himself. A double kill to pick up the ender on that one, and they are going to keep going for the long haul here. Complexity Black
it's going for another.
Will not let a second game go. They're going to bring it back. The quadra kill coming in for Robert X. Lee on the Lucian pick up this game, and he is going to help carry the team to victory here. Very definitive win compared to our first game as Complexity Black brings it to game 3, 1-1 now.
Oh, they got him!
Academy. Very nice. Pentakill after the elongated time. You can hear the chat blips going out. GG, great penta. Robert X. Lee in the 3rd place matchup, helping carry the team to victory.
11-0-5. Complete turnaround from his performance the previous game where he had the most deaths, getting a pentakill in the end there. Basically handed it to him there by the 90 caliber net into the Elise. Wrapped in a cocoon for him on that one.
No butterfly from this one.
No.
Absolutely not.
Possibly next game, though.
What
he can come out.
Awesome game once again for Complexity Black to shake off whatever happened in the first game and come out that strong. Make sure, even though Curse still kept stealing dragons, thumbs up to Pat, as we've been saying, for getting himself in, stealing dragons. But it didn't shake, again, it didn't shake Complexity Black. They knew they could still grab this game. And they played the laning phase 100 times better this time. And then they controlled the map 100 times better this time.
And both teams really go into that 2v1. We've seen Curse Academy do it in their previous games. We've seen Complexity Black do it. So they both subscribe to that mentality of 2v1 at the start. That's fine. And they know what to do the first 15, 20 minutes of the game. And then it's basically like, all right, who got that little edge and who's been getting more dragons? And that's who gets this edge in this matchup. So the objective control is big. And those hyper carries, because these games have both been long. And it's a best of 5.
Yeah.
So there's a long haul here. You're starting to get fatigued. They have been playing for about almost 2 hours straight now. And they have way more to go because somebody has to win at least 2 more games before they go. So there's a possibility of 3 on the table.
And you're creating pressure as well. You just had a good game. You're obviously coming in feeling good about the next one. But there's kind of a mentality play there. Depending on who you are, if you have a great game and then you don't do well, you almost feel like it's on yourself even more. So there's a lot of things besides just the play these guys have to work with. We're going to check out a quick replay from that game. And the Kayle intervention, something we saw the entire game coming up quite big.
This is where they blow a lot on him.
Yeah.
Boom, there's Cocoon. There's a lot of damage. There's the Qs into him. Robert X. Lee went forward, and he flashes out. Eats some culling, but then he's fine. So the Kayle interventions that game were pretty good. And it's weird because a lot of the things that I was seeing with like the black shields from Ubadub, there's one where he flashed. I think it might have been on cooldown at that point. But then there was another where it was just a little late. And then there was that other one where it was late. And we were like, okay, that might have been a bait.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, so that's what he's been doing the entire game.
And showing that replay also, like, it showed Complexity Black used almost everything they had right there in an instance. But that was a learning process because we saw after, Prolly was then going in, burning intervention, then distorting back. That was just all trial and error. And Duosec had really good interventions. But after that, Complexity just calculated around it. And showing that was replay was great because they were able to get around interventions like that for the rest of the game.
He was very careful, too, about his distortions because after the one where he distortioned into a hook, he was like, that's not happening again this game.
Oops.
Yeah.
Get a little too antsy. But all the players are. We're getting into game 3. Complexity Black has tied it at 1. And we're starting all over with a best of 3 between Complexity Black and Curse Academy after the break. Don't click anything. We'll be back with Dominate.
crumb snatch from nothing. Ramsack doors like a fed for his woman. Been fed since a youngin'. Every tackle the boy back up and running and balls covered from the back. No frontin' on Tiffy get top like the bottom. Don't miss me, go hard so the soft blend butter. Before I utter a word, I'm there in it. Knee deep under feces, if not coming. The greatness is back to the basics. I can't slow down. I can taste every day under greatness. It's back to the basics. I can't slow down. I can taste it.
My pop sold his son, got a ransom for being handsome. Damn son, you a bag of chips and some. Ballin' on these fools that foul, I'm catching M1s. They stupider than fighting bare knuckle with a handgun. He going in yet again, you should fit it great. You see through when it's clear you were born fake. Ripped torn scrapes on your face cause you can't scrap. You know it's only getting worse if we battle rap. Rattle cash jacket styles they get from a Cabbage Patch. K-I-D-I-C, you are rather whack. Catch an attack from the Jersey representative. I'm in Georgia with my girl, but Jersey represents her. Too deep for you shallow brain simpletons. So sick like a Neo hit, it's ridiculous. And the symptom is I'm killing with written sentences. Blurring vision, slurring what you spitting. Did I mention this? Is the biz that can't handle so effortless. 17 making grown men second guessing. Had to pause, need a moment like a...
Welcome back to the North American Challenger Series Spring Playoffs. It's Game 3 in our best-of-5 match for third place. Complexity Black is facing off against Curse Academy. We have ourselves a tie right now with that Complexity Black win in Game 2. And now I'd like to welcome again, I Will Dominate to the desk. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us through the entire day. It'll be pretty fun. But I first want to get your opinion on having the same composition going into a game, minus the Twitch play for the Caitlyn. What's your idea of kind of trying to go back in with the almost the same comp?
Well, I actually think that their comp was fine this game, but I think it would have been better with the hyper carry, like Twitch, maybe a Vayne. We saw him hovering over it. Maybe he could have went with something like that. But I think the Kale comp really excels when you have that hyper carry because you can kind of send him in first and have him like spray and pray or have a Vayne just run into the team, and you can just have him kind of act as a bait because people want to use abilities on him to like CC him, but you can't kill him at the same time because he's invulnerable. So it really messes with the mind of the enemy team when you run a hyper carry and a Kale like that.
I thought that was a really good pick there, too. I was kind of confused by that. So I wonder if they're going to bring it out in Game 3. But on the back of that, we saw K1 Pro once again on the Thresh, and then we're going to pick into that. So do you think Complexity Black was more on the comfort thing in this game? Or do you think they could still go further?
I think that Complexity should look to take away the Thresh for themselves. I know Bubba Dub is really confident on that. When he hit high ELO, it was mainly Thresh and Zyra for him, and a little bit of Lulu. So I think that he should try to take the Thresh away from K1 Pro because he doesn't necessarily seem super confident on the Morgana himself. We saw a couple miss Black Shields, and since he plays Thresh well, why not deny it from somebody who's proven to hit clutch hooks?
And coming up now into the third game, what do you kind of have to worry about as a professional player with kind of fatigue coming in? What's going to happen? Do plays kind of affect you more when they go right or wrong?
You just need to be able to objectively analyze the last two games. You need to know why you lost and not get sucked into some type of mindset that would maybe be incorrect. Maybe you think that the problem is that you can't use TP or something, when in reality you just need to use TP better. Sometimes you jump to conclusions in situations like this, so you really have to keep your head about you, and you have to maintain what you practice.
So with seeing both games right now, do you actually give an upper hand to either team, seeing the playstyle?
I actually think that Call Black has a more aggressive playstyle. It seems like they have a better understanding of the early game. They did a really nice rotation that game where they had their duo laning top, and then they just randomly sent them to base, and then they came bottom, and they 4-man push bottom, and it got them out of the lane phase. So seeing things like that normally signal to me that one team might be a little bit strategically ahead of the other team. So I think that Call Black is probably feeling a little bit better going into the last 3 games of the series.
And as a jungler yourself, the 2 games that we've seen here, the winner has taken more dragons in each game. The objective control here for both teams is on point. So is that going to be the thing in Game 3? Or is it going to be just what you get comfortable with?
I definitely think the dragon is going to be a big focus. It might not necessarily be the fight for the actual dragon, but maybe something that's created around it. For example, in this game, we had the dragon fight where Curse Academy came in a little bit split, and then the Jack CP was able to make them even more split. And they were able to take a team fight off that. They were able to get the dragon, and it gave them a lot of momentum that they didn't have in the game. So I think that the dragon's going to be a huge focal point this game.
All right, Dominate, final question. Just on that last game, something to reflect on as we go to the next one. So was there anything big that stood out that kind of turned the game around at all?
I think that in Mashme's mind, he's going to want to play a hyper carry again because it went so well in game 1, and he's confident he knows he can make the plays that he needs to make, so he's going to be looking for, I think, a Vayne or a Twitch pick here.
All right, Mashme, thank you Dominate, thank you very much. Yeah, so I will Dominate. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll have you back after the third game. And we are just about to jump into that. Champion Select is ready and raring to go, and the teams are as well. It has been some intense, action-packed matchup so far. A pentakill at the end of that one for Robert X. Leon Lucian. Gift wrap to him. It was nicely played.
It was nice.
You got to give that up.
No deaths.
Good play by Mash.
I think it was the high point of that for Robert X. Completely turning around his performance the first game. And I think it's because of the focus of the teams, too. It's kind of like, before they were like, let's go after Mashme every time. This time they're like, okay, let's get duo sec before we intervention somebody, and then we can swap targets mid-fight, or whoever overextends into us. They weren't always on top of Mashme this game, because Caitlyn is very slippery, but doesn't have the same damage output. So like Dominate said, the hyper carry is probably the way to go with this composition and the intervention in the back pocket.
Well, see what we have for picks and bans. It is game 3, and these guys have absolutely seen what makes each other tick so far within the game. It's been a lot of Caitlyn coming out on both teams, a little bit of Lucian, a little bit of Twitch. So we'll have to see what they have for each other here, because it has been a big factor for the junglers, and I believe the top laners. Westrice and Rux have been having a huge impact on these games, with a bit of follow-up, obviously, from the supports of the AD carry and the bottom lane.
So the bans are a little different this game. They don't ban Soraka. They first pick it for themselves. And also, Xin Zhao is not banned this game, which is in place of the Jax now. So no more split push TP, which had a lot of pressure on it. And now they're trying to split up the composition and make sure they don't have Twitch, which wasn't picked last game, but they think that his Caitlyn performance was not up to par, so they don't want him on the Twitch.
Very good point by I Will Dominate. The hyper carry is really what Mashme needs to play. They even Broken Shard, we keep recalling the videos, they put a lot of focus on Mashme, saying, or Mash, he is one of the top players for that team, and he says it himself. So to hit that is definitely what needs to happen as we get into the later part of this series. Soraka being picked up because I think that Jax coming in as well with the Twitch left her open. Those two bans are our new ones.
Yeah. Curse Academy, they're taking a long time with this, trying to figure out what they're going to play against Soraka, but what they also want to take away from the other team. So priorities right now are probably, just the contested picks here. K1 Pro back onto his safety, and Rux back onto his Renekton for the 3rd time in a row.
Interesting again. Dominate kind of just saying that Bubba Dub would be fantastic on Thresh. That's how he climbed in solo queue, but it goes over to Curse Academy. That's the lockup, Soraka being the pick that they wanted. We'll have to see what Broken Shard and probably come up with. Eve is left up, but so is Lee Sin as well. So is quite a few of the junglers that have been used recently.
He might go after Xin Zhao.
LeBlanc is still in the game. Xin Zhao is definitely still being up. Pat has a few games on that. Might see him pick it up.
That's true. So it looks like Westrice will go for the top lane Shyvana. Shyvana can be a jungler, but people have mixed feelings about that, and I agree with them. I feel like Shyvana is much better suited to the top, and the fact that she works against Renekton, and then picking up the Lucian for themselves. Robert had an amazing game on that as compared to the Caitlyn, so he's ready to lane bully again. He's ready to go for it.
Pentakill is good indeed. The quadra-kill overall. The penta's given to him. However you feel about it.
It was an official penta. Get a little extra time.
That's what that was kind of, we were talking to Dominate about. Can they carry that momentum in, not get in their own heads, know that it's a good play, and it's just going to keep on flowing in more than right. Dominate says they need a hyper carry, and they get one. Mashme goes straight for Vayne in the pickup.
And now the question is, off of that, what does Duo Set get? Because if he goes Kayle again, that'll work with the Vayne.
Right.
But Kayle against Soraka is a strange matchup, and the real only thing that beats Soraka in lane currently, straight up, is an Orianna, because she just can't deal with the ball placement, distortion, just keeping her slowed. It's very hard to defend.
They could keep him safe, at least safe with a Lulu themselves, but still, that still makes it pretty difficult.
That's true. Lulu is still on the field.
Yeah.
Lulu on Vayne is very, very good. It's very hard to do.
A little bit of speed. A little bit of speed, a little bit of shield, a little bit of HP.
A lot of
chaos for. Taster's choice.
You're saying all that to me, and I'm like, no, it just sounds disgusting on Vayne. He's already really, really good.
It does make it quite scary. And the Xin Zhao actually being locked in over here. Going on to Curse, or rather, Complexity Black with Curse Academy. Now to pick something up.
He was banned every game so far, so Broken Shard finally gets it for himself. has that offensive jungler who has the Feral Flame.
Yeah.
Xin Chao is really good with that item because it's multiplicative on attack speed, so he has his Battle Cry, which will help him. Also, a lot of HP back from the on-hit of it and his W. Then the fact that he has good early game ganks feeds into the Feral Flare. Because most Feral Flare junglers right now have weak early game, and they look to just scale.
Just farm it up a little bit.
Exactly. And his clear is decent as well.
It's funny, usually when we're, not something that you guys can see, maybe someday when we delve into the lobby of the creation of the games, but the players would always chat about what they're playing, and I remember seeing a week or so ago that Shifter was like, guys, Xin Zhao in the jungle is fun, and he was playing the heck out of it in solo queue, because Shifter just loves to play everything. But yeah, it is very formidable in the jungle, and it's been scaring quite a few people.
You called it.
Oh, the Lulu.
It's the Lulu.
Go figure.
Were you listening to the lobby?
I was looking at the lobby.
Duos X, like, I love playing Lulu with Vayne.
So that's going to be a great pickup. A little bit of safety. Obviously, it's going to be the kind of the wish and the heal versus the wild growth. Who's going to be better? Who's going to be more well-timed?
Yeah, these are the
both are sticking health.
Utility mid laners that wave clear really well.
Yeah.
And the thing with Soraka is nobody really matches her wave clear at level 1 because you just spam the Q, clear one wave, spam the Q again, clear wave 2, come back with potions and wards, just protect your lane, and you won't lose it from that point.
You know, something we actually talked about before the matches today when we were upstairs with that is we thought both of these teams, since they're so unorthodox in the early game, instead of just going for the 2v1s, that we'd see some crazy level 1 invades. And we might now that they have pulled the Soraka out. There's not much super crowd control to follow up with it, or hard CC, if you will. But we may start to get, now they're trying to trip the advantage of game 3. It would be very helpful if you could do it super early in these games. Because we've seen both games so far, each team has had a small advantage that they lost.
Yeah.
So.
And Dominate was saying that the best way to come into best of 5s is to just erase the last game from your brain, move forward. And like you said before the break, it's like, oh, we're in a best of 3 now. Because it just evened up 1-1 in a best of 5.
Right.
Might as well treat it this way. That's a blank record. Just go straight in. Go ham.
You can think that when game 4 or 5 comes in and you're like,
uh-oh.
Fall asleep on the
You've been
keyboard.
playing for like 4 hours straight.
Yeah.
On a competitive level, it's very mentally and physically taxing on you. Your mechanics will go down. Your decision-making is going to take a toll as well.
Yep.
So best of 5s are difficult.
Hey, training for the LCS.
Yes, that's exactly what you have to do.
And that's what, like we said before, some of these teams have those, some of these teams, both of these teams have LCS players on them previously. We have Prawley for Complexity Black. On the other side as well, Broken Shard as well. Can't forget Broken Shard from EU. Mashme doing what he can for the team, and that's really the one we're looking at. Rux played with Curse as a support as well in the LCS, so these guys have definitely felt the pressure of the big-time stage. And you know what? They are so hungry for it. Again, this is why we're getting such awesome games. Now into Game 3 of the best of 5, we're getting the 1 invades, Irene.
Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Pat was dancing. He didn't think anything was going to happen, too. Caught with his dancing shoes on and his pants down. He's just getting ready for the ball.
Oh, now they're going to back. Thanks, guys. All the interesting just fizzled away.
They go to ward it, so that does give them information.
Yes, it does. A little bit upper hand there. Something they need. Curse
So now,
Academy. Looks like they want a little bit of the same, though.
But here's the thing. Curse Academy thinks that...
They're just deep.
Yeah, that Complexity Black will double back through the jungle this way and come across, and then they'll be like, all right, we're behind you, and like catch them out.
So far, they're playing it right.
Yeah, they're just sitting there because they don't have vision of their own jungle. It's too dangerous to check. Now we're going to have to see how this works out.
Oh, man. I like it. What's going to be happening on this one? Oh, no, they're getting too antsy.
Oh, Rux.
If they're not back by 1:30, everybody run. Oh, wait, they're back. Still waiting on this one. Looks like Curse Academy still wants positioning on whatever they were doing. They don't get the early kills that they want, but they are trying to multitask. They're trying to play Complexity Black at their own game of invasion here, and if they would have waited a little bit longer, seems like double homework on both sides just happened. They're like, they're going to cat and mouse us here, so we should cat and mouse them back.
Early pink ward coming out, placed in that bush. They're going to be able to see Broken Shard's jungle route if he comes by there. And the TP for Westrice again. He's not looking to kill in lane.
Right.
He's looking to scale. All games, every game.
Probably getting that push on. And Duosec will be into the turret quite easy. See, Pat's going to end up on the top side, and the 2v1s begin as well. Buddy system happening out in the jungle. Duosec throws over. Oh!
Oh, he got it!
Very nicely done, sir. Duosec grabbing a gritter lance.
That's big.
Big Wraith. Hard to say.
That's really big. He ended up getting himself level 2.
Yeah.
A little earlier.
I was just about to say that's huge.
And he also denied the experience from Broken Shard and Westrise, so they aren't level 2 either on both of them.
Hey man, it's the little things.
Yeah, so they'll get level 2 off of this Golem, and then they'll probably go top. And the fact that they were invading means that there was nothing for Rux to clear in the top lane. So he's got 0 CS, whereas most top laners will be like, all right, let's go get a jungle camp really quickly.
Oh.
Here's
Okay.
K1 Pro.
Yeah, we do have K1 Pro in the top lane. I was wondering, just figuring out where he would be going. But it looks like he'll stay up in the top lane. They feel like Mashme, he's going to soak up a lot of experience. Although they're waiting for him till the end game, this is different.
Oh, it's Vayne. If he free farms, that's good for them. Curse
Academy is slowing. This is like the first switch on the 2v1 we've
going
seen.
Buck Pat.
Complexity Black puts everybody up top. They're wasting quite a bit. He should go back to the turret now. On a Broken Shard. He has turret safety. Pat gets himself safe. Complexity Black is not getting damage on the turret. And this is going to super farm up Mashme in the bottom lane. Complexity Black is putting a halt on the old 2v1.
And he's good enough that if you just leave him to his own devices, he's one of those guys who will make a custom game, be like, all right, I got perfect CS at 10 minutes. He can do that on Vayne, no problem. 22 at 4 minutes, he's ready to go.
I said Complexity Black was putting a halt on this. Meant to say Curse. They're actually playing it really well. And we see 22 to 16, so it's not a huge advantage in terms of CS, but the experience that he's soaking up in the solo lane will be very nice if they can get to some fights within the next 10-15 minutes. Got a long way to go, though, and so far, I like what I'm seeing. An interesting Game 3. West Rice getting himself back to the lane.
Ooh, 2 to 4.
Yep. This could... Mashme's not going to be to do too much attack on him, but he will get every shot that he needs on the turret, dodging out any Flame Breath. So, more than happy in this lane right now.
No turrets going down just yet on either side. So there's a good rotation there by Curse Academy to stop the 4-man push and to put just a wrench in the wheel of the buddy system here. But Robert's caught.
Fog of War grab, nice Lancer in the Black Shield, really stopped a lot of the crowd control that would have kept Robert in a bad situation. Call the Meek with the double on,
he's got
and
the movement
could be
speed.
down. Bubba Dub stays alive. A sliver of health as he limps away from the fight.
It's the heal plus the movement speed from that summoner spell that Robert X. Lee just used on Bubba Dub. Support getting saved by the ADC.
I gotta give credit to Robert X. Lee. He did it last game as well, with a relentless pursuit. I believe that or a flash and then into a heal. He remembers to play a healing support role while he's still trying to shoot people in the face. Multitasking at its best. But right now, he definitely needs to
here comes
play
Broken Shard in the back, though.
I need to get out roll. A ward that's already placed through forces the flash onto Broken Shard, and they stave off what could have been a very bad counter gank. I guess good in the way of Complexity Black.
Yeah, bad for Curse Academy.
Indeed.
But they come up even on it.
Ooh.
Gold is even too. Now probably.
Look at this matchup.
Back and forth. He's got the CS advantage. Just heal himself. But he'll probably return with something like a Doran's.
It's not super easy to last hit at a turret with Soraka either.
No.
You can
Especially
hit
when you're out of
everything,
mana.
but you're not going to hit it in the way you want it. And you can see Duosec making very good use of him being pushed into the turret. Probably keeps taking Glitter Lance after Glitter Lance. Bottom lane, Mashme still single farming. Gotta figure out how this will go. Robert X. Lee and the rest of the team figure it's okay. He's only up about 14 CS, but once Vayne gets all the items that she needs, any fight becomes his. He's got the wild growth. We talked about the safety his team can give him. He's got double shield from Thresh.
And something that people forget about wild growth is that it isn't just the HP. Everybody in that little area around him is slowed. So when you get face contact with Vayne, he'll just tumble away after slowing you for a little while. So you can't stick to her. You need the CC.
Play to the bottom lane now. We'll see if K1 Pro can fix himself into the right spot. Robert X. Lee is hugging the left side of the minions. Very well played. His positioning is smart for no knowledge of the lane. And we'll see him just get quick Lightbringer off.
6 to 4
too much
in levels.
Yeah.
It's not where you want to be against a Vayne. As a Lucian, who's supposed to bully her in lane, he got none of that. They just let Mashme farm. Full confidence in his ability to carry the game.
Probably still keeping up in CS, although he's getting pushed into the turret a bit. 46 to 38 in the mid lane. West Rice makes it back as he's getting lane cut by Rux right now. Just denying that minion wave to get to the turret, so West Rice is forced to farm under that turret damage. Pat with a little bit of roam. Curse Academy, they did this early last time. They started getting their wards out, and it really helped them out.
Now in the middle lane, probably he's just warding up, making sure that he's fine. Broken Shard, he's going for that Madreds. He's looking for the Wriggles Lantern into the Feral Flare eventually. We'll have to see how much he counter jungles, because that'll accelerate the pace of it. And slow down Elise as well.
Ruck's loving to get himself a pink ward. Always places it knowing that, why not? Buy one ward, I'll be good to go. I have my trinket if they kill that, and I'll bide time until my jungler can get here to help me if things go bad. But when things go right, Dragon's able to be picked up. 8 minutes in here, Curse Academy, as they have been. The first Dragon has been theirs. Whether it's somebody else fighting it that have to steal it, or they just right out take it. And they just did that.
Dragon control early has been really good every game that I've seen them play. Their early game is phenomenal. Complexity Black have a really good early game too, and they both kind of mimic each other in that sense. It was actually a really interesting matchup all throughout. But the reason that they couldn't contest that is because Robert X. Lee is a level down on Mashme, who's just been farming astronomically, and he came back with a Bilgewater Cutlass. So he had more combat stats during that fight. If you were to fight in a 4-on-4, they would have been decimated and given up the early game. So not contesting is very smart by Complexity Black.
Yep. Now seeing Mashme in the bottom lane, hitting 7. Doing well for himself. Within the previous games, they definitely didn't put as much focus on Mashme's super carry. Within the games of VVV, he played Lucian twice. Saw him play Graves just yesterday as well, but now the team realizes it's a hyper carry that he needs. They really need to focus on him getting going in these games.
Blue buff mid lane on both of them. Constant star calls, constant heals. Soraka's just ridiculous. Like,
lots of glitter and love coming from that lane.
Glitter and stars.
Making the sky fall. We'll see who can make it fall harder. Wild Growth is up. And
Westrice is going onto Rux, but Pat is here.
Broken Shards down towards the bottom side of the map, so Westrice doing all that he can to get himself out. Dragon's Descent to get just a little farther away. Gable to get the burnout on. Ooh, that's going to be the burner red buff, taking him down.
Nice auto attack range there.
Yeah.
The flash being used, but now Broken Shard. He's kind of like, okay, Pat's top might be Dragon time, and it's gone.
And yep.
Gets the timer on it.
A little sad face.
Make sure that it's not there.
Felt like I could seal Shin Zhao frown.
And now at the top lane, Pat's going to get this turret just because of that great gank. Oh, no. TP coming in.
There we go. Westrice's TP coming into play on this. We'll be able to get a good push on the lane that Rux will happily farm in. Bottom lane aggression. Looks like, wow. Kind of a miscommunicated aggression from both teams there. Nobody coming out really on top of that one. A damage trade to both sides.
Ooh,
get a little bit of jungle
Pat's
intervention here. Broken
jungle.
Shot on the other side. He's not even looking.
Hello.
Oh, hello. How you doing? They decide to go toe-to-toe for just a few seconds. The knock-up slows Pat, but he does have the frenzy on. Makes sure he gets towards the wall. The flash over comes in huge. They are going to have Westrice, but right on his heels is Rux. Pat flashes out of the fight on this one. Duosec not in a good spot. Gets the Glitter Lance slowed down and probably looks to be going down here. Flash to save himself. Westrice. Oh, he could be the death. Carrying the Glitter Lance to its objective and almost takes down Prolly.
Now Broken Shard, because Elias is just better in the early game. The spiders are incredible. The percent HP damage and shred. Just dueling her straight up as a Xin Zhao with Madrids is not that easy. The Feral Flare scaling is what he really relies on there. And also the fact that Wild Growth got there very early. We saw the flash come out from Duosec. That come help that.
Very nicely predicted by that on K1 Pro. Throwing the hook closer to himself, figuring that Robert actually would try to dodge that way. A little bit of mind game being played here as Curse Academy. When you have your opponent up against the turret, they will do different things. You can just keep getting in their head. Westrice looks like he's safe, but Rux will have this turret in no time, and that's going to be a little bit of gold for him. And 66 to 68, pretty even lane with everything that's happened up here.
Yeah, and the Renekton pick means that nobody has to babysit Rux. Nobody has to really take care of him. He will win lane just from being Renekton. So the focus of Pat can be on other lanes and shutting down Broken Shard and not letting him into the lanes.
Yeah, that 3-town strike coming up big. Hoping to take down a ward right fast. A little bit of play. The cocoon comes out. Bubba Dub getting hatched out. It looks like they may want this fight. He puts himself in range for a nice soul shackle outside the box. Robert X. Lee, a little too much in danger, goes for the fadeaway calling and cannot find it. Bubba Dub missing out on that crescent slash. Couldn't get the dark binding to hit, but they do get the rest of the team to safety. Good play by Curse.
And Curse 3-0 right now, 3K gold advantage. And every time somebody establishes a 3K gold advantage, every game, it's much sooner than the last. These teams are just figuring each other out and just swapping sides at this point.
And this is working out great for Curse. With this victory they had here, with nothing going on in the mid lane, they were actually delivered a kill. So Duosec has had some fun, and he didn't even have to leave lane. So it's just kind of falling in their favor right now. 13 minutes in. See the Athene's Unholy Grail already finished. Forward map pressure on the bottom half of the map as well as Curse's. And they're ready to fight as well as deny experience still.
And Duosec's kill probably is fine. I don't think it came from him. I think is that with older?
Well, he get a little advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I was like, what's going on? But speaking of this, Westrice is just going straight at him. Yeah, but like you were saying, Duosec, now that he has that kill, he has that advantage in lane.
Right.
So he doesn't need help, yeah. Sorry, my brain was just...
It's all good.
My brain's fried.
It's just everything is working out for Curse Academy right now. And you can see a little bit of control coming across the map from Bubba Dub. He gets himself back from a very sticky situation in the bottom lane to get ward coverage. You see now that's Robert Exley farming safely in the bottom of the map. And blue buff now. There it is. They're just waiting for this.
I don't want to walk around. I want to stay here. And, okay, there.
It's going to take a while for the stars to get there. I mean,
yeah.
It's like 3 to 8 minutes for a ray of sunlight. It takes a while for a star to
Sometimes
travel.
those stars are already dead by the time you see them.
That's true.
See the light of dead stars.
Time travel is possible, I swear. 20,000 gold on the board to 17,000. Still, when Curse Academy had a 3,000 gold lead, it tipped back in favor of Complexity Black. If they can hold this one and come up strong,
the TP.
Teleport comes in, calling from the side. They're able to slightly walk out of that with Robert Exley's position against the wall. Mashmi's inside the pit, but nobody's really focusing him. Only able to get a few shots off here and there. The effective DPS of the 80 carries not really coming through as they're forced to run around. Westrice just living, flashes away from the last glitter lance as he grits his teeth, and they are going to be on somewhat of a chase. Broken Shard looking for the audacious hit here onto Mash, but he don't think he's going to find it. As they say, let's push mid. We have that advantage.
And up top, Rux has just been pushing this entire time, not dealing with the teleport. He has the Hydra, so the waves were cleared extremely quickly, and now he's going for damage on the turret.
Slowly but surely, he will find Westrice here. The teleport by Westrice was used in that last fight, so he's got to walk it out to wherever he wants to go. A great pickup, I should say, coming in for Complexity Black there. We're going to have to see the pressure now start to come from all the lanes. With the Dragon being down, everybody's going to pretty much just have to go toe-to-toe as such.
Westrice versus Rux in this top lane, just the bruisers back and forth.
Oh,
and now
no.
probably, Soraka has no escapes.
I like it. Oh!
Hit the wall!
He tried to put the minions in between him and K1 Pro and then totally forgot about Condemn and walls are bad.
Run away from the hook.
You try to do everything you can, but on the other end, look before you leap. So many fights going on. Like I said, the toe-to-toe is coming out very nicely. Curse Academy working the advantage here to pressure down in mid lane. Robert actually bringing all the light, trying to farm out the waves. But Curse doing a very nice job. Map rotation as a team, turrets as a team.
That turret was very low from Rux's efforts, so they go ahead and pick it up with a great rotation after getting the middle and picking up Prawley as well. So this Soraka excels in pushing the lane in the very early game and then not being able to shove her out and then transitioning into team fights and keeping somebody alive. Now, Broken Shard at the same time, he needs to get his Feral Flare so he can be relevant in these team fights, because right now he's walking in with just a little bit more attack speed, and that's basically it in terms of combat stats, give or take a little bit of armor magic resistance. So we're going to have to see what he can do. And it's funny because these are two champions that have been banned previous 2 games, and they're not coming up big so far.
A lot of pink wards coming out for Curse Academy. 3 to be exact in the inventories. We already see 1 laid down in that bottom lane. Mash was being quite safe, making sure he could always get out of a situation and see his attackers from the escape or the engage. Probably slowly using stale bananas to take down the Wraith.
Stale bananas.
Stale bananas. Hey man, when you can.
Do they just get rotten or stale?
Well, when you can use them, they're +1 damage, obviously, because they're stale. So it just helps.
Throwing rotten bananas at people too, they're all mushed.
That's true. Maybe they would be +1 because they're mushy.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
He wants those Feral Flare stacks. He's at 17.
He is. He has been farming quite a bit. We saw when Broken Shard was not able to put down a lot of pressure as Eve. That's when Curse Academy came back, and not being able to put down a lot of pressure as Xin. Also having an effect this game. Bubadub now trying to do what he can. The Soul Shackle very nicely on. Duosec gets a great wild growth and then a flash to safety. Robert with a very hard follow in this fight. Relentless pursuit and flash after he got over the wall, leaving zero escape for himself. Westrice coming in with a wish heal off of Prolly, but Pat from the left side actually says, I'll save you. Wait, this might have been a bad idea. Westrice now to run himself out. Ruck saying, let's go, bro. Westrice now going to be in the 2v1 situation with Prolly. K1 Pro with the Lantern toss, and the Thresh Express the safety. What a fight, still going the long haul.
And it looked like it was going to be in Curse Academy's favor, but Mashme was down bottom the entire time, so it was a 4-on-5, just shoving it out. And that last moment there where Westrice was still kiting, it looked like he wanted to turn it, you could see it, but he's waiting for the heal of Prolly to come back up so he could give him the Astral Blessing. We're going to take another look at it here. Broken Shard plays this really well. He goes ahead, and then he uses his Crescent Sweep, flashes over the box because they can see him with the ward in the bush, and now they lock it up. So now it's really a 4-on-4. The lockup from Bubadub only gets Duosec at the same time that he uses his wild growth. So they try to get him down there, and now Robert Exley is extended right into the claws of and oh my gosh.
Match me. 2v1 outplay. Oh, he knew he had it.
Going
Once
for 2.
the Dark Binding missed, won't be a problem. He's got the passive. He will be able to chase with that extra movement speed, and Mash Me comes up very big. Something when it's not even a guard letdown. It's just you aren't considering everything that's happening on the map, and somebody took advantage.
And I'm thinking back to Champion Select and the way these past 2 games have gone.
Yeah.
2v1s, almost every game, at least some turrets are going down. They say, all right, we'll pick Vayne. If you 2v1 us, we'll just let her free farm, and then we'll send our support to that top lane and try to hold it that way. That's exactly what they did. They held that top turret. It is still standing, that top tier 1 turret.
Yep.
And then Mash Me.
Farm is
big. He is, yeah, you're right. He's still standing, and he's got the most CS in the game. He's just been going ham, getting those numbers, making sure that he can carry this game. He just 2v1 in the duration of the stun of Condemn.
It's interesting. The most pushed lane of Lulu is the first turret to go down. No, I'm just kidding. Just the way the game has played out. But you're right. Those turrets stand in really a different early game than what we would see to the 2v1. Finally, you know, someone either kept the jungler out or put the jungler in. Curse was able to just put another person top. That was the support along with the jungler. Can't believe they didn't take the turret down. Complexity Black was definitely hoping to get an advantage off of that, and Curse has been riding that since this early part of the game. Now looking to get another few thousand gold on the lead. It's going to be a nice dragon takedown for them, and we are going to see a 7,000 gold lead coming in game 3.
You can see that Mashme is actually maxing Silver Bolts first. But Westrice, he's going after Rux, but the flash coming out. So yeah, they pick up a dragon for themselves on Curse Academy. The dragon control all throughout every series has actually been really good for them, even the games that they've lost. So getting that extra gold, so when they're behind, they're actually even. And then when they're even, they're actually ahead. So they're just coming up big for themselves with just that contesting of the objective.
And Dominate was saying if you can get Mash Me back on that hyper carry, which is bound to happen. If you're going to ban out Twitch and then Vayne and then Tristana, maybe if you were to play it. The fight getting engaged here, though.
Oh, Prolly's in the middle of this. He has no heal.
Curse Academy not liking the lull in the game, and they want to try to get a fight on. Bubadub is going to walk right into this one, but Complexity Black has already taken control in the fight.
Mashme's coming in for the back.
A little too close. Mashme is very, very close on this with Robert in his eyes, but he will have to peel off himself. Too many Curse members fall. They do finally find that top turret after knowing it didn't go down earlier, and they have quite a bit of gold to pick up on the map if they want to continue. We have to remember that this is all going to be soaked up by them, and they have a few items to be created as they're only sitting on the pieces, so I'd be surprised if they don't come back with items that allow them to win fights.
It was a 3-for-1 on the overall, and now just the bottom duo lane is left, and Mashme is trying to come in from the side. And this is just that same spot where they went Vayne for TSM.
Oh my gosh. Mashme trying to do what he can. Very nice kiting. Gets the tumble, gets the lantern, but they pull back into him. Mashme may not be out of trouble just yet.
Culling.
He's forced to flash. The culling, can he scrape it across the side without vision? And Mashme did actually take a hit on the culling, but he lives to tell it.
It was so close. And that is not a place you want to be as a Vayne. It happened last time with Double Lift in that TSM game where they all called him out. It's just so easy to get on it and come over the wall.
Oh no, the Glitter Lance chase. It's not a blue buff on Duosec, but it is the blue buff that he wants. Can they get that? Very nice Baron damage. It's going to be a few more hits for him to get it. So Duosec not getting the blue buff that he wanted right there. There was so much in his eyes. And Curse Academy is just going to be forced to hang out now. 4,000 gold lead. We just said that was about 7, Cyrene. Yep. Big moves coming in.
Coming back into it.
Yep.
With that nice 3-for-1 exchange. Just getting Broken Shard down. Now. Or actually, Prolly. Ended up killing Prolly in that one. And now we'll have to see. They're looking at the Baron. And now Westrice is down bottom. He has teleport available to him. And they're making Mashme hold the middle, even though he's the best Baron killer right now.
The hook,
oh,
just off to the side. A lot of people pulled off on that, and it is enough time for the rest of the team to get here. Baron is not that low yet. Broken Shard's very close to the team, and he is not going to be able to do too much. The Crescent Slash, rather, not able to get the team in range for Complexity Black. The miscommunication there, I thought they would be closer, but now they're still trying to jockey position for the Dragon. Reassessing the fight, they realize they have wards that are giving too much vision to Curse Academy. They clear that out and start to back off. So it looks like just losing Broken Shard on what almost looked like a nice engagement is going to have both teams deterred from the Dragon.
Yeah, he got the wish from Prolly.
Right.
He used his Crescent Sweep to end up getting himself a lot of magic resistance and armor, because per person you hit, it's going to give you more. So he hit everybody. So he's very durable for those last couple seconds. Now they're going for this middle turret, but they're being collapsed on here. Mashme, they know he's not there, though. So they might try to turn this around.
Pretty hesitant play on that one, with especially seeing at least that Westrice is in the top lane. Rux didn't want to go in on that fight. Maybe too many summoners down. Seems like Curse Academy is not playing scared, but a little too careful for their own good.
And Mashme's not afraid. He's high level. He's 14, highest in the game. He's ready to take on Westrice. He doesn't care.
So too much scared for their own good. They were just waiting for the full team to be together. They are still ready and raring to go here, putting down the pressure on the blue buff. Pick that one up. Curse Academy does not want Game 3 to go anywhere but in their hands. This best-of-5 series for the 3rd place match here in the Challenger Series.
And that's huge, because there are 4 teams in this competition, only 3 spots, and this is the determining game. Winner of this gets to go to the LCS promotion/relegation match.
Yep.
Whereas loser, you have to compete in another whole series of Challenger.
Both teams very hungry for the first result, wanting that chance to get themselves into the LCS. They have, I don't know, worked so hard to do this with a team that aren't in gaming house like the LCS teams. Guys that have to come together. We've heard that it's been harder for some Challenger teams to get those practices in, but these guys persevering through any of those trials and tribulations and really come together as a 5 on both sides. Complexity Black here in Curse Academy in the 3rd place match for a reason, trying to get themselves into the LCS. They fought here, and it's not going to be their last chance to do it. They want this to be the win.
Of course, we are going to at least have another game after this, despite who wins.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, not the last chance, but this one would be a good win. 2 Randuins just on the horizon for Complexity Black. Their fight prowess coming a little bit more into light now. We do see that as High did it, as I guess the Sorakas will do it from the solo queue. You go for that Rylai's next. You just be a menace, and you facilitate more fight for your team.
Yeah, and the fact that they also are going to complete those Randuins is for that vein for Mashme. And that camp right there is going to give Broken Shard his Feral Flare right there. Took a second to transfer over. And now he's getting focused down, but he's going back in.
Oh, man. Get the Feral.
Oh, there's so many heals.
So many heals coming out. The Mikhails it also uses. That has been finished. Prowly now doesn't have any safety for himself. Helping to get out and using everything has maybe cost them a lot here in this fight. That is going to be 2 down and a 40-second death timer on the side of Complexity Black, and Curse Academy may be pinging big on this one, but it looks like they are just going to focus down this mid wave. No, they are going to go for it.
Mashme is just way too strong right now. And the fact that it's Vayne with the Blade of the Ruined King does a lot of percent HP to Baron, it'll be shredded very quickly.
Great plays coming up. Mashme also has a blue buff for himself, keeping himself safe. He can just dance around these fights with tumbles, and K1 Pro, he's going to easily be able to do what he needs.
Oh, Broken Shard's still in here. He's
Gotta
low
watch out.
HP.
Those are good shots coming in. Bubba able to help get a kill. Mash Me, you can just see him back and forth, trying to get the steps in, trying to get his tumbles in, getting all the shots to kill out onto Bubba. And it looks like they're going to have a good push in mid here. They do now have Probably and Westrice back up, or rather Broken Shard, that is. We'll see where they can go. Bottom looks like it's going to be the focus with Baron down the map being objective free. The turrets are looking pretty good for Curse Academy.
Yeah, it's Curse Academy. They could go for a push or the dragon. That's all that's really left on the map for them. Yeah, and Pat's going to go do that. Mashme's going to go find himself more farm. He's just super brave right now. He's like, if I find somebody, I can 1v1 them. I can probably 2v1 right now, considering how much gold he had. 304, stronger than anybody. He's lost his CS advantage over to Robert Exley by just a small margin. But, man, Vayne scaling is just crazy.
And those kills he's been getting as well, keeping him on top.
And he's really good on that, too. Hashtag Vayne mechanics for Mashme.
He's been rocking it. They said, Dominate, I Will Dominate said he needed that hyper carry, so he got it, and so goes the game in favor of Curse Academy so far. It's only our third matchup, though, in this best of 5. Got to keep reminding everyone that. Complexity Black was really able to come out with a strong game last game, but now it seems like Curse has just kind of found their way under the skin of Complexity Black in every necessary instance that'll really give him an advantage.
Yeah, and I feel like the hyper carry is really good against the newly adopted buddy system strategy that Complexity Black have come out with, where because he can just solo farm for the early game. And what are most hyper carries' weaknesses? It's that early game where you're going to get bullied by a Lucian, bullied by a Caitlyn. And it's like, oh, well, we're going to have Vayne free farm.
Free farm indeed. It sounds like a silly thing when you say it now. Vayne free farm this whole game. It probably should have been stopped. And right now, that is proving to be what needed to happen. Shots coming out now. Mash Me on the outside. Nobody's even focusing. This is all a retreat from Complexity Black. And it may be all she wrote here as Curse Academy coming very strong on this fight, Zyrene. A double kill for Mash Me. Could have been a triple kill, but it's Duosec who picks that one up. And it looks like the inhibitor turret will go down. This is the first one, and now our fastest game, which means Curse Academy has been fueling this the entire time, and we're ready for a final push.
Yep, they're going to go straight for it. 4 men of Complexity Black down. This turret, the attack speed from Vayne, it's going to take this 2-1 in favor of Curse Academy, who is just putting up a great fight with objective control all series long.
2-1 indeed. The Nexus turret not falling just yet. The focus of Mash Me is on the eye of the victory, however, as the Nexus turret goes down along with the Nexus. Just over 30 minutes in the game. Game 3 goes to Curse Academy.
Game 1, Mash Me. Game 2, Robert X. Lee. Game 3, Mash Me. Game 4, maybe it'll be Robert X. Lee again, but they keep swapping back and forth. No deaths there for Mash Me. Game 2, no deaths for Robert. They keep going back and forth. Both have the potential to carry the game on their back, but its question is, can that early game facilitate that? Can their team set them up for that?
I am pretty excited because the games, they're not super coming down to 80 carries carrying with 10 kills, but that was one of them. We did get that old 80 carries being the one to really have an impact on the game of what was going on. A pentakill from Robert X. Lee in the other game. And now Mash Me coming up big with a solo lane Vayne. Not solo lane, they let him free farm in a solo lane.
It really was a solo lane because nobody was against him.
It became one, yeah.
It was like, I'm by myself. There's literally, I don't have an opponent. As soon as Lucian got there, actually Westrice got there, and it was level 4 Vayne to level 2 Shyvana.
Yeah.
And then when they swapped Lucian in, it was level 6 Vayne to level 4 Lucian, which means that Lucian has no more pressure in the lane, which is what Lucian's all about, is that early game pressure and the wave clear in the late game.
And we'll bring up a replay right now, 26 minutes in, and it was a 2-for-0 for Curse. This is kind of just, like you said, he had just finished that Feral Flare, but just when they get something, this always seems to happen.
Yeah, lots of heals on the Broken Shard here, but then the hook onto probably the Condemn into the wall is what sets this up. He just gets taken out, and then Westrice goes, uh-oh, I'm trying to re-engage, but Mash Me, boom, 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 1-2-3, 1-2-3 with the silver bolts, and that's all she wrote. Because that huge dragon with the Randuin Zone is still not durable enough to withstand the silver bolts.
Leveling up those silver bolts as well. Wanted that in the lane. Saw him 2v1 just by himself in the bottom lane versus Robert X. Lee and Bubba Dub at one point in time. Really strong play coming out from Curse Academy in that one. And everybody really kind of played the role of what they needed to do, especially playing the 2v1 differently. I thought it was awesome. It's kind of the first time we've seen it.
Yeah. I really like that, and especially since they just let him down there by himself. It's like, we'll 4v3 you top, and we'll keep the turret until, like, what, 20 minutes into the game? It's just really coming up big there in strategy for Curse Academy.
All right, we'll see. Probably won't let it happen again, but it is time for yet another break as Curse Academy and Complexity Black prepare to take the Rift for a decisive Game 4 in the best of 5. Stick around. We'll be right back. Duosec gets a great wild growth and then a flash to safety. Robert with a very hard follow in this fight. Relentless pursuit and flash after he got over the wall, leaving zero escape for himself. Westrice coming in with a wish heal off of Brawley, but Pat from the left side actually says, I'll save you. Wait, this might have been a bad idea. Westrice now to run himself out. Rock saying, let's go, bro.
Incredible competition looking more edible. Waging war with a lore gonna be regrettable. People like you are so easily forgettable. Playing against me, son, your talents ain't accessible. I'm a professional. Did you think that it was ethical to come against the great? Need to be a bit respectable. Now it's time to speak. Think of this as a confessional. Boy, I see you weak. That's your style is detectable. Only good at one thing. That means you're one-dimensional. My skills are impeccable. To you incomprehensible. Put me on a pedestal so you can get a better view of perfection. I'm a baller getting revenue. This is all political. You need to be a better individual. Just mad cause my efforts stay ripping you. I'm sick of you. You can't defeat my strategy. That goes for your whole team, boy. It's a tragedy. I'm sick of you. You can't defeat my strategy. That goes for your whole team, boy. It's a tragedy.
Another one.
I think we've been here before. We in the ring, but you're on the floor. You never ever should have walked through that door. When the bell rings.
Welcome back to the North American Challenger Series Spring Playoffs. Game 4 is about to begin in this Boomerang third place matchup between Curse Academy and Complexity Black. Curse Academy leads 2-1. Now I'd like to welcome back I Will Dominate to the desk. Some pretty crazy games we have starting off here. In the early game, I kind of want to get your opinion on this. The 2v1s. What is it like to do something different on that? Because usually we see every team try to do the jungler, same thing, 3v1s, push the lane.
I actually thought it was incredibly smart of Curse Academy to send the Elise up there. What they noticed was that Broken Shard and Westrice had been sharing experience on the buffs, which meant that Broken Shard wouldn't be level 3, and that's really when Xin hits his power spike. Then he'll have his E, his Q, and his W. And they didn't have that, so they knew that they could hold under turret, and they didn't really have that much threat of being dove. So I thought it was actually incredibly smart, and it had a huge impact in the game, them making that decision.
Yeah, something like a Jax where you get level 2 and then you have the Empower and all of those abilities to help push the turret. Picking the Shyvana doesn't have that type of pushing power, yeah.
Right.
So pretty much against all odds, people were expecting Complexity Black to come into this and just sweep Curse Academy. They're putting up a huge fight. And what do you think is the biggest thing? Do you think it's really dominate, or do you think it's just like teamwork and how they're adjusting?
I think Curse Academy has a good plan for the games. They kind of revealed their strategy to win. The way that they want to play is they want to have an early game top laner, an early game jungler, then they want to have a supportish style mid, and then a hyper carry AD. So they kind of just like have a super like early game so they can get to that late game, and then they have an AD that's being supported by Lulu or Kale. And then what are you supposed to be able to do? You can't really engage onto the AD, and he's just there to clean up your whole team. So I think that Curse Academy has a better idea of what's strong in this patch right now. So even though they might have been behind in the rotations before, this game they're able to match the rotations, and I think if they do that, they win this series.
And was it completely wrong for Mash to be in the bottom lane by himself, or could Complexity Black kind of turn that around in their favor still?
I think that because they weren't able to dive that top turret, it was a genius play. You have the Vayne free farming. If they send the Shyvana back, then he's just laning against the Shyvana. And if your top lane is not going to get dove 4v3, if they can't effectively pressure that, you're having free farm Vayne, which is one of the best things you can have for your late game. So I think that it's a really smart decision by Curse Academy, and Call Black definitely did not expect it.
So how do you come into this next game with bans, knowing that the hyper carry of MASH is real, and that what Broken Shard said in the beginning definitely needs to be taken into consideration?
I don't really know if you target the hyper carries or you target the support mid laners. It seems like Duosec's champion pool is a little bit smaller. Like he's played the Kale and the Lulu. Maybe if you hit that, you'll be able to hurt Mashme a little bit more, because Mashme can play the Vayne, he can play the Twitch. I'm sure that he could pull out something else and be able to carry with it if those get banned out. So I think that the place you go is you try to ban out the supportive mid lanes and try to hurt Duosec like that.
Yeah, that's going to be really difficult, though, because Rux has shown that he can play the top lane Rise, and then he can hyper carry with that. So there's a lot on the line here.
Yeah.
Spence Curse Academy will now be blue side with first pick. There's a lot in the air.
So what do you expect? I wouldn't say expect. What do you think that Complexity Black should come into this picks and bans phase with banning in mind?
I think that they'll probably end up trying to ban out the Kale and maybe the Lulu, and then maybe try to ban out the Soraka too. Maybe they go 3 mid lane bans. It's pretty difficult to call that because a lot of teams don't really put that much emphasis on one role when they go into bans, but I think that would actually be one of the best things they could do in this pick ban phase to like get a little bit of an advantage.
Anybody on Curse Academy right now that's kind of standing out to you, that's been playing and people are following with on the team?
So I definitely think Mashme has been like the hero so far. Like he's carrying these games like really hard, but somebody that's impressed me a lot is Pat. I think Pat's came up huge. That last game he had on-point ganks. He was able to kind of get the Renekton going, and then he went bot, and he was able to make a positive impact there too. So I think that Pat's been playing really well this series, and I think that Mashme has been carrying the games pretty hard. So.
How do you think that Curse Academy can continue to kind of shut down Broken Shard, being such a heavy early game focused jungler?
Well, I think that the 2v1s kind of end up helping them because he doesn't end up having that early game impact. Broken Shard isn't able to make the plays when there's these 2v1s and he's kind of forced into a lane. So although Call Black seems to have better understanding, it kind of hurts Broken Shard that he's not able to have his early game impact, and it's kind of just give and take.
So you think they should just go back to the 3 and 1 in terms of levels?
Yeah, if
give him level 3 and let him gank?
Yeah, I think if I was Call Black right now, I would try to pick just strong lanes, pick power lanes that can stand up, maybe take away the Renekton in terms of picks, and then they have lanes that win, and they won't be able to have the hyper carry just scaling. Like you won't have Curse Academy have Mash just sitting in that bot lane scaling. You'll be able to apply pressure. You can win the lanes. You can force objectives and force him to fight a little bit before he actually wants to.
All right, Dominate. Final question: could we see anything crazy from this teams, or is it not really characteristic of a team to try super new things in a best of 3 when you're doing all right?
I think that at this point, the teams kind of want to stick to like what they've been doing. Maybe Call Black makes a little bit different picks, but when you're playing in a game like this, you don't want to lose off something that's not practiced, and they've pretty much been showing what they perceive as best. So I think they kind of stick with their strategy, maybe make a couple small minor adjustments, But generally speaking, I think we're going to be seeing some of the same strategies.
All right, Dominic, thank you once again. If we go to Game 5, we'll see you back on the desk. All right, everyone, we are hopping into Game 4, and what could be match point here coming in for Curse Academy. They have 2 games under their belt, and they only need that one more to get themselves into the relegation tournament.
I was talking to a lot of people beforehand, and they're like, oh, it's going to be 3-1. Call Black.
Ooh.
Like, not even possible at this point. Could see a Game 5. It's very, very possible.
Right.
But the way Curse Academy have been looking with their objective control on top of every dragon, like you said, every first dragon of every game has gone over to them.
Yeah.
And the fact that their style is very similar in terms of their early game to what Complexity Black does, Curse Academy comes out on top of that little extra gold boost more often than not. And the fact that the hyper carry is there too, if they lose the early game, they just scale.
Yeah, you can just kind of wait it out or let that hyper carry solo farm.
Oh, yeah.
If you get the chance.
If somebody's back
So
there in the
crazy.
back room going for Call Black, let's not have that happen again. Let's see what we can do about that.
Yeah, already a 1-up. They're already doing pretty good things. Rise, Nidalee being banned out, have seen the ban list every single time, as well as the other side. These really aren't any big bans coming out. Westrice does find his Jax to be banned once again. Didn't find that in the first one. They were like, yeah, you can play it. And then they weren't really wanting to deal with the split push teleport that he was bringing to the game because it did give them the edge they needed when they needed it.
Yeah, and they originally banned Xin Zhao. Now they've seen Broken Shard on it. And they're like, oh, we can shut that down.
Right.
We can counter jungle that. We can go ahead and put pressure.
That's a good point.
And so they leave it through. And they're like, yeah, we'll just deal with that. We don't want to deal with Westrice's Jax. It's much more deadly.
So leaving the Vayne up here could be the Vayne again, but you can easily pick things that'll gap close and crush down a Vayne. So keeping an eye on Complexity Black and what they decide to do now with the Twitch ban coming out onto MASH. He's been playing very well. We heard Dominic give a shout out to Pat for his abilities in ganking, being in the right spot at the right time. Really, 1 or 2 times like that can equal a game. Sometimes it's small things that you're able to take off into the distance and run off and win. Sometimes it has to be one after the other and big things and then a turret. Curse Academy is working very good at just the small things and running with it.
Yeah, and they want the Thresh again. The small things coming up. K1 Pros,
Right.
maybe
Bubba Dub hasn't got that.
all 3 games. 4th game down. He's going to have that again. And now Complexity Black, they go with the Soraka again, who was banned game 1 and 2. Game 3, it was played by Prawley.
Right.
Not great success with that, but we're going to see if he can bring it up this time. Now they take Elise for Broken Shard and take that away from Pat, which is what he played the Xin Zhao into last time.
He does have his lead.
They may change it up. They may go for level 3 Elise with the Cocoon and go gank people. Or they could do the buddy system again, go top with Skittering Frenzy and push a turret. We saw it from them in game 2. It worked out pretty well.
Yeah, yep.
But it's just, these teams are just so similar. Wow. They're so similar in the way that they operate in the early game. Those first 8 minutes, they're like, let's just go for turrets. Let's just 2v1.
Yep.
And then that little hyper carry edge means that Curse Academy is a little ahead of the curve. But they're not going for it this time.
They are not. They actually go for the Eve with the Lee Sin being up. Broken Shard didn't have too good of a time on Eve due to the 2v1 switch and the chaos that it produced in the way that the lanes had to swap. Usually the 2v1, yeah, you soak up experience, but Broken Shard still had a little bit less. I have to see if Curse Academy has things in mind for Pat that allow him to soak up and keep that experience to stay on par with the levels of the game. We're seeing the Lulu that could be locked in. That safety for now a Mash Me Lucian coming in. We said before, Mash Me played Lucian Graves a bit against the team of VVV and both LMQ. So he's trying it out, still likes to play.
Yeah, Lucian and Caitlyn are both staples of AD carries right now. He's really good with those off-pick hyper carries like Vayne and Twitch, but he's still very, very good at lane bullying because of how good his mechanics are. So instead of hashtag Vayne mechanics can be Lucian mechanics this game.
Right.
Swap it on over because it's don't mash me through and through.
And each team has their own priorities. Like Rux getting Renekton in his last
pick. Well, that's
pick.
a last pick.
Yeah, come on. His favorite pick goes all the way to the last. Both teams have what they want in mind. They're saying, take it, because we'll take ours. Now it's going to be a Shyvana lock-in coming in. Now Westrice in the top lane is going to be grabbing that. We saw it in the jungle just yesterday as well. Like we said, not working out as well, but now in the top lane can soak up the gold Shyvana needs, the experience Shyvana needs to be a big dragon.
Yeah, in both of these teams, we see the top laner, mid laner, and support the same as the last game.
Yep.
Only differences are the junglers, and then there's Lucian and Caitlyn now. So going to have to see how that affects these teams and their play style. They can still pull off the same strategies that they've been doing, except that now they don't have the hyper carry to rely on Curse Academy. This is an early game team composition. Renekton, Lucian, a lot of bullying in the lane, and then Lulu is what will help them transition and give them a little boost of power in the late game.
Well, according to last game, Curse Academy definitely had the 30-minute mark down pat.
Oh.
So if they're picking a 30-minute team, they can put that into play right away. Going for broke in this last one is going to get them the spot in the relegation tournament, this best of 5. Although the first game was long, you can just see it. It tells a story of itself. Each game has been getting shorter. The teams are figuring each other out instantly throughout the laning phase and then trying to stop and then put their own twist on the game. Curse Academy has been coming out a little bit more on top than that in Complexity Black with the 2-1 so far.
And like Dominate said, he thinks that they have their number too.
Yeah.
Basically thought they showed all their cards early on Complexity Black.
Right.
Came out of the door very gung-ho, and now Curse Academy's like, no, we actually know what you're going to bring to the table, so we'll counter it. We'll play our own strategy, and we'll do it better.
And different things, different people we're kind of looking at to be the big players of this game. Obviously, Mashme coming up huge. Robert X. Lee with a pentakill in the game, a quadra-kill, and a Fed 2 penta in the end because the game was already over.
It still shows up on the scoreboard that way.
That it does. That's why you always sell that one item you didn't mean to buy at the end. And you're like, no, nobody saw that. I didn't buy this.
4 ohm wreckers.
So with this, obviously Curse Academy is riding so high right now, and the pressure on Complexity Black is definitely getting to them. This game is going to be one of the games they've been working for months, three months now, trying to get themselves in the right spot.
Yeah, and Curse Academy have been in the challenger scene for a very long time.
Yep.
West Rice, though, same story. He's been around the challenger scene forever. A lot of these guys, same with Robert. They're like, we want to be LCS teams. We want to be up there. And some of them are good enough. They're on that caliber. And now they're just standing in the way of each other's dreams.
Right.
But only one of them gets to have the good dream and the other one has a nightmare.
Somebody's going to move on. See who wakes up all happy and sunshine after this one. 2-1 in favor of Curse Academy. Our 4th game now underway. Robert X. Lee. So you see Pat. He's keeping good distance. Pat's going on to Evelyn this game. First time. So I'm playing a little bit of Lee Sin, definitely diversifying his champion pool as he comes into this playoff match.
He's laughing. He doesn't even know that he's there. That'd be creepy if you could hear Evelyn's laugh.
No.
You couldn't see her.
No.
You're just sitting around. And you're just like, what is that sound? She's somewhere. She's somewhere.
It's like when they released the electrical Moo skin, and you could hear his laugh globally.
Could you?
First week, you're like,
right.
He's laughing.
That's right.
Make it stop. Here we have Spell Thief's Edge starting up on Bubba Dub. Bubba Dub likes to pull in tons of gold on the Spell Thieves and then quickly go over the Talisman of Ascension when he gets the chance. Just part of the way he likes to build it, but still keeps the gold generation in there. He knows what investment means.
K1 Pro. K1 Pro on the other side, he doesn't care. He's super greedy. He's going after himself there. He's like, no gold generation item.
He's like, I got $1. I'm spending it on myself.
Dollar store. Hit it up. No bank here.
Dude, dollar store rewards. That would be big.
Yeah, that's true.
That'd be huge. Not here, though. And we do have a pink being picked up, actually, by Broken Shard in the jungle. So it goes a little less, knowing his spiders will be nice and tank for him.
Bubba Dub's going to have to go all the way around. Go the long way. But are they going to head him off? Nah. No pass here.
Kind of works out. I mean, Robert X. Lee's going to get level 2, but he's also not trying to push it because he can't go any farther. They're going to cut right into him, and he hasn't even grabbed 1 CS, so you can actually see the consideration he's putting onto not pushing that lane against a Thresh so he can hook you one after the other.
He wants to use that headshot on somebody, not the creep, but that's always, you're always like, I want to hit him. I want to hit him. He got the Peacemaker, so he can push the lane fast.
Get a little close there.
And get level 2 sooner. Oh, it lands on Mash.
Very nice attack. Also, Robert actually putting himself towards the brush to get his headshot up faster. Very well played on the Caitlyn.
And now the fast push already coming out here from Soraka. So early.
This almost looked different the other time.
Yeah.
Saw Duosec getting the early Glitter Lance and probably was level 1 at his turret. Now probably he's level 2, and it's a little flipped.
And then the Wraith Steal.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Duosec got Wraith to give himself level 2 last game when they had Broken Shard and West Rice trying to counter jungle. Not this time, though. A lot of little extra things that happened last game that gave Curse Academy a great lead. Now it's on them to make those happen and not be delivered. Right now, trying to happen in the mid. There's the red buff on top of the glitter lance. Not a lot of armor they have to work with since they got the ability to power a duosec, but that means that Pat's not really bringing too much damage.
Yeah, Soraka's extremely gankable, especially from somebody like Evelyn where you can't see her coming with the help of wards. You have to get pink wards down. You have to keep tabs on them in the jungle. That's exactly what Brokenshard is doing now. He's following him off on the side, making sure he doesn't revisit mid until Prawley has healed himself back up to a safe area. And oh, if he lands a cocoon.
Great play by Brokenshard.
Really?
Look at the smite. As offensive. Doesn't get the smite out. That was only for Pat, but that's knowledge. See if the Complexity Black uses this. It looked like it could have been an engage in a fight. See, a little back and forth.
Knowledge is power.
Peacemakers. Yes, it is.
He puts the black shield on to dodge the flay more than the hook. More often than like I've ever seen anybody else do. So even though it's telegraphed, a lot of times he'll eat the hook and then just...
It is an interesting play. I mean, this early, you might be able to turn it around. Oh, what a stinker. You might be able to turn it around because Thresh is going to close that gap, right? And he kind of wants to shield himself, too. So you're not pulling Lucian in because the AD carry is not coming close. So you almost can.
Oh, that's up top.
No shields here, though. Westry's burning. Chug the potion. Doesn't have one anymore. It was already wasted from Rux. And kind of what we used to see. The Renekton pushing someone in and then getting the jungle gank at 4-5.
The winning the lane there. Rux has gotten Renekton every single game of this series. They ban out the Rise in priority over that.
Right, that's true.
But this is what Rux climbed here with, and I've actually seen people ban out Renekton against him consistently, but that's not what Complexity Black has in mind for him.
LMQ sure banned it out.
Yes.
That was something that LMQ banned out almost every game. Brokenshard onto Pat now. This time he will show him some aggression, but he may be in a sticky situation. Probably runs in there, calling down the sky immediately as he hits out the star call. There's the cocoon. It may be enough, but Duosec has enough for a Whimsy, has enough for a shield, so they should just get out limping. Brokenshard doing good, forcing flashes, but that got pretty tight.
He had no mana left for that last little glitter lance. And yeah, LMQ banned it out against him, or they picked it for themselves for Ackerman. So they took it away from Rux pretty much every game.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they banned it second, but got it for themselves first. Just so they could have it. Just so it wasn't in Rux's hands, because that's extremely important. Because he just dominates the lane. His builds on it, he'll go like Tiamat. Sometimes he'll go Brutalizer first. He knows what he needs in the fight. And that is one of his strengths as a player, especially on Renekton.
All these times, he's so far had a bit of a lead, always going back for the pickaxe first. So that initial return to lane, he says, how much damage can I do? Oh, this much, slice and dice. And then you're pretty much dead.
And destroy the lane faster with the Cold to Meek ratios.
Yeah. He knows what he needs to do, like you said, and he will keep pursuing that goal. 8.2 to 7.7 as the gold is staying quite close. Game 1 and Game 2 really revolved around 200, 300 gold leads. Game 3 we just saw, Curse Academy broke away with a 5,000 gold lead almost immediately. It'll definitely tell the story of this game, who can grab that first gold lead over 1,000. A lot of engage in the bottom lane, but nothing that will come of a kill. First blood has already happened. That was top lane.
Yeah. Broken shards here. Pat is off on the side. Bubba-dub. A little far forward. If a hook lands, that'd be a lot of damage. Oh, binding. Oh, that's not broken.
He says, binding for the hook. That's good damage coming out. One more shot, but they can't get in. Very good mentality of Mash to stay calm in that. I would have flashed. I know I would have flashed for it.
Flashed for that? Just be like, I can heal.
So close. You got to know when you have the advantage, and Curse Academy knows that they can't pressure the fact that they're losing this lane right now. They get a good little bit of damage out of that, knowing that Broken Shard won't have a return gank, so they stay safe for now. Low mana, though, coming on to both of these guys, so they got to be careful.
Yeah, and here's the thing, too, is that even if they had dove,
Pat from the backside coming in very nicely here. He can't get help from his other team. You can see Robert pushing him out, just missing the Peacemaker. Great follow to him. Pat, there's a headshot coming from Robert X Lee now, but he kind of stutter steps it. Didn't get the shot off right away, so they don't follow up on the rest of the damage. Very chaotic. Every one of these early game fights, you think it's over, and then somebody else comes in. New challenger approaches, and another one coming in towards the Dragon. Broken Shard may get himself into a sticky situation here. His team is backing, but he's just trying to prevent things right now. He's got to be you got to be careful how far he prevents it, though.
Yeah, he's also a little down in levels. He needs to go back to farming his jungle, or else he's going to be even further behind. And down bottom, like you're talking about the flash there. Robert still had heal available to him, So it was good on him not to panic and heal Broken Shard. He's like, I'm flashing away, no need. It's good. If he had seen like a turret shot fly at him, maybe he would have healed him. Or he would have just been mean.
You can see Rux is now down in the mid lane. Looks like we could have something. He may start to head back. He actually does. He's going to head top. He sees the push from Westrice. He does not want to lose that experience. But both of these teams are going to start pushing each other into that dragon objective. I thought it would have been now, but it looks like everybody had something else on their mind. That was Rux, or rather, that was Mash and K1 Pro backing. He gets himself a BF sword and a Sightstone. Both supports have that to start covering the bottom lane.
And this game is very different than the last ones we've seen because now Complexity Black decide to play the laning phase against Curse Academy instead of lane swapping somewhere.
That's true.
They're like, we'll just play Caitlyn Lucian, that's fine. We're not going to do anything cheeky or tricky, and probably might be in trouble.
Duosec had just enough mana for one spell reel there, and he might be in a bad situation now because of it. Pat comes around the backside. This is going to be a red buff resync here. He's going to be refreshed off onto Broken Shard. He waits for it, gets himself that refresh. They also take down Duosec. Curse Academy trying to do that with just enough mana, and it leaves them for dead.
And now they're going to rotate over to the Dragon, have Smite up for Broken Shard. Pat's dead. No chance of a contest here unless a lucky hook over the wall. We'll have to see.
Complexity Black, that one playing right into their hands. Curse Academy, they could have figured they are going to try and always make the initiations in those moves. And Complexity Black's able to walk away with a dragon off of an erroneous attack in mid lane from Curse Academy. Foiled nicely by Broken Shard and Prolly. See Prolly now picking up that blue buff. It's going to be very nice for Soraka to just be that mana battery and healer for her team.
And he's up in CS this game over Duosec. Duosec just got dropped by a great teleport into the mid lane from Westrice and also the collapse. So they have been keeping tabs on Pat, Duosec, making sure they can't go anywhere. Not really dealing with Rux in the top lane. He almost has twice the CS of Westrice.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot.
Westrice is very close to losing his turret. And boom. Just those last little glowing orbs. The caster minions did it. He was falling down to the ground, just throws out like the last shot.
Uh-oh.
He gets it.
Looks like Westrice might be falling down to the ground here as well. He will not have Dragon's Descent up by the time they both ward the brush. They say, got him, no, I got him. It's all right, we'll both get him. Westrice taking quite a bit of damage as he's just trying to return what he can
Flash.
in the burnout. Very safe. Wait a minute. Broken Shard, he's going to be able to help here. Like I said, these fights don't end when you think they're over. There's a wild growth just for the wild growth of it. And it looks like Westrice will finally get out of this one. The glitter lands just on the backside of the dragon tail. And a good story at that.
And the wish from Prolly, giving him that little extra comfort. He was looking for a place to flash, because he knew he wasn't going to have Dragon's Descent. He was thinking, maybe I should dive turret and flash over the wall. But they're like, no, no, no. Duosec's coming up that way. Broken Shard's like, come to me, I can cocoon somebody, I can try to keep them off. And now Prolly, he gets to farm the mid lane and push the turret.
He's just manning up on that turret, taking shots to the face.
Duosec's roam not paying off. He's level 7 to level 9 of Prolly.
Bam.
So Prolly's max star call is going to take out those waves a little faster than Duosec can deal with.
So the gold lead is kept within that 1,000, but it's Complexity Black that starts to stretch it for themselves. 16.2 to 15.4. And one turret has been dropped across the map on either side. Looks like this bottom one's actually going to go down. They will not be able to present themselves in lane before Robert X. Lee and Bump It Up get the last few shots on. So a little more map control going over to Complexity Black. Not really going to pay off instantly since the dragon is down. They can't go anywhere from that. But still, ground they need to gain.
So I'm sitting here, and like turrets are falling at 12 minutes. It's not that 4-minute turret anymore. And I'm looking around like, why is everybody slow? Why is everybody 9? Why is everybody level 9?
Is this Earth?
Yeah, it goes back and forth. And the fact that they're able to adjust their play style to play the slow game now, it's kind of like going from Earth to a normal game, right? Everybody's pushing turrets, everybody's flashing on cooldown. And now it's like, let's take a step back, let's take a breath, let's play some normals.
Sunday drive time.
Yeah, exactly.
No need to go fast.
They're playing that game too.
They are.
Complexity Black, they're like, we're fine with this slow game because you don't have a hyper carry anymore.
Right. We were talking about that 30-minute mark for Curse. It's going to start stretching that. They only have about 15 minutes left. It's obviously going to spread a little bit past depending on how they decide to play it. We saw Complexity Black when they were almost 6,000 to 7,000 gold down in the previous game. They were still winning fights at their inhibitors. So it's just all in how you initiate the fight. If it's on your terms, it can go quite well.
Oh, Pat's
right
here.
now, this might be actually on the terms of Curse Academy. They wanted that bait to come in, but Broken Shard had the same sense in mind. And it looks like he comes to the bottom lane to thwart this off. Duosec and probably gonna go toe-to-toe for a quick second.
And there's a pink ward there. Duosec's trying to get it. He's gonna take some damage for it, but it's worth the 30 gold.
A lot of damage, 10 to 8 in that mid lane, 110 CS to 89, trying to pick up from any lost slack in the top lane CS. Pat and Broken Shard back and forth, the shield comes out, Ace in the hole, gets all the way back to Pat as he threads the needle of MASH and K1 Pro. This could be a fight that Robert actually wants to stick on. Good ward in the brush will allow them
here
to
comes
focus.
Prolly.
The flash and hit, it's going to be the Infuse coming down from Prolly, locks in the kill for his team, kill secured, not the KS.
And now there's no dragon available, but they can continue to push in CS and get themselves prepped for it. Play some wards, get control of the area back so you have item advantage when you do contest the dragon. And that should be the next move here for Complexity Black. But we'll have to see what Curse Academy's answer is, because now they got their backs against the wall a little bit in the early game.
Just pushing off Westrice. He should be safe for this one. He has the ward below him, so he knows he can go a little bit harder, but he might drive Westrice right into that ward. Broken Shard to pick up his red. Complexity Black resetting themselves. Giving themselves a little bit to work with. Gonna start getting vision out, which they don't have much of yet. For them to push on to the aggressive side of Curse Academy, it would definitely put them in a dangerous spot. So right now, Robert X. Lee, you can see him turning back quite soon. Won't even go past River by himself.
Now Dragon's up in 50 seconds. Everybody prepping for it. If Rux can push this wave up, it prevents Westrice from teleporting without losing a turret. Because Rux has so much wave clear, he'll probably clear this instantaneously with his Hydra. Just go right into a cove to make Hydra and he'll be gone.
Yeah.
And then push and apply some pressure to that turret. That's pretty much the formula here. If he can do that and keep pressure on Westrice and stop him from leaving the lane in the early game where he can still duel him, then Dragon, there is still a possibility that Curse Academy can come out on top and get a turret for it.
Well, it's 20 seconds. Curse Academy actually looks to remove that pressure that Complexity Black has in the bottom lane here with this turret, but Robert X. Lee and Bubba returning at the right time. Teleport is up on Westrice as he goes back. I believe he gets himself a pink ward as well as a few health potions. No super buy from him there. And as the blue buff is transferred over, it looks like both teams are ready to jockey for Dragon. Here comes Rux.
Yeah, he's going to be involved in this fight. He's saying, I can't sit in that top lane because I know the TP is going to come from Westrice, but he goes anyway. And Prolly, little up, Duosec.
Very nice focus. That's a lot of focus on to Prolly. Duosec going to be taken down. Oh, he gets the shield to safety. Broken Shard is waiting for the abilities to come on. He walks away then. Somehow Duosec is still alive in this chase, and it has caused Complexity Black to focus a little too harder on what they want. That was crazy for him to stay alive, and definitely a huge part. 2-4 now in this fight. Complexity Black did not pick up anything other than just Pat, but Broken Shard went down as well.
This is really risky. They're going to dance around it because both junglers are down. They have no smite.
Oh, a very nice Soul Shackle. Very nicely removed from every champion as well on the side of Curse Academy. Playing this one calm. Both teams again set up for Dragon.
Now, we see that again. We see they go straight after Duosec, but Pat, Prolly's all over it, but Westrice flashes over the wall to get the help there and the ace in the hole in the back of the head.
Robert X. Lee, I believe that was a headshot that allowed him to get the Dragon there, but they do get a kill back. Dragon for a kill onto Bubba, and he used everything in Summoners to try and stay safe there. It worked out for the team. I'd say Dragon is a good win if they can hold this mid turret.
Yeah, especially the 16, 17-minute Dragon. But if they, like you said, if they hold the turret, then they're fine. If they don't, then it wasn't worth at all. And now 3K gold advantage. A little later than the one we saw last game. But it's funny, because the team that gets the first 3K gold advantage these games typically wins. It's just that tiny advantage, and then whoever can push it a little more.
Up to the top lane, talking about pushing. Looks like Westrice is going to try to do what he can to get this lane up to the turret. Just below him, that pink ward somehow still lives from Rux. Which is a very nice job of keeping that alive.
And now he's going straight into Rux, goes straight through him. Gonna clear the wave out almost instantaneously.
Oh, Westrice, he's getting a good amount of damage down on this one. You gotta watch that percent health coming off of Flame Breath every time you get punched in the face. It's a little bit more than you expect.
Yeah, Yeah, it gives you that percent HP shred, that's magic damage, which is something that Rux hasn't built, hasn't even built any armor.
Does it though? He's like, forget your magic damage.
Yep.
I'm going damage just like the AD carries do.
But AD carry has Hydra. Probably reporting him after the game.
So Runans, remember? The Runans. That's what they want. So we see the Sheen coming out now for MASH. He'll be able to do some good damage solo to a turret, and that's what he gets in the bottom lane for himself right now. Quick Lightbringer to clear the wave. He is going to pull some attention, though. Probably, and we see Bubba doing kind of a buddy system roam so they can clear wards and make sure they are getting the control on the map that they need, and they do get it. Bubba very close to MASH right now, but I don't know if he can take him. Same thing's going on the top here. It's kind of just this slow outer turret takedown. Definitely different from when we see the 2v1 split pushes and everybody's now trying to focus in mid lane.
Yeah, and both junglers were up at top, which means that they can have the supports come middle and try to make something happen. But man, they're just mimicking each other's actions, just mirroring them across the line of scrimmage in the middle. That river is just a mirror right now. Look at the supports. It's like, oh, we're both mid, hanging out mid, trying to get ward coverage of the area while our AD carries go farm.
Good clear. Pat keeping himself a little bit safer on the Rift, clearing out some pink wards. Robert actually still farming away. AD carries go equal in CS as Mashme gives himself a 2 CS lead with golems. It's going to be a pretty good fight between them. 1-0 and 1 on the ADs. Again, this is one of those games where things are quite close in a few of the lanes. The top lane, it's been distributed more towards Rux, but Prolly's making up for that in the mid lane with his 172 to 151. So that's kind of where we're evening out here. The gold lead is Complexity Blacks, though. They're going to be having that 3,000 in their favor. Dragon should be got good 3 or 4 minutes away, so both teams have some time to work with and some opportunities to create here.
Yeah, and when we just saw the gold right there, Rux actually has a lot of gold. He has the most on his team. And like I said to Dominate, when it's not Mashme coming up big, it's typically Rux. That's why they're banning the Rise out every time, because he can hyper carry in the late game, but now he's just their early game rock on that Renekton that they can rely on. Because even when he's up against Jax, he's still doing pretty well. He killed Broken Shard under turret one game. He's constantly pushing, he's constantly CSing, the highest in the game in that regard. And now we can see what he transitioned that into as a Renekton, because now Shyvana's going to be pushing him in. We'll have to see. Oh, Mash going to Robert.
Holy Mashme indeed. Pulls it in. Oh, wait a minute. This is totally going to play in their favor. Pat throws off the W, but he has to put on the W to gain speed, which allows him to be dark bounded. Dark bounding.
Dark bounded.
But no, that was, I thought, was really a great bait by Mashme. Unfortunately, well played by Complexity Black. Or I guess fortunately for them.
Yeah, the heal coming out there as well as the ultimate wish. But here comes Prolly from the side.
Prolly, they are completely running away from this. Broken Shard was actually hid by Prolly's coin there on the mini-map, but he is definitely ready to party. Getting a nice Q damage down with the rest of the team. A few more hits. Robert X Lee gets hit and D-path by the turret, but he's still got some shots on the rest of the team. Cannot get the last one in. Auto-attacked a minion there for a second. Not going to help him out get the kills, but still a very good push. And Complexity Black putting that one on the heads of Curse Academy.
Yeah, I thought it was just Prolly coming down, and I think maybe Curse Academy thought the same. Because then, boom, there it was. Just Broken Shard right on top of it. Throws out the cocoon for the engagement. Dragon's not up for a minute.
Yep.
Somebody mistyped the timer.
Little early. It's okay. They got the teleport out of Westrise, so they do still have him down here, which will help because his lane is reset, so it's all good. But I think they have a little time.
That happens a lot, though, with the Dragon. You're kind of like, all right, it's up now. And it's like, actually, it's 6, not 5. And it happens so often.
It's better that they didn't throw anything at it, like Peacemaker, or if you have a Gragas barrel, you just let it sit there and then you just frown at yourself.
Would have been like,
where'd it go?
Now they can at least just
imagine if now they're there and they're like, well, but down, they took it.
Yeah.
We'll see. They didn't actually put down too much ward coverage on it, not giving it consideration. They do have 2 pink wards they could have used. Well, wait, who's coming back? No, yeah, Westrice is still out with the pink ward, so they could have used it. Mashme down to the bottom lane. One last kick on the turret's going to knock it right over, and they do have a bit of knowledge on that Dragon. They're going to go back.
There we go. Coming back in, sweeping the wards out. There we go.
Right as rain, both teams now ready to dish it out. 5-3 here. They're looking for gold and they're looking for kills. If they can get on the backside, the bag of chips would be even better if they could do it.
Mashme's on the wrong side.
That's all right. Maybe. We'll see. Because Rux is trying to do the same
He's
thing.
going to go for the turret.
Very good push in the bottom lane. He should be able to knock that out. He has a huge wave behind that as well. So they give up the dragon now. Complexity Black grabs that. And Mashme is very pinched into a situation. 8 seconds to back. Looks like he'll be safe.
3, 2. He got him.
Oh, he gets him. Throws down the trap, but it's not going to be in range to hit it. He's going to use Broken Shard as a meat shield. The team is actually, getting the mid turret right now, and now to the second tier. So Mashme, with the little bit of mind games that Complexity Black took wholly into control and tried to get.
And the Lucian could have dueled the Caitlyn, so he needed help, and now they're late to the fight.
Wow, Rux himself is doing so much damage. They're trying to do the star call for Prowly, but it's not cutting through as much as they want yet. There's not that much magic damage to even follow up on the shred. Rux going very hard in the fight. There's not enough one focus coming in from Complexity Black to shut down Rux. He has been in a 3v1 and continues to go. Duosec can now join the fight with him hip to hip. They're going to get the Whimsy chase on, just used by Duosec the Glitter Lance to stop. But Rux, with the right mind, says back to mid, back to the push.
And it was Rux who identified it first to go mid. He was already on that tier 1 turret, taking it down when they were going after Mashme. And then they start this one up. They down it before the fight starts. He pops his ultimate. There's a lot of consistent magic damage happening now from Rux, and he's slowing them all with that ultimate from Lulu. Bubba Dub can't get away. Shredded down very slowly. Magic damage coming in consistently. Prowly gets dropped, and then it's off on the side that Broken Shard wants to try to get Pat. He eventually does, but it costs him his own life as Rux is 3v1ing. Takes out Robert Exley with all that damage he's built.
Wow.
The fact that the Shyvana is not in that point where he has Blade of the Ruined King and that offensive item. And now we see Rux has an offensive item, a magic resist item, and a big Randuin Zone with HP/armor.
And
so he's huge.
Got to take into consideration, it almost looked like they really couldn't kill him there. Well,
No.
that's what happens when you're a level ahead of everybody in the game. Some 3 levels ahead of everybody in the game. Right now, it's 2. So the Glitter, or the Soraka Star Call, they're hoping to shred everyone out. He's laughing at. He's already 2 levels above that. He's got HP, not worried about it. He's got Dominus HP to not worry about it. And like you said, he's already got his 3 items across the board: defense, attack, and magic resistance. We'll see Broken Shard getting a little too crazy here, and it looks like he will be taken down.
That's
Not
the
coming
jungler.
down the water spout on that one, and that is going to be Baron. Curse Academy, a huge swing in the game. I said if the gold lead didn't take more than a 3,000 gold lead, it's still anybody's, and Curse is starting to swing that back in their favor.
And now there's no smite available for Complexity Black, and the Baron is being done pretty quickly here. The Dominus is on for that extra damage. Here comes the TP from Westrise, but it might be too late.
He does have the Dragon's Descent, so they can get into the fight big time. A nice Wild Growth locks him up. Rux is in the fight, and he's very low. He was the one that didn't go down in the last fight. Now look what happens when the meat shield is gone. Duosec trying to get out one last shot.
Ace in the hole.
Robert Exley hooked around, and he gets the long-range kill from downtown, the triple kill, and the hat trick is going to provide Baron the 4th matchup in these teams in the best of 5, and Complexity Black does not look to be going home just yet.
So it was a great teleport, comes in at the right time. He vacuums them all in for the damage. Rux gets pushed back a little bit, so Robert Exley with the red buff is constantly doing damage and applying pressure, and Westrice is burning everybody. Picks it up, and that beautiful ace in the hole at the end to pick up the kill right into Thresh's soul.
Good 500 plus 575 damage on that to go through the shield as well. 80 carries are definitely in the spot to carry. And Robert X. Lee, with his pentakill the other game, I'm sure is feeling really good about what he's doing right now.
I want to see these 2 80 carries KDA throughout this series side by side, because they'll be great one game, then they'll be meh the next. Then they'll be great one game, then they'll be meh the next, and they just swap it. And like Robert X. Lee, he's 5-1-5. And then you see Mashme 2-2-1. They shut down each other every other game. It's incredible to watch. It's not like one-sided every game. And here's the thing too, is they got the Baron, so they got that boost in gold.
Without Broken Shard, but he still gets it.
Yeah, he came back up.
Crazy.
At the right time. So 5 of their members have Baron after they ace Curse Academy, and they get some extra objective gold for themselves.
Wow. You saw in that fight how big of a factor Rux was, though.
Oh, yeah.
going down so early. Complexity Black was like, oh, this is our next target. Thank you, this is our next target.
Baron softened him up for him.
Yeah.
Took a lot of his HP down.
Very risky play. You may be a raid boss to the rest of Complexity Black, but Baron is still your daddy. 47.9 to 41.1. 4-3 in turrets. And Complexity Black making a very good push here to bring this into a game 5. Probably in the bottom lane, all that armor he gets. So nice. Keep him safe.
And probably realizes, standard Soraka build here, that you should get your Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Because Soraka doesn't have any slows or any peel for herself. So you just have to star call people and walk away while being moderately tanky and silencing. That's pretty much all you get in terms of escape/durability.
I like this. Complexity Black, they were kind of all around the map just now, but with Baron, push that mid lane. Why not get all that damage you can put on? Rux getting that. Oh, you didn't even really take a scratch, so you can see how big he is compared to an ace in the hole that just did 500 some damage to K1 Pro. There's 5 levels difference between that AD carry and the support. But now Rux in the front line, they're trying to throw down the traps. Smash Me, a little bit of damage for himself as both teams start to pepper on that damage.
Now clearing the wave out, it's going to be Prawley's duty. And Broken Shark gets hooked. Ooh, just a little too far forward. Robert X. Lee is really far too. And Rux is already below half. He's got cocooned.
This is the way they lost the last fight. Only a few more shots and Rux is going to be going down. Broken Shard with a lot of focus towards that. The Wish comes out to keep Complexity Black in the base. And Curse Academy is now back to the fountain to find solace as the inhibitor goes down. Complexity Black feeling very good to just go ahead and face tank the second tier.
And they can definitely do it. Westrise, he has enough armor, has no magic resist item because that's not what he's worried about. He's worried about mash.
Got that heal. Boom.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to get tanked up even more.
Didn't even happen.
Comes in from K1. I mean, from K1, but no follow-up.
It's really hard for these hooks to hit. They got Broken Shard, but they didn't want him because you can just repel out everything that comes at you. They just hooked down onto Prawley, but he can heal himself, and he's not going to die from the initial burst.
The Duo Sec takes a lot of damage.
Not many options as they come into the fight. They do try to go quickly onto Westrise. The Wild Growth has been thrown out as well. And it looks like they do get themselves to safety. Ace in the whole team being a bro, trying to get in front of that one. As it's all about the skill shots coming in right now. Dark Bindings, Volatile Spiders, Star Calls, and Peacemakers just being dodged out by Curse Academy.
And so probably didn't have a great game with Soraka in that last one, but this game, 1-1-12.
Yep.
Huge support for his team from the mid lane. The utility, hook on to Bubba Dub, nobody taking that up. So Super Minions pouring down the middle lane. Now they're coming from the top lane. Baron up Complexity Black.
Complexity Black does not want this game to go out in favor of Curse Academy. May have to leave the base one more time, but keeps their hopes alive for a Game 5 and making it into the promo relegation tournament. A lot of people thought with those games that Curse just took, the way they have taken their 2 so definitively, this game was going to be all in favor of them. But Complexity Black definitely had different things in mind, and they are playing it game for game. Doesn't matter what happened last game.
Yeah, not letting it affect their mentality, coming into it to win. Now we see Complexity Black are just sweeping the map. There's the dragon going over to them. They're going and testing that blue buff, seeing if they can get it for themselves, but no, it goes over to Curse Academy. So just picking them apart. I'm just looking at it now, and the Soraka is just really hard to deal with in a team fight, and especially in a sustained team fight, because they don't have a lot of burst damage on Curse Academy.
I'd say so.
Nobody's there to like bonk them with a LeBlanc, and now it's Glitter Lances, it's Lucian damage. We have some Eve hate spikes, and then just some Renekton really sustained type of damage. Probably's really good at that.
Probably's been everywhere, considering he is the only one in this game with full kill participation of either team. He has been able to make his mark and soak up everything he can. He did not have that Rabadon's last time, and it is wholly making a gigantic effect on these fights because you're going to Star Call that much more damage, shredding on top of multiplied AP. It's kind of nice. And the rest of your team coming in, obviously Westrise is going to love that hybrid damage shred that he's already getting to attack people with.
The 1-1-12, 100% kill participation. Yep. So somebody in the bottom lane engages, he's like, wish!
Yeah.
Don't even care if it healed you or not.
We saw Westrise got all the HP back on that second tier turret that he tanked out, and then they were just able to kind of hold out. That inhibitor's gone. They have the bottom one, but you can see with Westrise in the top lane, they have the teleport that is easily brought in if there's any trouble.
Again, Pat shows himself Westrice is in the top lane with the TP. Rux has to answer again. Every game just seems to be just like that. Rux not taking TP, Westrice does. Now they have to deal with it.
This is where it becomes tough. Cyrene pinched into the base now. Rux can do whatever he wants, or rather Westrice on the backside against Rux right now.
He's proxying both waves so that there's more pressure on the map. The super minions will get there faster, and then Westrice can go ahead and flank from the back end and start the fight.
Already crushing down on the first Nexus turret. 2 super minions. Doesn't take much time for them to get that turret down to half. So you look at already, and Rux can't really even stop it. He went to the fountain and he's coming back from it, and that turret is going to be going down. Yeah, they will heal themselves, but they don't take much to go down. Curse Academy, a last-ditch effort to try and get safety to the team. The wild growth on K1 Pro, but everything
in the back
right now is done in defense as Complexity Black is mowing forward right now in bulldozer formation, taking the inhibitor turret. The inhibitor will be next.
Whoa!
Bends the bullet around, taking down Duosec with another very nice ace in the hole. That's going to be the inhibitor turret, and we are, ladies and gentlemen, going to a Game 5 as Complexity Black ties it up in the 3rd place matchup.
It's a 7-1-5 Robert X lead, but it's also a 3-1-4 Rux. So even though they lost, Curse Academy still had a great player in that top lane, but he's not on a hyper carry. He's on that consistent rock for his team, which kept them in the game. But Complexity Black coming out on top. Robert X Lee, again, having a great game. And both these AD carries are capable of stellar performances, and they just whip it out one after the other, game after the other. They just keep one-upping each other.
Coming into that game, we saw not the swap from the lanes. It was a little bit more evened out. We figured out that both teams obviously play a little different, and it seemed to favor Complexity Black when there's less chaos on the map overall. Then, when they start creating the chaos, when it's on their terms, they gained one of the biggest gold leads we've had in the game, as opposed to when, obviously, Curse ended it, and then they got the Nexus gold and the final kills. But having that and be able to extend the lead with the pressure that they had wasn't something they were able to do in their loss earlier. Curse always kept it, as I said, within about 300-400 gold. So gold, the huge factor here. Usually it is, but once it gets to 3,000, you can almost say one team just over has it.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the story. Every game in the series, whoever got over 3,000 gold started to run away with it because their styles are just very similar.
Yep.
And when you are basically playing the same minus that teleport little trick that Westrice has for himself, whoever's just got the more gold and more combat stats in the fight, typically going to come out on top with that one. And wanted to touch on it here with the Curse Academy thing.
Yeah.
Complexity Black, you said they're better in that just straight up fighting each other, 2v2, 1v1. But they're typically the ones who initiate the 2v1 lane swap.
Right.
They're the ones with the strategy that they...
Right, when it's on their terms.
Exactly.
And it goes well.
They're just like, we're going to swap it, and it's not always working. And Dominate, touched on that. He said, if they keep doing these strategies, but Curse Academy's already read them like a book. So they swapped their strategy, played standard, and they're like, oh, we can beat you standard.
Right.
So I don't know what they're going to do in Game 5, and I don't think Curse Academy knows either.
Both teams are probably reeling right now. It's literally down to one game. This becomes a day of LCS for the teams. Oh, we have one game to play today. All right.
Winner,
obviously, they have 4 now behind them. The mentality, the stress, everything coming into play. And we can see here, decisions. Let's bring up this replay at Baron. It's the thing that is going to make or break these games when we're this far in.
Yeah. Rux was already about half HP when this started, and Prawley in the middle, spamming star calls. They get rid of Rux. That was his only death of the game. He was 3-0 at that point. And then the ace in the hole for the cleanup, triple kill to Robert X Lee. Just phenomenal game for him through and through, start to finish, and very reminiscent of his Game 2 performance.
It was kind of the first time we saw a team say, we can take more than, what we think we got here. We just got a lot of kills. Well, actually, they only had Broken Shard killed, which goes into Smite, and that's why they thought they were so safe. So 4 members of Complexity Black were able to stave off that entire Baron attempt. That's what we just saw in the replay. Pretty stellar play, and Complexity Black knew that everything was on the line. So, all right, everyone, this is it. Whoever blasts the last Nexus will punch their ticket to the Summer Promotion Tournament. It is do or die when we return with Game 5 between Complexity Black and Curse Academy. Complexity Black is mowing forward right now in bulldozer formation, taking the inhibitor turret. The inhibitor will be next.
Whoa!
Bends the bullet around, taking down Duosec with another very nice ace in the hole. That's going to be the inhibitor turret. And we are, ladies and gentlemen, going to a Game 5 as Complexity Black ties it up in the third place matchup. Welcome to the North American Challenger Series Spring Playoff Semifinals. We've arrived at the 5th and final game in this fight between Complexity Black and Curse Academy for 3rd place. Of course, I'd like to welcome I Will Dominate back to the analyst desk one last time. We've gone the long haul. It's obviously been an amazing game for both teams. Just in that last game, any standout moments for you?
That was the first time in this series that there's been a big Baron throw, which is something that plagues the NA scene, but this time it really turned the game.
Yeah. And so not having Mash Me on a hyper carry, you think it really hurt them that game? Because you were talking about they need that.
Yeah, I definitely thought they were going to end up going with the hyper carry. I thought they were going to go with the Vayne again. I think the reason they didn't was because they were kind of afraid they might run into 2v2 lanes, which they did, and Vayne's not that great in a 2v2. But I definitely think that the hyper carry would have benefited them more. Like, it seems like their playstyle is best when they have that hyper carry with the support mid, and I think that they'll go back to this in Game 5.
So what can you tell us is going through these players' minds right now? A 4th game in, the possible, what they have been working for all season long on the line. What do you do to flush that out, or do you just embrace it?
Yeah, it's definitely a huge nerve-wracking experience because pretty much everything they've worked for the last 4 months comes down to this game. I think for Call Black, they're in a little bit better mindset after winning that last game. Curse Academy is kind of like on tilt a little, or they might not actually be on tilt, but it's something that kind of tilts you when you do throw a game at Baron because you know you were so close to winning. So I think that they might perform a little bit worse in this game because of the fact that they just threw such a big game.
And I got to ask you as the final question, who do you think is going to come out on top?
I think that although I want Curse Academy to win, because I obviously know a lot of the players, and they're all good friends of mine, but I think that Call Black's in better shape right now. Not only do they have blue side going into the last match, which hasn't actually mattered yet, but theoretically that's an advantage. And the fact that they just won the last game, they have high spirits going into this last match. I think that they'll probably end up taking it.
All right, Dominate, thank you very much for providing insight today into the Curse Academy and Complexity Black matchup. Thank you for joining us, and best of luck in Curse's games as well in the LCS.
Thanks.
All right, everyone, we are on to that final matchup, the 5th and final between Curse Academy and Complexity Black. It all comes down to this, and everything must be left on the Rift in this game. The Summer Promotion Tournament is the only thing that stands in front of these guys now, and that's what they're grasping for.
Yeah, and most pro players talk about blue side advantage, and like you said, it hasn't come up at all. Everybody who's red side has won their game. It's been red, 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 all 4 games. Having those 2 picks as your second,
yeah.
Apparently there's a lot more that's still left on the table after these targeted bans,
right? That
they're still like, all right, we get Renekton. All right, we get Thresh too. Or it's like, oh, we take Thresh, you guys get Renekton and Soraka, or whatever they want to take. So that's really coming up big here.
Kind of a 1 for.
Yeah, exactly.
You take this,
but it's a 1 for 2.
Yeah.
And the bans here are very, very targeted at things. And I don't know if the Nidalee will keep coming through or not, because we'll have to see.
Right. Something we actually pointed out last game, but came to light and we didn't speak about it, was the 30 minutes actually being a big thing for Curse Academy with their lineup. They weren't able to scale past 30 minutes. We'll see if they kind of pigeonhole themselves into that composition of scaling very early and hard again, because it hurt them a little bit. Complexity Black, after that mark, was really able to take control because of their composition. And that's usually what the game of picks and bans chess, if you will allow you to do very early in the game. Now Elise being banned out for Broken Shard here. Pat not liking the aggression he got in the jungle last game.
No, didn't like that at all. He also had it in game 2 when they won. So every game that Complexity Black has won has been off the back of Elise. So taking that off, realizing that correlation, saying we're just going to take that off this last game, make sure that doesn't happen again. And so all the bans for Complexity Black are exactly the same. Except this time, no, they're banning Soraka.
Yeah,
even though they have first pick.
They have to.
So it means they don't want to pick it.
But right.
There's the Kha'Zix for Broken Shard.
It's leaving something else out.
Exactly. So Broken Shard now has Kha'Zix, which has been banned out every game today.
Right.
And we're going to have to see if that comes up big for them, because there's a huge priority on this, because they'll most likely give up Renekton again to Rux, who, despite even in their losses, has a really good game on that champion. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's Renekton Thresh, just standard.
Usually Kazakh's coming out, gonna help just get those lanes going so we can see Complexity Black themselves here kind of formulating, we're gonna win this in an early game. See if that Kazakh's pick actually gets them going.
Okay.
And it is going to be the Lulu and the Thresh coming in. So double shield, double safety for someone getting zeroed out by an assassin.
Or allowing themselves to pick a hyper carry.
And keep him safe.
I think all Curse Academy fans are sitting there just like, pick a hyper carry, do it! The games that they've won are off the back of hyper carries, Twitch and Vayne. So that's what's going for them. Twitch is once again available. Wasn't banned this game, was banned the last two, and Vayne was picked in game 3. So we're gonna have to see what they pair up with that Lulu. So, because Duosec, he was like, I'll play Kale a couple games, now I'm picking the Lulu to go against whoever they play.
Well, Curse Academy has also picked Lulu up against LMQ to play as support. But
true.
had that early pick, so you're kind of like, yeah, Lulu mid, check this out. And then they put it down under the support.
Yeah, but
maybe.
They gave K1 Pro the Thresh.
Right,
yeah,
right.
So it's kind of, I mean, Thresh top lane. That's what's happening today. That's what's coming out.
You just gotta hope. No, but really though, we are gonna see that on Duosec. He keeps himself safe. No Kale coming out for this one. So they aren't going to be playing a super safe game, but it was the Lulu that they saved Vayne with last time. So they're more than happy to just throw the HP in and not the shield of intervention.
And now Robert Exley has the Lucian, which discourages a 2v2 for Vayne, but they pick it anyway for Mashme, confident in their abilities to line this up. And now they have Morgana Lucian. There's a lot of damage potential there. If you eat a Dark Binding, you're going to eat a full rotation of spell slinging in your face. All of those Light Slingers too, multiple hits. And they're going to wait for the late game here. But what's going to get them there is the Lee Sin of Pat. That's what Curse Academy is riding on. They need Pat to dominate the early game so that they can transition that Vayne to the late game. We're going to have to see what comes out here. Top lane has not been picked over for Curse Academy. Might just be another Renekton, but we'll have to see what Complexity Black do. So,
all the way down to the last pick, we're looking for that mid lane coming from Prolly. Ziggs is banned out. We know him to play a lot of that. And Italy still banned out in every one of these games along with Rise. Syndra could absolutely be a pickup coming in for Prolly. We know he has a large champion pool and he can utilize that to great effect. And with the Prolly pickup being on Syndra, we actually get the Renekton coming in for West Rice this time. So maybe Shyvana for Rux. His Rise has gone out here.
that would be the go-to.
Yeah.
Because you're going to scale anyway. And you have and Vayne on your team now.
Yep.
That's fine. You're just waiting for the late game here.
That's fine.
Renekton, Lucian, early game champions. Kazakhs is going to try to get you there. Morgana helps you a bit in the early game. Really hits that power spike level 9 because you have the full max duration on the binding, the 3 seconds. And now Kazakhs is going to look to run around the map as much as he can. And Syndra, this is a big pick here, very ballsy, not even in a punny way. It's just very, very ballsy from Prolly to pick that into a Lulu, because once she hits you, she's going to hit you with a Help Picks Glitterlands.
Yeah.
You can't get away. You're going to take auto attack, auto attack, and hers are stronger than you. So you have to turn it around, and here's the other thing, too. The fact that if you zone somebody off, and you're like, all right, stun combo, go ahead and use my ultimate on them, barrage them, Lulu will use Wild Growth, has enough time, even if you lock her up with your stun, that the end of the animation, she'll be able to Wild Growth herself, because the balls have a travel time.
Yeah.
So even if your
death will be flying at you in the air.
Yeah, and you'll just be like, I'm bigger now, and that's fine. Because even if they go after Vayne, he's going to be like, oh, shield the Vayne, make her bigger, she's fine, she's out of there.
We also saw how much of a menace Pat was to Complexity Black on Lee Sin, stealing whatever objectives he needed to steal. Had a few dragon steals for himself, deja vu on that, but also their control of knowing which lane is going to be hit. His ability to follow Broken Shard around has been great. Well, Broken Shards as well has been good to follow Pat. That's why he's not back on Eve this game. He was completely found out all the time, so he gives himself Lee Sin. Also up against the Kazakhs, which hurts a little bit.
Oh, yeah, it definitely works out because you get a lot of vision on him.
Right.
With Tempest Cripple, have your Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, so you can always keep tabs on him. So he's a very good duelist in that sense. You can go ahead and counter jungle and do a little bit of damage to him. But of course, usually you don't want to counter jungle with Kazakhs by yourself because the isolation damage will really hurt.
You're just giving him damage.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing. Kazakhs, it's funny because like when Kazakhs goes after an AD carry in the back line, you are rewarded for the other person having good positioning. So like the AD carry, you always want to be by yourself in the back line, right? Kazakhs is like, I'm going to come after you.
Don't worry, guys, I'm in the right spot.
Yeah, but you're taking more damage because of it. So then it's on the support and the team to really be on top of the AD carry and protecting him. And Vayne has a short range. The 550 of hers is going to actually play into this so that she's usually up in the fight, usually on top of the Lulu. And we'll have to see. Now, here it comes. Rux has teleport. So the whole strategy that Complexity Black has been running all day with that teleport advantage is no longer existent and can be countered very easily.
Well, new is what needs to happen, Cyrene. We are locked and loaded into the final and 5th match in this best of 5 between Complexity Black and Curse Academy. Both teams have had their favor of 2 matches. It has gone one and then the other, all the way up to this game 5. And now we're going to see Curse Academy making some moves with Bubba Dove's vision. He will be privy and let the rest of the team know to that bit of an invade. No ward, really, even placed in that situation. So they're going to back off.
Nobody started with a ward. They just invade. But now Bubba Dub is afraid to check that area because he didn't keep tabs on them and where they were. So now he's like, it's possible that they are all over our red side jungle. What do? You don't face check it. You just leave it alone. You wait for 155, and then you go ahead and you see. But at the same time, that tipped off Curse Academy that the bottom lane is going to be that duo lane. And look at how far it makes Robert X. Lee go down. He's all the way looping around, doesn't want to go through the jungle.
They don't know what's in there.
Yeah, you don't know what's in there. And that also means that Vayne is going up top. So these mind games that Curse Academy have actually played are paying off because they get the 2-on-1 with Vayne.
Very, very tricky play here. They're going to send 3 up, late invade. Ooh, just on the cusp. West Rice gets a vision there.
Peekaboo.
155, though. Very nice by West Rice to pretty much hold out until everything would have been seen, giving them that last bit of vision. So we can see the rotation already coming in from Broken Shard, going back to the 2v1s. But we'll see if they can really switch this up. We saw it before. I believe it was Curse Academy that did a little bit different and shut down Complexity Black's push.
So Rux warded his own, and now he's going to go straight for the Wolves and try to clear those out. Broken Shard is not going to get a leash right now to help him out. He's going to be taking a little extra damage. And West Rice goes straight for the Wraiths to try and clear those out, give himself some CS from the jungle. And now the 2-on-1 definitely in favor of Curse Academy because they have the better scaling.
Quick little share out. Where are they going? Yeah,
they're going for the blue.
To the blue, right?
But it's warded.
I thought they were going to spit mid for a second, but not gonna. It's too pushed out.
Yeah, this is warded.
Easy blue.
But because they have their AD carry and support on the bottom side, it's actually a safe play by them.
Got to keep the timing in check, and they are going to soak this one up for themselves, which means timers on both sides, which will be nice. They'll be able to play a little cat and mouse game as that comes up later. West Rice still looking to get himself another level here, and it looks like all 4 to the bottom lane. The choo-choo train begins.
And it's the lane with the turret that has less of the durability on it from the auto attacks. Basic attacks, so now they are able to just push this down a little faster. But up in the top lane, it's going to take some work.
That siege wave is nicely going to keep Duosec glitter lancing Prolly against the turret. And we have in the bottom lane, Complexity Black is actually already positioned on the other side of the turret so they can just get up and run to the next one here as they clear out the wave at the same time. They are on the move. Pretty good speed on these turrets coming up, and they're actually going to now put Rux up here. So level 1, I don't know, he has burnout, so Twin Bite won't be helping out too much.
4-on-0, 4-on-0, 1-on-1 in the mid lane. It's a pretty good life to be a mid laner right now.
Yeah.
Pretty much playing standard.
Usually this is the top lane island, but now it's the mid lane island. It's like an isthmus, if you will.
They're going to go ahead and get this. Their team, they have a little more levels in here for Complexity Black. Also, Lucian's pretty dang decent at pushing waves. They're going to get it a little earlier. They're going to start the back from K1 Pro and from Pat.
Wow.
They get some damage on this. I don't know if they'll be able to take it.
This is very Complexity-like. All the way to the inhibitor turret.
Well, it does have extra resistances on it because it's that inhibitor turret, so it's actually means a lot in the early game.
They got minions with them, so it's helping. Just a little bit. Oh, they're not going to be... I thought they were going to try to go on that, but I saw Duosec's Monobar. Not enough to go crazy on the fight. West Rice is going to tuck himself into the trees for a quick back. Probably gets his wave pushed up to the turret again. Only took him 2 sieges. The last time Duosec was in Prolly's face, it was his own siege wave. So very nicely played.
Oh, they got K1 Pro.
Can they do much off of this? Whoa, Broken Shard going quite hard on this one, but the rest of the team's able to get over on the other side of the wall as well. K1 Pro very low. Robert X. Lee with the flash and kill to secure that one for the team. They take down K1, and they are going to keep moving.
And during that entire time, Mash Me, he got that turret finally, and he's free farming.
Back to free.
33 CS, 5 minutes in.
So glorious in his natural environment. You can see here the steps he's taking.
Watch as we can see the vein.
So light-footed.
She tumbles and silver boats everybody.
Shh. Staying safe. Shh. Must watch. Gonna get poached soon. Level 4, he's doing pretty good for himself. Obviously, level up on Robert X. Lee for all the solo experience he's picking up. Broken Shard with a blue buff. Looks like he wants to show what he can do with that.
There's a stun on a Duosec. It's up to Prolly.
Looking for Prolly. Scattered. No, scatter indeed. He actually put it in the brush. There's Pat there. He goes. Okay, he's just going a little personal give and go. He gets back to safety.
Just a love tap.
Yeah.
Love claw.
Sometimes you gotta say hi. It's rude to just walk by.
Just imagine Kha'Zix waving with his claw instead of an actual hand.
Yep.
His high fives kind of suck too.
That'd be dangerous. Ooh. Looks like I thought K1 Pro was gonna get a nice grab on there and he'd just taken a shot. But he's safe. Gets a smite down, give himself a little bit back. Trying to thread the needle. K1 Pro does not get a grab there, and everybody's quite low here. We see Curse Academy very much on the defensive positioning.
Thinking back to the whole blue side advantage thing that he was talking about, it finally paid off because they got Kha'Zix, who was a contested pick all series long and banned out. And so immediately picked up for Broken Shard. And I remember back to the Spring Series 1, his Kha'Zix is extremely deadly, and he has some of his best games on that alongside Pantheon, but he's kind of thrown Pantheon off to the side in favor of testing out Feral Flare junglers in 4.5. So he's back to his roots on those comfort picks that Dominate was also talking about. So we're going to have to see how that treats him throughout this series.
Pantheon was definitely something that Broken Shard used in the previous best ofs. Used that to some pretty good effect. Also had it banned against him. But both teams, you can see, doing their homework. The bans have been pretty spot on. And a little cheeky move in this game by Complexity Black, banning out their own Soraka to get the Kha'Zix.
Oh, he's got the ulti.
Duosec
doesn't.
No, level 5. He gets the auto attack in, and he is able to do to safety.
Now Pat, probably is almost level 7, whereas Duosec wasn't even.
No, he's
6.
like on the cusp of 6.
Yeah, he was close.
That was so unfortunate.
And that's because they pushed him out of the lane because of Broken Shard just showing up for a second.
That's right.
These seconds add up, and they're extremely crucial. Now, look at that. Complexity Black, they're looking like a different team this start of the game.
Yeah, they are.
They're playing this really well. They're like, no gimmicks. We're just going to go ahead. We're going to do what we did in like game 1, but we're going to do it better. We're going to be more clean with this.
Take into consideration that amount of confidence that Dominate said they would have coming out of the 4th game with a win. I mean, it's whoever's game to win the 4th one, but if you think about it, that's a great momentum boost to have as well, coming into such a stressful day, something that's weighing on your mind, and obviously where you have to bring out the best play of all.
Yeah, and the only thing they have to worry about right now is not giving up kills to Mash Me in awkward ganks.
Yeah, like a single 2v1 where he kills both of you.
Yes. That would be catastrophic for Complexity Black, but really good for Curse Academy and would set them back on pace.
Mash Me is putting himself in position to have a few 1v1s. But right now, he's safely on the other side of the wall, getting that white for himself. That looks like Complexity Black, like you said, a completely different team this game, taking things into their hand. They won't get that blue buff. It does go over to Duosec nicely, but still, it's just the pressure. But they got to be careful how much they do that without coming up on anything, because before they know it, their lanes will be pushed back in their face if they're just trying to go for objectives they're not getting.
Yeah, and speaking of lane pushing, both blues went over to Curse Academy. One's on Vayne, one's on Duosec.
Right.
Stole it away. So lack of experience there. Also a lack of blue on Prolly means he can't clear the waves as consistently just with the Chalice.
Less balls, less ult damage.
Yeah, less. And yeah, you really want that blue so you can throw balls just behind you and set them up for your ultimate. And then it's like, oh, there's actually 6 balls in your face.
There's more, surprise! 9.5 minutes in, Pat using out Smite on his red buff. They know they're safe from any of the big objective Smite fights. So right now he just goes ahead and soaks up experience while also being on the side of the map where he can give a little bit of safety to Mash.
They know where Mash Me is.
Yeah, he is getting himself into a pretty sore position. But with Pat, he'll be all right. Oh,
don't get the ward.
Somebody hit it. Good.
Oh, he's got the dice still.
Oh, West Rice. Trying to be best Rice. Can't get in for enough of an attack there.
Oh, walked right into it.
Pie to the face for Mash Me, and he takes his full bar down to 450 HP. Now a little bit less than that. Very good control here. Curse Academy.
They run backwards and get sucked in the vacuum. Here comes Prolly.
Also have to watch, Rux is doing what he wants in the mid lane. He may be able to get the turret as Complexity Black is really focusing on this top turret here, has the minion wave to work with, but if Curse can keep them in sight and from backing, they may be able to gain a little bit more because Broken Shard's pretty far away from getting that turret.
Yeah, Broken Shard will eventually put pressure on it in about 20 seconds here. So somebody has to back and deal with him. It looks like Pat and Mashme are, but where do they go after this? There's still a turret that they have to defend. Mashme actually retcons that, says I'm not going to go back. We're going to leave it up to Pat and to Rux.
Very nice job having Probably come down, kind of thwart off Rux on taking the mid turret, and you can see Probably is already well on his way down the mid lane here. Bubba Dub just on his backside. They're going to get a nice clear in and really spread out, but I'm surprised at how Complexity Black is still controlling this for themselves. They've got a little bit of a lead. They know they can work with it.
Yeah, and typically the team that's getting a lead early is the one that's closing the game out.
Right.
3K already. 11 minutes in.
That's that golden number we've been looking at. Once one of these teams stretches it past 3,000 gold, it seems to be the nail in the coffin. It'll still take quite a bit of time to dwindle down the other team, but it's so far solidified pretty much the victories once they reach that point. Very, very close for Complexity Black to be at least at 5,000. Dragon coming up about 2 or 3 minutes, so a lot of things for Complexity Black to push here. And
so
they can do it.
You can see that Westrice is not like Rux in his builds. He's going straight tank immediately off the bat for the Randuin to shut down the Vayne.
Right.
Shut down Mashme even if he gets started. And he's still behind in CS on Rux. These teleports haven't really been used a lot just yet. We'll have the Dragon up in a minute and 45 seconds. We'll see what happens then. But at the same time, look at Probably. He's getting going. And I remember Dominate was saying, you know, let's get Probably should be getting going in these games. He's a beast. He can carry the game. And if they give it to him, he'll deliver. And he's 30 CS up over Duosec, and he's got the most in the game.
That's the thing is when you get going, whether you're a good player or not and you're on something you can carry, like Dominate is saying, when you get going, it's the little things that continue to work for you. And the whole team feeds off of that as well. If they see Probably flashing in for kills, they are going to be behind him. But you have to be that 1-0-0 right now up in CS 30 to be the guy flashing in to get those kills. So if Probably can just be that guy there like, go for broke, that's what we're talking about.
Be that guy, but don't be that guy.
That guy. Yeah, it's a very fine line. 3,000 gold is the mark, exactly, that we are looking at right now. Complexity Black, there's Westrice trying to make a little bit of trouble for Curse Academy in their jungle, but right now they are all sitting pretty, ready to go back. But like we said, once you get 2 lakhs, that means the other team's going to start taking over. And with all the lanes being about even in the mid lane now, a next fight could definitely push Curse Academy in the way of a second-tier turret.
We're going to have to see. They're taking over the jungle now and trying to get in deeper. We see the Complexity Black are on that right side, warding up for the Dragon and preparing for it. Whereas Rux, here comes Broken.
Pat was so focused on the Wolves and did not expect anything to happen there. The element of surprise, having the control over your map. Like you said, Complexity Black was just looking to take control. Looks like they got it.
And that's really good for Complexity Black because Dragon is up in 5 seconds and there's 10 seconds left on Pat's death timer. It'll be gone before he even leaves the base.
Yeah, Broken Shard already putting the pieces in place to get that one down. We'll be surprised if more than one person even comes to help him, if any.
Good binding by Broken Shard. I want to give him credit for that.
Yes.
Because then by Bubba Dub. Wow. By Bubba
I knew what you meant.
It's the bees, the bee name. Bubba Dub. Yeah, I'll give credit for the binding to Broken Shard. Yeah, good job, Broken.
He was doing it last game with Confluence. Just transfers over.
The Bubba Dub coming up big with the bindings on that one. Not putting it a little wide, putting it right to Lee Sin.
Wow, Mashme.
Yeah, Probably's big.
Probably big. Very big. I think he was saying, hey team, we can kill him. He'll probably scatter and then we can kill him. But we weren't expecting that damage in the follow-up from Curse Academy. A little slow. So they keep it safe. Hard hats on. Looks like it's going to be a blue buff contest. And they're going to try to pull this one away. Bubba Dub should be able, or rather Probably should be able to scatter this one. But no, a little early there. And they are able to grab it. That one goes on over to Mash.
And now that Probably's at level 9, he has that power spike from his passive. When you max an ability, he gets that little extra oomph to it. So his Qs are coming up big in the damage department. Now
Very
we see
interesting there.
The 5K gold advantage here for Complexity Black, just slowly but surely getting ahead because of these dragons and also just the CS numbers that they're putting up. Now we see Westrice is even with Rux, despite that he was down before.
Right. That last play was almost a little too easy. With the amount of control Complexity Black had, Curse Academy just waltzed in and grabbed blue buff like it was nothing. See if Complexity Black can put the rest of the pressure on. Now something in the mid lane, and they're not really trying to move anything on this. It almost seems like they're happy with 3-0 and a 3,000 gold lead until Curse makes another mistake. But everybody's just backing. Maybe it's that lull moment. Not calling them out on anything. They still have a lot of time to work with.
Down bottom though, Rux, he's found himself a turret and nobody in the vicinity. He'll get some decent damage on it. Broken Shard, he's coming up. And they want nothing to do with it. All right. So thinking back to when they were doing 4-0 and 4-0 in the bottom lane, top lane, they just left the mid laners on an island, and Prawley came up big there with just Broken Shard showing himself pretty much at the same time that Pat did too, because that one level advantage for Syndra. Just hitting 6 before he did, and now Pat, he's in the bottom lane with Rux, which means he's nowhere else on the map. There's 4 men strong, 3 men strong here in the mid lane. Oh, Broken Shard, he's baited into this.
He knew as soon as they walked into the brush. One, it gives you the upper hand in the first bit of damage, which can easily equal a fight. When you walk away with that 10 HP, you're like, thank you very much. But you can see Broken Shard even chugged a potion. He didn't even go for the fight, and he's like, I probably need to drink this right now. So good mental play as well. The long game can definitely weigh on your mind and make you do things that think are going to put your team in the lead. You feel good about it. You want to get the kill. But sometimes it's just better to play safe, as it just was.
Yeah. And I'm thinking about it too, because if you had used your ultimate, or Broken Shard had, to walk into the bush to get that upper hand, get the first ability off, he still would have been seen by the Tempest Cripple.
Yep.
So it was a really good decision by him to just have nothing to do with it. He's like, I don't care about Shyvana enough to do that.
That map awareness.
Yeah.
They have good wards. They have to be like, well, I don't see Lee Sin else anywhere. And they're also using these wards to get a very nice pinch on the mid lane. Great crowd control to really stop a re-engage or any of the wave player from coming out. But you see, once they do get that first Glitter Lance out, it's a quick move away from the turret because they're about to take aggro.
And these 2 top laners just going at each other right now, stopping the other from teleporting into the fight and trying to engage. But here's the thing too, if one of them wins that, the other has to back and is late for the TP.
This puts Complexity Black in the right spot to just get more in this game. You can see Brute forcing down the second tier turret. Curse Academy feels like they have a bit more strength funneling in on the front steps now, and that's where they're going to put down their foot and not let Complexity Black any further. Rux being pushed back a little bit. You can see the HP bars in the top lane are relatively the same at both level 10. So those teleports are going to be big if they can get each other into the fight.
And they're all collapsing around Rux right now.
Yeah.
And now they're going for this turret. They already have the tier 2 in the bottom and the mid. There's the last one on the field for them before inhibitor turrets.
Definitely looking to scrape up the last bit of gold they can without really having to put themselves in a bad situation. Once you're this far ahead, nice grab onto West Rice. The back and forth as K1 Pro gets caught up there. Nobody wants the full initiation, but they are scaring some ultimates here out of Curse Academy. Not too much has been used, but a big disengage from K1 Pro on the box could be useful if Complexity Black stays for the long haul here. Looks like they will back. They've gotten what they wanted, Zyrene. It's all about getting in the front door now. And again, the games just keep getting quicker. Under 20 minutes, we're now up to the bases in this game.
And this is the point where Complexity Black's next move would be to start warding up the dragon, get it in a minute, and then start to push in. Right now, they should actually cash in back and get their combat stats that they need.
Right.
But they decide that if they can stop Curse Academy from backing, they're in a stronger position anyway because this 6k gold lead. So now they're contesting buffs and going for duo sec.
That's exactly what they should be doing. So far ahead in this game, Complexity Black is taking over as much as they can. Broken Shard with the flash and the follow. The Tempest Kick is going to help him keep vision and keep him safe, but it is going to be an inhibitor turret. We see Rux is not backing in the top lane, trying to do what he can, hoping the team can stave off this mid push.
As the absolute right play there by Complexity Black.
Right.
They say, we don't want to wait a minute for the dragon. We're just going to go straight for this. Instead of twiddling our thumbs, we're going to play aggressive. And there's the ultimate on the match.
Oh, It's kind of like they wanted that, but they didn't. It was a little lax on the engagement, but they still get what they want. Here comes Rux diving into the fight. We haven't really seen him in these engagements. He was in the top lane farming. They can't focus him down just yet, but eventually, no. It's going to be Broken Shard that goes down. Mashme gets a nice condemn. One more shot. Doesn't have the vision cross a ward on the Wraith side. A flash over, and it's not getting damage from the Wraiths either. Curse Academy is just on the edge of so many kills, but are not finding it from Complexity Black.
Pat is in pursuit right now. Pro, he's trying to find the way in, and Pat ends up getting Bubba Dub.
Quick,
they're going after Robert.
This is going to be huge. Curse Academy does want these kills, but they have to make sure they're still up to take down turrets after this. That's going to be a blue buff going to absolutely nobody as Rux goes down in the end of the engagement. What can they grab? Is it only one turret? They're pushed all the way back to an inhibitor, so they need to make this count as much as possible.
And now they're going to go straight for the dragon after that play, and possibly the bottom turret. There's a huge wave there. Take another look at this. They overextend. They go after Mashme, but he has heal, and the fact that he just doesn't take a lot of damage from that. They overextend, probably took turret shots. They end up getting it, but here is Rux, ready to clean up, puts the damage onto Prawley. They try to disengage it, and now they're all on top of it, but they forget about Mashme. Picks up one, condemn into the wall. 1-2, gets the silver bolt, doesn't get the kill, and decides to swap to Bubba Dub. He's off on the side, he flashes over, and then the binding lands on Mash. He would have closed this distance eventually, but then Pat decides to go through, and he eventually catches up with the help of a ward dash and a flash.
Oh, and the flash. Making it look nice. I like the fact that Bubba Dub flashed over the wall, and Rux was like, whoa, 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 don't bring him to me. Or Westrice, rather, when he was trying to get out on Renekton. You saw them both running for their life. Unfortunately, Bubba Dub going down. Closing that gold gap, Zyrene. 4,000 gold now in the lead. Still quite a bit, and it's still over that 3,000 golden mark we've been talking about that also spreads out the strength of these teams once they can get around a 3,000 gold lead. 7-3 in turrets here for Complexity Black. They pretty much have written the deed to own this land right now, and Curse Academy is definitely trying to get back what they can. Black just pushing out the lanes. Still the bottom turret is being held in here. You can see that Complexity Black has just had map control the entire game towards the bottom side.
Yeah, and you can see that Westrice, in his build, he goes for the Bilgewater Cutlass. He's not looking for the wave clear. He's looking for the duel. He's looking for the team fight chase. He's got the slow from Randuin's. He wants to get onto Vayne with the Blade of the Ruin King.
Right.
And the fact that Ruthless Predator will apply on-hit effects multiple times, so he can get up to 3 of those hits from Blade of the Ruin King onto his target if he has the enraged version. So very different build here for Renekton than we see from Rux. So Westrice, see what that does for him.
Still got to remember about Mash. He's getting his farm on. Definitely did not get his solo game this time. We see how much that affected the last game just from this one. It's been a regular game. No circumstances that really puts anybody on a pedestal here, and everybody's trying to do their part. Kill participation across the board as you look at the inventories for everybody right now. Not full, but this game is definitely including everyone a lot more than our previous ones, a lot of 2v1s or 1v1s. So much teamwork in this game compared to the other ones, and Complexity Black looks to pressure more teamwork now to the mid inhibitor. It's wide open.
Every game is really close in gold until this point where somebody just blows up in a team fight. And it's been the story all day long.
Until they lose.
Yeah, pretty much. Pat's off on the side here. He's looking for a kick, but Rux is on the other side, so if they collapse onto him, it gives Pat the opening he wants.
Well, it looks like Westrice is going to take that into his own hands and say, get away from my team. Mashme staying close to the wall so he can tumble in. Robert X. Lee getting hooked out there. Does not look like they want to go for it. That's why they shield after. The Flay did not stop Robert. He can still dish out damage. Ready to kite and fight backwards with the culling on the fadeaway. And they go 1-for-1 overall. A very bloody Robert X. Lee trying to run out of the fight right now. Bubba Dub's going to be hit up. Curse Academy coming out big on this fight. Mashme has vision of the chase, but will not pursue. It looks like the rest of the team is going to back off. And Curse gives themselves some great breathing room.
It was the hook onto Robert X. Lee that started that off, and yes, they did use the Black Shield afterwards, so Bubba Dub is a good by him.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking, if he had just used it at the start, the hook wouldn't have landed and put Robert in this position. And then you can still run, so you drag them actually further back if they do decide to take it, and the bait just wasn't worth it going 2-for-1.
A bit of hook. I consider he was seeing him from the Fog of War. Maybe not. Yeah. Still a good reaction by the rest of the team to go 1-for-1, giving a little retribution to their teammates on those kills. 6-6 are the kills on the board right now. As we are in our 5th game between Curse Academy and Complexity Black. A hard-fought victory that each team was able to grab. As we said before, each game has also been shorter and shorter as these teams are able to just pretty much decipher how each other plays.
And we'll see here how it goes. They have a lot of safety for Vayne. Even if he overextends, they have the Lantern backwards. They have the Lulu, who they synergized with it last time before their win. But now, Complexity Black in the driver's seat a bit, have all the outer turrets. They have an open inhibitor in the mid lane that Curse Academy have to defend. And even if Curse Academy go for a dragon, then Complexity Black can just run up the straight lane, go straight for the inhibitor.
Shortest lane of all, right down the middle.
Pythagorean theorem. A squared plus B squared equals rect.
Yep.
Squared.
Equals your inhibitor. Coming up on 26 minutes, we just had about a 30-minute game previously, and then a 50-plus minute game for our first one. So you can just see in terms of time how it's decreased. 1 minute on the dragon. A lot of focus here on the top side of the map to make sure somebody goes down, at least in this fight, for that dragon to be a little bit easier. And it looks like right now they're all going to go back to mid, to pushing. And then once Dragon comes up, I'm sure we're going to get a very nice fight.
TP power struggle down bottom again between Westrice and Rux.
At least they don't have to TP too far if Dragon comes up.
Yeah.
Could you imagine both of them just TPing like, we're coming in?
We're coming in. They just want the angle on the fight, though. The angle's important. It's that positioning. Wherever that ward is, let's get it. And now.
So true indeed. Westrice all by himself. Look at this too. 185 to 173. This was completely different when Rux got that Renekton. You saw almost at one point a 50 CS lead, 110 to 50 coming in between those two champions. Westrice is obviously having a much better game for himself here and is one of the players we talked about with I Will Dominate, who needs to kind of step up for this in Complexity Black. Broken Shard gets the ganks in the early game, helps the lanes, but the lanes also needed to win for themselves because they said Curse has some damn strong lanes.
Oh yeah, they do. You see Rux is almost always winning his lane. Duosec this game in the solo environment probably actually sticks it to him. And now, Complexity Black going for the dragon. Pat not in the area, but the other dragon is.
They are able to get it. Just a little too late. Too bad, so sad, but Curse Academy could try to work something off of this. They are the ones pushing down mid lane with an inhibitor down. Looks a little different here, but they are going to have enough pressure to make sure things are safe for the time being. That 5,000 gold lead is going to be playing in very big. We see a few completed items on the side of Complexity Black with that gold that really they're looking for on the side of Curse Academy.
Westrice just took huge chunks of his life right now. And they are looking to get onto Mash Me. He's the primary target that they want to focus down, but Duosec at the same time has so much defensive power in his kit for him. And the heal on top of it. It's going to be difficult to take out Mash Me, but they'll have to just blow him up and apply the pressure.
I think we're getting to that time of the jitters. Neither team is in the don't want to lose position, but they also want to win very hard. Is why we're getting a slow-paced mid-game. We've almost had both teams staring 5v5 at each other. And I say 5v5 because Westrice and Rux with the possibility of teleporting right in. But it's been this mid-game dance, back and forth.
Looking for a face check.
Partner. Wow.
Give him a little push out of there.
A little damage for a little bit. Nobody fully wanted it, though. They wanted the max range hook or the max range stun to start it off. Nothing too close. Nothing too dangerous.
Probably's just throwing balls at them constantly.
Great.
Getting all 5 of them. Westrice pushing the bottom lane still. And now they have the inside track to the
weird
inhibitor.
position to be in.
So they're going to get there first. And now they've rotated, pushed them out of it. They have to deal with Westrice. That's basically what's going on here. They have to give up their position at the Baron, or else they would lose an inhibitor and an inhibitor's turret.
Very nice momentum play there by Complexity Black, showing a quick push down.
Oh, they got the binding.
Oh, Pat gets hit up. That's the ultimate coming in. The culling after as well. 2 ultimates being used to try and take down the jungler. And it could be a lot of pressure, but Curse Academy will not be in place to punish any of those spells being used.
Yeah, they also used the ultimate, the Void Assault, for Broken Shard.
That's true. Good call.
So now he doesn't have that available.
Wow.
And this could be a big team fight right now.
Very, very risky. Definitely something they want to turn on, but how much damage can they take here? if Curse Academy just kind of plays this. Oh, wait
Over
a minute.
the wall.
That's the catch out. The wild growth. That's what they want it for, to shut out the assassination when it comes in. Broken Shard not able to finalize a kill there. Bubba going to get hit up one more time. Mashme makes the right decision. Uses heal to speed himself up and gets out of a scary spot. All the way
they pull him over.
Pat may not have wanted the ride on that one. He returns his ticket for a valid refund. It looks like they are going to lose K1 Pro on that, unfortunately. But a good fight overall, 1 for 1.
And now they're on the opposite side of it. And Complexity Black, they need to back in order to defend their turret. They're going to surely lose this.
Wow, Curse Academy holding very strong and totally breaking out the 3,000 gold rule. They are not letting Complexity Black get away that easy in this game. And this fight, very well played.
So
Love
West
the moves.
Flash sliced so that he could dice to Mashme, and then they just get locked up. And look at that. He's out of the fight. Broken Shard gets locked up, and they couldn't assassinate K1 Pro for the resets. And they almost get Mashme off. And here's the thing. They both flash at the same time. Pat was speeding because they pulled him over.
Yes. Gotta get out of that one.
And then K1
Had to
Pro.
flash out.
Oh. K1 Pro comes over too.
Oh boy. That is a very far away Pat. This is a Rux without Dragon's Descent, and that is a dark, dark Dragon Pit. No vision going in. They finally get it there. The hook over the wall. Westrice is not going to be thwarted by that. Baron goes to Complexity Black after what looked like a very scary fight. They're still able to reposition faster than Curse.
All 5 members have it. 5v5 is possible. The inhibitor turret is down in the mid lane, so that inhibitor is wide open for the taking. Dragon is up in 1 minute and 50, but Complexity Black might have other things in their mind. They're looking around the map for objectives, looking for whatever little gold they can get to complete these items before they push with those extra combat stats.
Very strong fight coming in here from both teams. Westrice's build differing a little bit. Actually goes Blade of the Rune King on his Renekton instead of that Tiamat as we see Rux go. But it's definitely keeping him alive in these fights.
Also allows him to stick a little better to the Vayne.
That's true.
So he has multiple slows.
He's like, oh, you blade me, I blade you. Yeah. Blade for blade, eye for an eye. 7-7 in kills, so they're definitely trading back eye for an eye in this game. However, the map control is Complexity Black still. The turret's in their favor with the amount of 3 ahead. And it looks like they're about to crest 50,000 gold in the game as they just did. Black Cleaver as well, the 3rd item coming out here for Broken Shard. So he is looking to cut people down right away. And more so, Curse Academy is stacking some good armor.
Yeah, he has no defensive item just yet. We see some Kazakhs go Lizard Elder, Hex Drinker, then defensive after that. But he wants that full-on shred to help out his other 2 teammates who are going to be doing physical damage. And something else to point out here is the trend is the AD carry that's been doing better typically wins the game. So it's 3-0-3 on Mashme. He's doing better than Robert this game, but they're both pretty even with that pretty moderate edge to Mashme. Nobody's really been giving up a lot of kills or getting shut down.
Thing is, yeah, Mashme doesn't put out that front end damage. It takes him a while to get 3 bolts off. So it's kind of, if you can peel for him correctly, he will out damage Robert in a second. Looks like they're going to be very back and forth with this engagement. A level 16 Westrice, the highest in the game right now, 2 levels above Rux. We saw what Rux was doing in 4v1s when he was higher level. And right now, Westrice, you can see him bullying more than one person as his team takes the advantage.
Picks up the ward there thanks to the help of the pink ward. So that's going to give them dominance of this area so they can continue to push the bottom and the rotations won't be seen. So somebody could sneak around and then just be like, oh, peekaboo, I'm on this other side. And they just come straight into the fight. Oh, he gets it over the wall. It's that extra range.
Ooh, Westrice taking a bit. I don't know how that hook missed, but very fancy feat from Complexity Black to get the dodge in. Looks like they're trying to go for the turret. They get the 2nd inhibitor turret of the game, and Complexity Black trying to solidify their name on that slate as the 3rd place winner. Looking for a spot in the promo relegation tournament, and Curse Academy very, very close to not being able to produce that win. Complexity Black with just a few more pushes to get the win, but they have to worry about their top lane. They're getting a little too tunneled on this victory. May have to worry about what's going on around the map and not what's in front of them.
They have a lot of options. They're going to send Westrice top to clear that wave and do Dragon in the meantime. Westrice can always teleport in to support his team. And look at his build. He's purely counter-building Mashme, the 3-0-3 Vayne. He's got the Thorn Mail, he's got the Randuins for the attack speed slow, and the Blade of the Rude King to do some damage and to slow him back down. So he's going straight for Mashme build. No magic resistance here, so he just gets shredded by both Shyvana and Duosec.
His flash just came back up as well, so hopefully he can dive to that back line and cut up Mash. 4-1-1 on Prolly. He is having that game that we've been saying he needs to have now, and it's really showing with the momentum of the rest of the team.
Westrice just ran ahead in CS over Rux by 70.
He just had like a bag of CS he was waiting to use.
Just pop that, and now he's level 17, highest level in the game by a pretty good margin.
It's really big because he can put that offensive item in, like you said, able to shut down the Vayne. So not as many people need to synergize with him or follow him or do that. They can always catch up to Vayne because of what he's done for the rest of the team. Still waiting. They don't have a super duper engaged team, which is also pretty interesting that they have been able to find all the picks that they want.
It's typically off the back of a Dark Binding, and then a Scatter the Weak. Seeing how they can pick somebody up for that small amount of time is really a testament to how much damage they've brought. Front-end damage that you said with Lucian, with Kha'Zix as well.
We saw it thwarted a few times with the wild growth, but that means Lulu has to be in the right spot. I feel like everything is kind of now with Complexity Black in the lead. Curse is figuring out when the ults are being used to stop them, instead of using theirs first and trying to take that initiation in the fight. But I can't blame them. They're playing quite far behind right now at 10,000 gold, and they're making it work with what they have.
Yeah, and Mashme, he still hasn't died. He's having a great game for himself, despite the way that his teammates are playing. He's kind of losing the mid lane, probably to Duosec. Broken Shard is out jungling Pat currently, but he's doing really well for himself. The rotations and the overall is really what's happening.
History repeats itself a little bit there. Curse Academy hasn't lost this one yet, but even in the pregame we said, versus LMQ, Mash was the bright spot. He played very well still.
Even when they lost.
LMQ, even when they lost. So he knows when things need to be put on his back, and he's trying to do that here. Another game without dying, but Complexity Black has so much brute strength just approaching these inhibitors. They don't want to toy with it. That's Broken Shard being grabbed out.
Too far.
The Fox and the Flay, but he gets out. This is going to be a big and possibly the final fight if it's Complexity Blacks. Good damage from both sides. It goes on to Mash. He stays alive with the heal and the flash. Westrice and team still trying to push through, and the minions are starting to pile in. They have one coming down the mid lane, but they also have the top lane inhibitor to start taking down if they want it.
And that'll be the next point that they have to go after. They're going to try to piece them apart. Baron up in 36 seconds. Back, get yourself some items, ward up that area, and then go to it and contest it. Because right now, Bubba is in no point to do so.
This is huge for Baron to be coming up right now. Such low health. Yes, a blue buff onto Prolly. He's going to do what he can to scatter the weak and keep this safe. They didn't have the ward on whoever was just backing, so they don't know Bubba is gone. So this isn't a quick Baron for them, but they are trying to keep anybody from backing. And with that knowledge, they may actually try this.
Yeah, they have to get vision control of that area for Complexity Black if they want to take it. But Curse Academy, they're already there. They have the vision control in their favor, and they have the timer.
Oh my gosh. This is going to be so crazy. Both teams now, at least I should say Complexity Black, trying to converge on K1 Pro being a one-man army as he puts himself out front. Baron at 38 minutes could be going down to Curse Academy, and it's going to be locked down by Pat. They're coming in with the extra stats. They're coming in for the fight, and it is going to be at the Baron pit. Westrice being pushed out of this one. Robert X Lee can't return damage. The base is being flooded right now on the side of Curse Academy, and minions will be on the Nexus turret soon. Curse has to get back, and they have to protect this after grabbing Baron.
Probably doesn't have the mana to chase this out. We saw the TP from Rux to go ahead and try to stop that push, and that those waves coming up. But Robert, he's after Pat.
That's going to be a 57-second timer for Pat to be down. Complexity Black is looking to make their way into the base for a possible final push here. They look to be over 10,000 gold in the lead coming into this game. Actually, just under 10,000 gold, I should say. Getting ahead of myself at 40 minutes in. We are approaching what was one of the longer games, and Curse is able to stave off a final push, 61,000 to 53 right now.
Thanks to the help of Baron that they picked up, and the fact that they had gotten Bubba and a lot of members of Complexity Black low, and then Prolly was out of mana by the end of that because he had used so much trying to keep them away from him to re-engage and stop his back. But by that point, it was too late. He had to engage. He had to be a part of that fight. Broken Shard tried to come up big for his team, but ends up dying. Went for the smite. He was good on Pat for that one, but it cost him his own life in the end. And Mashmi once again got another kill. He's 4-0-3. And once again,
somehow living in the chaos.
8. He's got a lot to back him up, though. He's got the Summoner's Heal, he's got the Mikhail's, he's got the Blade of the King's Heal.
Quicksilver.
Oh,
he's double safe now.
He's slippery. He's super slippery. Even if they get him with a Scatter the Weak or a Dark Binding, he's still got a way out of it. Or even a Ruthless Predator.
Just giving himself everything he needs to stay safe. We said he is the carry, and he is going to have to put the rest of his team on his back right now. Everybody's doing their own. They're definitely participating in these kills. Up to 4, 5, and 6 is the average kill participation coming in on both teams, to say the least. And we'll see what Curse Academy can do now. Got to build themselves up a little bit. Baron is going to help, but so far, with these engagements, Complexity Black hasn't worried if it's been a turret or if it's been all your summoners up. They have ran through every fight.
And this is still anybody's game at this point. The fatigue these players are probably suffering mentally. You can pull something off like this with a 5-man bush just sitting there.
Yeah.
They have been playing for 4.5 hours straight. Almost 5 at this point. I don't even like playing video games for 5 hours straight. And I love that stuff. The same one. You're just like, I gotta swim. I gotta swap.
Victory is pushing them to the brink on this one. The 8-8 fight starting at 41 minutes in the game. Mashmi trying to get the outside damage, and Westrice will fall immediately in this one. They have not lost one member yet, but collectively, a good 3,000 HP across them haven't been lost. And this might be what Complexity Black needs to sink their teeth into. A grab on the other side will not follow through. Look at the bottom lane. Rux is trying to protect the inhibitor. Complexity Black is giving Curse a million things to think about right now, and they did a great job holding that one off.
And now Curse Academy have every inhibitor back up. No more super minions coming into their base after they clear these waves out. They will be good to defend. The Baron buff coming up big there, and Mashmi as well, 5-0-3. They get a kill that is completely unanswered this time, and Mashmi's mechanics are just phenomenal. He's able to just destroy Westrice despite the fact that he is counter building him.
Got his alacrities as well, wants to go fast. Gotta go fast.
Ricky Bobby boots.
I gotta go. Ricky Bobby, go fast. So, Complexity Black picking up the crumbs now. Dragon, he's worth a lot of gold, but this far into the game, he's a little guy. This is like taking a camp. They just want a little bit more gold, and they're gonna get it. Complexity Black with the control is going to put themselves up maybe an item ahead here. We're still looking for Robert Exley to match the damage of what's coming out of Mashmi. Mashmi's been on the Rift longer, which means he's CS'd more. He's got more items at 5-0-3, and we saw him cut through one of the tankiest members just right now. Westrice went down without Mashmi taking too much damage, so he's pretty much stealing all that life back he's taken in Magic from the Thornmail.
Yeah, that's true, but it pretty much negates the life steal.
Yeah,
which is,
right. It's like, bloop, bloop.
Yeah, it's like
very minimal.
I steal some back, I lose
yeah.
HP, and then you just keep doing it back and forth. You pretty much stay at the same point.
Yep.
Which is really good against Evane because she's not life stealing herself back up off of you in a chase.
It helps. As long as you can get to her. Really great peel coming in from Curse Academy in that fight. And I guess that starts to kind of play into what we talked about a little earlier. Complexity Black not having a super initiate team. And once Curse Academy got the strength to push back, they have been.
Yeah, and you can see the Randuin's Omen for Broken Shard. He's trying to leap in and start an initiation.
Right.
Because probably he's getting the Scatter of the Weeks. They're really good. The bindings from Bubba Dub have been great all night long. Same with K1 Pro. His hooks have been on point. So the initiations, these teams really haven't suffered too much from the lack of them because they just fight each other anyway. They're like, let's just fight. The hook's on point. Bubba Dub's bindings are on point. Let's do this. Let's go at each other.
No Talisman of Ascension this game. But interesting.
Yeah. This is still sitting on the Frost Queen's claim, which is most likely to just try and slow down Mash if he can land it, because that would be a great initiator too. We'll have to see, because they're putting a lot into trying to shut down Mash, and it has not paid off. He's 5-0-3, big goose egg in his deaths.
Yeah.
Nothing he can do about that.
It's the one time you want a big goose egg.
Yeah.
Pink wards still being put down. You can see the Vision Ward war in the top half of that side of the map. I guess the top half right quadrant of the map that nobody's really using right now. But Curse Academy is biding their time. Inhibitors are up. They're just waiting for the push here to come from Complexity Black. They don't want to be hook, line, and sinkered and then just watch Complexity Black walk into the base and just taking out Inhibitors behind them.
And there is a lot of pressure on these teams. And right now, Bubba Dub, he's caught out. What's Morgana have to escape? He doesn't have a lot.
He tried to go for the Soul Shackle flash.
Here comes the
That is
TP.
a lot of damage. A nice wild growth onto 3. This is a fight that Curse Academy could be looking for. Mashme takes down Robert Exley in a 1v1, but the turnaround is coming in. Rux is very low. Duosec is now able to turn, and the shields are ready to go back on, but they are very afraid of Westrice right now. They don't feel like they have the damage to throw back, and we are going to see as Mashme went down, Curse Academy isn't ready for the rest of the fight. They do try to turn around still. Pat with a nice Sonic Wave resonating to strike,
Rux
but he
is
puts
backing.
himself
He has
in
TP.
a bad spot. Rux trying to get back into this fight. You see it coming in. The whole team is calling this one off on the side of Complexity Black. This is the home guard coming in. Rux is now able to bite everyone out of the fight. A shutdown coming in from Pat. There it is from Duosec getting the lockdown. No Glitter Lance here. No red buff to lock. They could get the cripple lockdown, but it is going to be a chase. How much will they tunnel onto Westrice because they need to push something?
That was an incredible fight, and right now, it's completely swung momentum. Curse Academy, they're looking to push them. They're going for that wave that's furthest up. There is 8 seconds on Broken Shard, 9 on Robert Exley, and they're not going to get anything for it. They've lost their main damage dealers to turret.
Yeah.
Mashme, he's not up, and they come up with nothing, and they're looking for the Baron, but they don't have the HP for it right now.
Not at all. Still quite a bit of time on the death timers here, but you can just see what kind of an advantage these teams have given each other. That would be Complexity Black, because losing a fight like that and the team not being able to push anything against you means you are quite far in the lead. Your lanes are where they need to be. So although that is definitely a scratch towards Complexity Black, I'd still say they hold this one. But Curse Academy knows that they can outplay these fights mentally.
Yeah.
Catch Complexity Black off guard. It's what you were just saying. These games have gone for 4+ hours. It's the little things that are going to affect people.
We're very close to 5 at this point.
Yeah.
And just to tack on another thing, in at least 14 minutes at the most, somebody is going home and somebody is going to the promotion tournament. That will take a toll on you. There's a lot on the line here. Westrice, he's caught.
Cleanse that right off, and they are going to be back onto the Baron. So Westrice being very low. We saw what happened when Rux was low on Renekton. In these late game engagements, it does not hold out for very long, especially when you have a Vayne. We did see Mash use the ultimate on that one at 7, 1, and 3 on that Vayne. The hyper carry is working out for Curse Academy.
They finally got him. It took Broken Shard and Westrice a lot of effort to get onto him. And the Rux teleport was really brilliant there. They let him back in pretty much broad daylight, and he just turned it immediately with the Shyvana home guard. So now, Baron's up. That is where everybody's attention is. And this game, edge of your seat. These two teams, so much on the line. This is do or die. Last game, nobody really has a huge lead over the other. It's 6K. A Baron will sweep that in your favor with combat stats and gold.
Coming in this far into the game, these teams have done their homework. They know how to read into each other's minds in gameplay. You don't just forget what you're doing after 4 games against the same person, against the same lane. Sometimes switch for the 2v1, but these guys have put up a spectacular show. And now, again, towards the Baron pit. It's the only thing that these teams can really get each other to coordinate around for the fight to happen. They know, it's kind of a gentleman's agreement. This is where it needs to go down.
It's got to be the Baron. Baron or bust at this point.
Absolutely. A good way to put it. Baron or bust. Complexity Black looks to be hovering down towards the left side, and this is also going to work with who can throw themselves down middle while someone's going for the Baron, because it's going to be used for a lot of positions.
Oh, Pat is dead!
Pat goes down instantly. 73 seconds per death that happens right now. Westrice could be finding the same fate, but he gets a very nice Blade of the Rune King Randuin's off to save himself, and it looks like Complexity Black will start to pressure down mid lane with a ping. They're choosing, though.
They're zoning them off to the side so that Curse Academy cannot engage this. They're going to go straight down the mid lane. Westrice may stop backs. He has GA, so he has that luxury to buy time, but I don't know how many backs he can stop. We see one going through. It's just Rux now.
Mashme was able to get back finally a push by the minions in the bottom lane, bringing up that first tier turret that happened. Now 49 minutes into the game, the inhibitor is dropped once again. And a little dance doing the Baron Boogie gave Complexity Black a bit of a position in the upper hand, and that's all it's taking right now to grab inhibitors. No way.
And now that everybody's back inside of it, they're going to go straight for the Baron now. DFG is about to come up for Prolly. It's there. It's available. He used it previously on Pat.
There's no smite scare, so it's not a 50-50 smite off.
Yep.
K1 Pro missing it.
So much pressure here.
Wild growth, they go in. It is going to be for Broken Shard. The fight. Mashme gets taken out immediately, trying to throw down the summoners as well. Duosec is getting chopped down by Broken Shard right now, and they do find him. Complexity Black is coming up huge on the Baron fight. This should mean the game. 4 games strong, and Complexity Black felt to be on the back heel win with game 4. The momentum carried into game 5. Now 50 minutes strong. It's only going to be Rux to back with Pat, and I think that's not going to be enough.
And Westrice, he teleported to the top lane so that he can get there first. Being the tank wall that they need, they still have Robert X. Lee up. He can take these so quickly if they allow him to get into range. 3-0 exchange. Baron buffed up Complexity Black. They're looking to end this to secure their spot.
50 seconds left on the clocks. Now 40 seconds for anybody coming up from the death chamber. It's not enough. Complexity Black persevering through. It was 2-1. Then they brought it back to 2-2. And now a 3-2 to be the victors of the 3rd place matchup in the Challenger Series playoff semifinals.
And once again, AD carry that came out on top was Robert X. Lee. Had one more kill participation than Mashme did. And Mashme, to his testament, is a very great ADC, but the teamwork, the rotations, the pressure from Complexity Black was huge all throughout that game. They got very early turrets, got all the way to that inhibitor for a very long time. They kept getting it over and over and over again. Yep. Pat getting caught in the end there was because Prolly's DFG and the fact that he had done so well for himself, they didn't have Duosec around to counter his burst.
Right.
So Pat got dropped. That gave them the pressure that they needed. They had to forfeit their position at the Baron on Curse Academy's side, go back, and that allowed Complexity Black to pick it up without a smite scare.
I gotta say, really great play from both teams. Curse Academy was coming back so hard at the end of that game there, and according to what was happening, they should have grabbed it. But Complexity Black needed to step it up, and they saw mistakes were happening. They saw that they couldn't get by anything, and I think it was awesome that they finally just stopped standing in front of the base, and they said, let's pressure it at Baron. We're always going to get 1 for 1 or 1 for none at Baron. Somebody's going to die this late in the game, and they kind of tossed the cards up to play in their favor, and it happened immaculately for them in that last engagement. Able to grab Mashme so fast, just like we said, it's almost up to 5 hours now. Little mistakes will be made, and that's the first time we saw Mashme go that deep into the fight.
Yeah, it was Westrice coming up with that counter build. All of his slows just used on him, and we saw Prolly blow him up with the DFG alongside stunning him. The GA, he was locked out. Broken Shard goes after Duosec to get him out of the fight so he cannot give Mashme any help. Right. As soon as Mashme came back up, he was back down.
Great job by Complexity Black as well. Looking at the picks and bans, they went back and forth. Yeah, they were like, we want Eve. They lost on that with Broken Shard, and then they gave him the Elise. And then he was like, yeah, I like this. But the last game, banning out Prolly Soraka on their side. He played it twice, and then they're like, let's ban it, leave Kha'Zix open, and it did slip by Curse. And I think Broken Shard had a great game on Kha'Zix here. Didn't have too much impact in the early game as kind of he said he would like to, but all the right plays in the late game, making sure everybody was slowed. The team synergized really well. Can't just give it to one person.
Yeah, MVP is the entire team, and they deserve it because they're going to be rewarded with going to the promotion tournament.
Absolutely. Some hard teams to face off against there, but we'll have it in just a few weeks. And there you have it for now. After a hard-fought Challenger Series, the final 3 teams are set and moving on to the LCS promotion tournament. LMQ, Cloud9 Tempest, and Complexity Black will be moving on to the tourney.
And Curse Academy will be heading home, unfortunately.
That is true. We've got to take a quick break, but when we return, it's time to crown the first ever North American Challenger Series champs. It's LMQ versus Cloud9 Tempest in a best of 5 for the championship and a spot in the history books. Don't even think about touching that browser.
3-0 exchange. Baron buffed up Complexity Black. They're looking to end this to secure their spot.
50 seconds left on the clocks. Now 40 seconds for anybody coming up from the death chamber. It's not enough. Complexity Black persevering through. It was 2-1. Then they brought it back to 2-2. And now a 3-2 to be the victors of the third place matchup.
Today we're here to fight for the first place.
今天的意义比较大，因为今天就已经确定了我们是前3强。
Winning today is really important because it gives you a lot better chance of playing the 8th place LCS team.
我们平时还有比赛也打过很多次，
Isn't the only LOO esports fun this year. Fans from around the world got a chance to vote for their favorite players that they wanted to see compete in the All-Star Challenge. And today, we revealed the first event, the Hexakill Challenge match. And here is where the players get a chance to have their voices heard, because just head over to loesports.com, and right now you can actually vote for your 2 League of Legends players that you want to see compete as the 6th member of the All-Star squads.
So yeah, I know who Messiah, what? Sorry, I got the words backwards. Messiah, Toys, and Shushay are repeated, but you know, who's Jat? Like, who wants to play with him? Nobody,
Trump
right?
scrub.
Yeah, lame. All right, okay, so Kobe, it's time to get serious. It's time for the first ever North American Challenger Series Finals, a best-of-5 for the title between LMQ and Cloud9 Tempest. Now, it kind of feels like deja vu because, well, 2 weeks ago, these guys were just in the hot seat, taking to the Rift for the second Spring Series crown. Now, based on the results, LMQ's got to be feeling pretty good about their chances today.
Yeah, they certainly do. LMQ crushed Cloud9 in that Series 2 finals. They won in every aspect of the game, from KDA that was more than 6 times higher than that of Cloud9 Tempest to a CS score that was almost more than double that of their opponents.
Yeah, pretty strong performance overall, but that's kind of just been par for the course for LMQ this spring. After their 2-game sweep of Curse Academy yesterday, they've now got a record of 16-1 in the Challenger Series to go along with the Series 1 title, the Series 2 title, and a chance at the overall championship today. So LMQ, they've 2-0'd Curse Academy, but Rux and crew had them up against the ropes in Game 2, revealing that, CNIT has the chance to beat them. They're not invincible.
Yeah, if Cloud9 is going to take out the godlike LMQ and land a blow on their Achilles here, that blow is probably going to be fired from Cloud9 Tempest's AD carry, Altec. Yesterday, he carried his team pretty well. It went past the heavily favored Complexity Black with a barrage of missiles as Corky and cleaned up the team fights for triple kill after triple kill. Now that Altec did not have a double-digit KDA against LMQ when they met in the Series 2 finals, though, he did do something that few others have against LMQ this spring, and that was have more kills than deaths.
Yeah.
That's something for him. And while we have to congratulate him for the feat, he's definitely going to have to play a bigger role in the team scoreline today if Cloud9 Tempest wants to shock the world and take a series off of LMQ, which nobody's been able to do yet.
Yeah, and join the other Cloud9 teams as the best in their respective tournaments. It's kind of up to them now to uphold that banner. So now with that in everyone's minds, let's take a look at the starting lineup for tonight's Challenger Series Grand Finals. Spawning on the blue side is LMQ, Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Xiao in the mid lane, Vasily on AD carry, and more at support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9 Tempest. Up top is Yuzuki in the jungle, Kez, mid Bishu, AD carry Altec, and support Glebe Glarbu.
So it's going to be an interesting matchup to look for. Now, I know we talked about the last time that these two teams fought, but it felt like C9T are a team that are actually more affected by nerves. I know when Jat and I cast them yesterday, that was a kind of a topic of discussion for us, but last time around, Bishu was sick. He was actually having a really rough day at the time, so he underperformed as well, and you heard in the video talking about his blue buffs getting stolen. But also C9T looked so much better yesterday compared to how they looked in the Spring 2 finals, that I feel like they're coming into their own a bit more, and they're looking a lot better than normal as a team.
Yeah, definitely in that first game. It looks like they had pretty much everything planned out, very clean execution. They did lax a little bit in the second game, so we'll have to see if Cloud9 can take advantage of that. LMQ did say that they're going to be focusing on the mid lane of Cloud9, even though in the previous series, as we said, Altec was a really big part in that. He brought a lot of damage with Corky. Corky might even be getting some bans here. Went back to that champion over and over.
Yeah. I think we could really see it. I think Altec and Bishu were kind of the two guys you really look for in that team, which is great because you have actually pretty much identical comparisons between those teams. When we talk about LMQ, it's usually Vasily and AD carry and Xiao on mid lane. The exact same thing here for C9T with Altec and AD carry, Bishu in the mid. So I think both those matchups, can tilt the matchup really, really hard for either team. That's one to watch out in this best of 5.
I agree with that. But a lot of the times, you don't even target the strongest player. Like, you can target one of the weak links on a team. Like, Yuzuki does not have the deepest of champion pools. If you take away Shyvana, which he keeps going back to, you want to see what else he's going to bring out. If you target someone else and maybe just lean a lot of pressure onto a different point, then you can have, your top laner carry or something like that.
Yeah, and it's interesting, actually, because as the series goes on, you actually learn more about the teams in kind of mid-series, right? So, for example, when we were watching the last series, we sort of realized that Mashmi was going to keep playing these hyper carry AD carries, and his Vayne and Twitch generally had a pretty good performance for his team overall. I think, both times he won, he was on a Vayne or a Twitch, something like that. But you talked about sort of banning people out and kind of limiting their pools and whatnot. You learn what people are good at throughout the series. If a certain champion's not working for them, they might stop picking it again. Just walking down the hall, I was hearing Complexity Black talk about the series, and Broken Shroud was like, yeah, I played a really bad Kha'Zix game. I hadn't played him in so long because he's been banned all the time that I was really rusty on the champion. And until you test your opponent's champ pools and let him play Kha'Zix once or let him play Caitlyn and he's not used to it, you'll see, oh, wow, really bad performance. Great, that's a ban we didn't think we had to... That's a ban we have freed up that we didn't think we had before.
Yeah, especially in a 5-game series that can go 5 hours like this.
Yeah.
You just ban out towards the end, you just ban out what has actually been working.
Exactly.
Like, all the research you can do on what you think will work, but what they actually used to win in the previous games, that's what you usually get down to banning in the last couple games of the series.
Yeah, I know. One of my examples from the last series as well was the fact that Ziggs was banned, I think, in like 4 or 5 of the games, despite the fact that he wasn't even trying to pick it in the series against C9T. Of course, talking about Prolly in this one, but we are here. Cloud9 Tempest versus LMQ. Corky is the ban away. Vasily's Caitlyn also removed out. We'll see if he gets the chance to play Lucian as well in this one, but these teams very much targeting their AD carries champion pool.
Right, so LMQ, immediately they're just banning out what was just used by Cloud9 with success. So going with the most recent success here, I like that, taking Corky off the field. And then Ziggs is always hard to deal with. If the enemy has Ziggs on their team, even if you're ahead, it's hard to close out that game.
Yeah.
And that's one of the places where, you know, LMQ could see comebacks from other teams.
Yeah, I mean, LMQ is a team that gets ahead early and then tries to siege and close it out by 25 minutes. That's their go-to sort of standard is Caitlyn or Lucian, grab a Nidalee or Orianna in the mid lane, something with some range that can push people off turrets. And you get the wave clear and you're going to be okay with this one. So I like the ban away from the Ziggs. The Graves also dropped out, so 3 AD carry bans still here. Vasily, I mean, Graves is not one we've seen very much, but that's going to get removed.
Yeah, this is fun. I want to delve deeper into the AD carry pool here because it's getting pretty shallow.
Yeah.
Already 4 bans. That's more AD carry bans than we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, so until the Lucian actually gets put up in there, it's not going to affect LMQ unless C9T is really trying to tunnel them onto a first pick Lucian and grab something else for themselves. Elise coming through, of course, Kha'Zix still open, all the mid laners aside from Ziggs still open as well. And of course, both these guys, huge Nidalee players.
Yeah. Something I have noticed about LMQ is they ban out Evelynn a lot, even if they are first pick. They really do not like playing against Evelynn, and they pretty much ban it all the time here. They are going to go with the first pick Kha'Zix, and it was a last ban AD carry, and they forego picking up that Lucian that you talked about.
Yeah, okay. So that's going to be interesting because that's just like the guy I'm thinking of when I think Vasily. It's just Lucian, Kate, Lucian, Kate, Lucian, Kate. There's a Lucian grab. Soraka picked up as well. 2 big priority champions. So 4 AD carries banned and 1 picked. We'll see what his champion pool does.
Interesting. So Lee Sin hover over. Usually I jump on that and be like, oh, it's probably going to be jungle Lee Sin, but probably going to be top lane here, especially since they've already locked in the Kha'Zix. He did play top lane Lee Sin previously as well, so good combo there. But the Soraka already feel like she's extremely strong right now. You have to need some sort of assassin like Yasuo or something in the mid lane to be able to take her out. Right now with heals, the heal summoner being changed to remove ignites and giving the move speed, she's so much stronger than she used to be. Already when she used to have barrier, she was a bully in that mid lane. But now with heal, it's still hard to kill her, even if you do have an ignite, even if you do bring the jungler.
Yeah, so it really depends what their mid laner pick ends up being here because Jungle Kha'Zix has some decent ganks. There's enough pressure to follow through that maybe they can take him out. The other thing that kind of stretches to my mind right now is the fact that we haven't really seen the jungle pools tested here. So we're talking about guys getting banned out. Okay, it's going to be Ezreal for Vasily here, but also it means that Kess's Elise is going to be open and free if he wants to go for that, or is he going to pick up maybe a Pharaoh Flare jungle like Xin Zhao?
Yeah. I mean, Pharaoh Flare, a little bit more late game oriented, so we'll have to see if they do that because it does get thrown off a little bit by 2 versus 1s. Don't get as much time to stack up your charges and get to the Pharaoh upgrade later. But I'm still focused on this mid lane, what they're going to do about this Soraka, because you don't have to kill her. You can either do that or you can go with something like Nidalee. And as long as Xiao is amazing at CSing under his turret, which he is, then you get past the point where it's hard for Soraka shoving him under the turret. And the Nidalee comes out huge in the late game. We've seen so many times.
Yeah, well, C9T, though, they don't look like the team that really wants to play hard engage anyway. It looks like more of a reactive defensive team. Soraka's in there. Morgana picked up as well. There's the Elisa's on top of that one. So even though they know it's pretty much guaranteed top lane Lee Sin, waiting a long time for Yazuki's pick up there, making sure they secure the rest of their lineup here, denying a support pick by grabbing Morgana.
Yeah, interesting. Because, as I said before, Yazuki, I always think of Shyvana when I think of Yazuki. So if it is going to be something of a counterpick to Lee Sin and something different, that would definitely be a new plan here, I think, from Cloud9.
Yeah, he was a long-time player of that champion, but no, it's actually Orianna in the mid lane matchup. Actually, this one is a good matchup in the lane for Orianna. Her reach is far enough with the ball that you can push back on Straka, so going for a laning phase there, plus Leona here for the support, so actually it's LMQ that have a lot of aggression, especially early on.
Yeah, they do have a Long-range engage coming in here. I like the combo with Orianna and Kha'Zix as well, because he already is pretty tanky now with all the changes, and then he can easily get you into a good spot for a Shockwave.
Yeah.
Talk about delivery systems. He is one of the best. Even if he's slightly in the wrong position, he can use his ulti for move speed buff and get somebody in there. So I do like the LMQ comp here, and I think it is going to be a pretty good early game for them, as you said.
So yeah, it looks like it's going to be the top lane Lee Sin. I don't see these guys swapping around much anymore. So Ezreal, Leona, the 80 carry pool is tested. Vasily going to have to play Ezreal in this one. Has played it before, actually still fits his style. Long-ranged, kitey, pokey, has skill shots, whatnot. So like, even with all those bans, he's not going to be far away from home.
I really like that combo, too. There's so much level 6 burst in this Leona plus Ezreal combo. It's something that St. Vicious was playing when he came in with Curse, you know, as a support, him and Cop. They didn't have a lot of time together, but they went back to this combo over and over and over because St. could just play sort of passively on it anyway until level 6. And then they have all this burst, they can make use of all the passive of everything and use that level 6 double ult combo to completely 100% one of their lane opponents.
And there's just so much burst with it. Actually, it's funny because this is a team that banned away Corki, who's like this big, like bursty 80 carry, especially at 6. The Graves actually banned away by C9T. There's like a few of these guys who have this gigantic burst spike at 6 or, you know, around that level. And Ezreal, one that's kind of understated now. We see so much less of him, but he was one of the original sort of caster AD carries who can actually put a lot of magic damage burst out, win the lane before he's got any major damage output or any major damage items.
Yeah.
Also to point out, both these are going to be Trinity Force AD carries, so they're going to have their power spike fairly early on, but they're gonna spike at 2 items compared to someone like Caitlyn or someone like Tristana, which we don't see much of anyway, but that they're going to really turn on about 23 minutes in, and you can see a game snowball off the BT Triforce completion.
Yeah. I love how it's just the standard first item for all AD carries is Bloodthirster now. That's a given, and you only have to worry about what is going to be the second one for the change here. Now, both supports starting out with the single ward. That's been very, very common because of the randomness that everyone's complaining about with ward trinkets starting at 2 minutes. Almost all the supports now are getting that extra gold, starting with at least 1 ward, so they can ward one of the buffs and then go for one of the invades.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting actually to continue a conversation. Actually, okay, I think everyone sees everyone, so they're going to back off. No, Ackerman is going for it. All right. Looks like LMQ is going to push C9T out of the territory. No, they do see Moore, so they know that Moore has a ward. So depending on if they see him again, they can know when he puts it down. But C9T look for a bit of a re-engage. Damage into Xiao's Orianna. They're just kind of firing while retreating right here, but looks like there will be ward control over C9T's red buff, and LMQ will back out.
I like this because C9T have no way of knowing if LMQ are staying in there or not. This is one of the tricks that we saw Lemon Dogs pull a long time ago, back when sports did start wards. You do the whole invade and recall from one of the bushes so that they have to be very wary of where the entire team is, even after them leaving.
Yeah, so LMQ, they're just going to move away to their standard lane assignments there. Looks like the whole pack was going to stay at the bottom lane, but that does pretty much guarantee AD support towards that side, with Ackerman holding teleport on Lee Sin, going to let himself get around the map. Looks like the same thing here for Cloud9 Tempest. They'll protect their blue buff. That's going to be safe, though. Their ward used defensively. LMQ actually will get spotted here.
They're going to go for the invade regardless.
Ooh. He can actually tell by the fact that the little lizards attacked that C9T was in that brush. So he just backs out. He can go for his own red buff. And of course, teleports top. Just sees, okay, that's where they started. Blue buff start, no big deal with the ward coverage. So yeah, one of the things I was going to talk about in the pregame, if I remember properly, yeah. So one of the things that changes now, because a lot of these supports are starting with 1 ward, is they're basically got 2 less potions, which actually increases the value of poke supports. It's easier to remove the support by poking them out of the lane. And I'm wondering, like, I know we're still seeing Karma fairly often now anyway, and a bit of Lulu support as well, these 2 big poke supports, but that's a relative increase in power for them.
Yeah, not only that, but also with the changes to the lifesteal runes, AD carries have a lot less sustain here too. So exchanges in the bottom lane have become a lot more important. But it also means that if you take any sort of damage, you have to worry about all-ins from champions like Leona.
You do. It's actually interesting. I was informed that Vasily is actually running lifesteal Quints anyway in this one, even though it's a pretty significant damage drop to not run something like attack speed Quints. He's still going for like the old school build, Armor Seals, Lifesteal Quints. Can just sustain up in this lane. Because, hey, Morgana might puddle him. And things like that'll happen. He'll take damage from Lucian.
And they're very happy that they did get the level 2 shove here with the Leona lane, using the Execute. And as you said, since he's running Lifesteal runes, he'll be able to sustain, keep up this siege at the turret, and test Altec's ability to CS under his turret.
Well, so far it's 19-8, so I gotta say the early lead definitely going LMQ's favor. Up in the top lane, Yasuki versus Ackerman, 15-15 basically.
So Altec not doing that well on the test then, huh?
No. He's getting 50% basically. That's an F.
That is definitely an F. All right,
12.
They might call in some jungle support there though. Elise does like to do the white camp fairly often. Easy rotation could be made down bottom, but it looks like he will do hard farm, and more attention going to be paid to mid. Something that a lot of mid laners, with all the 2vs1 swaps, they haven't been paying as much attention to early jungle ganks.
On the flash shove, there's Cocoon on the backside. None taking a whole bunch of damage down to 100 health. He stays and goes down. The trade kill back to Bijou though. Kez looks like he's going to stay around for this one. Damage and a Xiao Wei Xiao. The kill did go to the LMQ mid laner, but first blood to C9T.
And it is going to be renewal of double buffs here for Kez. So the only thing really that we have to remember is that Xiao Wei Xiao still has his flash, whereas Bijou has no summoners at all now. And he was only able to pick up one ward, so he can't ward both sides himself. Might see repeat ganks in the middle.
Yeah, we'll see what plays out with this one. So far, just level 4 top laners, though. These guys, I guess it is a bit of a lead for Ackerman. The early pushing is working out. His teleport's on cooldown for one more wave, but that's going to leave him exposed to Kez right now. He has Safeguard. He has Flash.
He still has his Safeguard. He still has his health potion as well. Probably want to start chugging that one. As soon as he sees the gank coming, should start chugging his health potion.
Yeah, well, he's safe. He flashed the Cocoon, though. Now, when will the Safeguard come up? He does not have a Trinket, but he does have the Q to the double golem. Trinket's coming up in about 10 seconds. Ackerman's still playing the jungle gym.
Interesting route he chose to go on here, because now it's going to be very difficult for him to get out alive.
Well, he's buying a lot of time, though. Yasuki's going to spot him out. The slow comes through as well. Kez will eventually make his way over, but Ackerman, 3 seconds on the Safeguard. Still running around through the ward. And he's going to teleport back to the top lane. Cocoon doesn't reach. Ackerman outplays the gank.
That was so close to him catching
Vasily really close to death, though. One summoner he'll use flashing away from the range. Ignite onto Altec. He's burning low. He's going to lifesteal a little bit off some minions. Getting the 3 health from Butcher. And Feast, Xiao Wei Xiao, Bijou a bit of a trade. No name showing back up, but Kez already here. Level 5 on Elise. The Cocoon, the bind. It's going to catch Altec. Doesn't even matter. Kill picked up there for more. LMQ win the bottom lane.
All right, and that was even before level 6 here. So Vasily's going to hit level 6 before Altec. It's going to be a very, very uphill battle. All 4 summoner spells down for Cloud9 Tempest in the bottom lane. I would expect some more action down there if LMQ have their say in it.
I mean, yeah, they're 52 to 33 in minions. You're going to have a gigantic item lead for Vasily here. I mean, he's got, what, 200, 400 extra gold from minions, plus another 150 for the assist. Like, he's not far from BF Sword right now. He's basically a wave away from getting to recall and get this. It actually might be this time right here. And that's going to be another big bully lead. I mean, there is an AD ratio on his ultimate. Yeah, 1,700 gold. He's going to have that, plus potions. At level 6, he's going to have a really good all-in.
So, even though the level 1 invades from LMQ, they didn't get much done with it, the AD and support did help with the blue for Cloud9 Tempest, and they stay there a bit longer. So Ezreal and Leona got to go to the lane first, start shoving it, and kind of snowball that early lead.
Yeah. It worked really well for them, honestly. They're continuing to push to the edge. Actually, Phage is the item picked up there for Vasily, not BS, or not really Bloodthirster, most likely. But a lot of extra mana from the Sapphire Crystal. We'll see if that pays out. Kez does hit level 6 at a pretty good clip. 26 minions on him. Does have the, for what it's worth, rank 2 ultimate available on Elise. So he's farming well, but that's kind of the only lane that's going swimmingly now for Cloud9 Tempest is just their jungler. He's got to salvage these lanes.
It's going to be difficult for him, but it looks like he's going to go contest the second blue, has the, or second red, does have the timer on it, and just by dropping a ward, scares No Name off of his own red buff.
be enough for him for now. Ackerman, though, look at this. Already he's trying to steal away the red buff. He's going to get spotted out by Yazuki, but not sure if it's going to matter too much. Has Safeguard available. Jumps over really safely. Looks like, by the way, for the Lee Sin, 2 points W, 2 points E. So he's splitting the points between Safeguard and Tempest. Just to keep that in mind. Xiao is actually maxing Command Dissonance on Orianna. I know some mid laners max attack. Former mid laner for TPA Toys used to. The Q, but Xiao is going with the W in this one. He's doing the standard thing, taking harass. As per normal, I'm pretty sure he's maxing the Star Call. You can see the damage pretty decent there.
I think the most interesting thing about this game so far was that the level 1, because a lot of the LCS teams that we've been talking to were complaining about being on red side. Oh, we always have to go for an invade when we're on red side because we're so scared of the blue team doing an invade on our red side, and there's no way of knowing it. But Cloud9 Tempest, they defended their blue instead. They didn't go for an invade.
Yeah.
And it was LMQ that were able to get that bottom lane shoved because of it. And now the bottom lane is probably the biggest point of power for them.
Cocoon lands on Ackerman, though, and he gets executed. I love that. The Dragon ulti guaranteed, no safeguard or anything for Lee Sin. Dodged it, like pushed him into the cocoon. That was really awesome coordination.
All right, so yeah, bottom lane is the power for LMQ. Top lane looks like it might be the point here for Cloud9 Tempest that they want to rely on. That actually caught him up in CS as well. So Yuzuki was able to catch back up by shoving the lane after.
Yeah, and, definitely a big lead.
Ackerman's going to have to do his use his teleport. Up to the turret, though. Very popular summoner spell now.
And it's going to be Tiamat versus the makings of Sunfire here. So Yazuki not rushing the damage build. Just going to weather the storm against Ackerman. It's pretty much par for the course. LMQ did try their all-in right around level 6, but with the reaction time of Glebe Glarba, he managed to spell shield the Q stun, and that allowed Altec to dodge the ulti out from Ezreal. But No Name waiting in the wings. C9T, they've got to be careful. They are pretty much in gank range.
So what they want to do right now, LMQ, is get the Black Shield down, then they can use Solar Flare.
But here comes Elise. There's a teleport as well. Of course, Yazuki has his, but Ackerman does not. More flash, but he's still in range. Stun's going to come down. Yazuki finds a kill, some good damage from Kez. No Name forced to ulti away. Good fight for C9T. And will they Dragon or will they Turret?
Probably go for the Dragon here. It's hard to even take the turret because there will be 2 people defending. Now, this is what happens when you go to the source of the global. Cloud9 Tempest, their jungler, Kez, ganks up top lane, makes them, not only do they get a successful gank, but also burns the global threat of that teleport by going to the source of it, and then that allows, his gank up top allows a gank down bottom by Yuzuki, giving them the Dragon. The question is, though, is that enough time for Ackerman to get the top turret? Looks like it will be an answer. So it's not like a huge objective gain for Cloud9 Tempest, just a trade.
Yeah, just the +1 kill, otherwise the trade, that turret's going to be gone. We'll see which team can use the fact this turret is dead for an advantage. Looks like Yazuki will look for a bit of a flank on Lee Sin. Shocker's going to land on a Bishu, down to half HP. Damage took him for Xiao. Xiao, he does not look for another trade, but gets the health bar a bit low, and once again, Soraka forced the last hit under turret, down 20 CS.
Both junglers going to be called in there, too. All right, here's the combo.
Good damage comes through. Altec a bit low on health. The flash in from Vasily. Can he get the rest of his damage? Glebe tries to block the Q. Looks like he will, but the ulti comes in. Altec flashes, keeps alive. Glebe Glarbu a bit low. More. Keeps stoning him away. Binding won't land. Still has summoner spells burned.
Bottom lane, they're going to retain control as well. CS going to remain in their favor. Will they shove it down? Yes, they're not trying to freeze it at all. Going to try and get that turret down. That would be 2 outer turrets, and they could start putting up wards in the jungle, start counter-jungling, get to that mid-game power that they really like.
Dragon form comes across. Ackerman a bit under fire right here. Yazuki looking for the attention with this one. Nice jump in by Kez, keeps him in range despite the kickback. Now the flash is going to dodge the cocoon. Ackerman is safe, but loses the summoner. Another fight in the mid lane though. Bishu taking some good damage. Xiao staying for this one. He does have Ignite up. Doesn't go for the all-in.
Plus he's almost 30 CS up on Bishu in the mid lane. So Xiao again showing his dominance in the mid lane.
Ulti comes in from Moore. The dive in towards Bishu. He flashed away, keeps himself alive. Moore now rooted up underneath the turret, has almost nowhere to go. Oh my gosh, the Morgana ulti comes by. Moore is going to go down. Bishu with the kill credit. LMQ bit off more than they could chew.
Yeah, overextension right there in between the turrets. They thought they could get the Soraka. Best champion at baiting.
Yeah.
Probably in the game.
3 heals and the flash, the black shield also helping with that one. That's a team with multiple supports, and you can see why that's effective. Stop the dives rather successfully. That's multiple now great ultis by Glebe Glarbu. He managed to not steal the kills away and going actually towards what I believe is this is actually a player who rushed Spooky Ghosts many times in Morgana, so we might see Twin Shadows come out.
Interesting. A lot of different choices with Morgana. Uh-oh. Vasily's going to chase him off that pink ward. But yeah, Morgana, so many options with the support Morgana. A lot of times it's very hard to get to Azanya's, so many of them will even forego getting that item ever and just try and get the normal support items like the Crucible and like the auras to help out their team. But if you can get it towards that late game, she performs a very similar role to what a mid lane Morgana would do. You can get most of the effectiveness out of it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see where the build ends up going with this one. One thing I guess to keep in mind with mid versus support Morgana is that support Morgana actually maxes Black Shield second. And I believe that's actually the last skill to max for mid Morgana back in the day. So I guess you can kind of consider the difference in AP, the difference in skill order. And you can see damage now going into Vasily though, down very low. Forced to dump back with his ulti though with the ulti in. It's going to get blocked a little bit and he's going to turn off the ultimate to get the last few attacks in. That's going to be a kill picked up. Moore is going to be running away from this one. Kez late to the party, but kill for C9T.
This is one of the reasons why we talked about Bishu and Altec being the 2 points for Cloud9 Tempest you have to be really worried about.
And it's working. You even got Kez though. I think everyone on C9T that was stepping up around these players. Those two had the best series yesterday, but I gotta say I think everyone's putting in really good work right now. Bottom lane turret's going to be going down. C9T equalized that score. They're up the dragon. No Name looks for the engage here. The jump in. He's going to get the shotgun if he wants it. There's no flash available with the silence. The shotgun comes in anyway though from Bishu. He tries to heal himself. Not going to be enough. Shao gets the kill credit. Great assassination right there.
Yeah, that's that invisible ball delivery system that we talked about in Champion Select. Works great for ganks too. You don't have to wait for team fights. Double effectiveness out of that one. Get the minions as well as stop Altec's back.
Absolutely. Well, he didn't let more or less hit that. He had a charge. Didn't even go for it. Scumbag Vasily.
That's money down the drain there too.
Yeah. Just taxing his support for no reason. Alright, gets a melee minion. Not as bad, but could have been better. Mid lane still under fire. Kez forced to hold this lane. I gotta say, despite the fact that C9T holds a gold lead, LMQ are still finding places to make moves. The dives mid, everywhere.
It's about to be answered right here with Vasily's bottom turret.
True.
So it's pretty much the even game, moving towards the mid game here. Altec has been able to complete his Bloodthirster. Most important item for AD carries. Vasily actually rushing for that Trinity Force first, not even going first item Bloodthirster here.
Well, that was his build. He actually went Lifesteal Quints, and with that, if you go Lifesteal Quints, you can give that build up. And that's actually one thing that I want to see if AD carries actually move on towards is if you have Sustain somewhere else, can you rush Ayad? It's a big DPS increase if you can, or just a non-Bloodthirster item in general. But yeah, Triforce done now, 16.5 minutes in, pretty quick clip for him. Bloodthirster, of course, already done and stacking up here for Altec. We'll see how these items continue to scale. We'll see where their builds end up taking them soon. C9T on top of wards. Cocoon lands on a No Name. Good Dark Binding as well, but he leaps over the wall safely. He's going to be all right with this one.
Those wards are very, very popular nowadays because of the picks that you can get standing in that river. So many people walk over this little bridge right here by the Wraith camp. So it's probably the most popular spot for picking people off.
Yeah, and some damage on Moore. The jump out of No Name, not a big deal, unfortunately, for them. Altec know how to duel with Vasily, but remember, Triforce is done. It's going to be some big damage for Ezreal. Jumps forward. They're trying to trade blows back and forth. The Wish coming by as well. So many heals. In comes the jump, the flash, I believe, the spell shield, everything. Glebe Glarbu gets the kill on that one, but double Summoner's Burn from Morgana.
Oh, AD carries with all the heals, and Bishu adds his from the mid lane. There's the teleport from Yazuki. Trying to time this one with Dragon. I guess that solo kill. The duel down bottom is going to turn into an objective. And they'll have to send somebody back immediately after they take the Dragon. Oh, No Name wants the steal!
He pops the ult, he's buying time, flashes out. Can't get back in. Nice attempt.
So he makes him drop the pink ward, though. But yeah, they're going to need to send somebody back as quickly as possible to defend that top turret. Ackerman, with his Tiamat, is shoving very quickly. This is actually the same build that he runs on Renekton. Tiamat into defensive items straight after.
Yeah. I think it's the right way to do it, though. I feel like Hydra is often really greedy, and especially with someone like Lee Sin or Renekton, where you've got sustain in your kit, you don't need the extra lifesteal necessarily. We're going to see Yasuki forcing Ackerman away. Goes to Dragon Form, though. Flash and kick are available. Yasuki's in front. I mean, the kick won't send him the right way. The flash kick comes in, keeping Ackerman safe. Like he's Guile.
Like that little move. Yeah, so talking about the build again, the cowl is really important against Shyvana because she does so much magic damage. She has not gone with the Blade of the Ruined King early, so she saw almost all magic damage, and they're little ticks of magic damage, so you get that regen all the time.
Yeah, the regen I feel like is super understated on Spectre's cowl, but it's such a good laning item against magic damage.
Because she's not, Shyvana's a magic damage champion, but she's not a burst magic damage champion.
Not really, no. Not so much. It's going to be a lot of consistent damage output there. The wave clear, the pushing much better now for Bishu's Soraka there, without a blue buff for now, but you know, again, he talked about it in the pregame video. He never got a blue buff in their finals in Spring 2, but here they're having a much better time at this one. The jungle under control. Another blue goes to Bishu, Speak of the Devil. He's having a pretty good time. He's still down 50 minions, to be fair. I gotta say, Xiaowei Xiao's putting on a clinic with CS, but this is a player who often takes wraiths, who's gonna get a big lead because of that.
Yeah, the two matchups that we highlighted, the Xiaowei Xiao mid versus Bishu, and then the bottom one, have been extremely exciting here because there was a lot of attention paid mid with junglers. And then meanwhile, down bottom, we just saw Altec and Vasily dueling it out, and the victor gets the dragon for that one too.
Wow, some pretty big damage on Ezreal. Silence prevents the Arcane Shift away, but he's going to go back for the poke right here. Relies on his support to keep himself safe. Looks like Vasily shows no fear. Of course, no other rotations are noted. Just going to be the teams walking back into the back lines to hold on to the mid lane. Some more good poke. Binding's going to be dodged. More poke coming in. Vasily honestly just constantly looking for damage.
Now, Soraka is going to enable Cloud9 Tempest to siege a bit longer here, though. You can see Vasily got chunked out, and even though Xiaowei Xiao has shields that he will have to use reactively, there's no way to sustain Vasily without letting him go lifesteal off something. So the extended siege from Cloud9 going to come in on the mid turret, and they can slowly whittle it down.
Here it begins. Bloodthirster Lucian pretty much fully stacked by this point for sure. Down to half HP. Binding lands on a more Cocoon as well. Big damage comes through. Can't cast a spell, but a 3-man Shockwave might just answer. Ezreal comes by. Yasuki is safe. Wish used just in case by Soraka. There's Ackerman on the wings. Kez a bit low. Has to flash away from No Name, losing even more health though. He's got to run away. Vasily finds the shutdown, but the kill back on a No Name. Glebe Glarbu does not stay around too long. Ackerman does get stunned. Vasily now on the runaway. He's going to allow the team to disengage. Red buff slow is actually rather effective. Gonna put some damage on C9T on the way back. Ackerman now to counter back towards the mid lane, and LMQ actually rewarded with the mid lane turret.
Yeah, that was a great shockwave from Xiaowei Xiao to get the momentum back in their favor, but
keeps Glebe alive, but they find a kill back. They're still going for it. Xiaowei Xiao, now forced to run, does not have flash. Ackerman in the back lines, Beach with the heal, keeps himself alive. Ackerman ward jumps to safety. 3 for 1. For a turret for LMQ.
Was that an arcane shift forward into the face of danger?
Yes, it was.
Silly. He got a Glebe binding to the face.
Yeah, that was a little bit silly. Guess he picked that name for a reason.
I was hoping you'd go in that direction.
Yeah,
all right.
You got me with Sheep. You got me with Vasily. What else you got? You got more?
Let's take a look at it again, because Moore actually is going to get a binding again here a little bit later. But yeah, Vasily arcane shifts straight forward into the binding from Glebe. He was almost able to burst him down. He got him very, very low, but not quite. Ackerman in the duel with Soraka has to run away after he sees the armor buff on her.
Ackerman now in
danger.
Has
to run away.
Cocoon, but a great 2-man kick. Gonna dash to a minion. Repel's coming up. Kez still chasing. Red buff on Yasuki, but he's not in range for that just yet. Some damage comes through. In comes No Name for the counterattack. Q is big damage though. It's gonna force C9T to give respect.
All right, so mid-game getting pretty exciting here. Next dragon fight, 1 minute 20 seconds. We will have both teleports for it. Last time we didn't really get to see the team fight around dragon because of the duel between the AD carries. So if he never mind, he's gonna keep on arcane shifting forward. So that might happen once again.
Yeah, the Soraka armor buff is enough to keep him from taking too much damage. Vasily actually going for Ruin King on his Ezreal. Interesting, another slight variation of the builds there. It's actually some pretty good poke power. Very kiteable. He's very self-reliant with a build like this. Can get away from most threats in the front line. So Yasuki will have a very hard time dealing with him. We get to that stage in team fights where he's got to deal with them by himself. Sweeper used to hold the mid lane and take stock of this game. We're 23 minutes in. C9T, the underdogs this matchup by a lot. LMQ's only lost a single game in the Challenger Series, let alone a best of 3 or best of 5. But C9T holding a 2,000 gold lead so far into the mid game.
The thing about C19's comp, though, they rely pretty heavily on the skill shots landing for their hard CC. They don't have any guaranteed hard CC going for them. But the bindings have been on point, the cocoons have been on point, so it doesn't matter.
Gonna find no name for this one. Can they keep him in the danger? They will. He's gonna get stunned up, but he's still stealth. Now Kez getting the engage, losing most of his health. I don't know if he has anywhere to go. Ignite is on 7. Heal comes by. The Solar Flare hits, but so does the Wish. Altek in a battle with him. Silly kill goes through to Kez, but the kill back for Altek. Gets the assist thanks to the Wish, of course, on that one. But a 1-for-1 on the map.
So up top, or up in mid, it was Kez who went down eventually. So this time around, we saw the AD carry duel right before Dragon. Again, Altek comes out on top, but the jungler's down, so they can't take it. No smite available.
Yeah, Vasily, despite the lane lead early on, 1-4-1 in this game. Teleport comes in for Lee Sin. Actually, the same for Shyvana. Both teams saying, hey, you know, Dragon's up. 4v4 for this. Jungler's back alive. AD carry for LMQ back alive. Here we go.
Yeah, Altek is definitely having the advantage in the 1v1 duels. However, they're not truly 1v1 because a lot of the times he's getting Soraka heals. There's extra heals coming in. Not quite a fair fight between the two.
That's how you play the globals, man. They just stick around and say, hey, press R at some point.
He wants to go for the steal again here? No, not going to be able to.
Just a blind Q. Wasn't even the jungler.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the like 112 damage you get out of that one. It's probably rank 1 Q. It's a standard build for top lane Lee Sin. Blue buff once again to Bishu. I don't think he's lost one all game, actually, so.
No, he hasn't lost blue buff. However, Xiao is just destroying him in CS here. Already completed the death cap. Yeah. So high impact shockwaves aplenty here for LMQ. Unfortunate for them that they won't get that fight around Dragon. Because they really have a pretty strong team fight. I mean, everybody is very mobile, so they can really kind of close Cloud9 in, and then if they save Shockwave for a very good Shockwave mid fight, then they can clean up pretty easily, even though they are behind in gold.
Yeah, when you speak about gold, I want to touch on items real quick because the basically Elise core is done now for Kez. Sorkshoe's Haunting Guy's Ancient Golem, so this is pretty much the squishiest point for Elise right now, where this is right before she starts actually building real tank items. So you talk about a mid-fight Shockwave cleaning things up. We've seen how fast Kez dies when he gets caught out here, so it's going to be a bit of a battle for Elise about how well she can get the damage in versus getting caught out. Start of the game 2-0-1 is now 3-2-1. So
he does have to play pretty careful. That's one of the drawbacks of going with that penetration build that you mentioned. He's got a lot of damage for burst damage.
Oh wow, Moore's getting destroyed right now by Baron.
Those skill shots there
Dark
from
Binding
Cloud9 Tempest.
Yeah,
landing
he's
over
off the map.
and over. But yeah, what was I talking about?
Elise being very squishy, risky build.
Oh yeah, he's got so his burst is really strong because of it right now. But he is very squishy in return, so he'd much rather be picking people off, going for small fights, small duels, where he can burst someone out and make them play more defensive rather than have to build more tank.
Yeah, well, see if they can find this one. Ryles is done. Going to be a Randuin soon for Bishu. Of course, LMQ, very physical damage heavy. They'll get some from Orianna, a little bit from Leona.
Oh yeah, they'll get a lot from Orianna here. Xiao's got the trifecta for mid laners already. 27 minutes in, and he's got the 3 main items that you want.
Yeah.
So he's got plenty of magic damage coming from LMQ. You
can see 330 minions by 27 minutes. I actually wanted to see when the 300 mark was. I didn't quite track that, but that had to be like 25, 24 minutes in. It's a pretty quick clip.
And it's not like it's costing No Name a lot of CS either.
Yeah.
So
you can see, like, no one's CS really suffering this game.
Can't really blame him for stealing away jungle camps. All right, the vision is pretty equal here too. So this game definitely more balanced than the scoreboard says. Vasily does dodge one binding, but he doesn't dodge the cocoon.
Oh man, he goes right down. The Mikhails didn't actually catch him in time of this one to re-engage, so Gleave forced to flash away. C19, they're going to find a binding onto more. The engage comes in. The support, though, it's a tanky one. Flash over the wall, though. In comes Yatsuki and Kez. Big damage comes through. Ran with Pop as well. 2 kills so far in the fight. 2-man shot gigantic from Xiao Wei Xiao. Can LMQ clean any back up? Looks like not. 2, 3, 4 kills now in the fight for Cloud9 Tempest. 14-5. Ackerman, the only one alive. He's going to force back. C19 look for Baron.
This could very easily be Baron for them. It's going to have to be a miracle move from Ackerman. He doesn't even want to go for it, though. Great job here by Cloud9 Tempest. I have to say, though, it is in large part due to Vasily's missteps. He can make up for it all right here, though. No.
It was about as well timed as it could be.
Pretty good shot.
When he respawned.
Yeah, but Vasily's been playing very dangerously and getting burned for it time after time again. He's going full Lomo Nation style here. He gets caught up by the entire 3-man combo there from Cloud9 Tempest, and that's going to be a 1-team fight for them.
Solar Flare whip too. The bottom lane actually of LMQ in general.
Yeah, it was basically a great black shield there from Glebe Glarbu as well to turn this one around. And then Yuzuki coming in. Even though the shockwave is gigantic, Bishu's there with the heals, keeps everyone up long enough for Altec to come.
Yeah, the heal from Soraka there clutch to keep Yasuki alive in that fight. And you know, talk about this. C19 spent, oh god, Vasily. He's in a bad spot.
Vasily, please, no!
Cocoon, he's down. C19 spent all 3 bans and then grabbed Lucian first rotation.
Yeah.
Attacked Vasily's champion pool very hard. And on Ezreal, champion who's supposed to be very safe, who's building safely with Triforce Ruin King. He's not having a good show.
He's going with the Woong style, Arcane Shift in forward, but he didn't build the Randuins like Woong does.
Yeah. Or play Graves.
He's not tanky.
No, he is not. So it's going to be some damage now to mid lane turret number 2, 29 minutes. C19 hold on to a commanding 9,000 gold lead. They now push in the back door, the inhibitor turret as well. Teleport comes in from Ackerman. He just gets exploded at the very start. Way too greedy on the TP. LMQ losing a lot of kills.
Yeah, they're going to get this inhibitor turret already.
The overextension, though, they get 1 kill back. The turret falls down. They'll see if any more kills come across. No, just a 2 for 0. The heals from Soraka keeping the team alive. C19 refused to go down here.
All right, they've got the inhibitor. Great move. Another Arcane Shift forward. He's got to be careful. Altec wants to make him pay.
He's got the shield. Lands the Q. Dark Bonding for fun. Yep. Wow. Yeah, culling.
Vasily, please.
All
right.
Wow.
So, you mentioned how many bans there were against Vasily. And then they also took away Lucian early.
Yeah.
You gotta wonder, how long has it been since he has played Ezreal?
Dunno. Season 3?
Yeah, maybe too long is the answer here. No Name jumping right in, trying to get off the combo, but they get the turret and they claim the bug life. Able to get the inhibitor off of the back of this one too. Did they get another kill here? No.
Go to grab the first 2. Nearly got Vasily. So Yasuki 507 on Shyvana. Pipe to play pretty tanky overall. Stops at just the Cutlass. That's enough tracking for him.
If I was LMQ, I'd probably target Yuzuki, like I said, with the bans, just because I haven't really seen people put pressure on his pool.
Yeah.
To see what else he has to pull out. Yeah. But I really do like this matchup, though. Yuzuki actually changed his name on live to Lomo Nation.
Yes, he
did. Because that's Vasily's one-liner right there.
Yeah.
And I really like Lomo Nation specifically just because it sounds like what the fans of LMQ would call themselves. Like, Raider fans from the Bay Area are like Raider Nation. Lomo Nation is like the hashtag that all the LMQ fans would use when they make good plays.
Are 49er fans gold diggers? Probably not.
No.
I'm from the Bay Area. I don't even know what Niners fans call themselves.
All right. Well, Lomo Nation gets himself out alive. Yuzuki escapes and affords his team top lane pressure. Able to get down 1 turret and should probably be able to roll into 2 pretty easily here.
Yep.
Map control is definitely going to collapse very quickly for LMQ. C9T going to start putting up more wards as well.
Looks like the contest now for the inhibitor turret top lane. Yasuki happy to chill on the complete opposite side of the map of his team. So, you know,
whoa!
Vasily playing full Vasily style, going and Glebe Glarbu down the front lines, puts the ulti down to a massive shockwave with the whip. Wish keeps the team alive. The fight still goes on. More is going to lose all of his HP. The fight still going on. Kez, the front lines, he's a bit tankier now as well with the Randuin's Omen. Kez has to run away. Ackerman about to go down. Altec finds another kill for himself. He's now dominating 6, 1, and 7 on him. Inhibitor under fire. Another 2 for 0.
Wow, LMQ trying to end it in style though there. That was Vasily going full Lomo Nation. Trying to draw them in, and it kind of worked, grouping them up for the Shockwave and then Ezreal ulti, but
wow,
not quite.
1v2, no, Vasily finally gets a kill with the offensive Arcane Shift. The teleport in, the flash from Yasuke, that's going to be enough for him. That's going to be another inhibitor going down now. Now the push in for the Nexus turret's going to be big damage coming through. Looks like the team's going to be enough. Xiao alone to defend, not going to have much of a chance here. Down he goes. Now more here for the defense. There are still 2 Nexus turrets up. It's the slow grind without an AD carry, trying to kill these off. The minion's likely to be enough. Turret number 2 going down, and Cloud9 Tempest in the grand final best of 5. Take the second game ever off LMQ.
All right, yeah, come out with a strategy. They target Vasily, they make him play Ezreal, and it works 100%. Now, thing is, even though Soraka didn't have a big laning phase impact, and she didn't win her lane, you know, Xiao was able to do with her very well.
Sure.
The global heals were definitely a factor in that.
Yeah.
They snowballed Altec very well.
The entire mid game was like close fight after close fight that got turned by Wish, or a dive that got baited by a Summoner Heal and a Black Shield. So many of those turned the mid game around.
Gotta wonder,
yeah.
Are they actually going to ban out that Soraka, or focus on getting Vasily something he's more comfortable with? You know, maybe do something about Altec.
Yeah, and that's the thing is actually, I'm thinking about what you kind of do with this one, because I think you can focus on Altec and remove some of his champion pool as well. You saw the Corki ban. You could add one more, remove more stuff from that. But I think this gives such a big boost of confidence to C9T, because they didn't ban a single other champion. Top laner, jungler, mid laner support got whatever they wanted the entire way through the pool, and none of them had a major impact. You had Jungle Kha'Zix, the top tier jungler. Top laner Renekton, the top laner. Didn't even matter for these guys. So the fact that C9T held lanes everywhere, and then they succeeded with their ban strategy, picking on someone, that just says, okay, well, plan number 1 worked. And I feel like the rest of these plans are going to look good as well.
Yeah. Really, the story, I have to say, is probably the duels between Vasily and Altec.
Yeah.
That started off giving a couple dragons that early global gold. They're going for Cloud9. LMQ's definitely going to have to switch up something there.
Yeah, and it really was just those little close things. And some of it was just the fact that someone rotated down. So certainly reacting to the fact that Soraka's there is a big deal. Obviously, the Wish was a big impact. One was a flash Summoner Heal from Gleb's Morgana, though, which I thought was great. He was like, I will save you, and he's like trying to stretch out and reach with the D key and hit him with it.
The fights between the AD carries had more heals than I've ever seen in League of Legends before.
True.
AD carries just have all these different kinds of heals, because they take Summoner Heal, their support takes Summoner Heal, and they have Soraka on their team. They're just everywhere. Green lights.
Health bars are up, keeping them nice and healthy. I mean, those are normally the targets. And I'm wondering, actually, then, what this means for LMQ's mental health, because we started criticizing Vasily. No, I'm serious, though. For, and I don't mean that insulting,
you can question his mental health after the last one.
Yeah, because he's like arcane shifting in. Like, the one at the end where he jumps in on top of the team at the dead tier 2 turret.
Cool. I like that one.
I mean, so, okay, to be fair, it baited the 5-man Shockwave. So in this weird, perverse, like, thinking 3 steps ahead forward way that was genius, but they were too far behind in gold. But it's like, if he gets down 3 kills, is he just going to, like, go ham all the time and throw more kills away? Like, is Vasily already affected, like, losing game 1? Like, that's a real consideration.
He's got that wild turtle syndrome.
Yeah.
Gets bored.
He's got to carry plans. I've been dead too much. Better dive. I'm bored of this one. Actually, so to break us into this one, I actually do have a replay of one of the C9T's fights. They get a 3 kills on LMQ. We can pull that one up here.
C9Ts?
Yep.
Is that the next Cloud9 team that's going to come?
T's?
All right, so they get the turret. Is this going to be a dive? Oh, no! This is the teleport in from Ackerman by himself. Even with the cocoon being on the wrong side and being a little early, so much damage there. Altec does not hesitate. I think they really have to worry about Altec. Maybe it's just going to be more jungle pressure that comes in, because I don't think you can deal with Altec in Pix bans. Even with all these AD carries being banned out, I think they're actually going to have to do something about it as far as the early gameplay.
Yeah, and I'm also kind of surprised that when I'm looking at this team fight, I realize there's a gold lead at this point, which makes it a very big deal that once you've got more levels, you have more health, maybe more MR from your runes and whatnot. How much that actually LMQ got a little bit outcomped. Now, I know when we talked to Voiba, he talked about Soraka yesterday, and he's like, well, if you run Soraka, it's really snowbally. If you get behind, you kind of just fall flat. If you get ahead, you can just survive everything. But it was like a like mid-tier AoE comp of just Leona, Orianna, Ezreal, which just gets beat by Wish. And then you've got no burst damage left over. And I'm wondering if they tilted a little bit higher towards AoE, another AoE damage champion in there, or something with a little bit more damage on that one, if they could tilt all the way over for that one.
Yeah. I mean, LMQ didn't look like focused like they usually look there. The game plan, they looked like they were kind of winging it for this one.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they underestimated him. They 2-0'd him so hard last time. Maybe that was part of the plan here. Now, of course, guys, after that surprising Game 1 in the books, we're going to have to take a quick break. But we're going to come back with Game 2 between Cloud9 Tempest and LMQ. Plus, we're going to be joined by Cloud9 mid laner High here at the desk. Stick around.
Signal to unleash. Everything advanced is the new truth. Look, I went from the Air Force Ones to, well, I still rock the Air Force Ones. Cross colors to Jabot to the Rocker. We're right there, now the Sean John gotcha. Went from Coleco up to Nintendo, to the Xbox, to the PS3 show. Floor model televisions to the flat screens. Went from pro sports to the rap dreams. Big bodies to the drops, to the coops, to the low cuts, the fades, to the braids like Snoop. It all moving too fast, bringing the future to life through the past. Come on.
Yeah, y'all feeling this.
O to the new.
Yeah, you see how real it is.
O to the new.
And you know we killing this.
O to the new.
And my life really is.
O to the new.
Took this back to gear.
O to the new.
Flipped up props for this.
O to the new.
Now we on track for this.
O to the new.
And y'all keep practicing.
Went from the all black to the shiny suits and Versace shirts and Timberland boots. Blazers to Tahoes, from Porsches to Lamborghini Murcielagos. Magic to Michael, Kobe to King James. Yo, over time how things change. And I know it all seems strange to see me whipping in a mean forest green range, when all I really wanted was a Land Cruiser with the sunroof to let the sun through. Took a nation to millions to hold us. Won't let the new world order control us. You don't believe me? Hold up. Take a chance and roll up. Yo, it's moving too fast. Bringing the future back to life through the past.
Yeah, y'all feeling this.
O to the new.
Yeah, you see how real it is.
O to the new.
And you know we killing this.
O to the new.
And my life really is.
O to the new.
Took this back to gear.
O to the new.
Flipped up props for this.
O to the new.
Now we on track for this.
O to the new.
And y'all keep practicing.
O to the new.
Another kill for himself. He's now dominating 6, 1, and 7 on him. Inhibitor under fire. Another 2 for 0.
Wow, LMQ trying to end it in style though there. That was Vasily going full Lomo Nation. trying to draw them in, and it kind of worked, grouping them up for the Shockwave and then Ezreal ulti, but
wow,
not quite.
1v2. No, Vasily finally gets a kill with the offensive arcane shift. The teleport in, the flash from Yasuke, that's going to be enough for him. That's going to be another inhibitor going down now. Now the push in for the Nexus turret's going to be big damage coming through. Looks like the team's going to be enough. Xiao alone to defend. Not going to have much of a chance here. Down he goes. Now more here for the defense. There are still 2 Nexus turrets up. It's the slow grind without an AD carry trying to kill these off. The minion's likely to be enough. Turret number 2 going down, and Cloud9 Tempest in the grand final best of 5. Take the second. Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American Challenger Series Spring Playoffs. We're headed into Game 2 of the finals of this best of 5 between Cloud9 Tempest and LMQ. But first, I'd like to welcome the original Cloud9 mid laner, Hi, to the analyst desk. Hey Mans, who's going to be breaking down some of the action for us. So, picks and bans, 380 carry bans. What's up with that?
Right, so picks and bans went extremely well for C9T that game. One, LMQ banned Corki randomly, and then C9T banned 380 carries. When that happened, they had a few OPs still left open, so they had a choice between like picking Kha'Zix, Lucian, or like Soraka, and even like Thresh, I guess. So if they first picked Lucian, C9T would get back Soraka and Kha'Zix. If they first picked Kha'Zix, C9T would get Lucian, Soraka like they did. So the pick and ban phase went very well for C9, and I think that was a huge part of the game, basically. It put Vasily on Ezreal, which is a fine champion, but he's definitely not a top-tier champion, and it kind of showed that game. He kind of went on tilt when he fell behind, and it just went really well for C9.
Yeah, so then actually you kind of play into the game and you've got all these like mid-game advantages, like every single fight turned by a wish. Like it seems one of the big strengths of Soraka. I feel like that'll be a really valuable champion in the next pick and ban phase.
Right, so in that game as well, talking about picks again, all LMQ wanted to do that game was basically team fight. They had Orianna, Leona, Kha'Zix, and Ezreal. They're only good for team fighting, and you're not going to beat a Soraka team in team fighting. She's the king of team fighting, or a queen, I guess, since she's a girl. But when you pick a team fighting team comp, you need to be able to win the team fights, and you're just not going to win against triple heal and Soraka. So multiple times throughout that game, they just kept getting baited by heal, and it's extremely annoying to play versus, and C9 just played that extremely well.
Yeah, and I feel like Soraka is even more strong against LMQ than it would be against other mid laners, because Xiao, he's known for just farming very, very hard. And there's going to be other fights on the other side of the map that normally, you know, he's not going to be able to get to because he's not going to roam there. But Soraka can add her wish in. And that's really where they got their mid-game advantages, was from wishes, that one fights where the mid laners didn't really have an impact. You know, they're just farming away in mid lane, but Soraka's actually adding something to the rest of the team. Do you think Soraka is specifically better against Xiao since he's so focused on farming?
I would say when you're playing against Zhao, he likely won't lose his lane for one.
Oh yeah,
he'll likely outfarm you.
Well.
Yeah, he CSs very well, but for him to do that, he farms wolves and raves. So he drops entire map pressure. He drops vision pressure. So instead of trying to beat him in lane, you just go and pressure the other lanes. While Bishu didn't do that, he didn't have to because of Soraka. He can press ultimate and bam, he can win a top lane fight. He can win a bot lane fight from just doing that. So when you're playing against him, you should look to control vision, and you look to control the map control, basically. Because you're not going to control lane against a guy that only wants to farm.
Yeah.
Because what are you going to do, tower dive him? You're not going to do that. So you just want to take over vision, ward up their jungle, take away their vision, and force bot and top the fight, and do something about it.
Do you think it's more of a strategic sort of gameplay change than like, oh, well, you can pick like these 3 champions and they'll excel? It's more like your mindset to approach the mid game?
It's definitely while champions can help, I think it's just a strategical thing. Say, for example, Bishu had or LeBlanc or something, for example. Even with LeBlanc, I wouldn't be trying to win my lane against an Orianna, because Orianna can always play passive, and especially on Zhao. For him to die, he'd have to make a mistake, and I'm not relying on the enemy pro player to make a mistake. It can happen, but you can't rely on that. So instead of doing that, you should play around their weaknesses. His weakness is he doesn't leave mid lane, so take advantage of that. Ward their jungle, make their jungler feel pressured, go bot, do something, and just basically punish them for not doing anything.
So now that Cloud9 Tempest do have the advantage, they came out with a great early plan in game 1, and they've got LMQ kind of on tilt, or you know, maybe at a mental disadvantage because of coming out with a loss. How do you think Cloud9 can best roll this first win, this momentum, through a 5-game series?
So I want to say C9 can bring the momentum forward, but the issue with the pick and ban phase they just did, it's kind of a cheesy one, so it should only work once against LMQ. Since I was in the player lounge too, talking to their managers or whatever. So like they basically heard the strategy of what I told them. So I imagine they went and talked to their players and like let them know, hey, watch out for this. So I imagine they have a better plan in case C9 tries to do the exact same bans. So while their first game went really well, I think game 2 will be completely different just because LMQ will notice that the pick and ban phase in game 1 went very bad for them, and they're not going to let the same thing happen twice. So they'll basically change their bans and force C9 to have a bad pick phase.
All right, we'll see if it happens. Hi, thank you very much for your time. Of course, we'll see you after the next game as well, but we're going to get ourselves into Champions Select in just a second for the second game here of this best-of-5 final. So, yeah, the prediction being that picks and bans might go a little bit differently. Of course, the teams swap sides. Of course, with 3 bans, then 2 picks early, you get kind of less that you can deny here. So C9T going to have to rely on who's that one champion we need more than anything else.
An AD carry for Vasily there that is a little bit more comfortable with.
Yeah.
Is that audio working?
Yeah, you're good. I didn't hear you either, for what it's worth. That wasn't your stuff. Yeah, so you
I-
said, we had to secure an 80 carry for Vasily. I know, yeah. Was it you and me where we would set up Challenger and was just miming it? Yeah, so don't worry, we're good. You can hear us, our beautiful voices. So, Caitlin, Twitch, the band still C9T, picking the same band phase.
Yeah, so not changing too much here. But LMQ can be ready for it this time.
Yeah.
The question is, how composed are LMQ? Have they been able to sort of forget about that first loss? They need to take what they've learned from the pick ban phase from last time and come into this one with a fresh game plan. They're not going to ban out any AD carries themselves, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, absolutely, but C9T is still looking at maybe the early Lucian grab. Kate, Twitch being removed, says, you know, Vasily, you're going to have the first rotation or early rotation Lucian if you want this one. LMQ actually switching their bans a fair bit. The Zig's still a carryover. The Soraka, the Eve's still the ban, but they've added Shyvana here. But it's first pick Soraka here for Cloud9 Tempest. LMQ, Lucian's a big one that's still up. Of course, Kha'Zix is down, but they might not want to go for that team fight comp against Soraka.
Yeah, and like I said before, I really like that one when you're going up against the farm-heavy mid laner, just because she can add that global pressure. Looks like Cloud9 definitely valued that, even though he had a hard time keeping up in CS, which most people do against Xiao.
Yeah.
A lot of that too, you know, there was several jungle ganks towards mid, putting extra pressure on them.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see what LMQ does with their few choices in this one. Corki's still available, Graves still available, 2 picks that weren't banned in this Champ Select. The Elise steal, though, might be pretty valuable. Of course, now with 2 junglers banned, you can start pushing people farther and farther down their champ pools. LMQ, they're not rushing any of that. Hovering Morgana right now, saying, you know, Glebe had too good of a game on it last time. Let's remove some of these defensive picks here that C9 wanted.
And remember, the other thing that has changed here is that LMQ now have the last say in a counter pick.
True.
They can get a hard counter pick in any lane that they want. They could even save that for their AD carry, for Vasily, to make sure that he is in a matchup that he feels comfortable in. Likewise, they could also go for that level 1 invade. They could go for which would afford them a 2/1 lane swap. Since they are on purple side, that's expected actually a lot for a lot of teams.
We'll see what they do with this one. Of course, Morgana, Elise, already talked about that one. Lucian, pretty much auto-locked for Cloud9 Tempest, though. We will have to see what Yasuke wants to play for his top lane. The Karma, though, for the matchup. So, Karma Lucian versus Morgana X in the bottom lane.
I kind of like this Morgana here, this Karma here, because it's a good champion for putting somebody on tilt, someone who's already maybe a little bit unstable from the last fight. If you come out level 1, you land your mantra Q onto an AD carry as they're coming to lane.
He's like 100 health.
That can be devastating to them.
Yeah.
And that can throw off their entire early laning phase.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. LMQ not really changing their comp up too much, but they grabbed the Graves that was banned before. The Lucian Steel going to let him pick his next pick anyway. The Orianna still coming through in the mid lane, so LMQ, and I guess C9T as well, happy with the mid lane matchup as it went last time.
Yeah.
Sure, there were 50 minions, but the global pressure was nice here for Bishu. Going to be new 80 carries, this one, new supports as well. And now C9T have to say, okay, what's our top laner? It's got to be a blind pick.
Yeah. The other thing about playing against that Soraka is that LMQ will now be expecting it. I don't think Vasily will be opting into those duels without calculating in the wish from now on, because he was taught that lesson several times last game.
Yeah.
And I think that everybody on LMQ has had time to go over how are we going to deal with Soraka, because they probably expected Soraka to be taken again since they didn't ban her out. They should be able to deal with her this time around. The thing is, what I talked about, she's so good in team fights. And again, they've got Graves and Orianna here, pretty team fighty champions right there that they're looking for with their carries. So it is a little bit dangerous.
Well, the interesting thing is Cloud9 Tempest actually, I feel like they upped their ability to withstand an area of effect team. You've just added Karma, who can Mantra Inspire and just get this gigantic AoE shield. You've got Ryze, who's also going to build tanky around 25-30 minutes in that top lane as well. Jungle Xin Zhao also can disrupt some of that combo, but also be a tank in the front line. So C9T, in a lot of ways, a very similar composition. Defensive, rely on the AD carry, shield everyone up, heal them up. LMQ is still a team fight team.
The big change here, though, this time around, C9T looks like they're going a little bit more late game. Xin Zhao is actually, with Feral Flare, is actually more of like a late game jungler now. He's very strong late game if you can get those stacks on Feral Flare.
Yeah.
He's still pretty good early. You do sacrifice a little bit of early game dueling power when you go with the Wriggles. It's an investment. You're waiting for that return on your investment later. But especially with the Ryze lock-in, I think Cloud9 Tempest are going to be playing pretty defensively in the opener for this game and playing more reactively to what LMQ are bringing, because they've got the Elise, they've got the Renekton.
Yeah.
They're going to be looking to make their moves earlier, and they've got the Graves too, who has a lot of bursts for an AD carry.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's going to be some interesting things to watch for then, is how good are the catches, the dark bonding. We saw how good they were from Glebe Glarbu. We'll see if Moore lands a bunch for himself, because that'll open up the opportunities. Again, I think you're right with the Renekton and Elise. Those two have so much playmaking potential that LMQ, we tout them largely as an early game team who's very good at converting that early lead into a siege in like a 25-minute close to the game. Now, C9T didn't let that happen in game 1 here, but game 2, that's always the risk for LMQ. You land a couple of good ganks, and they've been very good at crushing the game once it happens.
And LMQ should be more comfortable this time around. Ackerman's on Renekton. They've got Graves for Vasily. It looks like they are going to be pretty happy with the squad that they have right now. And they should have control of those early dragons. With the team that they've got right now, I think the early dragons, if there are team fights around them, will probably go towards LMQ's side. So Cloud9 might even be looking to give those up.
Yeah.
And as I said, play a little bit more defensively early. We'll have to see what kind of stuff Ackerman can do, since this is the new Renekton, taking a little bit of power off of his ultimate early. However, it scales up towards the late game a little bit better now.
Yeah, exactly. Bigger power spike at 16 for him, weaker at 6 and 11. And I actually want to kind of pay attention to what you talked about with the dragon fights there as well, because, yeah, C9T, more of a late game scaler. They don't want to necessarily do the dragon fights, but then what do they do when LMQ goes for dragons? If LMQ just does a rotation as opposed to like a pick into a dragon?
Yeah, Ryze is not like a great shoving champion, so it's not like he can answer with a turret himself. Valid point.
So I want to see what these guys do with this one. Soraka at least can push. We'll see if that combos up.
1 ward each for the supports.
Fun minor fact, Ryze and Soraka both have magic resist shreds. We might see them actually get some very serious damage off during a fight if it goes on a bit long. And with, I mean, C9T being generally tanky, having heals and whatnot, that could be a real possibility. Also, Altec has teleport.
Aha! That's like, I was just talking about how in solo queue, when I have to play a role I'm not comfortable with now, I always take teleport, because when I lose my trade, then you just teleport back to lane. You can actually use that to increase your advantage here. And we've seen it a lot of times actually on Lucian. Teleport in lane. He can go for the early trades, and even if he comes out behind on the trades, he'll be able to back and make a purchase, returning very quickly, and sometimes he can even capitalize on that right after getting back.
We'll see what they find with this one, because right now, going to be the teams waiting around for a little bit.
Definitely gives them a great late game advantage, too. 2 teleports for them. Should have very strong map control. It also means that they are going to be defending their turrets tooth and nail. They want to keep their outer turrets up as long as possible, because that is the best way to be using your teleports nowadays. Getting back to the outer turrets, reducing that cooldown by 100.
There's actually one thing I want to think about with those TPs, though, is that LMQ has 3, like, pretty easy to land long-range skill shot CCs. Shockwave, Cocoon, Dark Binding. If you TP onto a turret, you're going to go into a predestined spot in front of it, and if you learn those timings, you're going to fall into a Dark Binding immediately.
We did just see last game how Cloud9 Tempest were not able to land the bind on Ackerman, though, right when he teleported in. You do have to get used to it.
So we'll see what these guys can do with this one. Mid lane going to be the early push actually for Xiao Wei. Xiao puts his early Trinket Ward to the top side of the mid lane. Watches the ramp in towards his red jungle. It's going to actually help keep No Name safe on top of that one. So
yeah, this matchup is very, very interesting between Ryze and Renekton, because Ryze can bully him early. However, Renekton has the all-in potential. And when junglers come, it's not if they come, it's when they come. This top lane matchup can be swung very quickly either way. The all-in, as I said, is definitely there for Renekton. If Ryze is trying to bully you and shove you, and he's in your face, then he's extended in the lane. If he doesn't have the coverage, you can make him pay for it. And once Renekton gets the lead, then he can all in over and over. But it looks like Yuzuki...
Well, they've already started the fight. The Ignite used by Ackerman, he is not quite level 2. Gets it now. That might have been the damage he needed to get the kill. But it's going to be health... Biscuit's chugged by Yasuki to keep him alive.
And it doesn't look like Elise will be making the early trip top. Starting red, ending her route down bottom. Kez looking for the early invade here. He's going to get it just after the nick of time. Oh, it was even an early smite too. Level 3 Elise.
Well, it forces the flash, the repel up to the wolf camp as well. He's going to be safe with that one. The quick escape, both
very
buffs.
quick reactions there from No Name. Well played by him. Didn't waste any time trying to flash in range of those wolves.
Well, that was nicely played. So No Name is going to be in good shape. Altec actually taking a buckshot to the face. Got to be a little careful on that one, but Karmalution has a lot of poke potential.
And there goes No Name. After escaping that, he goes immediately top. As I said, he ended his route down bottom, but he went straight for this Ryze because Ryze is overextending. He's trying to get the most out of his early game advantage over Renekton. Now he might pay for it.
See what they can find. There's going to be the stun. The flash cocoon is not going to land. Yasuki, the repel comes in. His flash is down, though. It's going to be enough damage for LMQ. Q comes out, the red buff tick. Yes, it is. First blood, 4 minutes 15 into the game.
That was a little greedy by No Name. Not immediately following up the Renekton stun with his cocoon. He opted for the Q first. Doesn't cost them, though. They still get the kill. They still are able to swing that fight back in to Renekton's favor. He didn't get the kill, though. So Renekton, he's definitely going to be looking for more all-ins.
Yeah.
Pretty early here.
Well, teleport used by Yasuki to get himself back to the lane. Of course, no such teleport for Ackerman. But No Name is actually already waiting to re-gank the top lane now that TP's been used. But Kez is going to wait in the wings as well.
That's why I said when jungler intervention happens top, because this matchup here is explosive. Yuzuki's actually trying to freeze this wave in front of his turret, so he takes a little bit of damage from the cannon minion. You can see it almost took off 100 HP there. He has gone tier, so still just as squishy as before.
And he's going to try to last at the cannon. It's actually not using much mana to last hit, which is interesting because it won't let him charge his tier very quickly by doing this. But Elise shows up saying, hey, you know, we want to push you off the turret. Ackerman, he's actually going to land the stun on this one. This is not good for Yasuki. Big damage comes through. Kill picked up. Kez going to try to answer back towards Ackerman. He will pick up the trade kill. The flash stun onto No Name, but there's too many minions there. He's not going to stop him.
Yeah, that was an interesting repel at the end. But yeah, Kez is able to answer a kill this time. He was farming the jungle there, so not there initially. But as I said, looking for more all-ins from Renekton. He's trying to take advantage of the early mana building phase of Ryze. They did it decently there, and you could also tell that No Name learned his lesson from last time. Immediate cocoon after the stun. Didn't wait for it, didn't give Ryze any time in between there.
Yeah, it was honestly so well played overall. The slice and dice past the turret to set up the gank. Kez had waited, but said, you know what, I don't think they're going to dive you. And as soon as he turned around, LMQ had gone in.
Yuzuki's got a ward, and he places it right in No Name's face. So No Name knows there is a ward here. Going to go sweep it out.
At least it's going to be a 2-minute sweeper cooldown. So if he places the real sight ward down, maybe Yasuki can be safe on this one.
That's the bait ward?
The trinket ward.
Bait ward.
We might as well. It's only with 10 gold this early. Screw it.
All right, Kez also returning here, so.
There it is. He put the real ward down. They got pinged, actually. No Name knew, or Ackerman knew about that.
This is a big wave they have to work with, too. Would Cloud9 actually go for a dive on Renekton here? He's not level 6.
No 6, no flash.
Soraka's coming in. They are going for the dive. Bishu's going to back him up with the heals. Good call by Ackerman to back off.
Yeah, he's going to get well out of range. No Name waiting in the wings as well. Now, if they know Soraka's missing, though, they won't dive the 2v3 back in the turret. Actually, Ackerman's staying in experience. The dive goes in there. There's the jump, the knock up into the air as well. Yasuki taking turret. I go force to run back, gets Wish onto him. But there comes Elise. The heal comes through. No Name still trying for this one, but Yasuki with a summoner heal stays alive. They find the first kill. Now Ackerman is 6. Gets some health back from Cole the Meek. C9T, they're not going to go for more.
And Bishu punishing Xiao for his inability to roam. Xiao always focuses so much on farm. He just stays there 100% of the time, even though, like you said, they call Soraka missing. No Name gets a little bit baited by himself, getting his target so low there, trying to kill Yuzuki. Bishu was in the area still and was able to rejoin the fight.
Yep, Wish, Astral Blessing, and Summoner Heal. All of them combined was Captain Planet and enough damage. The fight again, Ackerman looking for Yazuki. Last Dig Ignite not going to kill him, but the chase still going. Kez not in a good spot, taking damage with Dominus.
Empowered Strike!
Empowered Q, the stun not quite in range. Goes for the slow though, gets stunned up. Finds the trade kill though, and that's actually advantage C9T.
Yeah, not worth.
With Yazuki getting the kill.
The only thing that he does have in his favor is that the wave's pushing towards his turret still. So it will be there when he gets back, and Rise will continue to have to extend.
Gonna be the quick recall there for Rise with the Summoner Teleport available if he wants it. No Name, Pig Quartz shared in that brush. You know, that one's not gonna live long for LMQ. But for now, it's gonna be a bit of slight control. Putting towards the mid lane. Bishu has to know about this. His flash is down, which means if Xiao finds a Shockwave, it's grim for Soraka.
Yeah, so the roaming does cost him in CS. However, he's able to play pretty defensively. And even being down 20, being able to turn around that top lane fight was definitely important for them.
This is good by LMQ. They've stopped multiple recalls from C9T, and with the shove in the mid lane, especially with Bishu grabbing blue buff, LMQ just goes for a dragon straight up with 4 people. No one's going to stop them. It's going to be a quick gold lead. 12.2, 12.9, 700 gold dragon.
Kez reclaims the pixel bush for Cloud9. And yeah, that is another advantage of the minion focus that Xiao has. Shoving in the lane, they're able to time it very well to get Dragon. Kez will find out that it's gone.
And blue buff taken away as well, so both mid laners going to hold blue buff for the next few minutes as they stay in the lane. Altec, Vamp Scepter, the same for Vasily, who's having a much better game.
The
5 CS difference.
The level 6 Graves. I'm always really interested to see if they can get the combo down for a level 6 Graves, especially with the buffs.
There's the ulti, and Altec's going to have to flash for that one. Quick cooldown exchange.
Yeah, exactly. Good good use of his flash. That would have been his death there. Ackerman, though, had shoved up the lane, so Yuzuki gets some free farm time here. And it looks like the junglers have decided they're bored with this top lane. Not returning there.
Yeah.
After so much attention paid bottom.
They figured they've both won. Both junglers or both top laners are 1, 2, and 2. So it's like, yeah, we set you behind. Should be enough, right? We'll see. Ackerman looking for a bit of a trade. Damage going back and forth. Back in the tier.
I like the early boots upgrade from Yuzuki, so that he can kite Renekton more effectively. Because really, the only thing he's worried about is the all-in from Renekton, while he's trying to build his mana up. And that move speed is definitely a very valuable defensive tool.
Yeah, Ackerman, of course, rushing the Spectre's Cowl just to regenerate all the periodic harass that Rise puts towards him. Only kind of goes in where you can land the empowered Q and get his health back for the trade.
Jungler's waiting in the wings once again.
That's a good bit of damage. Kez is around, though. The flash in, the dash not quite in range. Kez doesn't have fast enough movement speed to catch Ackerman.
A little bit of a miscalculation there from Kez is going to cost him because Elise has seen the jungler attention. With Rise recalling, though, really all they can get is some shove under the turret.
Not going to be too much then. It's going to be the teleport up as well again already. And one of the cool things about Rise is you typically go deep enough into the utility tree, you get another 10% CDR on that, dropping your summoner spell to a full, just even 3-minute teleport.
Looks like we might have a collision of junglers once again. No Name spends a lot of time sitting in these top bushes, though.
That's been his style. I mean, 26 minions is very, very low at 11.5 minutes. He's just there for the ganks. 2 and 1 on himself, early Sork shoes.
When someone stays around with this low HP, by the way, even at his turret like Rise like this, you have to be thinking that he's waiting for a counter gank here.
And, well, there's the attempt. Empowered stun into a lot of damage. Ulti comes by. Ackerman does take aggro, but he gets away with the flash safely. Knockout from Kez has big damage.
Got his flash up.
Can he find much more? Dashes into flash over the wall, but here comes Bishu. Ackerman not in a good spot for himself. Puts the Q down. One more Q. Dashes the wall and gets out safely.
Godlike move. Able to draw Bishu away from the mid lane and escape with his life. Great move here. Xiao's going to take a lot of health off of that. Turn the teleport in down bottom.
And comes Rise in the back. Vasily's got nowhere to go. Didn't even need to show up. Now it's all about Morgana. Goes in towards the mid lane. Binding onto Glebe. does have flash.
Yuzuki doesn't even get to play. He used his teleport to get down here.
He's trying.
He definitely wants a piece of Morgana.
Soraka shows up. It's going to be the ulti pop as well. Bishu has to be a little bit careful in this one, but Kez comes into the wings as well. Ooh, the summoning, he'll keep him safe. The knockout goes by. Rise finally gets a piece. Yasuki grabs the kill for that one. 4.5 minute summoner cooldown. He's going to go back up to the top lane.
All right, so that will be, as you said, the full length duration on teleport. So no more free backs for Yuzuki in the top lane. And he's still just with mostly pure mana build here.
But he's stacking. It's going to keep going up. Actually doing really good
Has
damage
a
here.
bot.
Here comes the chase. Ulti is down on all sides. No flash. Ackerman dodges. Lands the double dash. Nice play. Oh, the flash. He's not done. Q. E. One more spell. Picks up Ackerman. Yasuki 1v1.
Pretty greedy there.
Yeah.
From Ackerman. He had a lot of money, too. They hadn't even gone back to purchase. He gets a whole Banshee's Veil completion. Good move from Yasuki, though. Doesn't give up on the chase, even though it was a great slice and dice juke by Ackerman. Follows him with the flash. Pretty good roam from Yuzuki.
Right in the mid lane.
At his mid
they're out of mana. Never mind. They're out of mana. I got excited for nothing. You identified that one. I'm used to Zed where it doesn't matter. Never has mana. Doesn't seem to stop him much at all.
I have to also point out that Kez has not gone with the Wriggles, which is very common with Shin Sao here. Now, Lizard Elder does give you more early game impact. Definitely higher impact ganks that he's going to have, but he hasn't really gotten an edge in the fights that he's been in even with that item. So that he might be regretting not going with the Wriggles into Flare Flare later in the game.
I don't think anyone would ever sell that and like rebuy Wriggles later. I don't think that ever makes sense.
No, because you need to be stacking it up from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, buying like a 35-minute Wriggles doesn't help, even if it instant combines.
That is a terrible idea if you've ever had one.
Okay, well, that's why I posed it, didn't say you should.
That's good.
It's like, hey, what about this thing? And you're like, no. I'm like, okay.
Working through the thought process right now.
I usually just say things live. I don't think them through when I commentate.
It was good.
It's like, 80 carry Elise, great build, right?
Well,
Infinity Edge.
He actually does not even have a Dorance this time around, which would be the common one. Freeze here for the bottom lane. Trying to keep that on their sides. We have not really seen a lot of action bottom. It seems like Vasily does not want to make any more mistakes down bottom. So he hasn't all-in anymore. He's very wary of the wish from Soraka. Does not want to go into one of those fights where his opponent has an extra heal to call for. Even though he is Graves with that giant burst damage. Altec gets bind.
That's a jump to there's no name though. Black Shield is on, keeps him safe and not in the air. The dash is two-man shotgun comes in. Wish comes by early. The knock in the attempt towards Xiao Wei. Xiao, nice ulti from Moore. He's gonna get the stuns and Graves ulti comes by as well. Kill picked up on towards Kez. Gonna be another kill picked up towards Bishu. The kill back though from the white. Moore trying to run away. Glebe and Altec still on the chase though. Very low health for Vasily. Some nice burst. Gets the shield as well. Glebe forced to run away. Flashes action to keep himself safe. Altec goes in. Finds Xiao Wei. Xiao looks for more now. Can he get it? One more attack. No. The puddle actually claims it up. 1 for 1 and now Glebe in the wrong spot of town. Yasuki waits on a ward to get him safety.
Yuzuki's trying to get him a way out here, but I don't think he's going to be able to scare up Ackerman with the Banshee's Veil.
Empowered W going to heal him a little bit actually. That
Yuzuki,
might
where have you
just be
gone?
Enough. Yeah, he could have re-imprisoned someone.
He definitely could have stayed in there. I don't think he was expecting Glebe to use his summoner heal. I think that was some miscommunication there from C9.
Yeah.
Yuzuki just kind of baits him there.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. He's Rise. It's going to be all right.
All right, yeah, let's look at this one more time because there's a great shockwave, but then this is the heal power. The Soraka mid-game team fights, chasing everybody off with the star call, and Vasily comes in with that burst. We finally get to see it. White gets his vengeance onto No Name there, finishing him off. And Altec decides to spend Flash for a kill onto Xiao Wei Xiao. It's okay. If he could get 2, then it would definitely be worth.
Yeah, got close, but blew off, went to more. Actually, another catch now. Kez not in the best shape of his life right here. Can he dodge with the Dark Binding? No, gets cocooned as well. Big damage comes through. Kill picked up for No Name in this one. Glebe now in the mix, but there comes a shockwave. Another 2-man. This is big for LMQ. They're going to find Yasuki. They're going to find even more on this one. Bishu's got nowhere to go. He's going to fall. Another 3 kills. LMQ and control over Dragon.
The mid-game team fights around Dragon that LMQ want because they've got the Renekton. Rise right now still scaling up. They're getting their advantages here. I think C9 are pushing it a little too much around the Dragon Pit early. I didn't think that was going to be their plan coming into this one.
Altec trying to fight Vasily, though. Glebe Glarber not far away. There's the Black Shield as well, and more actually now in the wrong spot. Big dash in. Altec finds the kill. The counterattack now from Vasily dives in. The big damage. One hit the flash. Vasily gets the kill picked up. Now Glebe chased down by Ackerman. This could be very bad for the support. Karma puts a ward down. Teleport comes in. He's trying to keep his team alive. Again, the empowered W keeping his health in a decent spot. Here comes Rise. Is it enough damage? Ackerman does not have much, but he does have Flash. One hit from Dead. Flashing away. Minion damage not going to be enough. The Flash, the Rune Prison. Uh-oh. Vasily goes down. More spells. Yasuki double kill. Rise pulling.
And now they're closing on Xiao Xiao, but they don't know no names in the bush.
Well, the ulti comes across. Kez gets stunned. Bishu's around, though. I don't know if Kez is really going to die here. Great shockwave again from Xiao Xiao. No Name into the air. Looks for Glebe Glarber. The shield does not keep him alive. Kill picked up for No Name, making it a worth it trade anyway. Cocoon comes through. Sure to be a kill. Bishu gets that one. These teams are constantly trading kills.
Yeah, Glebe should not have walked into that repel circle from Elise. But man, all right, Vasily gets his vengeance on Altec this time around. He's one hit away. He wins the duel in the end. Great damage onto Moore from Altec, so he gets a kill first. But then Vasily just comes out ahead, flashing over to get the last shot, and Ackerman goes a little too deep.
You know, Altec wasted a cooldown there. He dash Q'd instead of dash auto-attacking, which would have killed Morgana.
Yeah, get that.
If his Q was up, he would have killed Vasily.
Passive. Yuzuki, though, does not give up on the fight and ends up claiming the blue buff. So that's another pretty big win.
Yeah, actually, you know, even though he's been on the correct side of the map for it, they've always given blue buff to Soraka and not to the Rise. For the mid lane matchup, saying Yasuki, just build some mana, stick it out for a while. He's now going towards Banshees or Spectre's Cowl. I would probably guess Banshees, actually. Or Banshees or Spirit Visage. I know Visage is nice on Rise, but I feel like Anti-Shockwave is more important.
And the blue buff is really good for him, especially since he isn't building early cooldown reduction. Rise loves cooldown reduction, and he's not getting it early out of this build that he's going for. With scaling and then magic resist, so
not even a glacial.
He's definitely very happy to get this blue buff.
So he's going to keep the spam going. Tier's got to be pretty much stacked by this point. Even still, though, he's... Okay, yeah, there's a Q coming out, but he's using a lot of auto attacks in general in lane, keeping his mana pool fairly high.
And as you said, there is a very substantial amount of magic damage shred or magic resistance shred from the Rise Soraka combo moving towards late. So even Karma will be hitting pretty hard.
And you're going to see the...
Look at this, the bush gank here. Duo squad, there's no flash for Yuzuki.
All right, can he dodge the Cocoon? No, he walks back into it. The stun going to come in for Rise as well, but now the Spell Vamp chain, big AoE. Spiderling's going to drop down rather quickly, actually. Gets the damage back down. Yeah, No Name couldn't handle that.
Up comes Xin Sao as well. They want to make him answer. There is no turret here. Boots of Mobility.
Flash dive in. Nice point blank stun, but now Ackerman going to get knocked into the air by Xin Zhao. Should be a bit more damage. Dashes forward again. Gets another slow. Ackerman pops the ulti. Will have an empowered stun if he wants it. The Rune Prison keeping him in good shape. Kez gets the kill credit. 2, 3, and 5. Glebe Glarber stunned up right there. Shockwave's going to be soon as well. Big damage comes through. Vasily gets the kill credit.
Yeah, 2 big damage AoEs used to kill off one lonely little support here. That is going to give them control around the bottom turret, though. Altec and Bishu can defend it. How many backs can they stop, though? Because there's a great shove up top by Kez and Yuzuki.
Yeah, they'll need their next wave before it really goes down, but they're going to get good damage in this one. Altec going to commit to this one. Actually, no, they're going to stay a little bit. No Name is actually trying to defend top lane. Vasily face checking, though, against Altec. Top turret goes down, but here goes the battle. No ulti for Graves, but big damage. Soraka heal doesn't come in time. The 10% crit did enough damage. Wish was on cooldown. He didn't think he had to flash for that one. Bishu pushes Vasily away, but a great kill.
He had flash and heal. Yuzuki now under pressure.
Taking a whole bunch of pain. The burst comes back across towards No Name, but it's not going to be enough. More helping out with the black shield. Actually gets the kill credit.
These are exciting games. Kills all over the map here. Everyone not hesitating to go for those duels.
Now we're going to see Bishu trying to auto-attack with stale bananas. Only does so much damage. Vasily.
Why are they stale?
Because they've been chilling out on someone's rip for so long out in the sun.
But bananas don't get stale. They get mushy.
Mushy bananas coming in. Altec with the teleport to a minion. Just wanted to use the globals on Vasily and does. Kill picked up by Bishu. Soraka wasn't enough.
The teleport Altec comes in. He doesn't have that combat summoner, but he
would have helped him before.
He is able to teleport in. Yeah, it would have helped him before.
Well, 3, 3, and 3 on Lucian versus 6, 3, and 3 on Graves. You know, Hasn't seen Graves much in a while. Some of that's going to be the rune chain, and some of it going to be the kind of team fight choice here for LMQ. But Graves kind of back in the mix. The Valsalpin, of course, as well.
Vasily definitely looking like he's got his confidence back now, too. After those first couple team fight kills, he'll probably start playing more aggressive now. And that is what LMQ need. They've got a lot of power focused on him, and they need that burst damage from Graves for the team fight because they want to combo it with the Shockwave and try and just out-damage all the heals that Bishu's going to be putting out.
Yeah, you see him try to push through on a Xiao Dragon up now in 20 seconds. Teleport is available for Rise, whereas Ackerman never even brought it on Renekton. So C9T play a bit of a freeze versus Dragon.
Freezing up there. Yeah, I think he's freezing up there, so they probably won't contest it. And I don't think they should. Oh, no! That's terrible for him.
Dark Binding hits as well, but gets the Mikhail's Crucible to stay alive for this one. Gonna dash back in. Tries to kill some Spiderlings, doesn't quite. LMQ, though, 5 strong, are going for this Dragon. No objectives available except for that mid lane outer turret, which is now getting pushed by Bishu. Dragon goes down fast. Glebe, not going to be range for the steal. Red team, LMQ, picks up Dragon.
You have to be worried about getting cut off here when you go for this trade of the mid turret because they're only 4 man.
Moore has flash. There's the dissonance. Good silence in. He's going to look for it. Finds it onto Bishu. The engage from Kez. Big damage. In comes the teleport. This is the fight to watch for. Big heals. Kez still alive. Shockwave lands onto a few. Kez is going down 1 for 0 so far. More pushed away into the backlines. Altec does not find anything. He goes down chasing down Vasily. LMQ looking for more off the 2 for 0 so far. They now find Yazuki. He's trying to put damage towards No Name. Will fall though 3 for 0 plus Dragon.
See, it's so often. Teams have the right idea. Yeah, we want to trade an objective for this Dragon we're giving up. But they don't remember about their positioning. After Dragon's down, you got to worry about the exit route. And Moore didn't even have to flash in range for that one. He just walked up to them to force this fight. Exactly the fight that LMQ wants. They've got much more power right now. They're going to get outscaled later, but they get the fight they need now. Altec actually going in for the duel with Vasily 2 vs 1.
Yeah.
Wei Xiao's definitely going to have his say in that fight this time around. Meanwhile, Ackerman, who's actually a tank, was tanking up the rest of Cloud9.
Yeah, that felt like a really bad misplay by Altec, though, to go and try to dive the AD carry.
Both of these AD carries look like they get kind of on tilt pretty easily. Last time around, it was Vasily. This time, though, Altec getting a little bloodthirsty.
Yeah. So one thing you mentioned during that fight as well was the fact that Ackerman is a big tank right now on Renekton, right?
Yeah.
His
not
only
his
offensive
build.
item is Hex Drinker.
Yeah, not his usual build, getting that Tiamat. So,
but
I do like it, though, because that's what they need. They need to win these mid-game team fights and increase their lead.
Yeah.
They've done just that, though. Awarded Baron after that last one.
Yeah, big lead. LMQ up 6,500 gold. But the corollary to that point, though, is corollary is not the word for it. Is that Kez is barely starting his tank stats. Boots mobility, Elder Lizard, tried to cash in on early ganks, had mixed success. Certainly not the same success that No Name has, who's 5, 3, and 7. But there's no real great durability items yet for this Xin Zhao on the front line. You saw him get like a 4-man ulti and still got popped, despite Soraka heals.
Yeah, he's pretty squishy. And since he didn't go Flare, it's not going to be that endgame impact that they're looking for. Won't really have that objective control quite as much. But they have a Rise on their team who has scaled pretty nicely.
Yeah, 5, 6, and 3. A lot of deaths, but Yazuki having his presence in fights. The 4, 2, and 2 Soraka also has the Riley's Crystal Scepter done, going towards the Randuin's next. Standard par for the course for that stuff. These siege potential. LMQ get rid of some wards. They put one down for themselves as well. We don't know that No Name's in that brush right here. Wave clear for Altec. Going to buy another 30 seconds for this turret. C9T is doing what they can to wait out the Baron buff.
Bishu with the blue buff. Ooh, going to be able to sustain up pretty well, even against Baroned up LMQ here. LMQ might go for the dive on the next wave. Vasily does have his combo of Bloodthirster plus Last Whisper now, so it's definitely hard-hitting ulti combo from him.
They found some damage on the Glebe. Going to be the gold picked up there for Moore pretty easily. Mid lane not doing much, but the bottom lane, big damage coming through. Down to half HP, this second-tier turret. C9T, they are missing a couple ultimates. The binding onto Kez is not going to beat up. They go in for this one. Big damage. Jungler gets the Mikhails. The Wish comes by as well. Fight still coming in. Repel into the air. The fight now. Here we go. The Shockwave not going to land on anything, though. Kez gets the disengage. Now LMQ maybe are overextended. It's going to be any re-engage by C9T.
They've used all their AoE burst, and C9 were able to live through it with all the heals and burning 2 flashes.
Another bind, though. Yazuki, wow. Big damage on a Rise.
Rise is going to start building just tank now, though, because he's fully scaled up his Rod and he's fully scaled up his Seraph's Embrace. So both of those mana items he's waiting for have completed finally for him. From now on, he's going to be buying a lot more resistances.
One thing I actually want to see, really on both sides actually, is an Aegis to come through. Both teams have significant AoE, and especially the Locket.
Yeah.
A lot of area effect damage, and especially area effect magic damage.
There is an Aegis already there for No Name.
No Name playing the team one. That item, I don't see it right now for C9T, but I think that would be a big benefit to them. Just add even more to the area of effect durability. And get through the big burst. But of course, Vasily does have some good follow-up there. 3 big completed items. He's up a Last Whisper over Altec right there. Very huge difference between these 80 carries.
Yeah, and he looks like he's going towards Infinity Edge next, too. So 4 offense item Graves towards the end game. They're going to put a lot of weight in the burst from Vasily. Now, Graves, pretty short range. He'll usually be getting a defensive item. Probably will be after that 4th item, I guess.
Yeah. And the thing is, there's so much threat by his team anyway. Ackerman going in, the shockwaves and all that. Morgana also being a ticking clock where like kill her in 4 seconds or she stuns your team.
Yeah, a lot of AoE CC to help him out.
There's people pulling attention, people stunning the enemy lineup. He's just not really taking damage. Vasily 7, 3, and 5, having such a great game on Graves right here. Kind of warranted that ban from game 1. You see what he can do with this champion. And I also got to say the TP from Altec, he's actually kind of backfiring a bit.
Yeah.
The lack of heal made him lose a couple of duels. He also made some bad choices going for fights. It worked once in a while. I actually saw him get a kill because of it. But I wonder what happened if he actually had a little bit more lane pressure, could win more of his fights. C9T going to try to control the middle of the map. 15 seconds till Dragon is up. Baron has come off the map. Beeb is going to find a bit of a route, but Black Shield stops that. TP in.
Whoa, he's trying to cut him off here, but I don't know if he can catch him. Altec actually on the run too. Can they save him?
Overextended. The heal's not going to be enough. He goes down once more.
That's such poor timing for Cloud9 because they would have had Dragon.
And big damage into Bijou. This might not be a good fight for C9T. Moore will get the stun, but in comes the fight towards the back line. Xiao forced 2 Zonias, but huge damage comes out from Rise. But there comes Vasily on the back lines. The big burst comes across Bijou, barely staying alive. Rise still in the mix, but the damage is too much. Everyone falling over from C9T. LMQ win another huge fight, 4 for 0.
Yeah, Altec got caught at the worst time possible. Dragon had just spawned, and Vasily was top lane. He had to recall to base and walk all the way down there to join that fight. That would have been a pretty easy Dragon for Cloud9 because they had 5 in the area. But Altec does get caught really early here, and that's going to cost them this entire team fight. He does everything he can to get away, but there's no hope for him. Xiao is farmed at the moment, able to finish him off before the heals are able to save his life. And as we know, this changed into a very successful fight for LMQ.
So Baron's now up in 45 seconds roughly. You got the mid lane pushed down. Looks like LMQ going to get their lanes under control before they set up the Baron pit too much. But keep in mind this team is up about 13,000 gold. So any sort of open field fight is likely to go very, very well for the Chinese team.
Yeah, man, they got that Dragon at the perfect time. That pick onto Altec, circling around behind him, was exactly what LMQ were looking for. They've got such a substantial gold lead that it doesn't really matter what the comp from C9 is at this point.
Yeah, you're going to need like 15, 20 minutes before you can kind of equalize that out and say, well, we're both at full builds, who cares? But that's a long way away.
And it is the Infinity Edge.
Yep.
Vasily is going...
He's going damage.
Hard.
9, 3, and 6.
Game. By the way, he also flashed into that last fight, into the middle of them.
That's fine. If you're Graves, you can go full wound.
He's a little defensive there. He's got that passive, so
yeah.
It didn't really matter. He had the Xiao shield to back him up.
Yeah, and an Orianna. Orianna's one of the best mid laners for defending 80 carries.
That's why I said Xiao shield.
Oh yeah, you literally just said that. I was like, and the Orianna. It's like, yeah, freak. Again, the thought popped into my head. I couldn't not say it. It's like bad joke.
You're a genius. You had the exact same thought. They've got the black shield, and they've also got the Orianna shield.
The robot
shield. So, Altec going to opt to use that summoner teleport to his advantage in the late game.
A little bit of a catch in a Xiao.
They need him to teleport in, though. It's a team fight.
Ackerman goes in right in the front lines. Pence dies immediately. 1 for 0. Now the cleanup crew, LMQ pushing forward. Cocoon not going to land, but Bishu's got really nowhere to go right there. There's the repel. No Name will find more engages. Bishu now forced to run away. He's going to go down to this one. The bottom lane turret under fire.
That
yeah,
is
2
a
for
Baron.
0.
So your teleport split pushing AD carry does not work if you guys are going into a team fight right when he hits the bottom lane. As you said before, Kez not tanky at all yet. Still very squishy. They can take him out of it very quickly. Vasily wants some vengeance here. Can he catch Altec before he finishes the recall? No, he cannot. However, his team will still secure the Baron. Another huge win for LMQ. Cloud9 not really able to work around with their teleport, not split pushing and avoiding the team fight. They're split pushing and getting the team fight, 5 versus 4.
Yeah, so some great play by LMQ. They're actually getting the catches despite no super traditional like hard crowd control, no Leona, nothing like a Diana or whatever. It's just like, yeah, you know, Renekton, Morgana, Ori, Elise, that's enough. We'll land the skill shots, we'll land the shockwaves, and it's working out for LMQ. They're getting those fights that they want.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, it should work out for Cloud9 because, you know, they've got the speed boost from their support. They've got a Mikhail's on the support as well, so he can cleanse anyone who gets snared. But didn't work out for them this time, and now they've got a long defensive route ahead of them. Try and defend the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah. Well, aside from gold, for what it's worth, CNT has an equal turret score. So whichever team gets map control has kind of equal footing in pushing into the base, but of course that's LMQ by a lot.
They still have 2 teleports also.
Well, LMQ look to the mid lane right now. It's going to be the recall from Ryze. Yasuke going to keep himself safe. Xiao actually being patient with this one, holding towards the bottom lane for now. LMQ definitely not rushing off this Baron buff.
Yeah, because the Altec was able to split push, shove it up that far. He drew Xiao away, using up a little bit of time of that Baron buff. Every second does count for Cloud9.
So here we go. Mid lane a bit under fire. Silence on the No Name. He's safe though. Ulti pops by Karma.
Xiao farms race as usual. Comes in.
It's a double lift of mid lane.
386 CS. There's no mystery where he gets it though.
It's the jungle. He's stealing money from No Name.
Yeah, he was actually stealing that money from Kez.
Yep, that's true.
That was their job.
Either jungler. Well, more! To start this one out, huge health loss onto Morgana, but it's not going to be much. Glebe Glarber loses even more though. Message sent by LMQ. He's also done Bishu in a bad spot. Shockwave comes in. Bishu about to fall. Ignite is going to seal the deal. 1 for 0 so far. Fight continuing. Kez forced to flash backwards, but still taking the burst. Another kill picked up for Vasily. Yeski forced away. The fight still going in. Vasily staying alive. Audit looks for the trade. Not going to find it. Mikhails keeps him safe. Vasily life steals up rather rapidly off a minion wave, and the mid lane turret is going to be going down. Another 2 for 0. LMQ now dismantling the base.
That should be at least 1 inhibitor. Probably get another turret off this one. 2 members down from Cloud9. Means that LMQ have the run of the map. They can get anything they want. Since there's no Dragon and no Baron, I'd expect another shove, but they don't want to backdoor anything. The turrets are very tanky without minions there. But it looks like 2 of them want a backdoor.
Well, they're poking at it. Yep,
That doesn't help that much because it'll regen. They're getting good damage down on it though. If they had everybody.
Well, there they go.
And call them in.
Culling comes in, some decent damage there. 1/3 on the turret health, going to start regenning, but it's super low. The wave is right about here, but the respawns come in for C9T. A 5 versus 5 Baron buff still on LMQ right now. Will they find the engage? Ulti popped in by Karma. They're going to go for this one, actually. Some good damage coming across. Will they find much more for this one? There we go. Kez does fall. The fight continuing now as Bishu's also going to drop 2 for 0 LMQ. Altec forced to run back. The dive in by Ackerman. Can he find Yasuke? Nice Randuin slow. The ball onto him. They're going to find the Sun. A double kill now for Vasily. 13, 3, and 9 on Graves. A huge fight now for LMQ. The bottom inhibitor going to go down as well. This could be the tied-up series.
All right, Vasily and LMQ strike back. Winning game number 2 here, going on the Nexus turrets.
And it's going to be turret number 1 going down, turret number 2 soon to follow as well. 36 into the game. Teleport comes in just for fun by Althek. Wants to show these 2 out the summer to spell up, but the Nexus falls over. A 30-minute game, and LMQ in fairly convincing fashion take game 2 and tie up the series.
Exciting game 2 as well.
Yeah.
Coming out.
A lot of kills.
Now the reason that I was talking about Soraka being the snowbally champion. We saw it there in those team fights. When she gets behind, she likes to be in the middle of the team fights. That's how she dominates the team fights. She heals everyone up, constant star calls. But if she's behind, then she's squishing those team fights. You can't be that close. She gets sucked in, and they kill her off very easily. Just because they had so much more money, so much more damage. If you're able to take her out at the beginning, then it's going to be a pretty easy win for the team fight.
Yeah, and speaking of taking her out, I mean, the shockwaves from Xiao Weishao were so good. He's fighting against a bunch of heals. He's fighting against an AD carry with a dash and things like that, and he's still landing them. There's one big crucial team fight for like the first dragon where he caught Altek mid-dash, actually. Caught him at the edge of it. The placement of the ball, the ulti's coming through. Those always work so well for Xiao Weishao. Seems that comfort pick picked into the matchup again, said no big deal, we'll play it one more time, and you saw how well his Orianna went.
Yeah, this is really fun series to watch. I feel like this is brewing into a good rivalry between these two teams.
Yeah.
Especially between Altek and Vasily.
Yeah, they've been trading back and forth. They're dueling all the time. I think Altek should go back to a combat summoner spell, though. One thing I do actually want to talk about with the Altek versus Vasily trade is, we'll replay that one.
So this is, who started off in the bush? I think it was Altek. So he got the early advantage there, and they take out the support. But as we said, Vasily comes in. He's able to get the attack speed from his dash. So he gets one more attack off there after his flash.
Yeah.
Comes out the victor.
And I was actually wrong. It looks like Altek did E into auto attacks. It was so quick I missed it. So correct combo. I take back my criticism. Correctly played by Altek. I'm sorry for that one. But yeah, so unfortunately, teleport doesn't help you fight people.
No.
You saw the grades get the better of that one. So LMQ, guys, is back in business. They're tied with C9T, now 1 game apiece. After this, it's the big game 3, and Hai will be back with us to break down the game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It's the Challenger Series Finals. Yep. What? What do we...
And that one was like...
The heal's not going to be enough. He goes down once more.
That is such poor timing for Cloud9 because they would have had Dragon.
And big damage into Bishu. This might not be a good fight for C19. Moore will get the stun, but in comes the fight towards the back line. Xiao forced 2 Zonias, but huge damage comes out from Rise. But there goes Vasily on the back lines. The big burst comes across Bishu, barely staying alive. Rise still in the mix, but the damage is too much. Everyone following over from C9T. LMQ win another huge fight, 4-0. Hey everyone, welcome back to the 2014 Challenger Spring Series Finals. We're headed into Game 3 between LMQ and Cloud9 Tempest. Now LMQ came back after a loss in Game 1 to tie the series, and I'd of course like to welcome back C9's High to the analyst desk. So LMQ looked a whole lot better that game. What did they do right that time?
Right, so a very interesting thing that game was Lucian had teleport. So I think the idea behind that was Rise really wants to 1v1, right? Because he's like the worst champion in the world in 1v2. So I guess their idea was like, if in the case that they have the wrong lanes, say they went bottom, there were Renekton's there, they could like teleport up or something. But obviously that didn't work out that well because he tried to 1v1 Graves a couple times and lost because he didn't have a summoner spell.
Yeah.
So I think that idea behind the teleport AD carry is fine, but it didn't work out that well at all.
All right, so then, of course, transition into team fights. I mean, just aside from a couple of duels, like, I know Game 1 was decided by a couple of, like, oh, the Wish turned the fight around, but was it the same kind of situation where a couple of fights turned the game, or was it a different sort of formula?
So that entire game went off of the team fights. The fact that C9 lost a few big fights was basically the game. When you're not winning team fights at Soraka, you're not going to have a good time. And you don't have anyone that can split push. Rise takes turrets. He doesn't get turrets, rather. And then Lucian with the teleport, he can't split push. So when you're starting to lose team fights, you're not going to win. And especially, you have a team fight comp, but you're making your AD carry have a split pushing summoner spell, so I don't...
Yeah.
There's just no synergy between that, and just doesn't work out that well.
Plus,
really.
LMQ came with a pretty good team fight comp, too. They had a lot of AoE damage.
Right, so once again, they have Orianna, and they want the team fight again, and they had better team fighting potential. They had more heals. They had 2 heal summoner spells, I believe, or 3. I don't know. Actually, they had the same amount of heals because Soraka and Karma ran it, right? But they have ignites on top of that to counteract the heal. Whereas C9 has 2 teleports. How are you going to team fight with that? You know?
Sure. So actually, I want to talk to you then about one of the adaptations that LMQ made, which was adding Graves to the lineup. Of course, it was banned in Game 1, picked here in the second one. How do you feel about Graves now in 4.5? Are you guys maybe running it? Like, what do you feel about him?
I personally like Graves. So if you build Bloodthirster into Last Whisper on Graves, his QR does a ridiculous amount of damage. It's kind of annoying, actually, because I don't expect to die to it. But he kind of QRs me, I'm dead. I'm like, that's annoying. But in Game 1, they banned 3 AD carries out. They got rid of Graves as well. In this game, they only banned 2 and left another one up. So you can't have the same strategy if you're going to modify that strategy a little bit. It kind of messed them over.
Yeah, you can't do the strategy halfway.
Yeah,
you go all the way.
You have to commit. At that point in time, I think they banned Kha'Zix's 3rd ban. When you ban 2 AD carries already, commit to the 3rd ban regardless. Even if you're on blue side, you have to stick to your plan. And you didn't necessarily get outdrafted that hard just because LMQ picked some interesting 1-2. I think they did Morgana and what was the other one? Someone help me out.
Renekton pretty early.
Yeah, but their 1-2, they didn't take Lucian there, so then C9 got Lucian back. Yeah, Elise. So they took Elise away from Corkaz with 2 junglers banned. So the trifecta of junglers are kind of gone. Because Corkaz doesn't play Elise in, he's forced on a lower tier jungler. So that was a great pick by LMQ, but they also didn't take Lucian for some reason, which I'm not sure why. But that's probably because they're okay with Graves. So C9 got Lucian back, which is good for them, but they picked a terrible summoner spell and got outplayed.
Kez was something that I actually wanted to focus on because it looked like they exposed a little bit of a weakness here. For me, I've always only remembered him on Elise, and he did not look that good on Xin Xiao. Also going with the Lizard Elder. Do you think that LMQ will actually latch onto that and try and focus one person? Now that they are back on first pick, how do you think this is going to switch it up going into Game 3?
Right, so I think it is a good strategy to focus Corkaz. He likes his Elise, he likes his Kha'Zix, and he likes his Eve. Why? Because those are 3 good junglers, and the fact that he doesn't play Lee Sin, if you can take care of 3 of those and leave Lee Sin up, he's not going to pick that. So then he's automatically forced into a lower tier jungler, such as Xin Zhao or Nocturne or whatever he feels like playing. And when you have a jungler advantage, you have map pressure, you have map advantage on them. So then it's a very good strategy to do against C9.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time. Hi, we're going to get ourselves into Game 3, but we'll basically definitely see you after the next one.
Definitely.
We'll definitely see you after the next one because there's at least going to be 2 more games, guys. 1-1 in the series, and we're going to get ourselves underway with champion select in just a second here. So LMQ back on the blue side. I wonder if C9T is going to go halfway with the bans. I think that'd be a mistake to only get rid of 2. We'll see if they can target Facilities Champion Pool.
Well, they are back on purple, and so they do have also the counter pick. They have a guaranteed at least 1 counter pick for them as well. So they could leave up again all these OPs and just straight ban 80 carries once again.
The one thing that LMQ has learned in this series.
Aha!
You talked about it in Game 1, the Shyvana's still getting banned.
I kept calling for it.
Yeah, it was banned in Game 2. They won the game. They kept it for Game 3.
Focus Yuzuki with that one. Then also, I feel like Yuzuki and Kez are have the shallow champion pool for this team. So if you kind of split between those 2, it might work. But again, back to the Ziggs. They don't like pushing against Ziggs because LMQ, they always like to get those early leads and turning that into a mid-game end. Very hard to do that against Ziggs. So they never want to play against Ziggs.
So C9T actually going to revamp their strategy a fair bit, though Caitlyn and Orianna banned away. And I want to kind of hone in on the jungle trifecta that Hai talked about, as well as are they able to get like a big duo like Soraka and Lucian for their first rotation. I feel like that's the ideal rotation here for C9T. As the last bans come through, LMQ still removed the Kha'Zix, so again, Elise, Evelyn still available as champions that Kez likes to play, so they could late pick that and not lose it. C9T's last ban, is it going to be the mid laner? Is it going to be top lane Renekton? Where does it go?
Yeah, so LMQ, they spread their bans over 3 different people here. Just 1 for each, what they feel is the most annoying champion that each of those 3 people play. That doesn't mean that they'll be put on something that they're uncomfortable with, though. It just means the second tier.
Now we'll see what happens. Of course, Orianna also a good pick against Soraka in general in the matchup, although these guys could play the matchup differently. The ban does come through onto Soraka, so now a lot of opportunities there. You can grab the Lucian, of course. We talked about LMQ being comfortable with something else.
I was going to say, Nidalee is definitely the highest priority. As soon as those 2 are off the table.
Yeah.
Very, very big priority on Nidalee. Both of these guys love playing Nidalee. And Xiao is going to be the one awarded that honor.
And it was interesting, too, because of the champion pool that was available in the first 2 games. That, oh, yeah, well, Soraka versus Ori, Soraka versus Ori. It didn't even get considered here, but with those removed, they go immediately 1 step down. Nidalee the first pick here. My initial thought is, like, maybe Lucian and Elise, but C9T have to say, okay, well, shoot. You know, we banned 2 mid laners, but they still got another great one. And now Bishu's down to, like, champion number 5.
Yeah, but you don't have to pick a mid lane champion right now. I think you're going to try and grab 2. Those 2 that you mentioned were pretty good ideas because they really do need Kez to be on a strong champion. He didn't look like he was going to have much impact last game, and then towards that late game, he was actually a liability getting caught out with that mobility boost and Xiao, very low defense stats. He was taken out of the fights very, very early.
Well, C9T taking their time with this one, though. I don't know if they expected the Nidalee to get picked up this early, though, because normally when a team like knows and they like, yeah, we picked the picks come through fast. You get like 10 seconds, they lock them in oftentimes.
They definitely slow down a lot towards the end of series, especially long series like this, because they're very, very reactive.
Well, Eve Morgana actually is the grab. Both these teams have been prioritizing Morgana early in the series, in their picks and bans, and saying that this is the support we actually want to grab, even with everything else on the table.
Yeah, that is interesting. Something that Hai pointed out too. I have to talk to him a little bit more about that one. Didn't seem like he was quite sure as to why they put such a high priority on Morgana support.
Where's Elimination when you need him? You just start reading out from the notebook, like the Morgana support is good again, like picks the 7 matchups you want it for. But Evelyn does come through for Kez. That is a champion commonly banned against him. So he's going to get this one for himself. Thresh Renekton the hovers right now on LMQ. They're kind of just grabbing different lanes, getting the best ones they can.
So one of the possibilities for Cloud9 Tempest with the early Morgana pick is they can put a lot of their emphasis on Altec like they like to do. If Bishu uses like a Lulu mid, Soraka is banned out, but he could easily go with the Lulu mid. And then again, they still have 2 shields. They've got speed buffs. They've got everything they need to juice up Altec in the late game and keep him ahead. Lulu, though, is not going to be an option because it was just locked in.
Yeah, I was wondering if LMQ was going to do that, if they're going to play support Lulu. We see it once in a while, right? And because Cloud9 didn't grab a mid laner, yet another one removed away, the flex pick working now. This will make it an interesting matchup, though. Lulu versus Morgana bottom lane is an uncommon matchup. But I think that was a smart choice by LMQ. They still have yet to show their junglers, have yet to show their AD carry, which gives C9T a little bit of moves, but Bishu, again, losing another mid lane pick out at number 6.
Definitely a strong steal away there for LMQ. Doesn't really matter as far as the support duo is concerned. Lulu's fine against Morgana. Likewise, they're just going to have to be having Vasily watch out as long as he doesn't get hit with a binding. And then he'll be able to avoid that burst from Corki early. This is the champion, though, that Altec went crazy on last series.
Yeah, they kind of relied on him to be a big split push. Like, it's not like Corki's a good split pusher. He has no attack speed buff, so he kills turrets rather slowly.
Yeah.
But he just kills waves so fast, he can get back around the map with the Triforce move speed. So, Corki Morgana, a lot of heavy push right there, a lot of poke as well. If you land a binding, you can hit confirm a lot of spells. And then Syndra mid to try to fight Nidalee.
Yeah, the other thing, though, about this Cloud9 team that they've got locking in that Corki, they're very magic damage heavy. Evelyn is hybrid. She does decent attack damage towards the mid game, but she does build mostly tank towards the end. So there's a lot of magic damage for this Cloud9 team, and LMQ will be able to prioritize magic resist in their builds.
And you're going to see the last few picks to come through. Vasily will get Lucian for the first time in the series. The jungle Lee Sin for No Name, the most likely grab here. As we wait out the last few seconds, top lane Renekton, of course, still there for Ackerman to be happy to play that one. So C9T need a physical damage top laner to go for Jax with that one.
Or hybrid, so a lot of mixed damage.
Yeah.
Just because all three of those are mixed, I feel like it's kind of balanced out now.
I think you have enough to where, like, if you don't buy Randuins, you will have a hard time.
Yeah, I think the Cloud9 team looks pretty solid now since they got mostly damage, but they won't have super tanks. It takes a while for Eve to start switching over. She starts out as pure damage assassin.
True.
Lizard Elder into a Hex Drinker. Same thing with Jax. He usually gets at least one offensive item first. Trinity Force usually play the Rune King as well. So starting out with 2 offensive items, it's going to take a long time for them to build defense stats. So when you do that, it's fine, but you just have to rely on your positioning and the timing of your engages. Every second counts when you don't have a solid tank like that. Meanwhile, LMQ can again rely on Ackerman to be that solid tank for them. And I feel like LMQ's team just seems more comfortable.
I think it does too. They're all in champions. They completely know how to play. We've seen probably this exact comp multiple times before from these guys. They're happy to play comfort picks all the time. The other thought as well is, it's always the question, how much engage do you have versus the poke, versus the Nidalee Lucian combo here? You've even got Lulu in the backlines to help out with Whimsy, and you've got Jax. We can see it work, especially teleport Jax, flanking in, jumping in, Counter-Strike, that can work out.
Yeah.
Jungle Evelyn, you can flank and make the fight start, but again, that can be very difficult. Syndra, not really an engaged champion. Morgana, not really an engaged champion there. So, starting the fights, it's going to require some skill shots or some good flanking from C9T.
That has been the general trend of a lot of the team compositions in this new patch.
Yeah.
People rely very heavily on vision control to start their team fights off. Whether it is through the picks, whether it is through the teleports and the flanking, it's pretty much all about who gets control of the jungles early, because that's the team that gets to set up their vision, and that's the team that gets more picks eventually because of that vision.
Yeah. We'll see if they do it then, of course. We know Jungle Lee Sin to be a champion who likes to pick up a Sight Stone. Maybe LMQ just holds vision control the entire time throughout. Think about the mid lane matchup where Xiao Xiao is going to farm all the time. High told Bishu, get ward coverage. Use his farm to get better vision on the map. Make some roams happen. See if that happens for C9T.
And that being said, LMQ have 3 ways to reveal champions here. They've got Nidalee, Lulu, and Lee Sin, all of which can keep track of Evelyn. So they have quite a few options here. They can also look to get some deep wards down here. Both supports, once again, starting with that single ward. So you can ward one side, invade another. Neither of them have been placed yet there. Oh, we have the 1 defensive ward for the red side.
And the quick Dark Sphere comes out from Bishu saying, hey,
side.
I know you're going for my red. It's going to be the same invade, basically, for LMQ. Moore does get the ward down. Actually opens up Ruby Crystal. So a different opener here for Lulu. A lot of durability on him. Bishu shouldn't be too afraid of a catch, but yeah, could have maybe queued the brush and delayed some recalls. Who knows?
He's fine with hovering that close to a bush because it would just be maybe Glitter Lance and a bunch of damage that comes out.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to worry about bindings.
You know what I want to see as a super mind game? Is you time an invade like this and say, okay, they're going to recall around 50 seconds. You keep your team around, you Dark Sphere when half of them are recalled, and you're like, 5v2, let's go. Just saying, it's a possibility.
How do you know that half of them are recalled, Freak?
Because you'll see them go up to the brush. You'll guess they're recalling. I mean, we've seen this invade 3 times now today, right? So you know it's in the playbook, and you're like, if our level 1's good, we'll just try it.
Yeah, good luck.
I'm just saying.
Definitely take some luck there for that one. But there is a lot of luck involved in these level 1s.
See?
Nowadays. So
roll the dice. Sometimes you get snake eyes.
both of the wards here on Cloud9's side. Defensive ward for them, and then the offensive one for LMQ. Regardless, though, it will end up in an exchange. Top side of the map is going to be Cloud9 heavy here, since they're going to have not only the duo switch, but also both buffs on the top side. So that leaves LMQ to control the bottom side of the map here and make their answer. Yazuki trying to double jungle. They may go for that 4-man level 2 tower shoving.
Yeah.
That we've seen from Complexity Black.
When we saw it from them, they would basically take the buff on that side and then either the other buff on the other, or if they're already on the correct side to 4-man dive, they just take 2 non-buff camps.
Yeah, and there they go.
Level 2 top lane. Renekton had to walk all the way across now, is now just joining No Name, and we're going to have very comparable 4v0s.
This does leave the mid fight here to themselves. So Bishu gets to do whatever he wants to Xiao Xiao. Should be able to take advantage of that Nidalee early, knowing that junglers will be in the side lanes. That being said, they haven't shown yet from LMQ.
Yeah.
And they're a little bit behind. Cloud9 Tempest, even though they're working on that defense turret, the one that has extra reduction, they definitely have the jump. It was a good 20 seconds even of extra damage from top laner and jungler.
So 3:10 into the game, top lane turret's gone, bottom lane turret just now started.
Whoa.
Ackerman, No Name, and more all gonna recall back. Vasily might not even get this turret for himself.
Vasily's probably going to be able to get the turret. He's also going to get solo experience in a lane. Very, very valuable this early on.
I feel like Yasuke could teleport right now and would get like the entire set of waves and stop the turret from going down.
It looks like it's going to cost them 2 turrets though. They're sacrificing everything and they come out 1 turret down here for LMQ. Vasily is going to have to make some pretty big plays.
There's the teleport.
He will have the advantage. Doesn't actually get it, you're right.
Wow, it's dangerously low though. LMQ can set up a trap for this whenever they want. Wards are all gone on the map, so we might see a Lee Sin flank at some point.
Now,
LMQ did counter jungle the walls up there.
They also, in the duels, if we do keep seeing continued duels between Vasily and Altec, Vasily will have a substantial advantage in that one.
Yeah, the lane got taxed so heavily by Kez in there. He was kind of one of the main wave clear forces. You see like way more CS on Evelynn. And yeah, we'll see how much that's going to hurt Altec throughout this game, but the extra turret gold will help. You see a 1,100 gold lead right now for C9T, and the lane's going to reset, but you're right, the question is how well can this lane hold up with a low turret and a CS deficit?
Altec has also not gone back to purchase, so it's really just the experience discrepancy between the two. Large wave here. They should be able to farm it easily at their turret. So, we return to normal lanes after a 2-turret advantage to Cloud9 Tempest. The only person who's actually been able to take advantage of that gold, though, the global gold, has been really the jungler. We'll have to see what Kez can do with all of this money he's invested in Division. A lot of extra wards for him. We'll see if he can start making plays across the map. Evelynn definitely happy that it's returned to the standard lanes here, because Evelyn's going to be able to take advantage.
Yeah, but she's actually taken away Golems right on top of a ward, and actually this bottom lane turret is low enough that it will be picked up here by the LMQ squad when he's going to come through. Last hit there by Vasily. Kaz actually was spotted not too long ago in the top lane. So of course the dual lane of LMQ knows they're safe, but now that time has gone on, Evelynn is back to an unknown quantity. Yasuke versus Ackerman, double Dorans versus just Dorans and a potion here. We'll see if that's going to help there. The stun coming through, stun coming back though. Bit of a trade, but until Jax hits 6, he really can't push back on Renekton easily.
Well, this is a very dangerous lane for Ackerman because even though it's back to standard lanes, he has 0 turrets to fall back on. Both of them were taken. If he wants to run back home, it's a long, long run, and Jax is very good at setting up ganks. See if he lands a counter-strike.
And the stun red buff is there for Kez. Ackerman does have flash. Flash used by Kez though as well. The stun comes across. Ackerman jumps the wall. Yasuke though is going to flash to chase this one down. The leap strikes up right now. First blood comes through. 800 gold. 400 gold plus 200 for the assist. I don't know, 600 gold, whatever. C9T with the lead.
Now, I'm very interested to see which way that lane was pushing up top. I think it is pushing against Ackerman, so at least he doesn't have to worry about it being... Oh, no, it's not.
Barely pushing
it's
down.
Dead. Oh, it's going to take a while for him to get back then. He's going to have to overextend once again. no matter how much ward coverage he even has, it's still really hard for him because he would have to buy multiple pink wards to make sure he's safe.
The flank, though, No Name going to land the slow and a Glebe Glarboom. Morgana's going to flash away. Direct binding lands to No Name. He does not land the Q back. So the attempted push off the dead turret, not going to do too much but burn summoners.
Yeah, so the extended lane here for Cloud9 is a duo lane. Much safer for them to be up that far. Whereas Ackerman already bit the dust. Evelyn was able to claim the first blood. Next thing up for fighting here is going to be the Dragon. Yuzuki has his teleport, so if he goes back to base and heal, this is a guaranteed Dragon, as Renekton is going to have his hands full, wave shoving against his turret.
And I want to see how the AD carries end up progressing, because you've got the one turret lead is going to start meaning less and less, ultimately. You can't really consider too big of a global lead anymore for C9T.
Pink ward.
Through the pink ward.
Gonna see him.
He's going to kill it. It's a 130 gold swing, but actually gets protected there by Moore and Vasily. I feel like he can't do that for too long, though, with Bijou coming down to support that.
Looks like the early Dragon is not enough for Cloud9 to make the call to have Yuzuki actually teleport down there. They played safe. They just want to give over the blue buff and return Jax to lane. The early Dragons don't give that much of an advantage, and they take a lot of your health, a lot of your resources. Lose a lot of control of the map when you go for those extremely early if you don't have a really strong tank for the Dragon.
Well, speaking of control of the map, though, Glebe is going to spot a second pink ward there on the tri-brush. LMQ have put 3 early pink wards down, 1 in the top lane by the blue buff and 2 in the bottom lane to watch for Eve roams. 2 of these wards have already died. There's an extra 200 gold sort of punishment put on LMQ. They've stopped some ganks with it, but
it's that Evelyn tax,
wasted.
man.
Yep, it's the Eve tax.
The true sight vision. It's really hurting them. Not only did Ackerman die to the first gank, but he also had to buy that next pink ward. And there's no guarantee that pink ward sees Kez next time he goes top. There's a lot of other routes he could follow to try and return and punish Ackerman. That's why Ackerman's not staying up there. However, he does find the pixel ward push for himself.
All right, that one did not last very long. So now we're 2-1 in pink ward deaths. So far, LMQ holding the deficit on that one, but we'll see how it continues on. Another stun's going to land towards Xiao, but with blue buff, she's going to be fairly safe on Nidalee. Still just trading fairly equal farm for these two.
The blue buff control is really important because I feel like that takes away a lot of the prospective Dragon control from Cloud9, even though they're the ones with the top laner who has the teleport. A Nidalee with blue buff, even in a 4 vs 5, very annoying to deal with around the early Dragons. If they try and force it, he can get a lot of free poke off.
Yeah. Gotta watch out for that one for sure. All-Tech level 6 early BF sword. Actually very similar items across the AD carries. Actually, yeah, longsword versus boots basically going to be an equal itemization gap here. All-Tech versus Vasily are going to be close together. 1,200, 1,300 gold for C9T. They're holding that basically off the first blood in the turret lead. That's basically where the gold lead is. The minions holding close to equal.
This is a risky gambit here from LMQ. They're going to try and take out the global at the source. If they are unsuccessful, then it's going to mean a Dragon. If they are successful, then it's a huge advantage.
Well, big damage. Summoner heal burn. Vasily low on health puts the culling down, though. Is going to let him disengage. Huge damage goes back onto the AD carry. Altec. More pain coming out for more. There comes Kez off in the back lines. Dives forward. They look for this Lulu, but she's going to disengage. Has flash and heal. They don't dive for it. C9-2 do burn 1 summoner for 2 summoners, actually.
The gank up top was unsuccessful. They were not able to kill Yuzuki. So he does have the teleport, and they can go for this Dragon. They are going to force it. Might just be a trade. That turret up top is very low.
Yeah, it looks like the bottom lane recalling anyway from LMQ, so Cloud9 Tempest not forced to TP to secure this. But it does mean Dragon for top lane, outer turret, pretty equal gold, but it does help.
Xiao going to look for the God Spear. Ooh! He hit it!
Kez at like 5 HP. That was pretty nice right there. So LMQ
yeah, it doesn't get anything out of it, though.
Nope. He gets bragging rights. He has to get kicked away. No Name did just steal the red buff right now.
Jax needs to get up to that minion line. It's dying to the turret right now. He's trying to clear out red buff for his jungler, but losing substantial experience as he does so.
And the blue buffs have timed out in the mid lane as well, so now the mana game becomes a little bit tighter. You can see Xiao and Bijou both down to about 1/3. No Name having a very good game of counter jungling. He's level 8 right now. Finding a lot of things to do. Xiao going to take even more damage. They're keeping the heals going. He's summer healed early.
Yeah.
He was afraid of the Ignite burst all in.
Not very much mana on Bishu either, so there wouldn't have been a lot of follow-up damage besides the ulti. But yeah, quick fingers there for Xiao. Burns his summoner very fast. Now, it's very easy for Cloud9 to freeze this top lane now because the dragon's not on the field. So they're not losing out on threat of global gold elsewhere by trying to keep this wave as close to their territory as possible. Now, it's not a freeze, but he's not shoving it as quickly as he could. So that slow push he's looking for.
Yeah, there's nothing it's going to really culminate into. You can't really siege and inhib turret this early.
He doesn't have vision, though. So even when you are sort of slowly pushing like that, you are vulnerable to the ganks, even in your own territory. Lee Sin heading up that way.
Yeah, so Altec pushed around a little bit in the bottom lane. No Name's waiting around, but
Glebe's going to run right into him.
Ooh, on top of a pink ward. Glebe Glabber doesn't know what's going on just yet. Spots the Lee Sin, No Name on the escape. Evelyn actually does spot a pink ward down in the LMQ blue buff. So that's going to be a quick 2 pink ward death, but Kez has to be
collapsing,
afraid.
But it could be a 4-man squad. C9 are out of position here.
Big damage to Xiao as well. Bishu going in for this one pretty hard. No Name shows up for this fight. You've got Ackerman as well. Kez gonna pop the ultimate. Here comes Morgana. No Name low, jumps the wall with Flash. He's gonna be safe. Xiao is around. Quick slow landed. Gonna have more defending the team. No Name starts the recall, but comes back on this one. Blue buff now being invaded.
Oh,
C9.
very dangerous.
Well, they're trying for it anyway, though. Javelin's going to not quite land, but there's the Dark Binding. The pickup of the blue buff. Smite's going to come through. No Name goes down, actually. The kill picked up. Knockup now from Lulu. Bishu forced down. Ackerman, a big tank, finds the kill in the mid laner. Javelin's going to come by as well. Does not find Yasuki, who's going to run away with this stun available. Still running, though. Kez is around for the leap strike. It's going to have that one happen. Xiao, though, jumps through the brush to find more speed. Flashes actually misses the jump over the wall. Another Javelin comes in.
Oh!
Yasuki walks into it, and it's another kill for LMQ.
Now, I'm pretty sure at the beginning of this fight that Bishu kills No Name with his own blue buff. Throws it on top of his head.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So the Golem gets its vengeance there on LMQ. But eventually the fight does go in their favor. As I said, very dangerous jungle invade by Cloud9. And they're not able to escape on the exit path there. It actually ends up costing them another turret.
Glebe's trying to buy some time for his team, though, but takes a Javelin for his troubles. Bishu just sweeps the wards out, for the minions, I should say, and LMQ hold a 400 gold lead.
All right, so No Name's trying to finish off the Golem, but he gets sucked away.
Wow.
What a play from Bishu there. Beautiful, even though he ends up going down in the end. Worth it. All right, Yuzuki eventually getting slowed, as we see. Now, let's see, he flashes and then jumps crooked. So it was actually the jump that was a little off there.
Yeah.
But he makes it up for it with the beautiful spear.
Yeah, what a great prediction right there. Eski walking into it, not reacting in time. So you can have a 1-0-1 Nidalee, 132 CS. And honestly, this is one of Xiao's comfort champions. Isn't Nidalee so strong overall? It's a cornerstone for his team. If they get ahead, the sieges with that champion are so effective. And LMQ now with, honestly, their first gold lead of the game.
Well, it's very generous to call this a gold lead. It's barely 100.
I'm technically right.
Okay.
It's the best kind of being right. Uh-oh. The gold lead disappeared. They're going to get it back soon. Tie game.
Dang it. All right. More duels going down bottom. Going on down bottom. I like the defensive pink wards, by the way, from LMQ. They have set up that outer defensive line. Bishu on the run. Can he escape the Lee Sin? No, he misses the stun.
The Q lands, going to be not good for Bishu. Puts what damage down he can. There's the ulti buy as well, but the Javelin from Xiao takes it up. No Name lives with 300 health.
Yeah, and the heal.
Yep.
Big there. So, not able to land that stun. Goes down, and now it will be a collapse for LMQ. Every member here mid, they're looking to dive.
So they can find No Name push back around as well. There's more on the side lanes, taking a bit of pain. Stun comes through, big rocket coming in. Altec can't quite find the damage. Push back, Vasily on the chase, but there comes the rest of the damage. More does finally fall. Yasuki getting the kill credit. Ackerman on the chase, though. Kez, very low. One hit from dead. He will fall to Vasily. Now Yasuki's going to jump back in, but he's got to run away, actually. The team is outnumbered. LMQ still on the chase. Javelin, this one does get dodged.
Successful dive from LMQ, and Cloud9 are having a hard time regrouping. You got to be careful. They might lose this middle turret. That would be huge for them. Then they could start getting those, then they could start getting those green wards down in the camps that they really want. Well, they've actually already got a decent number of them. Good ward coverage up on the top side for LMQ. They can spot Evelyn when she farms those camps and know where she's heading towards next. They've done a pretty good job of controlling her.
Yeah.
But again, gold even. It's all about that next dragon fight.
Yeah, and LMQ recalled right after that one. Instead of going for the mid turret and having low health bars and low mana bars, they recalled, saying you want to be healthy in time for the dragon fight.
They're prepping for it, but there's no teleport here. Yuzuki's got to walk his way all the way from base. LMQ do not know that, however. Wow, Cloud9 starting this one off very quickly. 4-man, and they're actually starting the dragon themselves early. No, they don't go for it.
Yeah, they're going to back up for this one. Both teams missing a few ultimates, though. Kez and Glebe Glarber missing 2 from C9T, but the same, actually. The support and top laner of LMQ. We're going to see the dragon is now down to half HP.
Smite fight versus Lee Sin here. This is really dangerous.
Close Javelin does get dodged away. The big burst coming in for Kez. Smite picked up for C9T. Ackerman low on health takes a big chunk of burst, but he's going to disengage pretty safely. Black Shield already burned as well. Rocket's coming by. No Name puts the shield on the teammate. Glebe forced to flash away. Kez is low as well. The re-engage the Javelin. There comes the dive. No Name picks up 1. Will he lose his life? Yes, he will, but Yasuki falls 2 for 1. Now Bijou under fire. He's going to drop down rather quickly. Does get picked up there. 3 for 1 for Dragon.
3 for 1 for Dragon. Not worth it because they're going to lose control of the map. That will be a lot of damage on that mid tower if it doesn't actually go down. Ackerman going to try and clean up that wave down bottom before it does hit towards the inhibitor. Yeah, pretty big win there for LMQ. Nice area of effect damage. That one spear that he lands onto Glebe Glarbo here, and then the follow-up culling from Vasily loses them this fight. Everyone's running away, grouped up, and Lee Sin able to get a perfect Lulu ult off, even though he goes down in the end. Worthy sacrifice. Gets not only his Tempest slow, but also the slow from Lulu ultimate.
Yeah.
Great chase there from LMQ.
Greatly played. So +3 kills right now. Actually, they don't even get many turrets off that. Looks like mid lane still stands.
Yeah, they just got a little bit of damage there. Because Ackerman actually went bottom to farm that wave, and Xiao Xiao was down bottom farming his own wave. They were very, very split there. They're not in any rush to take that turret, it looks like. They do need to renew their ward coverage, though. It has lapsed on the Cloud9 jungle.
And so C9T right now are trying to hold on to wards themselves. You got a couple of pink wards, though, from LMQ, stabbing a little bit towards the right-hand side of the map near Dragon. Talking about Xiao Xiao, though, 4-0-3 on that first pick Nid. He's had such a phenomenal game. It's really showing why the champions feared. Even though they went for Orianna the first 2 games, 1 win, 1 loss, this champion right here is doing pretty well for him.
Yeah, you can say that. Banning away the Orianna, definitely not paying off here for Cloud9. They left the turret up, but they did not leave it up with very much life.
Yeah, this should be a pretty quick pick up there. Another turret gonna go down. Kez pops the ulti, though, looking for a bit of an engage, honestly. Here we go. Stun lands on a 2. Xiao Xiao and more. The flash away from the support. Dark Binding will hit Lulu, though. Kez is there. Big Burst comes off, pops his ulti for it, but that's not gonna matter much. We'll see if C9T can pick up more.
Vasily joins the fight. It's 4-on-4 again. 4-on-5, I mean.
4-on-5, here we go. Kez in the front lines takes a huge chunk of damage. Xiao Xiao disengages, and Kez falls. Altec on the chase. He finds the kill finally on the mid laner. 2 for 1 fight. Yasuki, Vasily trading blows right there. Down goes the mid laner of C9T. The stun comes up. Yasuki will trade one back, though. 3-2 on the fight. Ackerman can't find much else. C9T with a small lead, but they lose the turret.
Good eye there from Cloud9. They see Vasily split. They go for the engage. And man, they land some good skill shot CCs there. Glebe comes up very big with the binding, guaranteeing them the kill and the 4 versus 5 fight. So it starts off with the Syndra stun onto 2, and then they followed up. Glebe able to hit that binding pretty easily onto Moore. He's up against the wall, so that's always very nice to line up your skill shots with. Then the initiation here from LMQ on the 4 versus 5 fight. They actually get caught up by another Syndra stun, and it splits. So Vasily goes on his one-man Rambo mission up towards the top, and he gets his target, but he goes down in exchange.
Yeah. So that was ultimately the turrets being traded in a +1 kill for Cloud9 Tempest. You're seeing the gold 100 apart.
Yeah, I love this matchup.
This game 3.
This Challenger Series matchup.
It's a fun final.
Is really, really fun. I like this this rivalry that's brewing between these guys.
Remember, we're going to have more games. It's a best of 5. We ain't even done yet.
Yeah, we started off the morning with a best of 5. It went the full length.
Yep.
Most of those were 50-plus minute games as well.
All right,
so
Kobe,
we're going long today.
Time for the repeat. I'm going to play up through Monday.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, here we go, guys.
These are definitely exciting ones. I'm very curious to see the game-to-game adaptation, too.
Yeah.
Because Cloud9, they're probably not going to just ban one mid laner again. They can see right now, Xiao is going to have a big impact on the game.
Yeah.
Whether he's on Orianna, whether he's on Nidalee.
Well, the slow land from Glebe. Missed the Dark Binding, though.
The slow dodge.
Yeah. His ulti was slightly down, so it's just now up and couldn't wait that long. LMQ collapsed down. They walk on top of a ward, though.
All right, split pushing Jax. They do, once again, have teleport advantage. That's something that's been very consistent in this matchup. Cloud9 opting with far more teleport, more globals than LMQ. LMQ almost always looking for those combat summoners, looking for the team fight power that they like to snowball from early. Mizuki gets bottom turret, but LMQ have position on mid.
Be some damage going through. Glebe gonna take a pain. There's a knockup already. Ackerman just dives in for the fight. They find one already. Kez has nowhere to go as well. He's trying to survive, but he won't. The kick from
Teleported back from Mizuki.
The second kill. Will they get much more for this one? The ulti already popped by Bishu and doesn't do much. It's actually 3 kills picked up as Bishu also goes down. LMQ find a gigantic fight and they've got control over mid.
They burned the teleport as well. Pretty much every advantage Cloud9 had used up in that team fight. And LMQ looked to march towards inhibitor turret.
The dodge comes in with a stun, lands from Ackerman. A big bunch of pain coming up on both sides. It's going to be a 3-for-0 plus a tier 2 turret. All just for a bottom outer.
So at the beginning, great flank there from Ackerman. Gets in perfect positioning. Him and Moore are able to wreck house. And then, even though Yuzuki teleports in way too late here, everyone went down so fast, global presence means nothing if LMQ get those types of initiations and they're able to execute quickly. That's why they favor the combat summoner heavy team. Ackerman always liking to get that advantage, draw the teleports to himself, make you burn that teleport on something like a minion, on a ward, so it's a long cooldown, and he'll take advantage there.
And it worked really well. There's actually one thing I want to point out as well to talk about how well Xiao farms. 208 to 179 in minions. So C9T get a good dragon. That's going to put their gold back in a decent spot. But Bishu still is without a death cap, 23-45 into the game. That last fight, he tried to all-in Vasily and got him to 1/4 through a summoner heal. Nearly took out the AD carry, but got traded back on. Things like that, missing an item by a couple hundred gold because of a farm advantage, because of a couple of kills, or because of some globals, can turn fights like that.
Heartbreaking for Cloud9. But as you said, they were able to answer with a dragon and climb right back in there with the gold. Only 1K down now. Feral Flare also finally completed here for No Name. He did opt for the Feral Flare build on Lee Sin over the Blizzard Elder. So the investment finally paying off. 24 minutes in is a very slow Feral Flare upgrade, but that's to be expected with someone like Lee Sin looking for a lot more early game plays, not farming the jungle hard. Now he does get a huge boost in power, though. It has finally converted towards the mid game here, as especially they're going to be fighting over ward spots. He's got extra ones.
So let's see what they find with this one. Ward's under fire. C9T kill 1. Their pink ward, though, going to be easily available. LMQ already has a pink ward on Baron itself.
Xiao still another step ahead with the item builds. Death cap is completed for Bishu, but already the Void Staff is completed for Xiao. So the spears are at their highest point of threat right now. 25 minutes in, he's got that trifecta completed.
Yeah.
Gonna be very, very difficult for Cloud9. If they can control a blue, that would be amazing for them. They would love to keep the blue buffs away from Xiao. However, it's very hard for them to go for that team fight and force it. They would need some sort of pick first. Spending a lot of money into the vision control here. They switched over to 3 sweepers and Spooky Ghosts. They do their part.
Twin Shadows, they're gonna slow down more. He's actually a bit alone. There's a weird rotation here.
The blue buff, they are gonna go for this blue buff.
Okay, this is the big fight. Xiao puts the javelin down. Kezo on the backside. A stun comes in. Xiao forced to jump away. Gets the Lulu ulti. That's Lulu, or ulti's burn now for the mid laner and support on opposite sides. This one, blue buff getting lower and lower. Kez taking a bit of pain though. The flash engage, the stun is massive, and down he goes. 1-for-0. LMQ just finding the fights every single time.
Yeah, they're baited in by the blue buff. Kez was trying to smite that one away, and he was not watching the threat. His position was right next to the tank there, and he gets burned down while he's trying to smite away the blue, deny it from Nidalee. Is a good idea for them to get it, but so risky to extend like that inside the jungle, and they pay for it really, really painfully here. Not only will they give up LMQ's blue buff, but it costs them their own as well. Wow. Devastating loss for Cloud9.
Great steal by No Name. LMQ are going to be
Sunfire
ready.
Gate, that's a little close.
It'll take some damage, but it's worth it for 30 gold for the ward. Going to be okay in this one. Cloud9 Tempest trying to collapse back in. 1,600 gold deficit so far. Starting to slowly grow away from them. LMQ having a great job of this one. The mid game is working. They just bought Majai's on more, by the way. That's how confident he feels. Just wants more ability power.
This is a close game, man. It's still 1,000 away.
And AP scales well on Lulu.
He's picked up the, I guess this one's the man or book. Man, all right. Well, we'll see if he can keep himself from dying and make that Majai's pay off.
He's only got 2 so far. See if he can keep it going. Spends 800 gold for the privilege of maybe stacking it up some more. Once he's at 5 stack, it's worth it.
I don't know. At this point, they need as much power as they can get to win the next team fight. And that's 800 gold that is not very cost efficient until you stack it up.
True.
However, it might not cost him anything. If they can win the next team fight, he'll get plenty of stacks off of it.
Guy's forced to run bottom lane.
Whoa!
Tier 2 turret going down, but mid inhibitor turret already gone. It's going to be the jump in. Glebe taking a big burst of punishment, puts the heals on himself, pops the ulti as well. Going to get locked up. We're going to have the rotation in from Jax towards the flank. Bishu is low. Ackerman taking a bunch of pain. Kez already lost his ultimate. There's the engage from Yasuke. It's going to be the kill onto Kez though. 1 for 0 so far. Will they find more? Looks like 2 kills, 3 kills. LMQ crushing the fight. 4 kills picked up. Glebe, the only one alive. He'll be going down. Not yet.
Whoa!
Facility keeps himself alive in this one, but LMQ well in control of this game. Mid inhibitor going down. They've got a minion wave as well, and 15 seconds to close out the game. Nexus turret number 1, 28.5 minutes in. 17-7 the kill score. Nexus turret number 2 goes down, and the Nexus itself will follow. 2-1 in the series, and LMQ are 1 game away.
Another great game right there. Even though Cloud9 were able to keep the gold levels fairly similar, they were down in experience, and in game, they don't know that the gold levels are so close.
Yeah.
But LMQ see that they have this huge kill advantage, and that gives them the confidence to play like they're even further ahead.
True.
And that just playing like you're further ahead enables them to actually get the kill, and they just burn down that mid inhibitor turret and just rush Cloud9, and in the game, that Medjai's buy, that was it. That sealed the deal.
Didn't need it, but it worked out. And I gotta say, there were 2 picks that stood out to me as really awesome choices. So LMQ, first of all, with the extra mid lane bans, 3 of them. First pick Nidalee mid.
Yeah,
worked
of course, that one.
so well for Xiao Wei Xiao. Then second rotation grabbed Lulu support, which I liked for 2 reasons. One, it actually made the dives from Renekton so effective. You had Ackerman and No Name tag teaming in there. Lulu knock up for either one. Kept the front line tanky, even early game. I mean, that was a 28-minute game, and the tanks felt tanky in that game. So that was off the bat incredible.
Steal it away from Bishu.
Exactly, and that was the other reason why I liked it.
Bonus.
Yeah, and his Syndra never got off the ground. I mean, Syndra floats by default and never really got off the ground. That's how kind of kept down he was with this one. At one point was like 2-5-2 into the game, kept trying to all-in Vasily and couldn't. His burst was spent on a tank with a bunch of shields on him. It was like, well, we killed a frontliner, and then he would die to a javelin or to follow-up from the Lucian or something like that. And so I didn't like that.
And Cloud9 actually banned out Soraka this time, too.
Yeah, they did.
They're that scared of the champion.
They tried to pinch an early game, or like early champ select picks, and couldn't make it work out here. So actually, we do have a replay, though. LMQ winning a 3 for 2 if you want to get that on your screen, because these fights were awesome overall.
All right, so, oh yeah, this was the double Syndra stuns that started this one out. That was actually the second one. Altec going super deep to get those doubles, by the way. And then, given Renekton the distance that he deserves, that was just the bottom side of the fight that we didn't get to see. Both AD carries went super deep that one, by the way. Vasily goes top super hard to try and get his target. Does find it, kills Bishu. Altec does the same thing down bottom. Both AD carries come up with the kills that they were looking for.
Yeah. One thing I was impressed with LMQ actually in general was how fast they focused an individual target. Kez would die so quickly in teamfights once his ult was down, once the shield was gone. He kept dropping. Like the Hex Drinker buy to get some more damage, I feel like he should have even ditched that and just added more Ruby Crystals to his inventory, because he was able to get the ulti off, but then would drop right afterwards. His ganks unfortunately didn't work. All the early pink wards, remember the score at one point for Eve was 0, 3, and 4. He got a couple of ganks. He did get first blood. That was really smart. The early game moves worked out for the Evelynn, but then you just kind of didn't see it work anymore. LMQ, I thought, played defensively enough, and they capitalized off javelins really well. And their mid-game, time and again, is so good.
Yeah, I think definitely the story here, don't let them have Nidalee either.
No.
They switched over and banned Orianna.
Yeah.
Didn't work out.
Seems scary. I thought that was a pretty good performance. So, guys, LMQ takes the lead now 2-1 in this best of 5, but up next, it's a possibly decisive game 4.
Possibly decisive. I like that. Good job,
Good
Riders.
at this, guys. LMQ will be trying to close out their dominant spring series with the championship crown, and will be joined once more by High here at the analyst desk. Don't go anywhere. It's the Challenger Series Finals.
But they are going to go for this blue buff.
Okay, this is the big fight. Xiaowei puts this javelin down. Kez, though, on the backside. A stun comes in. Xiaowei forced to jump away. Gets the Lulu ulti. That's Lulu, or ulti's burn now for the mid laner and support on opposite sides of this one. Blue buff getting lower and lower. Kez taking a bit of pain, though. The flash engage, the stun is massive, and down he goes. 1-0. LMQ just finding the fights every single time.
Pops told his son got a ransom for being handsome. Damn son, you a bag of chips and some. Ballin' on these fools that foul, I'm catching ones. They stupider than fighting bare knuckle with a handgun. He going in yet again, you should fit it great. You see through when it's clear you were born fake. Rip torn scrapes on your face cause you can't scrap. You know it's only getting worse if we battle rap. Rattle cash jacket styles they get from a cabbage patch. KIDIC, you a rather whack. Catch an attack from the Jersey representative. I'm in Georgia with my girl, but Jersey represents her. Too deep for you shallow brain simpletons. So sick like a Neo hit, it's ridiculous. And the symptom is I'm killing with written sentences. Blurring vision, slurring what you spitting. Did I mention this? Is the biz that can't handle so effortless. 17 making grown men second guessing. Had to pause, need a moment like a Twix slogan. Gotta reload for the foes in the clip open. Choking from token, overlooking the ocean. First class meditate on this day that's been broken. Nothing at the piff can't fix in the jiff. No peanut butter, but we got the jams. Don't you see it, brother? Man up, stand down, hands up, man down.
Tryna knock mine, you out of your mind?
Man up, stand down, hands up, man down.
Tryna knock mine, you out of your mind?
Man up, stand down, hands up, man down.
Tryna knock mine, you out of your mind?
Man up, stand down, hands up, man down.
Tryna knock mine, you out of your mind? Tryna knock mine, you out of your mind?
everyone. Welcome back to the Challenger Series Spring Playoffs. We've reached a closeout Game 4 between Cloud9 Tempest and LMQ. And we're a man up at the analyst desk. Hi, welcome back. Yo. So that game, you talked about this actually off camera before we started. The games are getting progressively better for LMQ.
Right. So if you notice off the first game, they lost the game, but it wasn't terrible, right? Game 2, they won. And then Game 3, they won even harder. So there's a few things that went well for them. So pick and ban phase is progressively getting better and better. Bishu or C9 banned up Bishu. They banned Orianna and they banned Soraka. So he's getting his own champion pool banned out, which is terrible for them. And they're also wasting another ban on Caitlyn. What does that ban do for them? It's not doing anything because he still has Graves, there's still Corki, and there's still Lucian. So they're wasting all 3 of their bans, and when you're doing that, you're not going to have a good time in pick and ban phase.
It feels like they are sort of losing focus as the series goes deeper and deeper. Now, how much of that is due to just thinking about the last game, and they forget all the prep that they had coming into this series? Are they just playing super reactive, or what do you think is the problem going on with
Right.
the ban?
So I walked by their room both times after the loss. Actually, I'm not eavesdropping or anything, but when you walk by, you can hear them, right? So they keep talking about their mistakes or what they should. They're talking about the game that just happened instead of looking towards the future. So when you lose a game, say you're in a best-of-3 series, you lost the first game, forget about that game. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. Focus on what your plan was and stick to your plan. I think they're not sticking to their plan, obviously, because picks and bans are changing drastically, and they're starting to overthink things. They're not sticking to what they came in prepared with, and they're just doing things badly. They're starting to get outplayed. They're starting to get outdrafted, and I think this 4th game is going to go in LMQ's favor. Granted, I want C9 to win, obviously, but the trend shows that it's going to be a good game for LMQ.
So then if you wanted to stop the tide, like say you're like the coach or the analyst for C9T, what do you tell them to do for Game 4? What do you change?
I would tell them to forget about the first 3 games. Just bring their mindset back to 0-0. So when I was in a relegation, right, we were winning games. Say we're 2-0 and we win 1 more to win the set. I'll tell my team, forget about the first 2 games. Because when you're thinking about that, you'll play differently. Say you have 1 game left to win, you'll try to do something that would win the game for you, but that could go bad, and you throw the game. So when you forget about the other games and you just play normally, you're not playing. You play better and you think better. So tell your team to calm down, forget about the previous games, give them some water, and tell them to stick to their plan. And if their plan doesn't work out, that's fine. But at the very least, they stuck to it.
I have one more question for you, specifically about their use of teleports. It doesn't seem like that is giving them much of an advantage here. LMQ have stuck to the plan of combat summoners, and they're forcing fights, trying to bring the action to them. Do you think that Cloud9 just need to use their teleports better, or drop those summoner spells?
So that game right there, if they use their teleport better, they definitely could have won that game. For example, I think they got quadrad or something near that mid and inner turret. Instead of Izuki teleporting back, I think he should have just kept pushing bottom.
Yeah.
He would have got that turret. He may have gotten an inhibitor turret. And at that point in time, I think it's better to do a trade. You're losing the game, so do your best to try and trade objectives. Give him mid turret, delay their backs, but let him push bottom. So for example, when we were playing against Coast in the LCS of our last week, we were losing the game really hardly, right?
Yeah.
So at that point in time, we're like, hey, Midos, go bottom, have fun down there, do what you can. They started pushing our top inhibitor. We were like, hey, don't fight them. That's how we lose the game. And stall them out. Just delay their backs, let them try and take the turret, but do it slowly and don't die. And in that game, C9 was like, hey, let's fight this. I don't know why they're trying to fight it, but they shouldn't fight it. They have teleport. Let him use teleport. Don't force him into a bad spot. And they kept forcing Yuzuki into a bad spot.
Yeah. It's a very tricky summoner spell to use, and it doesn't look like they put in enough practice with them.
Right.
All right, well, hi, thank you very much. That's the time we have because we're going to get ready now for the Game 4 here. LMQ could close it out and make it 3 in a row in this series. Champs like about to get underway, and we're going to see now if C9T can fix the mistakes, clear their head, maybe do checks, picks and bans backwards. I was going to say clear their head and picks and bans, and it all just went all weird. I was going to say champ select and bans. That's what it was.
It came out as do chicks? Is that what
They're gonna do champ select and picks.
Okay.
And it became chicks. They're gonna do champ select picks properly here.
Freak with the strats. All right, let's see here. They do stick with the Caitlyn ban.
All right.
Speaking of chicks there, that Hyde does not think you should ban
Shyvana
out.
as well.
We'll have to see if they can continue. They're going back to focus, though. At least they're focusing on one thing here, focusing on 80 carries. Now, which is the last one, though? Because they're actually banning out Lucian this time, and he's already played Graves, and he was effective on Graves.
Yeah. So is it Graves or Twitch, actually? No, it's Oriana.
Oriana
so
focus
first
again.
pick Nidalee?
One of the teams is gonna use Nidalee this game.
Yeah, I feel like that's...
I'm gonna predict.
With the Soraka ban, I feel like that's like a shoe-in. Now, that does leave Kha'Zix available. It does leave maybe that Graves open if you want it. It does leave the Morgana that's been so hotly contested as well. And I'm wondering, I feel like this is still like the obvious, like, grab Nidalee. The fact that LMQ just banned another mid laner means you almost have to at that point, or you risk, once again, losing a lot of your champion pool.
Yeah, okay, so they do go with the easy lock in there for Nidalee. Now the question is, LMQ start thinking about lane swap situations, because you can shove it, you can punish the Nidalee early very easily. You actually don't even have to lane swap, but if you do, then you can punish her easier.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you get a matchup where you can just push into the turret, make her lose some CS in that one, and life becomes difficult. So the hover's now for LMQ, though. Of course, they get the chance to play Kha'Zix there. I think the smart choice would not to ban that one out. I think red side, you trade a lot of top tier champions. The 80 carry bans that did go through this time around, LMQ maybe are allowed to play Twitch in this one. Haven't got to see him very much. Mashmi had a great game on it. Maybe we're going to see Vasily have a game on it.
So heavy team fight here for LMQ, it looks like. Twitch, very strong in picking people off towards the mid game. If it does get crazy like that towards the mid game, we've seen so many times, this matchup especially, AD carry duels, people on top side dying at the same time. Twitch thrives in those situations. Vasily, if he gets even a little lead, once Blade of the Ruined King is completed, he'll be looking for Altec once again to settle the score.
Yeah.
They'll be having those duels, and he can have the advantage this time because he's going to come in with the ambush.
Yeah, Twitch is one of the best duelists. There's very few champions who can beat him up. As long as he's not near a wall, he'll even beat up Vayne. There's just a lot of damage. There's actually some regions where their Twitch build is Ruin King Yomu's. Yeah. Just to like ambush you and you're locked down. I have crazy attack speed and they just one-shot the guy. You can even take out mid laners that way. We're going to see if that's the case though, because C9T though, making their adaptations, taking the Renekton away from Ackerman.
Plus, they lock in the Karma to supplement the Nidalee. Not only does Karma bring poke, but also disengage, very important with that Nidalee comp, so you can keep your squad away from the hard engage of your enemies. Twitch pops off his spray and pay. That's great. He's immobile though, so all you have to do is pop your Karma speed, back up a little bit, wait for it to time out.
And I also love Karma against Twitch in lane. Twitch is pretty short range, 550, no mobility, no real reach with his spells. Like, going for Plastic Sponge is a really big waste of ban. It's not a lot of damage, so he's got to get an auto attack range and take spells to the face. LMQ though, here's the fun thing. Pick the Cinder into Nidalee, saying, you know what, Xiao Wei Xiao can matchup.
That's this is
kind of a
bold statement here from Xiao Wei Xiao. He wants the other hand in this matchup. See it go the other way. But like I said, they're looking for a lot of kills here, LMQ. They want to burst somebody down. They can also pick up a Thresh to supplement this Twitch. I think that their only reason they're leaving that to last pick is because the Karma was locked in so early. It should be a pretty easy decision to go with. One of the best champions to go along with Twitch to offer repositioning. However, I also said they're looking to blow people up.
Yeah. Well, one of the two.
One's going to be right.
Maybe. We'll see which one. They're going to go a different way. Morgana it is. No, Crash is going to come through here. So
triple heal. Are they going to stick with this for Cloud9?
I think it's likely.
Pretty heavy.
Repositioning ability is good on that one. So I want to point out that we've actually had a lot of mirrored matchups now. So we have Rise vs Renekton. We had that in game 2. It's still a game that LMQ won, but they opted the matchup on the reverse side. We have against Cinder versus Nidalee right there once more. And Kha'Zix, Elise, though, both these junglers really getting probably their favorite junglers at this point because none were banned. You just picked one, take the other.
Yeah, these are both pretty strong junglers right now. I would give the edge to Kha'Zix just overall. However, in the top 2 vs 2 matchup, that might happen early. I'm going to give it over to Cloud9. Tempest, that Renekton Elise combo can easily kill Rise. That's great for diving him. Even if they have to do it under a turret, they can probably still come out ahead on it as long as they get the jump. So again, as I said, that matchup heavily influenced by junglers. Even though it's a reverse this time, there's no difference, and we'll have to see which jungler can get the upper hand in that matchup. We haven't seen a lot of 2 vs 1 switches.
True, yeah. The
couple.
Yeah, we've had a couple, and we've had like really hardcore tower pushes down, but we've seen the 2v2 matchups as well. We've seen kind of we run the gamut. We've run the gamut of the general sort of early game strategies, the invades, the wards, the pulls back. So I do want to see now, you go farther into the best of 5. how they adapt now to their early game plans. Because not only does champ select change and maybe where your early ganks go and kind of your ward patterns, because you can't repeat those, but also you run deeper and deeper into your invade patterns. And LMQ have actually run the same invade multiple times now into the enemy red buff, drop a ward, peace out. That's been their blue side, I think, both times here. We'll see if these teams start learning the pattern.
And it hasn't just been red buff either. They've also invaded blue buff. The common theme is they're going for those invades because they are safe when you stick together. Even if you find people in the bush, as long as you do have a cohesive unit, a lot of the times it's going to be okay. Maybe it'll be a wash. The real interesting thing is when someone can set up an ambush for you and they guess correctly.
Yeah.
If you set up a defense at one of the buffs and you guess correctly that your enemy will be invading that buff, then you can get your huge advantage.
Well, we'll see if they can find it. We are onto the Rift, guys. Cloud9 Tempest looking to claw their way back in this best of 5. They're down 1-2 in the series, and they're spawning in the blue corner. Up in the top right, LMQ, headlined, I would say, by Xiao, having a very, very good series. Vasily as well. Honestly, I guess I really got to say the whole team putting up great numbers, but
yeah,
up 2-1 so far.
I think that Cloud9 actually have a pretty good chance in this one. They've got 3 heals against this team that's looking to burst people down. So that reduces Syndra's effectiveness. It reduces Kha'Zix's effectiveness. If he can't burn someone down and get that reset, which is going to be hard to deal with 3 of these heals stacked up from Cloud9, then they very well could send this one to a game 5.
Yeah. Well, right now the guessing game was lost by Cloud9 Tempest. They wait around by their red buff, but LMQ already invaded the blue, and they walk right back to their own jungle, and they're going to safely wait now with their own red buff. So, bit of a vision lead for the LMQ lineup. C9T, they're not going to find this invade happening. I got to say, LMQ doing a good job of switching their strats up just enough to not get caught out here.
Yeah, so as I said, you can get a big advantage if you guess correctly. Unfortunately for Cloud9, wrong side. And LMQ are going to defensively start their own red buff here. Now, they also were able to put down that ward. So they'll see if Kez goes with the normal route. If you're Cloud9, though, you have to be guessing, because LMQ could easily be starting at your blue buff. Still unsure. That's why they're defensively warding and still going with the invade. They want to secure at least a 2-buff start here, claiming the bottom side of the map.
All right, there's going to be all kinds of fun. It's going to be a lane swap there, more or less initiated by the LMQ lineup. Support and even top lane are actually going to be helping No Name's early jungle clear, so it looks like the buddy system in full effect for these guys. Teleport finally, I think for the first time, no, second time in the series, I believe, picked up for Ackerman there. I think he ran Teleport Lee Sin in Game 1. His Renekton, though, in Games 2 and 3 did run Ignite, but TP Rise going to let him get around the map. We're going to see this mid lane matchup will be isolated for a while. The junglers should be helping to push instead of ganking. Ackerman now starting the blue buff for his teammate here, and
he will have to double jungle here. There's no way Rise can solo jungle, so it's probably going to be the same sharing of experience for these guys and walking into the 4-man turret push. This again means that the mid lane is isolated and Xiao wastes no time taking advantage of that Nidalee early.
The issue level 2 now, so he has the heal, but taking a fair bit of punishment in this lane. There we go, C9T with the 4-man versus 0 push in the bottom lane. Of course, the very slim situation there for LMQ. It is a slower push here for the red team. So, you know, we had a game start out 2 turrets to nothing. That didn't do much for C9T. Maybe they'll have it again here. We'll see what happens.
Now, this one is going to be fairly even. They do get the outer turret a little bit earlier here for Cloud9. The real question is going to be, what did Cloud9 do after this one? Because there's already an early single unit recall here. Ackerman has gone back to base. Will they retreat down to Dragon? There's another thing you can do, is set up an ambush in one of those bushes leading down to the Dragon. If you expect LMQ to try and check it, they can go for kills instead.
They're going to deny as many minions as possible and let Altec and Glebe get the local gold. And as they all die off, they're going to actually deny a little bit of experience away, and they're going to make their way down. But Dragon looks like it is going to be the target there. However,
start it level 2 here.
No, and he makes his roam towards mid, and Vasily is getting solo farm in the bottom lane, knowing he's not under any threat.
Great stun!
Big damage on Bishu, forced to flash, but the dive in, the summoner he'll use. Oh, the javelin does not land, and No Name gets out.
Yeah, not the best all in there from No Name. Good reactions from Bishu, able to use both his summoner spells to stay alive. Getting the Dragon means they have 2 members very low, though, and Vasily's getting good damage on the secondary turret. Plus, he's got that solo experience. Solo experience even more important this time around for Twitch. As we said, he's looking to assassinate people later on. He's definitely going to want that extra experience as well as gold. Getting that Blade of Ruin King as quickly as possible will allow him to wreak havoc because turrets are down very early. Twitch will love this situation.
Yeah, well, this turret is still above about 2/3 health, so turret's not going down anytime soon, but Yazgi level 2 versus the almost level 4 Twitch of Vasily. That is one thing to watch for. The early recall from Bishu. Of course, he's got an extra ton of bonus gold from being +1 turret and +1 dragon. So the extra money going to give him a small item lead early on. He's already got Chalice in this lane.
Altec's trying to even up that experience discrepancy between the AD carries as well. They put mid lane farm onto him while Bishu does go back to recall. So he is actually going to be a pretty good matchup. Decently there for Vasily. Actually got the level lead from that solo in mid.
Yeah, so C9T early sight stone. The wards aren't super deep, but they will at least watch the Wraith camp there. Let's see what happens in this one. No Name has a defensive pink ward down by the dragon, walks through a ward himself, jumps in towards Glebe, but Kez the round, lands Cocoon. Flash by Glebe, maybe premature though, had backup already.
Yeah, it was actually No Name who was more in trouble, but he didn't have a flash to blow. So Glebe going to burn his summoner spell regardless. And yeah, Cloud9, they hold on to their advantage from early here. The extra turret plus the dragon, definitely going to give them benefit towards this mid-game siege here. We'll have to look at the second spawn of buffs as well. Yeah. Because once again, blue buff is very, very important for the Nidalee. Cloud9 Tempest desperately want to hold on to it.
Let's see what happens.
Can they feed it over to him?
It's going to be a tough one to look for. Actually, the blue buff, by the way, hasn't even been fully cleared yet. That was counter-jungled and a small piece was left up. And because C9T is holding mid lane, they don't know that the camp is down.
And that's so rare that they haven't even checked it.
Yeah.
So they're not aware of the situation. Great little adaptation from LMQ. Wow, sneaky.
Pretty good move for them so far. So Ackerman going to be holding up the top lane against Yazgi, both of them a bit low level in this game. Xiaowei taking a fair bit of pain. Cocoon's going to land, but could be the Lantern.
Lantern was already there. Moore saw the Cocoon coming before Xiao even did.
True support instincts right there. My teammate's in trouble. You're in line for a skill shot. Keeps him safe. A ward helps LMQ guarantee their blue buff is safe. C9T still don't know that theirs isn't even coming anytime soon. But Yazgi Kez making the roam to the top lane. The flash! Oh! Ooh. Good flash by Ackerman. Reads the situation, but still. Altec comes in from the side. Xiao in a bit of trouble there. Good damage coming through. Does have flash. Uses it. Stun's going to land. Knocking back Altec, stunning Bishu. Keeps him safe. He's in the summoner though. No Name more. Making the rotation up. Yazgi Kez all forced to back away. Glebe finding a bit of poke there.
At the same time, Vasily again, solo lane experience down bottom. Very deep wave that he's got.
Yeah, Altec was pushing that for a while.
Yeah, a lot of the times what you got to watch after the 2v1 swaps, the main thing that you should be concentrating on is where the big wave goes that gets built up from those early turrets that go down. Now the big wave for Coast, or for Cloud9, was actually just dealt with up top for LMQ. And they only lost a little bit of tower health up there. So it's a good rotation from them, moving everybody up towards the top turret to help clear it out. However, it left their blue buff vulnerable. So even though the counter jungling and the mind games from LMQ, leaving that little side lizard up at the blue buff of Cloud9, Bishu comes out with the blue buff regardless.
Yeah. Well, now they're going to check their buff. You actually see the ping coming out from C9T, and they're like, all right, guys, our blue's up. Let's go grab it. They're going to be like, not what we wanted here. But No Name, only level 4, 8.5 minutes in, going to grab the red buff. Yazgi goes, guys, so, 1330 our blue.
Yeah, the funny thing is, it doesn't matter because they were thinking, oh, our second blue is coming up. They're probably counter-jungling right now. Cloud9 have no idea that it was still the first one that was counter-jungled.
Yeah.
But doesn't matter. It will have a similar respawn time. They were able to clear that at what, like the 840 mark?
Yeah.
So they'll definitely be timing
1331
that one.
roughly is going to be the respawn. What's interesting though is that actually it's an experience denial because buffs are worth actually a very large amount of XP. And you actually deny like half a level off Bishu with that. If it wasn't going to be counter-jungled anyway. Yazgi looks for the stun. Going to find that level 6 on both these guys. Big damage coming out from the team out as well. Forced to back off. Ulti pop by Ackerman gets his health back up rather quickly. Tiamat versus Tyr.
He's not going full tank here. Yazuki not subscribing to Ackerman's school of the full tank in face of double AP comps.
Oh, the flash by Bishu keeps underneath the same Cocoon as well. Xiao goes down. First blood, Bishu. 2,000 gold leads C9T.
What a collapse from Cloud9. Great control of the map here. The ward coverage for LMQ was only on the bottom side. And Kez comes in from the top with that Elise. Great Cocoon to cut off Xiao. Gives them complete control of this mid lane because they have no wave clear without him up. It's just going to be more desperately trying to deal with this. Blue buff Nidalee doesn't even care about tanking turret hits. Great move here from Cloud9 to increase the lead.
Javelin onto Vasily as well, but he's going to show up and try to push the team back. Cocoon's going to land as well as the trap. Decent damage on Twitch, who's popped Spray and Pray. But down to 200 health, LMQ Ackerman looks for maybe a Rune Prison, finds it onto Yazuki. Javelin's going to land on the backside though, Bishu.
Dragon number 2 is up. Blue buff doing a lot of work. That's going to allow Cloud9 to sustain and continue to threat here. Oh, they're going to burn it down in exchange for mid-turret damage.
Yeah, Bishu's just there on the wings throwing javelins in to kind of control this, but he's not going to stop very much there. No Name Crew will take this one down. Stun's going to land. All in potentials there. The hook lands. Bishu overstays and goes down.
There was nothing he could get done there. Now Cloud9 are coming in 4 versus 5 from the back, but it's a very dangerous chase. They should not pursue this one. Even though they don't see Twitch, they have no idea what he could be packing once he comes out of ambush. Now that was a very poor decision from Bishu. There's nothing that he could have got done there. He was trying to get in experience range. You can see that's why he kept jumping back and forth as Nidalee, but he did the same jump twice, and Xiao was able to land the stun. Bishu knew that it was coming out too. He was flirting with danger, just trying to leech a little bit of experience, 1 minion's worth, and pays for it with his life, with his blue buff. They lose control.
And LMQ capitalized on that kill by getting a ward on C9T's blue buff, so even though they don't know the timer, that ward will spot when the golem respawns. See if LMQ can make a stand for that one. They have no idea what the time is. They just know it's down right now. Vasily is still acquiring his farm on Twitch, going for the Ruin King build. Seems to be the more common Twitch build, though I've seen many on that champion. He's got a while to go, though, adding early attack speed just to get expunged stacks. And he'll finish the combine a bit later, but Bloodthirster is already done for Altec. Because of the 2 dragons there, he's got more gold. BT, no boots. But a really big power spike. Before 12 minutes, he's already stacking that item.
That's why all 80 carries are rushing it.
Yeah.
So much value once you stack up a Bloodthirster.
You double your auto attack damage if you get the item done in time.
Especially since early game, it's really easy to stack it up.
Yeah.
Whereas you got to kind of scrounge for minion kills later. Yazuki, though, all in onto Rise.
They trade flashes. Kez not quite going to land that Cocoon, but he has been rather present on the map. The problem is Kez is very low on gold. Only 27 minions here to the 51 of No Name. So it's a fairly poor Elise.
I got to say, that was kind of a miscalculation there for the gank. Could have waited a little bit longer till Elise could get in repel range.
And a roam coming up, though. No Name, but also Glebe Glarby.
Followed by Karma.
It's going to be the engage. Ackerman low on health. There comes the repel, and the turret goes down, which means the damage going to come through. Yazuki going to get the kill on this one. Kez likely to drop. Lantern comes in for No Name. He's still in root range, but that's not going to matter. Pops the ulti. Mid lane under fire. Kill 1-for-1. Top lane kill, of course, went through. Now Glebe's in a bad spot, and Vasily is going to walk into Yazuki as well. Glebe flashes away from the hook. He's going to be safe. Twitch getting spotted out. Yazuki in a pretty bad spot. Actually flashes, gets over the wall, survives the ulti from Xiao. Glebe's still in a bad spot, though. I don't know if he's been hit in a while.
Yeah, he went
the
wrong way around towards that 2 versus 2 and pays for it. But it was another kill. That whole time that LMQ are chasing members of Cloud9 through their jungle, though, Altec shoves a huge wave into the turret, and they get the second blue here, or the third blue.
Yeah.
From LMQ's side.
Xiao's never had one all game now. Now, Pink Ward does not get swept out, though, so the timer is held by LMQ in that one. They also know that Altec's kind of overstaying his welcome, taking down the white.
Counter blue here. Only a 2-man squad, though. 3 members of Cloud9 collapsing.
Nice by Kez.
And Kez is able to smite that one away. Because Bishu already has a blue buff, nothing lost there. Great pickup for Cloud9.
Okay, so blue buffs on similar timers, around 19 minutes, both of them. Of course, the one on LMQ side of the map a bit sooner. we're seeing the lack of items on Vasily are hurting him right now. He can't quite fight away against Altec's Corki. 135 minions. This is the standard par for the course here.
Yeah.
For C9T. The split push Corki, not a lot of turret pressure, but kills waves so fast.
Also, there's a huge power discrepancy between Cutlass and completing your Blade of the Ruined King. It's a lot of money that you have to invest into that completion recipe, and without that, he doesn't have a very good chance of dueling Altec, so he's going to have to play it cautiously.
See what he can find. Ackerman holding the top lane, but nothing really easy to push in this one. Outer turret's already gone. Yasuki honestly trading farm right now, going Spectre's Cowl. Does want to survive the matchup, but the Rod of Ages soon for Ackerman, actually completed right now, before 15 minutes. So by 25, that'll be fully stacked.
That's a pretty strong tier and Rod completion rate right there. 14 minutes, not bad at all. He will be scaling up very nicely. And he's been able to get through the early game squishy phase of Rise with only 1 death. At keeping even CS with Yuzuki. Job very well done by Ackerman this time around. So he's going to be a pretty big PowerPoint for LMQ later, but right now, the PowerPoint for Cloud9 Tempest, definitely Altec.
And you've actually got lurking in the shadows, No Name. Off in the wings near the Tri-Brush. If Altec goes in, he's in a really bad spot. Slow lands from Vasily. He goes in for the engagement here, but there comes, oh god, the Kha'Zix. He pops the ulti. Altec flashes, but there comes Thresh. The Rockets. Altec's got nowhere to go. Hooked up, picked up. Kill goes in. Overstayed his welcome. Vasily gets the assist and sneakily waits around.
Yeah, no ward defense for Altec there. Xiao Xiao gets collapsed on, but the teleport comes in.
Big damage root might come in, but there comes the Rise, the Rune Prison. Glebe Glarbu goes down, half HP unknown, but that's more than enough to survive.
Cloud9 losing control here. 2 kills they give up.
And Vasily's pushing bottom. No one's there to stop that.
Ill-advised dive right there coming in. They wanted to answer something for all those champions that LMQ committed to kill Altec, and they weren't able to get anything out of it. 3 members down bottom to collapse on the split pushing Corki. No advantage gained for Cloud9 in response. They actually lose another member.
Yeah. And No Name's waiting around again for the exact same gank. Vasily's chilling there. Low on mana. Only has the ulti, no summoners, but if Renekton goes in, he's about to get caught. Nope, just the recall. Vasily's fine. Doesn't bait anymore, but Bishu not landing nearly the same Miracle Javelins that Shai Wei Xiao was last time. So here it's, well, Dragons up. Pink ward control a little bit there for LMQ, but looks like it's C9T who get there first, and they're going to start this one out. They're still snowballing a bit of a gold lead off of Dragon control. They were at a 1,000 gold lead even with those 2 deaths. Going to grow that a little bit more, 176 per person.
Whoa! Boots of Swiftness completed on Rise.
Interesting. He really wants to get in range for catches. Also helps him dodge Javelin.
Not a lot of slows that he's trying to reduce, so it's mostly the base move speed on those is higher than either Merc Treads or Tabby, so there is that. However, it's a lot of money for that. Not quite as efficient as you would want.
Ooh, Altec just stole the big Wraith away from Rise. That was kind of nice. So mid lane outer turret went down. 4-2 in turrets. Undefeated, I think 3-0 on Dragons for Cloud9 Tempest. So the global gold going their way, though LMQ definitely have the kill lead, minion lead in some cases. Some great late game as well, but now C9T, they start the poke game. Bloodthirster done. Javelin's coming out.
I'm not a fan of these boots. I keep staring at them. I don't. We'll see how it works out, though. He does have the extra base move speed, at least. And the Blade of the Ruined King has also been completed. So Vasily, it's a little bit later than you would want, but he has completed. He'll be looking for those flanks. He's also very good at defending turrets. Not that great at sieging them up. As long as he's in a safe spot, though. He needs more to watch his back. Because Twitch, especially Summoners down, very vulnerable. He's going to need more actually to stand to the side of him. You don't want to be right next. Give him that lantern to get away.
Yeah. Well, mid lane, LMQ with the inside track here, pushing down rather rapidly, but they've
I don't think they'll stay. It would be really dangerous.
It's top lane they're going for. Also, the blue buff respawn. Isn't that right about now?
Even if they fight in the jungle, still really dangerous for LMQ. I think they just want an exit path here.
Yeah, you're right. They just take the white and they're going to be safe. I think I got the blue buff timed wrong. They're waiting around though. Kez might get spotted. No, Javelin's coming in. Looks like C9T well aware of the siege attempt. Stun hook, not
gonna
quite
be
landed.
down.
We're gonna get some damage back onto the jungler. Xiao actually well below half. This might be the engage C9T is looking for. They get the reveal onto Twitch. He gets rooted up. Yasuke though in the front line takes too much damage from Ryze and backs off.
Good box though. Box dissuades any pursuit from Cloud9, and they're able to claim their own blue buff here. Ryze coming in. Will he go for the dangerous steal? They want to deny it from Nidalee, but they're unavailable to. They're trying to give the threat so that there was maybe a panic smite, but they have faith in Bishu, able to get it into that bush and execute it.
And props to Glebe, I missed it, but the LMQ blue buff was actually taken by the support Karma there. I didn't see the invade go in, but with C9T holding the timer, they're owning three.
They're controlling it very well.
Yeah.
Very, very well.
There have been exactly one blue buff total that went to LMQ's team. They've gotten their own reds, but that's it. So Cloud9 Temp is playing the controlled game as best they can, but they're only rewarded with a 2,000 gold lead because LMQ keeps finding kills for themselves. Sheen, done for Altec. He's got a pretty big spike off that one. Of course, there's a lot to get with Trinity Force, but Sheen's still not bad. We'll have some good burst. Vasily just on the Blade of the Ruin King. Plays it safe, pops the ulti to get out, or the stealth. And it's just this tense game where C9T... I feel like LMQ's playing like a consistent game the entire time, and C9T keep making great moves and overreaching sometimes. LMQ's always playing like a good neutral that C9T are trying to play around. Look throughout the series, I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because they are going to be looking for that explosive team fight there. LMQ, they want some sort of fight in a jungle, in an avenue. Uh-oh.
Has a bit caught out, flashes down to the south. Loses the summoner spell. That's going to be it, though, for this one.
Now they want to be able to use the Twitch spray and pay in one of these little corridors to try and get their advantage that they're looking for in that fight. Syndra will burst one target down, hopefully, for Kha'Zix to get his reset. Level 11 here for No Name, so he does have the evolved wings as well as the ultimate. This is really what they're waiting for.
Flash, Rune Prison, Bishu's gonna go down. The catch from Xiao opens the doors.
All right, Ackerman with the boots of swiftness has the extra move speed to get in range for the flash and the hard engage. They need a hard engage versus Nidalee. He's here to deliver with the Ryze.
And another stun on a Kez, gonna take even more of a slow. Yasuke forced to dash away. He's gonna be safe, but the mid lane now under fire. Bishu's depth cap could not keep him alive. The wave clear, though, still pretty good from C9T. 4 versus 5.
And there's also no Syndra ulti, so they don't have to worry about that single target burst. They can actually defend this fairly easily. Bishu coming right back up.
He's alive right now.
So even though they got that pick, it was a good pick.
Yeah.
They were not able to get much of it. Trying to get at least red buff steal, that's something for LMQ, but they're giving up positioning on that mid lane.
Yeah, the push comes in. No one's around for this one. Wave is 15 seconds away or so it might take some time for C9T unless they backdoor it. Yasuke's going to run forward, so they will do that. But Syndra's around, making C9T back up. Dragon up in 40 seconds, though LMQ will be in position. Ryze pushing the bottom lane, that's Ackerman. Bit of ward coverage on both sides. No one is answering the Ryze push bottom, though. There's a timer for C9T.
Also, No Name is going damage Kha'Zix, the old style here, not going into a third item defensive stat here, going for the armor penetration, so he's assassin Kha'Zix.
Kez takes a bit of damage from that assassination. Cocoon comes out, but the box, sorry, not the box, the lantern as well, keeps him safe. Javelin hits, though, on the backside, taking some health off of Moore. C9T needs to wait for another minion wave, and Ryze is coming up to flank. He is not walking through any wards yet. C9T, this is the last wave before Ryze shows. It's down to 1/4.
They're looking for the flank here onto Cloud9. Hard engage onto this poke comp would be just what they want.
Ackerman walks through a ward. He hits a trap as well. No one's quite going to find him. Bishu off in the wings. Got to be afraid of the re-engage from Syndra. It's caught him before.
They give up on Ryze because they want the objective here. Don't want to waste any time chasing him. Good call by Cloud9.
Okay.
Secure that as well as bottom lane farm, which is very important as well. Should be enough for the completion of Trinity Force from Corki. That would be huge for him.
And it is Youmu's. It's Youmu's Twitch right here. That's going to be fun to see if he can burst people out with that combo. Blue buff again stolen away by C9T. Oh, here comes the teleport there. It's going to be the Ryze. The flash coming in to keep him safe, but here comes the potential engage. Cocoon not going to hit. The haste coming in.
It's 5v5 now, though. They've had Altec join, even though it's low on mana.
Yeah, That's just enough, though, for these guys. Looks like we will have the disengage. Mikhail's Crucible is now done for Glebe, so he can actually get people away from those Flash Rune Prisons, from the stuns from Syndra.
However, in the support wars here, the Talisman of Ascension also completed on LMQ side, so now they have the speed boost that they're looking for.
And the Javelin only hits a minion. Corki trying for some wave clear, hasn't been able to go back to shot. The stun's gonna land into Altek. The engage comes in. The hook as well. Altek has to flash out. Summoning Heals keep him alive. Teleport comes in from Renekton. Yasuke goes in there. There's the box as well. The fight is on. Everyone is trying to disengage. Talisman of Ascension used. Kez stunned up. Spray and Pray is on. Cocoon finds more. So does a Javelin. No Magic Pen yet from the mid lane immediately though. Woo. Disengage, just summoner spells and cooldowns burn.
That Mikhail's you just mentioned paying off. Kez is really low right now too. They do not want to continue fighting this. Everybody just backing off to farm money from the jungle and lick their wounds.
Bishu gonna get a double blue buff there. Doesn't really work that way, but he still gets it. So once again, Xiao, I forget if he got the assist last time they caught out Bishu. So someone else got the kill on that one. So Xiao still has never tasted a blue buff this game.
Yeah, he has still the classic minion lead though over his lane opponent. Altek at least able to answer for Cloud9. And he has finished that Trinity Force. Huge boost for him. This is gigantic for Corki right now.
Yeah, so Altek is definitely ahead of Vasily right now in that matchup.
Monster, yeah.
Unless you get like an amazing spray and pray, the Corki damage output will be higher. The mid laners have exactly identical builds right now, minus a Doran's Ring here for Bishu. He might have had to sell for a combine. I feel like he started the game with one. Altek,
another hook!
Up, very low on health. Ulti comes by. He does go down. That is a kill picked up for LMQ. Ascension pop. They're going to look for the re-engage. Twitch is far, so is Rise. 4v3 for now, but LMQ know they have reinforcement. Stun onto Kez. Gets played in, gets knocked around a little bit. Ulti shield comes in, but Yasuke's going to take the hook on the face.
Oh no, he fails the slice!
And now he's going to get Rune prisoned up. He's not got a lot of places to go. Doesn't even have the ulti available. Vasily gets the kill.
You're not a spider. You're a crocodile. You can't get over that wall.
That is 2 dead now. Ackerman actually tanky enough to survive this with Flash Rune Prison. Kez gets hooked up as well, jumps into the air, and he's got nowhere to go. 3 kills now. LMQ just keep finding it.
The picks here for LMQ at the perfect time. Starting out with Altek taking off the strongest member and then continuing the chase. Really big swing here. LMQ back in the driver's seat.
Such a good mid game for these guys. They just find the picks any way they can.
All right, there's the flash engage once again from Ackerman. That hard engage they're looking for. Now, using repel like that, you just become untargetable, so things that are already on you will stay on you. That's why we get the extendo chain from Moore. Go gadget death sentence, and they are able to find him.
Works out. 1-0-7 on that Thresh. He's been rather important for the team. 8 of his team's 9 kills, partially thanks to his chains. Gotta be some good stuff for that guy. Yasuke, though, trying to make this work. Does have the Banshees, does have Tiamat. Still trying to be tanky, but the engage, the dive, like C9T is not playing this one like LMQ was.
So basically, it's the pick right there that happened on the most important target that was possible.
Yes.
And LMQ perfectly responded to it. Immediately followed up with the stun, and they burst down Altek.
So LMQ equalized the gold here, actually putting a 200 gold lead for themselves in this one, entirely from their ability to pick up kills. No Name's Kha'Zix is gigantic.
This is why you upgrade your sweeper, or you use a pink ward, because they swept inside Baron, but it's a nice little vision ward here for Cloud9 that's going to cause LMQ to waste a lot of time. They swept it out. They think they have complete vision of inside Baron.
Yeah, but C9T are like trying to bait the vision game.
Twiddle their thumbs here. Now they started off. This is actually a good opportunity for Cloud9 to make a huge comeback.
All right, turret goes down, no local gold. Disengage there. It's going to be just the turret for nothing picked up. LMQ did not speed towards enough.
That's an assassin Kha'Zix. He cannot afford to be low. Already chugging a lot of potions. Yeah. He needs to get back up, and he is. Mid-game, or mid-lane.
Well, they're going to look for the mid lane. Only 1 minion there, though. C9T aren't going to find any engage. I feel like if C9T were LMQ, they would have dived that top lane. That's the way that LMQ seems to be playing. If they get an advantage, they just freaking push for it and look for opportunities to grab kills.
Yeah.
They've done a very good job of that.
There's so much poke here for Cloud9, though. I mean, this 4-man squad of Nidalee plus Karma, Corki, and Elise is really strong poke. And going for those dives, pretty risky.
That's true. It's just like, last game, LMQ and Nidalee, and they're like, screw it, going in with Renekton.
Yeah.
Made it happen regardless. Just kind of the way they did it. LMQ just feels more decisive in like, I think there's an advantage here, and they find it time and again. Their shot calling so good that they get the same target.
Yeah.
And that's been the way they've been winning these games.
I do have to agree. They also react to things very, very quickly.
Yeah. So LMQ reacting to the mid lane right now, shoving that one back. There was a gigantic set of wards. Look at this top jungle. How many wards are down from C9T? They want to own that section of the map, but I don't know if they can make plays off it.
Can they grab a solo dragon here? Elise definitely will be able to do it. It's just a matter of time. Only thing that would draw him away would be a forced Baron from LMQ. Pings are getting spammed onto it just because they saw that ward and wanted to get rid of it.
Right now, C9T going to be taking the dragon again. They've taken those all throughout the game. That is why they are still holding on to some gold right here. 2,000 actually putting Cloud9 Tempest ahead. They're up a turret, and they're up now what I think is 4 or 5 dragons. Oh, the hook, though, almost lands on an alt-tech. He's forced to run away. More. Not quite going to find the engage. Gleep Glarba getting his team away. Ascension was used there. Mikhail's is up. C9T might have the tools to respond to an engage. Javelin not going to hit No Name. Bit of ward sweeping. LMQ get away from Baron.
Whoa,
Xiao
Xiao with a dangerous mission here. Wants a blue buff for himself. Been starved for so long. And it actually is Cloud9 that are rushing up mid here. He's wasting a lot of time trying to get that blue.
They get a
Feels it, but they're out of position completely. Cloud9 need to burst this turret down. They need to just go for it.
Here's the push. Syndra on the flank. Turret down below, half HP. C9T started to flinch, though.
Finish.
They back off. Here's Twitch. Puts the slowdown. Cocoon's going to land. Stealth is broken, so is the attack.
Syndra with the flank. Very dangerous for Cloud9.
Half HP, No Name. Looks like LMQ successfully get away with this one. Another Javelin on. And they get Xiao to safety.
Yeah, so that blue buff cost him 30% of that mid-turret health. Will it pay off here?
More poke coming through. Doesn't quite land the champion this time around. Nice stun's going to break the Banshee's Veil. Altec now in the front lines. But the wave clear's so good. Xiao and Co not showing fear, even when getting Javelined.
Yeah, Ryze is going to have to heal at least. Take the opportunity with that next minion wave. Bottom wave is shoving in LMQ's favor. So all they really want to do here is hold out.
Yeah, C9T have like a 30 seconds till that bottom lane crashes in. They've got one wave to look for this inhibitor turret. LMQ back to full health. Blue buff Nidalee, blue buff Syndra though as well. Very dangerous. Xiao. You better put things down. Yasuke gonna lose the Banshee's Veil. C9T will disengage and will look for the minion farm instead.
Ackerman's flash is back up, so they have the option for another one of those flash rune prison hard engages that he's been looking for. A lot of summoners actually available from them. They got all 10. Their next fight is going to determine a whole lot for this game. We'll have to see if Cloud9 are quick on the trigger finger, because they have everything available to them as well.
And interestingly, the bottom lane farm for C9T goes to Yasuke on Renekton. So he'll have the completed Randuins most likely. But they don't put it on Altec, who's been, I guess, not having the best game, 0-2-0, but he could add more damage to his build right here. He's not going to go for it. All the minion waves now in more or less order, though. I think LMQ's doing a bit better job of that one. They've got the bottom lane pushing in. Mid and top about equal. Red buff goes to Vasily now.
We still have not seen Vasily ambush anyone.
Yeah.
Didn't get off to that quick start that he wanted, so wasn't able to get anyone in a compromising position. But, as you said, Cloud9 funneling a lot of money into this tank. The classic Ackerman build, actually, he's using. Not the version 2. Tiamat into full tank. Should work out for him.
Altec looking for a flank on Ackerman, not going to find that. He gets pinged out. Now control over Baron started. LMQ teleporting their whole team up there. They're going to start this one rather quickly, down to about 3/4 already.
Altec has to walk, though, so at best it's a 4 versus 5.
How about the Javelin? Ward over the wall. Javelin won't hit here. LMQ are going to disengage off this one. Putting more Dark Spheres down. Vishu on the wings looking for a Javelin. Does not hit anything with this one. Baron may start regening. Gleep Glarba going to maybe kill away with some wards with his Oracle's Lens. Must watch for hooks. Here. Good jab. Oh, wow. None of the Vishu Javelins are landing. He's missed 3 or 4 in a row now without damage.
Yeah.
Which could have given the control over mid.
And that, if those were hitting, that would give them the zoning power that they wanted to run up mid. But because they didn't get anyone, pretty easy movement there from LMQ to swing over from the Baron to mid lane here and get the defense. So, all action comes to a halt.
Yep.
They're able to end their course at the blue buff, though. So, all said and done, Cloud9 very happy with being able to stop that Baron, burning both teleports from both top laners.
And Xiao's missing blue now. It timed out on him.
It will be an easier siege, for sure, for Cloud9. As we said, all the flashes are available, though. When that happens, the advantage actually is usually to the team who's looking to initiate.
Damage coming through. Twitch is around, though. Goes with the cask. Might pop the ulti. Going to be the engaged. Rune Prison comes across towards Glebe. He's going to have to disengage, flashing away. It's going to be spray and pray pop. C9T forced to run away, but Silly low on health. Will they get the kill?
Trap!
Oh, not quite going to be enough. Summoner heal is used to keep him alive, though.
That's going to be Ryze ulti and Twitch ulti down. That's a lot of the AoE that they count on to get people low for Kha'Zix.
Will they back with this front turret? Going to be Yatsuki taking some damage. Stun on a Glebe, though. Not going to be great. Xiao low. The execute from Kez comes through. It's going to be the kill and the turret. Now to the back line. Four goes down. No name. Low on health. Has the Hexmaker. Vasily. Can he save the game? No, he cannot. 4 dead. C9T finding a huge team fight at 35 minutes.
Looks like we're going to 5, Freak. The inhibitor goes down. This should be the game. Easy end on the Nexus turrets.
35. Here comes No Name for the miracle. Not going to happen. Ace. The kill goes to the overworked Glebe Glarbu on support. 1, 2, and 4. 35.5 minutes. We're going the distance.
All right.
Game 5 for everything.
Full 10 games today. Everybody gets their money's worth.
Yeah. Oh, man, guys.
And Hai was talking about the momentum swing. He was saying, oh, it's all in LMQ's favor now. The fights are getting progressively worse for Cloud9.
Yeah.
But they regroup and they come back strong. They get the Nidalee pick. Pretty crucial there. Both members of the mid lane performing very well on that Nidalee. And this time around, Bishu gets the W. Whew.
Nail-biting series back-to-back as well. And I mean, think about it, right? Like, so C9T wins game 1, lose game 2, lose game 3, bring it back in game 4. And it was a game where they were winning the game and then let it slip for a while. You saw those 3 kill catches in a row. LMQ took back map control. I can't even talk anymore. That's how close the games are. Took back map control, and you're like, geez, like, that game was like a microcosm of the series where it was like, start out strong, and now you've got to get your head wrapped around game 5 now as well. The contested picks, what's important there, who gets what.
Cloud9 got Nidalee. Cloud9 actually got Renekton as well. Pretty crucial, pivotal point for them.
Yeah.
And Elise. I have to keep saying, I think the jungler for Cloud9, you got to test his champion pool. Press him a little bit.
Yeah, and of course, think about it, though. Think about the bans that were coming through. You had the Ziggs band over and over and over again. They're not relinquishing that one. So which champion pools do you test? They seem content to push down on Bishu. We'll see if that changes here in Game 5. Yeah. Guys, it's time for the 5th and final game of the Spring Series Finals between LMQ and Cloud9 Tempest. And then, of course, Hai will be joining us one last time. Don't go anywhere. You've made it this far.
mobile phone. To no signal to unlimited roam. Flip to iPhone, earpiece to Bluetooth. Everything advanced is the new truth. Look, I went from the Air Force Ones to, well, I still rock the Air Force Ones. Cross colors to Jabot to the rocker. Well, right there, now the Sean John gotcha. Went from Coleco up to Nintendo, to the Xbox, to the PS3 show. Floor model televisions to the flat screens. Went from pro sports to the rap dreams. Big bodies to the drops, to the coops, to the low cuts, the fades, to the braids like Snoop. It all moving too fast. Bringing the future to life through the past. Come on.
Yeah, y'all feeling this.
Oh, to the new.
Yeah, you see how real it is.
Oh, to the new.
And you know we killing this.
Oh, to the new.
And my life really is.
Oh, to the new.
Took this back to gear.
Oh, to the new.
Flipped up props for this.
Oh, to the new.
Now we on track for this.
Oh, to the new.
And y'all keep practicing.
Oh, to the new. Went from the all black to the shiny suits and Versace shirts and Timberland boots. Blazers to Tahoes, from Porsches to Lamborghini Murcielagos. Magic to Michael, Kobe to King James. Yo, over time how things change. And I know it all seems strange to see me whipping in a mean forest green range, when all I really wanted was a Land Cruiser with the sunroof.
Back with this front turret, gonna be Yatsuki taking some damage. Stun on a Gleave though, not gonna be great. Xiao low. The execute from Kez comes through. It's gonna be the kill and the turret. Now to the back line. Thor goes down. No name. Low on health. Has the Hexbreaker. Vasily, can he save the game? No, he cannot. 4 dead. C19 finding a huge team fight at 35 minutes.
Looks like we're going to 5, Freak. The inhibitor goes down. This should be the game. Easy end on the Nexus turrets.
35. Here comes No Name for the miracle. Not gonna happen. Ace. The kill goes to the overworked Glebe Glarbu on support. 1, 2, and 4. 35.5 minutes. We're going the distance.
All right.
Game 5 for everything. Welcome back to the North American Challenger Series Playoff Finals. The last blast of the Nexus will decide the 2014 Spring Challenger Series champion. I'd like to welcome High back to the set for one last time today. 2-2 in the series. I'm out of things to describe this, man. What do you think?
It's been a long day. I came here for the first side of the games, actually, and those are 5 games, and this one's 5 games. And I guess I jinxed LMQ by saying they're going to win that game. So maybe if I do that again, go on LMQ, yeah. They might lose again, so then C9 can win. That'd be great.
You're so emphatic about that.
Yeah.
You're just like, go.
You guys got this, man. I can't cheer like too hard, you know.
Are you a
Otherwise,
part
I'm
of the Lomo Nation? Hi.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
He did call me the Lomo King, to be fair.
They do?
Vasily, when I was playing with him. I have a screenshot of it, actually.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're the king. That's awesome.
Hey, man, he called me the Lomo King, so I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Why would I not?
I didn't know they were a monarchy, actually. I figured they were a democracy, but
who knows?
You were the sole leader. Congratulations.
The king of it, apparently.
There you go. Okay, so then if you're LMQ, then if you're the king of the nation, what do you do then to fix up Game 5 here? Because they're trading back and forth, obviously.
So I've seen this actually a couple times. The last time C9 played against LMQ, I think they did mirror matches mid. So one time he had Nidalee, the other time he had Oriana, and they reversed it. And he just did this again. I feel like they're either doing that to make a statement. I think Scar said that on Twitter too. So I'm kind of pulling this from him, which I thought was cool.
Yeah.
So like he's picking Syndra into the Nidalee, and he picked like Nidalee into Syndra, and he's basically saying a statement, hey, I'm better than you.
So there was also Medjai's picked up. Now that was by the support, but it's a similar thing, kind of making a statement with that item.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the Medjai's or the Syndra pick personally. If they're trying to make a statement, I guess they made the statement.
You gotta back it up if you.
Yeah, I guess they kind of got punished for that by the Medjai's they had. And
they won. Yeah, well, they won that game.
It was a very low kill game. I think C9 had 2 kills before the end of the game. Like they had 2 kills, went mid, aced them, and then there's 7 kills, and that's like all they had the entire game. So it was a very low kill game.
Yeah, and that entire game was objective control. C9T took literally, aside from the first spawn of buffs, every single blue buff on the right side jungle and every single dragon. That was kind of the way they kept up. But now we've seen many times in a row, LMQ seem to be better at picking off champions and getting kills. Identifying those as like 2 repeated key traits, how do you change the way you play to beat the other team?
Right. So I think something that you can notice off these series is when C9 played for the objectives, they won those. Like that game just now, once again, they had 2 kills. They had every single dragon, though, basically every single blue from Syndra, and they went for turrets and they went for dragons. So when you're going for objectives and the enemy team just wants a team fight, but they don't get the team fight, then they're kind of lost as what to do. So they kind of got... They weren't necessarily that far down on gold, but they were getting out objective. Say, for example, they had the dragons, they had the blues. That game probably would have been a stamp for them. But the fact that C9 got all the dragons and the blues, it went very bad for LMQ. They're not prioritizing objectives at all, really. I think they're going for kills, and that kind of shows with the Mejais, that kind of shows with the Syndra. And when you're just prioritizing kills, and the enemy team isn't, you're going to have a bad time.
So then thinking into then picks and bans, you go for this one because we're seeing mirror matches back and forth. Soraka was a big deal early on. Now it's getting banned all the time. Nidalee now seems to be undefeated in this series and kind of like the marquee champion for both of these players. I feel like that has to come into consideration as well in picks.
Right, so they once again banned Caitlyn, but it went better for them this time because they were blue side for 1, and for 2, they banned the second AD carry on top of that. I don't necessarily know why Vasily picked Twitch. I think it's because he likes him. I've seen him play in solo queue where he does his Blade of the Rune King Youmuu's Rush, which is fine, but I think a better pick would have been Graves there, obviously, just because it had success earlier, and I personally think is a better champion. So they had a very good pick ban phase. They got their Nidalee to put Wei Zhao on Syndra, which I think is arguably an okay champion. So I feel like they didn't pick optimal champions, in my opinion, and they get punished for it.
Yeah, I was thinking it looked like they got beat in draft phase this time around.
Yeah.
They had that Twitch. Twitch never got to assassinate anyone, even though he did build the Ghost Blade.
Yeah,
he was so happy about.
He was set up for it.
Never got to do the Blade Ghost Blade combo.
The Blade combo, actually. 2 blades.
Double blades, dude.
Didn't kill anything.
A lot of blades.
I know.
The Ghost of the Ruined King.
The Ghost of the Ruined King. Just kind of a ghost of a champion. Wasn't even shown up there. So, last final question then for you. Prediction?
Go C9. Yes. That's what I'm going to say.
I thought you were going to go with your sabotage mode here.
Yeah.
And go LMQ.
LMQ's going to win. Yeah. let's hope that sabotages them.
Root for one. Vote for the other.
Team wins, yeah.
There you go. All right, Hi, thank you very much, guys. We're going to get ourselves into Game 10 of the night, but Game 5 of this series, winner takes the first ever Challenger champion here in North America. And, you know, they talked about at the very beginning of the tournament, or the very beginning of this match, actually, Cloud9 Tempest saying, well, Cloud9 Eclipse won in Europe. Cloud9 is the #1 seed in North America. Why can't we make it all 3 teams here? See if they can do it. We're going to champ select.
Why not indeed, Freak? Now, you did bring up a point during our interview, where you talked about LMQ are so good at picking people off.
Yeah.
Is that they're great at picking people off, or is that Cloud9 are great at walking into picks?
Both.
Because one of them, at least one of them, was just walking straight into
That's true.
So
that's true.
We'll have to see. Vision control, though, regardless, either way is going to be important so they can avoid those picks that LMQ are looking for, trying to kill people, go more for kills than objectives. LMQ, though, they can easily go straight back to their core game plan, have the early game team fights, win the dragon fights, take objectives off of those, go back to the comfort picks.
So we'll see what the teams find. Soraka and Shyvana still banned away. We'll see if LMQ adds the Ziggs again. The Ziggs have been banned every single game so far. I don't know if they changed that plan. C9T making, I think, a smart adaptation, banning away Nidalee in this matchup.
Yeah.
Not allowing that.
Side, so they've learned.
Well, they also banned Ori, though, because they've added that ban on for a while against Xiao Wei Xiao.
Yeah, I mean, they're leaving Ori up, but I don't feel like that's as big of a deal as the Nidalee.
And Ziggs still removed.
They could still ban it, too. And they've only banned Caitlyn as well. So all the other AD carries will still be available. They're just trying to take that away from Vasily. Now, Lucian, the last band's either going to be Lucian or Orianna. Now, the real question is, who are they more afraid of? Which
maybe no name Kha'Zix? No,
which player? No, yeah. Okay, so it is that they're gonna give the possibility of a first pick Lucian. In which case, they could take a Kha'Zix. They could take a Renekton. I don't know. It's an interesting trade-off here.
Yeah, if this was 4.4, you'd say Lulu. We've seen it a little bit.
I mean, Lulu would probably be the answer pick to whatever other mid laner gets picked first.
Well, keep in mind, this is a game. Think about, I think it was game 3, actually, where C9T taxed Bishu's champ pool so hard that he was forced back on the Syndra that didn't work well. Syndra's 0-2 in this series.
Yeah.
LMQ could continue to attack the mid lane pool, grab another thing that Bishu would like to play, like Lulu. And I feel like that's an important pick for these guys.
They give up the Kha'Zix and go. I mean, they give up the Lucian, go for Kha'Zix instead. So Lucian is definitely available, as well as. Okay, never mind.
Yep, Lucian's available. The Renekton
They
worked
can
last
lock
time.
in quicker than I can speak.
It's true.
But anyways, those are the two that we talked about. However, support's still up. For Morgana, for some reason, has been a really high priority for these guys as well.
Yeah.
It looks like it's kind of dropped off as the games have progressed here. Because it's been, I mean, it's been a good champion, but Thresh has been equally as impactful. Don't feel like it's worth knocking any of these picks lower on the scale. So I think this is a good adaptation for both.
Yeah, and Graves comes through anyway, so Lucian not even, I mean, they grabbed it, but it pushed them onto Graves. Graves was a good performance from Vasily before anyway.
No mid laner yet. The hard counter pick is guaranteed for Cloud9 if they want to leave their mid till last. Likewise, they could jump for that Lulu, who's a safe all-around mid laner to go with if he's worried about getting cornered.
And I'm wondering what else is in that pool for him right here. He's already taken 4 mid lane bans. You've always got to make sure you know what else is available to you in this one. But C19 now going to take their time with this one. Top lane Lee Sin, jungle Kha'Zix, AD carry Graves. A very damage-heavy lineup. I think every top lane Lee Sin gets 1 or 2 offensive items before they start. Whether it's Brutalize or Last Whisper, I've seen that, or the Hydra Rush. Sometimes even seen BT Rush. But I feel like we are going to have damage in a lot of plays for LMQ.
And Ackerman does have the teleport still, sitting on that, so likely the teleport Lee Sin. Looking to shove the lanes very quickly and then move around the map. So they do go early Lulu, get that safe early pick for the mid lane.
Yeah.
There's not like hard counter picks for Lulu, so it's an all-around safe pick there for Bishu. Locking in the jungler, I thought it was going to be an Elise locked in.
Yeah,
Evelyn very similar though. It's right up there as far as Kez's rankings go. So it's actually going to put more threat on the map early without him having to be there. Just the, as we talked about before, the vision tax that Evelyn brings, as well as the threat that sort of makes the solo lanes play a little bit safer because they always have to respect an Evelyn.
Yeah, and if we actually saw last time there was an Evelyn there, significant pink ward purchase from LMQ. That Evelyn tax, as you described it. There's going to be that little bit of an invisible gold lead going on to see if LMQ can stop the ganks coming through. The last few seconds ticking out, and LMQ are going to go support Annie here for more.
So last time he hovered over it, this time they actually pull the trigger.
Yeah.
They're going so damage heavy here. This team for LMQ is all about quick bursting. They're picking people off. They're bursting down single targets. They can actually burst down several targets at once with the Annie and Graves.
Arguably, yeah.
But man, that duo as just a lane, level 6 is terrifying. An Annie Graves lane, level 6, is one of the most terrifying things that you can have in the duo lane.
So C9T backing up with some defensive pickups as well. I still like Karma vs. Graves, another matchup where you've got a big poke lead. Also, judging by my knowledge of these players, I feel like more is likely to start with like a Ruby Crystal. So in 2-on-1s, you've actually got a slight push lead here. I feel like it's mid Lulu and support. Yeah, because I didn't finish the thought. Because
I'm right there with you.
No, we're there, but I'm thinking of extra level ahead. I think C9T will still swap these. I don't think it's mid Karma.
Yeah.
It's very unlikely, but I was thinking like Lulu is a flex pick regardless. I like that they picked it up early, then waited on their true support pick.
Let's see if they do swap it.
Well, I think the rules, they do.
It's 20 seconds.
Cutoff is 20 seconds. They put it back there. Bishu ignite Lulu actually as well, so wanting to fight his opponents, not the heal stack necessarily. Renekton Eve, still very, very fun. Also ignite Renekton here, so actually a lot of changes.
And the Lulu talking about changes in the new patch, she cannot actually pull off the double Glitterance even if she stacks up cooldown reduction. Before you were able to get to it. And I felt like that's where a lot of Lulu kills came from, is people, especially the first time around, not expecting the picks to stay on you that long and getting off a second Glitterance. That's not available anymore. So it's pretty much all about that upfront damage. And you just have to worry about the speed. That still catches people off guard with Lulu.
Yeah.
Surprise factor, I think, is a really big deal with this champion.
Yeah, and the cool thing is we've actually seen people change their builds around a little bit, kind of as a result of that change, actually. Yesterday in the semifinal, we saw Xiao on Lulu go like 1 or 2 Doran's Ring into first item Sheen to just shove in against the Nidalee and just deal damage to that turret. Say, well, there's no point in rushing CDR. It's not going to affect me that much. I'll get some extra AP and mana and get the Sheen damage. And actually took mid turret tier 1 and tier 2 because of that. He had so much pressure on the lane that he got his team a global objective lead. So I kind of want to track the item progression there from Bishu, see how he does with this Lulu here. Again, I like that they picked that fairly early in the rotation, didn't allow that to get stolen away, because that's kind of important to make sure your mid laner gets something comfortable. So Bishu being back on something he cares about, that he's good with, it's going to be something to watch for.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this game because it feels like LMQ are the ones who make the first decision. They're the ones with the high damage team if they can execute well. If they can execute well, if they can get the vision and get the first step, the initiation on even the little skirmishes, then they can come out ahead. However, C9 being the more beefy team, the more resilient set of champions, if LMQ make a misstep in one of those fights, it's very easy for Cloud9 to punish them for it.
It's going to be about the gold lead then in this one. Cloud9 Tempest chilling by their blue buff right now, but LMQ stacking up pretty early on the top side of the map. We'll see what happens with these teams. It is Ruby Crystal and a ward start for Moore. He's actually already put that one down.
Ooh, early W start from Annie as well. Already got the stun.
Okay. It is a 1.25 second stun. It's been nerfed a couple of patches ago to be shorter early game, but still incredibly important. Still have an area effect stun at level 1.
Yeah, still enough to kill somebody at a level 1 team fight.
Yeah, when you got Kha'Zix's Lee Sin, some good damage there. Right now, C9T, though, waiting around on the wings. Kez actually off on the side, being Evelyn. He can stand outside the brush and be invisible.
All right, Yuzuki has switched off his teleport. Was holding onto that one through Champion Select, but he's going Ignite Renekton.
Yeah, 2 Ignites, 2 heals in the team.
This is one of the few times where LMQ actually have the teleport advantage moving towards late game. See how well Ackerman can use that to his advantage. Lee Sin versus Renekton. Interesting matchup here with Lee Sin being down his combat summoner. It will be, again, influenced by junglers pretty easily.
And it looks like we're going to have a 2-on-1 with the lanes, I would say, in something like an advantage for C9T. Top lane turret, of course, harder to take down, and with LMQ dedicating their dual lane up there, it's actually going to be harder. I mean, we've seen now 2 games in a row C9T getting an early objective lead because of lane swaps, whether it's 2 turrets for 0, 2 turrets for 1, plus a dragon. C9T starts these games away early, and they won the last game just because of objective control. It's a thing to keep in mind here.
Yeah.
Yasuki, though, with Ignite, is on the wrong side of the map. He's going to have to run all the way down to join Kez with the buffs and whatnot.
Ackerman, Yuzuki is kind of floundering in there. He's just getting up the ward on red and then trying to get some jungle experience. No, he needs to make a beeline down there. He's going to help with pushing, as he said. Evelyn is actually better than Kha'Zix in the straight-up push game because she can get her attack speed buff or just off a minion and take down the turret quicker. Also, with the turret on bottom, not having that extra defense will help out.
Yeah.
So Yuzuki just heading over level 1. Since he is uncoordinated, they won't be able to get that 4-man level 2. And it's going to be spread out a little bit more unevenly.
LMQ slightly flubbed this push right here. They actually lost most of their first wave in this one with the cannon minion wave. Vasily also took some damage, but here comes the initial push. This turret will be going down. I want to see if the cannon minion actually dies, though. It's taken a bit of punishment. C9T definitely will lose their cannon, I believe.
They have more ranged minions, though. Going to help out.
Okay, so turret is down. Looks like the similar situation there. Cannon did die. LMQ slightly smaller wave, but otherwise pretty equal in footing. And Lee Sin's actually a great turret pusher. He has attack speed on the kit as well. Bishu landing a bit of damage to Xiao. Xiao actually nice dodge on the chains. But Bishu down 8 CS with this one. See how it goes.
While we're talking about tower pushing, Renekton, you can reset your auto attack with this stun, though you can't obviously stun the turret. People often still use it just to reset, get an extra auto in there. 2 turrets down, everybody full steam ahead. The game of chicken continues. Will we see inhibitors go down? C9T are behind. Pretty late recalls here. They might actually get it.
It's down below half HP. We'll see if C9T can stop this push because LMQ are not slowing down. They're low on minions. They might stick. The lead showing up. Yasuki there. They do take that one down. The slow comes out, though. Is that enough to turn this fight around? Moore has a stun. Lands a bit onto Yasuki, but he's going in anyway. Moore very, very low. The re-engage, Ignite pop, summoner heals, but here comes Kez. Looks now for Vasily, who's only at half HP. Kez forced to back up.
Really, looks they're like looking to stall the recalls here and allow Altec to get more farm down there at the turret, but LMQ are able to get away long enough for the teleport down bottom. And tower advantage over to LMQ. Inhibitor already exposed. Who's going to make a move for this dragon? it doesn't look like either team is going to be rushing it since they both recall safely to base. It's very hard to tank that one up when your opponents have the same numbers as you. Yuzuki this time around on Renekton will be stuck up top though, no teleport.
Yeah, so the thing to keep in mind with this matchup as well, with the turrets going down, is that an inhibitor turret's worth 175 gold to each person on the map, which gives Xiao 175 gold lead in his mid lane matchup there over Bishu. He'll be half an item up, or half a basic item up at all times, which can matter. The 20 extra AP could mean an all-in. It could mean a Fiendish Codex being completed and better cooldowns.
Yeah, he'd have to go back to base first, though, and he's got really heavy consumable starts, so he could easily stay out here much, much longer. Now, as we said, it would be a one champion advantage for LMQ at this dragon. However, it does a large portion of your health and damage this early in the game. It would be feasible for Cloud9 to at least poke them at the dragon, but they decided to just give it up.
Yeah.
Don't want to risk it.
Well played, LMQ.
Yeah, they'll allow Renekton to try and shove that top lane. Now, for the dragon, they weren't able to do anything with their bottom lane. That was a 2-minion big minion wave that was stacking up. Altec was able to prune that one down to size.
Yasugi does get the top lane pushed in, so that'll be a lot of minions suiciding out of the turret. That's kind of the only answer C9T got for it.
Yeah, he'll get a few. Down bottom, though, Kez.
He's going to look good for this. Moore getting the stuns up. Kez low on health. Summoner heal burned, actually. The re-engage, though, 3 versus 2. Moore getting away with the summoner heal. Vasily around as well. But there comes the Kazakhs on the re-engage. C9T forced away, losing summoners in the process.
All right, so LMQ hold on to their advantage. All said and done for the early game. It was their call, and they came out ahead this time around. So, pretty good move there from LMQ. And the teleport really helped them as well, allowing Ackerman to go defend bottom quicker than usual.
Yeah, and he was able to get to the top lane quicker than usual as well. He started on the correct side of the map. Yasugi didn't really guess properly. Was at the top, had to walk all the way across, and was late to the party. So all those things kind of coming into effect right here. LMQ to a 1,500 gold lead. 1,600 gold lead, actually, very early on in this game, with not being a turret and a dragon for this one. So now Cloud9 Tempest playing from the disadvantage. LMQ, we talked about them being all about picking people off. And with the gold lead, they might just do that.
And the item discrepancy that you were looking for in the mid lane has manifested itself in the form of a Fiendish Codex in the favor of Xiao. Quite strong this early. Blue buffs will be traded off. Doesn't look like there will be any sort of invade from Cloud9 Tempest to try and deny that one from Xiao.
But he's going to make his way towards this red buff here. Yasuki not really in a good place to stop this.
Ackerman
shoving in.
Is level 6 to Yuzuki's 5. That's why we're going to make that move. One of the rare roams from Xiao. And he doesn't get anything out of it yet.
Well, they've still got control, though. Ward's coming across. Here comes the engage from Ackerman. He has pulled it into the brush.
Eve has smite, and there's a ward inside, so very low chance of this red buff going over to LMQ. And then, until No Name comes, and he's got the execute.
Oh, not close enough. The smite. He's level 6 off this one. Pops a bit of damage across.
His ulti. Oh, he got his ulti leveled up. They didn't want to find it anyway.
Didn't go.
So, LMQ, they should have kept that red buff a little bit higher health and waited for No Name to join. He was a few steps away of coming. And then Kazakhs would easily have the advantage, could combo with his Q.
Yeah, well, doesn't quite happen. But the bottom lane, though, I feel like this one's going well for LMQ. You're seeing Annie put out the damage. Xiao grabs his blue buff there. Kez going to make the roam, though, not through a ward. Has the ultimate.
Try number 2 here. He's going to attack the bottom lane. They still have 1 flash on
No flash for more, though. They're going to go in. Here's the teleport. They're turning it around. That's going to be enough. The 5-minute cooldown. Altec forced away.
Canceled, so it's not.
3-minute cooldown.
Yeah.
All right.
But worth it. You know, only have to use the ulti there. Couple ultis, actually. Altec used his culling as well. Good awareness by Cloud9, not overcommitting to that.
Smart choice. I wonder, would it have been possible to do enough damage to like get rid of Annie and then just like re-engage the 3v2? I think without cooldowns it'd be hard though.
He would have to have a little bit better positioning as well coming in for the gank.
Okay.
Hard for him to get out. Annie is extremely hard to gank as Evelyn.
Wow. Some good early damage. Bishu is taking hits with this one. Of course, with the flask for Xiao, he can kind of take these trades and just get his health back. Bishu's just kind of hemorrhaging a little bit of HP. Does get some poke back down. Of course, being down the Fiendish Codex means less shields, less damage. Just wave clearing back and forth, though. 89 to 70, again and again. Xiao doing a great job with minions. There's a pink ward on the right side of mid, put down by No Name. Again, the attempted push in lands the root, actually. This is not great for Bishu. Still taking damage this matchup.
Yeah, you know, he's down in CS, but that's to be expected against Xiao, as usual. I don't think there was a lot of mid lane intervention either. Pretty much all of the side pushing.
Chain dodge, though. Bishu gonna get jumped on, low on health, bursted down. Silence being enough. First blood goes to Xiao. LMQ looking so far great in this game 5.
Ackerman as well, able to get out easily. He's got 3 people to deal with, though. Should probably be just a force down turret for Cloud9. Glebe walks right into Ackerman, and they
pushes them out. They will get the turret trade. Mid lane is under fire.
Passing in the night.
Yeah, pretty much. This time they saw them, though. Yeah, mid lane turret going to be going down. Just the stealth Evelyn waiting around Ackerman to join this one.
2 turrets for 1, though. Are they getting bottom as well?
Oh, yeah. You're right. LMQ with a big rotational advantage. They're very far ahead now. 5 turrets to 3. Remember, one of those turrets is actually an inhibitor turret in the top lane. I mean, there's a wealth of gold still available just at the tier 2s. C9T still looking, though, for tier 2 top lane. The rotation coming from No Name and Ackerman, though, looks like Xiao is taking some damage. But C9T not really committing. Yasuki actually pulled back to fight for this one. More is coming soon.
They look for the kick under the turret. Little bit early.
Engage for the damage, but the re-engage. Tibbers putting out huge pain. LMQ diving in for this one. The culling coming across, gonna kill off Tibbers. Poor Annie missing her best friend. Very low health on the Glebe Glarb, but No Name does not want to keep going in. Yasuki pulling a bit of attention. Now all 5 of C9T top side.
Yeah, they swing over. Evelyn coming with Lulu, but it's a little bit late, and LMQ do not decide to continue. Good choice by them. They're able to chase off Cloud9 and retain their advantage. That's all that they wanted to do, was retain that tower advantage. Great global gold that they were able to get from that last move. 2 for 1 turrets, and they didn't have to lose much. It was just a little bit of health on the top.
Big damage towards Kez, but just jumps over the wall, honestly. Not much required from Xiao to make that happen. But the pink ward will go down. That one did not live long. That was No Name's just a few minutes ago.
I think that burst that he took for that pink ward, though, might be the difference in this dragon fight. Evelyn's trying to chug his potion right now. They do at least call in the teleport. There's no teleport for Cloud9.
Yeah, so 5v4. Even with Xiao low, this could be the good fight. Burst going across, half HP on Dragon. Will Kez engage for this one? Looks like Cloud9 Tempest are scared of this one. Burst comes through, blue team picks up Dragon.
They're respecting that Tibbers, even though Tibbers is not back up yet. Nobody wanted to get close to Annie. Moore was able to zone.
C9T playing a bit more afraid game 3 right now. They're down in gold and afraid to take fights, which does mean they're giving away objectives, though. And right now, C9T not finding many things to do in this game. Their objective trades have been negative. They've taken 1 for 2. Time and again.
Right from the beginning, with the swap from LMQ, Yuzuki did not expect it and had to walk all the way down the map. They're looking to answer mid, though.
Big dive from Yasuki. Nice knock-up 3-man from Lulu. They're going in towards Moore. Moore will go down. That's 1. Mid lane turret under fire. C9T on the scoreboard of this one. No Name waiting around on the side. Vasily waiting off in the wings as well. Glitterlance comes across. Looks like LMQ buy time for now, but next wave this could be a turret kill.
Yeah, you were talking about LMQ are the ones doing most of the tower dives. Great job there by Cloud9. Getting in and out quick enough. Taking down the Annie before Tibbers was able to be used. Still down, and now they want to finish the turret!
Well, they get the stun on Ackerman, though. Big damage coming across. Force to disengage. Turret will fall. AoE Karma Shield. Keep the team in a good spot.
Bottom wave here. Bottom wave. They do not want to give up pressure. There's a giant glob of minions here for Cloud9. Because of it, they'll be awarded from blue buff here. Can they actually make a flank? If they circled back around towards mid, they would even be able to capitalize one more time. But they're going to take their blue buff and return back with just that.
Wow, that's a lot of golden XP on Vasily, who's already got a Bloodthirster, and it's basically fully stacked by now.
Yep.
Altec gets his own BT, but looks like not more on top of that, so a big lead here. 20 minions plus the global gold. Vasily is much bigger than Altec when he goes back to shop.
So there's actually a similar size wave up top for Cloud9 to feed on. And they're giving it over to Renekton, who is split decision here. Decided to start with Pickaxe and now moving more towards Tank. Not going to complete that Tiamat quite yet. Well, let's see if he actually goes for that or completes Sunfire Cave first. Both of them actually help with pushing waves. But the Sunfire, a lot more tanky early.
It's true. You spend a lot of money for a bit more stats. You get like 70 health and 5 armor for like 900 gold. It's pretty much you're investing in the flames.
Trust in the flames.
Always got to.
For the night is dark and full of terrors.
I do not know what that's from.
Game of Thrones.
All right, well, there you go.
I don't know if that's deeper in the books than the series has caught up to, though.
Spoiler alert, I just know the quotes now.
Nah,
wow.
I think they've already used it. They probably haven't used it.
Gonna be all right with this one. Cloud9 Tempest, though, farming all the way back by their inhibitor. There was no turrets up there for Yasuki to fall back to.
Look at the ward coverage, though. I mean, man, it's all LMQ invading on Cloud9's jungle. Since the very opening of the game, they were the ones making the first moves, as I said, and it was all down to execution for this team. They've got so much damage. If they're able to execute, if they're able to make the first step, get the initiative, then it's up to them to finish. Ooh. Okay, Ackerman's pretty deep here.
He's going to get rooted up, but Kez is right there. Ackerman's got nowhere to go, gets found.
All right, he made the first move, did not execute properly, and
offsides.
Just offsides there from Ackerman. And he's going to have to spend 15 more seconds in the penalty box, allowing a power play for Cloud9 Tempest.
We are multiple sports metaphors there.
It was good.
I like
it. Just pile them on.
Home run for C9T.
Just pile them on.
What's it when you get a score in cricket? If Quickshot were here, he'd know.
Oh, God. Is that?
It's kind of like baseball. Did I just offend all the European viewers now, or is it too late for them to be watching anymore?
I don't even think it's all the European viewers. Like, isn't cricket mainly English?
I don't know.
I think it's actually, yeah. All right, well, Kez is doing some mobile ward work here. Side bonus of Evelyn. Able to see where everyone has committed to for LMQ. Moore does have his flash and tippers available, so that comboed with the Graves, really, really scary. Talking about the damage that they're packing. They can turn this team fight in the blink of an eye if he gets a good flash tibbers.
And this turret's super low. Yasuki could just tank the damage for it. He will, but this is a bit dangerous.
Whoa,
taking big payback. He might get himself killed by Ackerman. He's going to have a big heal. He could have a dash going away.
He used up a lot of the fury.
The Q hits. The flash. He actually follows through anyway.
Beautiful from Ackerman right there.
Too early on the flash. He could have won that fight.
Yeah.
But perfect play by Ackerman. Gives himself the kill back. Does get a turret kill, but heavy engage by Yasuki to get that one.
All right, Freak. In cricket, it's a run just like baseball. So
it's a run.
Not adding anything on.
All right, cool. Darn.
All right, let's get a replay of that. He really wants this turret. Kicks him off the turret. You have to slice back in. And here's where the loss of fury comes in. Off the dice.
Yep.
That was unfortunate for him. But because he goes for the flash and doesn't get an auto attack turnaround, the ignite not going to take him down either. You already knew the outcome of that duel.
Yep.
Ackerman gets some vengeance.
So 2,000 gold game. More Vasily Xiao all here ready for Dragon. C19 not ready for this one, so looks like this will be another objective going over LMQ's way. Venom is making their way down, but they're not going to be there in time.
And I have to say, LMQ using that teleport pretty well since the beginning of the game. C9 definitely missing out on that summoner spell this time around. Yazuki hasn't been able to do that much with his ignite instead.
And you know, speaking of the teleport, Distortion already picked up for Ackerman. He's got a extremely low cooldown.
Hey, doesn't it give you some new move speed after you flash now too?
You get well, like about 2 seconds of 30% move speed after TP, or 1 second after a flash.
That's for even easier Dragon Rage kicks back into your team. You can position yourself that much quicker.
Vasily on the flank gets spotted out by Kez, though, has to flash the wall.
Offsides, but he gets away with it. Yeah, just a yellow card.
You definitely don't
Yuzuki!
sides. He does not like that wall.
Yuzuki has tried to go through that wall from both sides and has failed both times.
It's very unfortunate.
Just keeps ramming his head against it. Putting a dent in that wall. Pretty soon that wall is going to give way.
He's doing some deforestation. He's trying to get rid of the trees. Hates nature, Yazuki.
Man, this game, because it's the game 5, I feel like...
there it is! Oh, the flash by Bijou keeps him safe, though. Ackerman has to get away. He does, though, with the ward hop. Clutch right there.
Tibbers down.
Bomb on. Tibbers does die. Smite secures
gold.
it. Kez rich now. Quick wave clear for LMQ. The 1-0-0 LeBlanc. He doesn't pick it to, like, rest his control over the map. He's just like, I'm going to farm, and I'll kill you in teamfights later. Altek gets the red buff. Already has a blue for himself. 2-2 in the game. 2,500 gold. LMQ going in for this one early.
There's no way for Cloud9 to get vision of this without going through more.
They're not checking.
Oh, yeah. This is great move from LMQ. I like the no hesitation. They just scared off Cloud9. Plus, they know they have complete control with the double pink wards this early in the game.
Yep. C9T find out too late. They'll know the timer by seeing those purple flowers floating around, but that's a big boost of golden XP. LMQ now up 4,000 and a Baron buff.
2 outer turrets left up for them to try and knock down as well. But really, it's not that great of a siege team here from LMQ. They need to make use of their split push, make use of their great ward coverage, try and pick somebody. It's hard for them to actually do anything around the turrets. The only thing that they would try and go for really would be to stun somebody with Annie who's a bit away from the turret and go with their range burst. They have great range burst as well. They don't have to all-in commit to somebody. If they get up around a turret and somebody from Cloud9 steps up too far, they can stun them and execute them with the Graves and LeBlanc combo.
Guess they'll be sending them to their graves.
But down.
Yeah. Ackerman gonna make his way up. Killing off the minions. Does have no summoners, but really a whole lot of wave clear. 150 minions. Still basically treading water against Yazuki for the mid lane matchup and the AD carry matchup. You've got pretty substantial leads right here. So LMQ, their key players, are very far ahead. Death cap already done. Yazuki pushed around a little bit, but you're seeing an item lead in the mid lane and a pretty substantial item lead for AD carry. Static Shiv ordered done for Vasily, so even more burst is there. That's going to mean a lot, because until Altek gets Triforce, he's going to be behind.
It also means super, super fast wave clear for Graves. He already has Buckshot. Adding Static Shiv onto that is amazing for the wave clear.
And keep in mind, top lane has no turret, so C9T must respond to this wave right here, because Vasily is about to be threatening an inhibitor.
Oh, they are right. They don't even have to siege up at a turret. They can try and force a fight around the exposed inhibitor. They will do so. This is going to be the 4-man squad as well. No tanks in this fight. I have to give that advantage over to Moore, because he's got the stun ready to go. This is going to be 5-on-4, dead inhibitor.
Ackerman definitely going to be the inhibitor down. It's gonna will respawn before Baron comes up by about 35 seconds. It's fairly relevant here, but ultimately it means LMQ are gonna have map control for quite a bit longer. Kez wants to go in, the knock up to Ackerman. Big burst comes out from Xiao. Doesn't quite get any kills though. Dual Glitter Lance comes across, putting some damage still there.
Now, LMQ were spread out, so it was an attack from the side, but you know, not really any follow-up there. And pretty big ulti down for Cloud9. Once again, that teleport for LMQ doing so much more than the Ignite on Renekton. Able to get the inhibitor, and now the mid-turret siege.
They're going to try a Baron buff. Will time out within the next minute here, but that's going to be a couple of waves they still get the chance for. The flash forced away. Xiao does get removed in the 1v2, but he's going to join his team, reaching up with Baron. They've got another wave coming.
All right, Lulu is strong wave clear. Lucian is decent as well. But there's just so much danger from this Annie. Everybody on Cloud9 has to watch their positioning. They cannot afford to group up. Lucian next to either Lulu or Evelyn would be devastating.
So LMQ snowball to a 5,000 gold lead. They kill away the jungle as they go. Smart choices there. Remove as much gold as possible and gain golden XP for your team. See minions dropping away rather quickly, but C9T still. They've got to be afraid of this one.
Yeah. By the way, the reason I say that is because Evelyn is still pure assassin at this point. Hasn't transitioned into the tanky phase where she starts building Randuins and things like that. Still 100% assassin, all damage. Alatek able to dash away.
You can see the wave clear there. So easy for Vasily to remove the minions. They push in once more. The culling coming across, but now blocked by No Name, keeping his wave alive. So let's C9T go in right here. They're going to lose that one. They get away with enough, killing the minions off. LMQ backs off.
Yeah, they're making great use of this zoning threat from Annie right now, even allowing Graves with the short range to get in on the turret.
Yeah.
You got to watch out, though. Evelyn's ulti is back up. He's looking for the side.
Thor wants it, finds a 3-man ulti. There comes the dive from Renekton. Xiao pops the clone. He does go down, 1 for 0. Top lane Dex's turret going down, though, as we speak. Can they find any more? Top turret number 1 goes down. Moore's going to fall. 2 for 0 in exchange for the turret. And now the second one's going down. Someone's got to go back and defend that right now. I think that's going to be Altec on Lucian. The new minion wave spawn's going to keep that safe. Now Dragon is up. C9T can get something back.
Yes, that will be an objective here. Unless No Name can come up with a steal. 4 members of Cloud9 are still at the Dragon. Yeah, No Name not even going to go for that steal. So, great objective there for Cloud9. They're able to get the fight on the bottom side now.
Wow.
Even though they are down another Nexus turret.
Altec couldn't hold the wave, so the Nexus is now completely open. Baron's up in 1 minute and 45 seconds. The inhib's respawning soon.
That last fight does show why I put so much emphasis on initiative in this game, though. Because Cloud9 are the ones with the tank, and they're the ones getting the initiative in the team fights. It goes fully against LMQ. They're so squishy. Everyone is squishy. Once their battle line is breached, everyone has to scramble. And they can't hold together. They can't focus their fire on the stun target from Annie. Everybody just has to run away.
So now at this point, C9T are permanently 1 team fight away from the game being out of their reach. Inhibitor plus Nexus, not that hard to kill with death timers. Now 27 minutes into the game. C9T have to play pretty much perfectly from here on out. Baron 1 minute away. Inhibitor's going to be going away. Ackerman gets the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane, meaning the only turrets left on the map for C9T defend the bottom and middle inhibitors. Yasuki in a bit of a trade. LMQ getting position over the Baron pit. Kez going to try to grab red buff for the team. No steal comes in, but an early smite for Kez. Inhibitor's back. That means the last super minion wave has just been cleared away. There's only regular minions left. Baron in 40 seconds. The map could be equalized, but 1 catch could be the game for LMQ.
Ooh, Moore going to run straight into Kez.
10 gold.
No stun used, even though he did have No Name to back him up. They don't have that deep vision that they were relying on before. And since everyone is fairly squishy, can't overextend. Even though they do have the gold lead again, it's all about the first step in that team fight. If they can start it off with Moore landing the AoE stun, it'll be a massacre.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
LMQ waiting in the brush to go for the engage.
Correct.
Flash!
Oh, he misses!
Does not take him down. Glebe stays alive. LMQ get rid of some wards, but...
Yeah, Cloud9.
Here's the teleport. LMQ going to start Baron.
Easy for a little bit longer. They don't have to worry about the Tibbers this time, but it will be a miracle steal. This is against the Lee Sin.
Kez in a dangerous spot. Going to get jumped on. Oh. Big damage comes through. Takes Mikhail's, but getting exploded. There's a kill for LMQ. No smite for Cloud9 Tempest.
On the top side, not able to answer with anything. Xiao double dashes away.
Glebe going to get jumped on as well by the Kha'Zix. Puts the slowdown, puts the root as well. But Moore and Xiao going to land the root, going to land the damage. Another kill picked up.
Yeah, you've got Karma Tether. Xiao has the LeBlanc chains. Much stronger. Those ethereal chains. They do not break. All right, 3 versus 5. Desperate attempt to stop the Baron here.
Some poke on a Xiao. Decent damage, actually. Yasuki going to go in, doesn't quite land the stun. Chain's not going to hit either, though. 5 versus 3. C9T forced to disengage.
Yeah, nobody wants to tank that thing. So, LMQ, yes, they pick off 2 more kills. They bolster their lead. However, not able to claim the end of the Baron. So, they're going to need to retain some vision here. Cloud9 need to take this little bit of breathing room, try and secure some vision.
Uh-oh.
Izuki.
Speaking of vision, Xiao's going to land the chain. Yasuki pops the ult. He has some fury, but he's down well below half HP. He's going to get bursted out. Ackerman claims the kill. Now 5-4 LMQ. C9T, though, on the rotation. Can they find it? The slow. The damage coming across. Can they get the kill? Culling used. Xiao will drop. Now they look for Ackerman. He's going to try to get over the wall. The wards spot the retreat. He's going to flash. Glitterlance not going to land here as well, though. More damage coming across. No Name is there for the safeguard.
Graves going up the mid, though.
Still on the chase. Yes, Vasily is pushing. No Name still running away. Moore's there for the defense. Looks like LMQ might get the mid lane inhibitor turret right now. Will there be enough recalls to keep this alive? This turret's going down.
The rest of the team is just trying to stop those recalls. Actually, Kha'Zix jumps in to stop one.
They're going to kill away some wards. LMQ controlling this map very nicely. The split push AD carry. He can make his way down to bot if he wants for a big wave. But he says, no, I'm going to contest Baron one more time. Ward control still here for LMQ. But the ward comes down for C9T, keeps it safe.
2 exposed inhibitors and an exposed Nexus here. Cloud9 are walking on eggshells. As he said, one lost team fight will be the end of the game for them. They cannot afford a misstep.
C9T have a total of 1 turret left. They have 2 exposed inhibitors and a bot lane inhibitor turret. Any of those go down, should not be hard for LMQ to close the game out. Right now we sit on a 6,500 gold lead. LMQ is actually slowly stretching that lead, trading kills back and forth, but just finding more globals, finding more jungle to kill. Ackerman gonna get a big wave for himself. The distortion.
And he used that money for the last whisper. He's not going more tanky. He's more damage here.
It's a risky build, but if it pays off, he can one-shot somebody. It's a big deal. Kez gonna get blue buff over to Bishu, who's only level 13 actually. The levels, I gotta say, are a pretty big deal. Graves and LeBlanc both 15 here. The Lee Sin 16. The Yasuke only 15, Kez only 14, Bishu only 13.
At least they have the advantage in Smite. Kez 14 to 13 Kha'Zix. However, Kha'Zix can combo that damage much easier. Teleport not up yet. So Lee Sin just going to be up there trying to draw attention away for another 25 seconds.
And for a short time, C9T has actually equalized the AD carry damage output. Until rank 3 Graves ulti, the ADs are basically the same spot. Yes, there's a BF sword here for Vasily, but 3 completed items is the big tier to watch for. So both these guys contribute a lot of threat in a battle. Both teams have Mikhails. We're going to have Twin Shadows coming out soon for Glebe. That might actually help the team get some picks. We've seen equal ability to team fight with 5 kills per side. It's just the objectives putting LMQ ahead. 5 turrets, a bunch of dragons.
Yeah, basically LMQ, they could toss this game if they get Evelyn ulted inside the Baron pit.
Moore's going to have to flash over the wall. He's going to give red control over to C9T.
It's a pretty big win for them. Moore's also at half life. That bought them some more time.
Well, here's a battle though. Ackerman 16 to Yasuke's 15 has to disengage. Renekton not able to win this fight. And of course, remember, there is still the teleport lead for Lee Sin. At any time, there could be a 5v4 for LMQ. They're going to try that at Baron. Ward over the wall. It's going to be the team trying to come down to stop this one. No Name down to half.
All right.
Missing some HP for this one.
What they're really looking for is a 4-man Evelyn ulti. Can he get in position, though? He would have to flash for it.
Chain won't land. Here comes the jump on in. Kez going to land the ulti. Tiber's going to get dodged away from Moore. A bit low on health. Here comes the re-engage. Chain lands on the Glebe. He's going to get out. Kez forced back as well. Ackerman! One hit him dead. Mikhails. Randoms keeps him alive. Altec on the chase, but the safeguard. It's not going to happen. There's the W flash. Altec still not in range, but there's Yasuke on the other side. Knocked backwards, kill finally goes through to Altec. 1 for 0, but there's no health on C9T.
The one thing that could turn this around was the Evelyn ult at Baron, and LMQ go to Baron. They get Eve ulted. They chase him down. Altec barely able to come out with the kill on Ackerman, and it's only a 1-man kill, so it's not that much gold in itself, but it leads to the dragon. Comeback dragon's huge in the game now. That is a substantial amount of bonus experience awarded, as well as the global gold.
That's a lot of XP for Glebe and Bishu right here.
Huge.
Altec should back up.
All right, so Eve on, it only actually hit 2 because he didn't flash for it, but 2 was enough because they got more low enough that he had to panic Tibbers here. Does he panic Tibbers? No. He actually just runs us straight out of it. Just kidding. Tibbers was probably used earlier.
It died in that fight.
Oh, okay. So the Tibbers, it didn't hit anybody at the beginning. Anyways, how did
he turned!
He turned the corner.
Instead of walking straight down. Although with Triforce move speed, I think he would still outrun Lee Sin. The 8% buff you get from it is pretty substantial.
Yeah. But still.
Yeah. Still, I mean, it's super close. 1 for 0. Down to 5,000 gold. That's been bridged slightly. Xiao Wei Xiao on top of a ward. Jumps back over, puts a ward down. Bottom lane actually pushing down toward LMQ's base. 34.5 minutes. Moore is going to get his team some ward control over Baron Pit.
The question is, why do LMQ keep going back to Baron? Why don't they just go to one of these nice, safe inhibitors that have no turrets close to them?
I'm not sure, actually.
tunneling on that Baron. It's a dangerous game.
Gonna be the stun pushed in. Lazuki gonna look for the jump in on support, and down goes Annie. 1 for 0.
The initiative! The first step is so important with this squishy, damage-heavy comp that LMQ are running, and they're just waiting around with Cloud9 have vision. They're inside the Baron pit. Everybody there. It hasn't rained yet, so the magic damage debuff not there.
All right, how's the smite gonna go? How's the damage gonna go? Yasuki is towards the front lines. The entire C19
What are
team
they
pushed
doing?
towards the back. Kez gonna stay alive. There's the engage. Over the wall goes the flashes. Bishu's gonna be safe. Kill picked up 2 so far. LMQ. It's gonna be C19 forced back.
Oh my god, they give away the Baron.
And Baron goes to LMQ with 2 kills as well.
Wow, everyone's just tunneling on this Baron is ridiculous, but it's exciting, Freak.
It is. But there's gigantic waves now for LMQ to farm. This gold lead is going to go from 7K to 8 or 9 as these minions all go down. It's
all right, well, Cloud9, they get a perfect pick. They take out the Initiator, they take out Annie, the AoE stun, the core of the LMQ burst, and then they corner themselves in Baron.
Yeah. The damage came through the attack
Tragic
from all
story.
angles. Well,
The tragic story of Cloud9 Tempest.
Yep. Baron got the greater of them. So did LMQ so far.
Oh, juicy wave. Who gets it? Is Ackerman going to be
He's actually waiting
bro?
for a friend.
He is. He's giving it to
I think it'll give Vasily eye edge. That's probably the reason.
A lot of money fed over to Vasily. He's going to be a beast next team fight.
Bishu with the blue buff. You're going to see 1,400 gold. It's like 2,250 to go from BF sword to eye edge. So he's got some time to go. Well, he's got the pickaxe, so yeah, that's enough. It's like 1,375 there, so... There's the combined 4 offensive items. Vasily is Graves, and he has a McHale's on his team. Is reasonably well protected. We've seen actually a lot of safeguards, defensive safeguards, from Ackerman to keep the team alive, so that might work well.
I mean, his upfront burst is ridiculous. A static shiv procced Infinity Edge crit. A buckshot, also collateral damage. Even Smokescreen does a lot of damage right now.
Yeah. That 40 AP from Baron buff.
Yeah, man.
Add in the damage.
People always forget about the hybrid nature of Baron.
Helps everybody a little bit.
So, now that they have the Baron buff, our long war that was waged over the Baron has been won.
Ackerman,
and it should be a clear path.
Gets little answer.
They go to an exposed inhibitor.
Safe though. Oh, the engage towards Bishu. Evil comes across the Vasily forced back. Great Timbers. Kez going to go down. 1 for 0. The Baron buff still on LMQ. They hop back forward. Bishu forced to disengage. Vasily is still wreaking havoc. Yasuki gonna be going down. 2, 3 kills picked up in the fight. LMQ find a 4th. This is gonna be the game. It goes to all 5, but LMQ gonna close out and take the Challenger Series championship.
What a finish! Cloud9 get the pick that they wanted, yet they start the Baron. They get cornered inside, and LMQ run them out of it, take the Baron, and finish the game running up mid.
Man, that game, LMQ the early lead, they held the stranglehold for as long as they could. Couple of kills went back and forth, but the objective game always theirs. They pulled it out in the game 5 with a pick-focused composition. They're the champions.
Whew. It's been a long day, an exciting day, Freak.
Has been.
We get to crown LMQ champions, though. So, both of these teams putting up strong performances that will inspire fear in the bottom tier LCS teams.
Yeah.
They're not going to want to pick either of these two.
No.
So
EG has to choose one.
It's even dangerous, even if you don't get last place in LCS and you don't get to choose. The 7th place team as well is going to have a hard time even choosing between these two teams.
Yeah, so we're going to see, of course, the North American LCS playoffs take place next weekend. We're going to see who gets 6th place there. They'll get first pick. We'll see which of the 3. EG's got a fear for themselves as well because they're the 7th place team. They're going to have a battle for themselves. And then, I mean, you saw how good both these teams looked. I feel like neither, right? And you talked about it, right?
Yeah,
you don't really want to pick either.
EG, who are you picking here?
You have to say C9T, I suppose.
They did lose.
They did lose, but the team is fairly equally matched. So your thought is, who's better in a BO5? Who's better on stage? And who do we match up better against? Because clearly both are similarly fearsome. And then at the very end of the day, you still have XDG in 8th place who gets whatever you leave to them. And they're going to also have a fearsome matchup there. You've got some great teams putting up great play. And I mean, those are just fun games to watch. Like if they both make LCS, I'm going to look forward to the regular week games in the summer split.
I will as well. I will as well.
There's some great players, some great teams. The individual skills up there, the champ select, the changes throughout the series, also a lot of fun. It's going to be fun. All right, guys, the 2014 Challenger Series may have come to a close, but the playoffs are just beginning in the LCS. The postseason kicks off on Tuesday with the European LCS quarterfinals. First up is a best-of-3 doubleheader, starting with Froggen and Alliance taking on Amazing and the Copenhagen Wolves. All the action starts with the LCS preview show on Tuesday, April 15th at 4 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 7 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. We're calling it a night here in California, but before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola, and another thanks to I Will Dominate and Hi for joining us today. Now, on behalf of myself, Kobe, Riv, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, good night and GG.
Evil comes across the Vasily forced back. Great Timbers. Kez going to go down. 1-for-0. The Baron buff still on LMQ. They hop back forward. Bijou forced to disengage. Vasily is still wreaking havoc. Yavsky gonna be going down. 2, 3 kills picked up in the fight. LMQ find a 4th. This is gonna be the game. It goes to all 5, but LMQ gonna close out and take the Challenger Series championship.
What a finish!
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. I look good, right.